Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 51, Chapter 50. Scathatch POV. I carried my new student to an empty bed in the castle. Such thoughts I did not think I would have ever again. How long has it been since another living being had stepped foot inside this land of shadows? I no longer took note of the passing days, it became meaningless after a certain time. To actually have someone seek me out once more, to venture into this deathly place for my tutelage, it was a strange feeling. I accepted him immediately, something I had not done often in the past. It was supposed to be a test to simply arrive here, the treacherous perils that awaited one who stepped into my realm. If they couldn't even appear before me, why must I teach them? I suppose there had been a few exceptions in the past. Not all my students were like Satanta, some had moved me purely on their own willpower and valor, even if they did not record their names in the myths and legends. But to come here, in this time from his place, I believed that to be testament enough. This realm no longer was connected to the wider world. I have merely guesses as to how he arrived, the dragon filling in some pieces. What do they call the great magics outside? True magic. Such things are something I am incompatible with. In my time all magic was just a magic. The last visitors were those undead things that started sprouting in the world once the age of gods finally came to its end. Those disgusting creatures that subside from human blood to continue their cursed existence. Yes, the dragon helped fill in several details, telling me some things about the outside world in our chat. A dragon. I couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. I have met dragons before, I have killed dragons, never had I shared a conversation with one, not to mention one who boasted such power. How I would have loved to test my spear against its mighty scales, maybe it would have been able to kill me. Was I excited when my new student arrived in front of me? I wanted to test his worth, to see what I was working with, so I engaged him in battle, my spear seeking his heart on the first thrust. He was, not the worst I've taught so far. Potential. That was the best way to describe it. The dragon had told me some things, the boy's situation, to be related to such a grand figure, he would go very far in life. But he was wasting it, relying too much on who he was as opposed to who he is now. There was no fire in his belly, no drive to truly surpass himself, to become something more. But even so, feelings I hadn't felt in a very long time swelled up. My hands itched, my desire to groom him into a warrior. I decided to toss him on that cursed mountain. I wished to see him push himself and work to achieve his first results, otherwise he would take everything further for granted. To have him suffer, to experience hardship to achieve his goals. He wasn't as bad as my other brat who I had to beat the arrogance out of, but I saw the seeds beginning to sprout, it was better to nip those in the bud. I was delighted to see him understand his own flaws by himself. My intention was to continuously send undead at him, forge him through combat, but he decided to stay at the base of the mountain and hone his own blade. Less than a month, yet the progress he made in that short amount of time was substantial. It was to be expected, he had so much bubbling under the surface, waiting to be let loose. I allowed him his time to hone his own skill, not interfering. It was amusing to watch him swing his sword for days on end, focusing so intently for the first time. How his movements become sharper and cleaner with each hour that passes. Certainly, no master yet, but he took a large step forward. Watching him climb the mountain, for others it may have been monotonous, but I watched every moment without a hint of boredom. Even when that wretched divine spirit tried its games again, persisting through time purely on resentment, not even a proper undead abomination, something in between and forever sealed inside the mountain. It projects illusions to lure things into it, or to kill them so it can absorb their essence. I could only sigh thinking back to how Satanta was tricked the very first time. The most infuriating part was that he knew they were fake, but he still wanted to lay with it regardless. How amusing it was to see me show up. Was that from my student's own desires or simply borrowing a familiar form? Maybe I shall have to teach him more than just combat. I frowned, shaking my head. Maybe he could also. No. There was no need to think such thoughts. Young, too young. It was the same with Satanta, he was born too late. Why bother creating hope? I have resolved myself to watch the end of time from here. Wilhelm POV. I woke up to the unfamiliar ceiling, castle walls on all sides and the soft bed underneath me. How comfortable after sleeping on that mountain for so long, and the warmth, how one doesn't realize how good they have it until it's gone. My body was sore, but my fatigue seemed gone. Did she heal me? I checked myself over, no noticeable scars on my body from where I had gotten hurt. I opened my magic circuits immediately, feeling the soothing pain of magical energy running through my body. My ring was sitting on a table, I looked it over before slipping it back on. Slipping my mind into it I saw all my stuff there, except I was missing a large bout of mead and wine I grabbed from Skyrim. This tragedy will not go unanswered. I walked out of my room, looking around and heading outside. I saw here, mediating in the same place she was from before. You are awake, she said simply. Thank you for healing me. I bowed politely, completely forgetting my faux anger. Am I not your teacher? She turned around to look at me, an ephemeral smile on her face. You have gained quite a few things. I don't really feel different. I furrowed my brow. I mean, I feel great after having climbed that thing after so long, to actually achieve that, but I don't feel noticeably stronger or anything. She hummed, sitting up fully, grabbing her spear that always remained within arm's reach. I brought out Mirage, the safe feeling of handing it in my hand again. How I missed you, my beautiful sword. Without warning, she jumped into the air and lunged at me, erupting in magical energy and bloodlust as her deathly spear once again sought out my heart. As her spear approached, I stepped to the side, bring my blade up to meet her instead, sword moving horizontally under her spear. She leaned back, riding the momentum to slide under my attack, only a few strands of hair flying off from her head. She adjusted her grip on her spear, digging her feet into the ground and utilizing her lower center of gravity to swipe at my legs with a large sweep. I quickly spun my sword, recovering from my own attack, and slammed the tip into the tundra, blocking her strike. Scathatch abandoned that avenue attack quicker than it took me to blink, her elbow swinging towards my face, only to meet the palm of my hand. My hand struggled to hold her back. Still think you gained nothing? She raised an eyebrow. I released my grip, and she lowered her arm. I didn't even realize where that came from. That was, wow, it felt so fluid and easy. I mean, it wasn't anything spectacular, Scathatch was holding back substantially, but it just all felt right. Don't get cocky. A fist found my face, disrupting my thoughts. Son of a bitch. I shouted, clutching my nose, blood running down my face. I swear to every god, she did something to make it particularly painful. You are just a larger insect now, you wouldn't even last a few moves from me if I were going all out. She said coldly. You are merely at the step where it is worthwhile to teach you. White light erupted from my hand, healing my broken nose. I stared at her in annoyance, she didn't seem the least bit remorseful. Only a few moves. Humph, that was being generous. She dismissed me easily. If you could land a true hit on me, I would even allow you into my bed. Wait, what? Don't daydream, boyo. She smacked me upside the head. You are too far away to even consider laying with me. She laughed. I shall begin passing down my teachings, your usage of runes was an abomination, I will not allow someone under my tutelage such disgrace. That is, fair. I've been mainly abusing my near-infinite magical energy to do what I wanted. I thought it through. Your swordsmanship too, it leaves much to be desired. I have seen women trained by their maids having better sword skills than you. She shook her head with a frown. I chose not to comment on that. My final student. She turned around, looking towards the horizon. I shall forge you into a great warrior. Your magic, your martial ability. I will help you master your weapons and pull out your potential. She turned back to me again. Let us start with your runes, when you move to a standard that satisfies me, I shall pass down the primordial runes. I froze, hearing what she said. Primordial runes, they were so much stronger than the modern runes used in today's magecraft. An art passed down by Odin, a path created by a pantheon head. It was something that can be used against divine beings, something dragons and servants couldn't just shrug off. There was a reason they were nowhere to be found in the modern day, they literally had to be passed down. A few years ago, the magical community went crazy when a primordial rune was discovered in an old pat unearthed in Norway. Yet, even the person who obtained that object, they only gained an incomplete understanding. I'm ready when you are. She smiled at me. Those are the words I wish to hear the most. All right, chapter over, some real talk now. It seems like we need a discussion on true magic. I'll explain my thoughts about what I wrote before, considering there is very little actually available on how magic operates, I've made up stuff as I went along. Now, my reasons and thoughts from before. When Scathatch sealed the MC, she sealed his magical energy, not his magic, as so many people were seemingly intent on saying. True magic is a type of mystery, a power coming from the root. Magical energy is a means to realize the mystery, basically a spark to start a fire. I know some people were vehemently against the idea that true magic requires the utilization of magical energy, and frankly, we don't know one way or the other, but if it didn't require magical energy, then couldn't mundane people theoretically realize the mystery? There are billions of humans on the planet, has none ever touched upon the mystery if it didn't require a certain valuable commodity only possessed by a very small portion of the people? That's my thoughts on the matter, whether I'm right or wrong, meh. I do enjoy the discussion, so don't take this as me being angry or anything, I just wanted to clear up some possible misconceptions without delving too heavily into Nasu lore. That is a rabbit hole I don't have time to properly talk about in a meaningful capacity right now. Anyways, if you want to read 5 chapters ahead or support me, visit patrayon.com/asteriaforone. Chapter 52, Chapter 51. Like this, no. Scathatch weaved runes through the air, before dismissing them and starting over. She seemed solely focused on her experiments that nothing could disturb her. I had explained to her my rune usage, my path I was taking and what spells I was developing. It was a surreal experience, watching her reverse engineer my spells from some basic hints. Usually I'm the one doing that. I only told her my thoughts and what I had created already, and she started trying to replicate them. And says into Kenna's then Rado. No, that wouldn't work either, they would diminish each other, unless. She quickly swiped her hand, allowing a spell to actualize. What did you call it? Fires of Muspelheim. She laughed, creating a massive torrent of flame in front of her, burning everything in that direction. I could only sigh, it had taken her less than an hour to recreate my spell. Your turn. Scathatch turned to me abruptly, hands on hips, expectant. Did she want to compare them? Whatever, let's just trample all over my self-esteem while we're at it. I activated my circuits, gathered my magical energy and actualized my runes. Foolish. She scoffed, flicking a rune into my sequence, disrupting the whole thing and making the magical energy go wild and disperse. Again. I grit my teeth and started up the spell sequence once again. I stared at her intently. As the spell was about to actualize, she moved. Another flick towards me, but I dodged out of the way this time, only to blink as several more collided not just with my spell but my body as well, hurling me back into a snow pile. Foolish boy. She frowned. Do you think I am just disrupting you because I find it amusing? Yes. I said without hesitation. She raised an eyebrow as several more runes surrounded her. Only proving my point. I wiped the snow off my clothes, standing back up. Sadist. I muttered under my breath. Bang. Motherfucker. I blurted out, getting smacked in the head again, face planting back into the snow. You remind me of Satanta, one of my other students. She bore down on me. He often required that I beat my lessons into him. It is making me very nostalgic. That sounds about right for him. He probably just doubled down even then. I snorted. She tilted her head in confusion. You know my student? Oh right, she wouldn't know about that. He was summoned as a servant due to a ritual some mage families created, the Holy Grail. I waved my hand dismissively. Supposedly capable of granting a wish. What a ridiculous notion, a wish, she scowled. How did he die? Well, she can read between the lines. As a hero, protecting someone close to me. At least, he did in many world lines, safe to assume he would go out in a blaze of glory here as well. If it weren't for him, Rin would have probably died in some iterations of the war. That foolish boy. She said quietly, a small smile on her face. The runes around her were dismissed, and her pressure returned to normal, her expression turning neutral. Answer my previous question, or you will be going back up the mountain. Her stern attitude returned. You were targeting specific parts of my spell, certain links in my runic sentence. Maybe they were weak points, easily disruptible, or maybe my sentence is flawed, bloated even, and you were picking off excess. She blinked at me, a small bit of surprise on her face. I suppose you are not as stupid as I first assumed. Gee, thanks. I can only hope to continue to live up to your praise. I deadpanned. Don't get wise with me, boyo. She took her spear, carving runes into the ground. Your runic sentences are needlessly complex, look. She gestured to the symbols on the ground with an astonishing speed, yet they were immaculately done. I walked over next to her, looking at them, mulling over the combinations. Wouldn't you want an Ingwa's rune here? I pointed in between a few runes. No, you are simply used to overthinking things. She shook her head. Dagas would provide the flames with steady growth, whereas adding Ingwa's here would make the flames burn slightly hotter, but only for a split moment and then snuff out. I see, it would overload the spell's potential without any meaningful effective increase. I understood where she was coming from. Yes, also this Thurisaz here, that is brilliant, I can't believe I did not notice it until now. To see my flaws so quickly, you truly are a master of your craft. I couldn't help but admit. Thurisaz has many meanings, one of which is giant. It has significance with Muspelheim as a whole, being that I was a realm that was home to a certain kind of giant race. Weaving in stronger concepts will make the spell stronger overall, especially if clutter is removed to make it actualize better. It's good you understand. She snorted. You have other spells, corresponding to the 9 realms, are they just as bad as this one? Probably worse. I admitted with a wince. You saw my shield spell before. Yes, that. She scowled. I will advise you to fix it out of my presence, lest I get the urge to beat you up for even creating something so pathetic. Well, she doesn't mince words, and it wasn't entirely unfair. Noted. Good. She stated. Now, fix them and cast each one 1,000 times. Did you just say 1,000 times? I stared at her in disbelief. Yes, 1,000 times, each. She nodded. If you want me to spread my legs, brat, you should be able to this much at a minimum. She laughed, walking away. Making a lot of assumptions there, is what I would like to say, but I am a healthy young man. She even swayed her hips as she left, bitch. I'm conflicted, Drake. I said, mesmerized by the sight. Being on the other side of the fence this time. Huh, I guess that does put it into perspective. With Meridia it was practically the opposite situation. The stubborn side of me doesn't want to give in, to give her the satisfaction. And what does the other side of you say? Them legs. Yeah, thought so. Alright, that's enough. Scathatch appeared before more. How much time passed, I didn't know. Several days at the earliest, possibly over a week since I started casting. The days started to blend together at some point. I hadn't completed 1,000 for each spell yet. I rubbed my hands together, keeping them warm. It's enough. She dismissed my concerns. Your casting is up to an acceptable level now, we can move on to the next part. She withdrew a parchment, handing it over to me. I have made some notes regarding your spells. I looked it over, reading each line very carefully. You theorized the completed form of my 9 realms. I didn't really know what else to call this spell school. 9 realms, 9 spells. She had created 6 more spells for me, complete with their entire runic structure, and even had notes on their uses and thoughts on their inception. She used my bare thoughts to conceptualize these, merely the basis of my random ideas. Not only that, they were just about what I had envisioned as well. What a scary woman. I had some free time. She said nonchalantly. This was a very nice gesture. Thank you, teacher. Honestly, seeing this gentle side of her made it really hard to hold any kind of resentment, even knowing she would kick my ass later if I said or did something she didn't like. No need for that. She had a small smile on her face. I had one final thought regarding this method you are creating. You are missing one very important concept to link them all together. One final concept. Link them all together, oh. I see where you're going with this. I rubbed my chin, thinking it through. Yggdrasil, the world tree. The conceptual basis for the entirety of the Norse cosmology and what physically linked all the realms in that layer of reality. Good, but you will need to complete this yourself. I fear I may stymie your growth if I give you an answer here. She shook her head. I already theorized the other spells at a prior time, but I had to even consider this aspect. I guess she wouldn't completely give me any answer like that. Some time of linking mechanism. Perhaps to combine multiple spells together. No, that would grind under the original concept, the world tree links but it doesn't combine. Maybe some sort of amplification, using the world tree as a basis to spread a single spell over a large distance, or maybe to just empower a single spell to an absurd level. There were many paths I could take here, much more testing was required. You have helped me a lot already. I waved the parchment. This has saved me many days of research. It matched my initial thoughts as well. This is more or less what I would have created when I had time and sat down. Very well. She didn't dwell on it any longer. Now, swing your sword 10,000 times. I just sighed. I guess we're back to this now. Yes, teacher. I expect perfect form on each swing, otherwise you will be starting over. You worked your mind and your magic, now you shall work your body. She said with no room for argument, not that I disagreed with her assessment. Finish this and we will spar again, I will even allow you to use your magic. Another spar, huh? Honestly, the thought was exciting, it was one of the best ways to get stronger. And I would be lying if I said that I don't enjoy fighting, I just hope I don't turn into a battle maniac in the future. Well, another chapter is done. I hope everyone enjoys New Year's tomorrow. I should be releasing a chapter, but don't hold your breath. Anyways, if you want to support me or read 5 chapters ahead, visit mypatrayon.com/AsteriaForone. Chapter 53, Chapter 52. I sprinted along the tundra, explosions erupting in my wake, magical attacks launched at obscene speeds, and I was barely managing to dodge. Slow. A shout was heard behind me. I narrowly ducked to avoid a bloodthirsty spear from impaling me from behind. My back foot pivoted, turning around I retaliated, sword lashing out towards the woman aiming for my life. Her feral grin almost made me waver, but I forced all my strength into my blow, locking against the shaft of her spear. Lightning cloak. My weapon crackled with power. Scathatch looked surprised, jumping back, staring at me as she clutched her hand a few times. Cute. She narrowed her eyes, taking a few steps round me. I smirked, mimicking her movements in the other direction as we circled each other. My grip on Mirage tightened, and I moved. 10 birds. My blade flashed out, blades of magical energy flew out towards the immortal witch. I saw her adjust her grip on her spear, hand down near the tip, using it almost like a sword. With a full body motion, she swung her spear at the incoming barrage. Her own version of sword phantoms collided with my attack, the air crackling with magical effects at the epicenter. Neither of us were deterred, our eyes stay focused solely on each other. We moved at the same time, leaping through the air, spear meeting sword at our highest point. An explosion pulsed out, blowing away all debris and snow on the ground. Better. Scathatch loudly declared, thrusting her spear several times in a blink of an eye. Do not stay flat-footed. Weave each movement into your follow-up attack, or use your footwork to retreat without opening yourself up. Her spear slipped past my guard, cutting into my shoulder, but she did not relent. It continued to pour onto me. The smallest opening was another wound on my body, and my clothes were already torn at this point, and I was bleeding from several places. I said, "Don't stay flat-footed," she shouted, increasing her speed several notches and sweeping my legs out from under me. I didn't even have time to hit the ground before she pivoted and lashed out with her foot, sending me spiraling into the distance. The world around me spun, my body skipping across the ground before I could regain my footing. She wouldn't give me the chance to get back up. My danger sense was already telling me a lethal attack was heading for me again. I raised my sword up overhead, her spear slamming down like a club, the ground cracking under me from the blow. I think one of my ribs was broken, a sharp pain permeated my body from my chest. Did anyone ever tell you that men don't like abrasive women? I grit out, blood seeping from my mouth. What does a virgin boy like you know about women? She retorted, knee slamming into my chest, the exact spot I was hurting. She let go of her spear, grabbing my arm, pushing her shoulder into me, and flipping me over onto the ground. I rolled to the side, just barely dodging a spear form skewering a very important part of my lower body. Low blow. I shouted, getting up as quickly as I could to gain some distance. Scary fucking bitch. It's not like you would ever need it. She laughed. Already on my ass, spear lashing out. It took everything I had to deflect her incoming barrage, not even having a moment to retaliate. I stomped on the ground, erecting dozens of earthen walls between us, merely only good for buying the briefest of moments. I quickly took a handful of talismans out of my ring. I didn't sit idle before this spar, I prepared several things beforehand. Metal enriches water. I threw my first talisman up into the air. I saw the look on my teacher's face. She didn't recognize what I was doing. I guess she didn't read through the book when she had my stuff. Fuck. I spat out, dodging another spear strike. Was she keeping me from completing the creation cycle? She probably didn't know what it did, but for the intentions of training, she probably wasn't going to allow me to cast it without effort. My sword swept towards her haphazardly, almost like I had regressed a step. I saw her frown, about to tongue lash me, one of the few times she would pause in her assault. Water nurtures wood. I threw the second out into the sky, allowing the partial spell to further enhance. She narrowed her eyes at me, realizing I had tricked her. I smirked, lunging at her with a thrust. She stepped in, knocking my sword away with the shaft of her spear, flicking the butt of it at my head. It was practically instinct at this point to duck out of the way, but her knee caught my chin, knocking me off me feet. I felt the world spin around me, briefly dazed as my back hit the cold ground. I felt my hand empty, sword fallen down somewhere. I didn't have time to search for it, so I reached out and pulled Dawnbreaker from my ring. She came at me with a basic thrust, but her whole body was behind it, punishing me for staying flat-footed again. I had no choice but to meet her head-on. I grabbed Dawnbreaker with both hands, and with all my strength I swung down at the tip of her spear, knocking it into the dirt on her charge. This didn't stop her at all. She followed the movement, putting her own strength into the new direction her spear went and used it to pole vault up into the air, redirecting her spear with a spin. She twirled it up and swung down on me overhead. I didn't have time to bring up Dawnbreaker. I abandoned it in favor of summoning the boosted gear to use as a shield. My legs shuddered under the weight of the blow. She clearly put more into it than normal. I grit my teeth in annoyance. I didn't want to use the boosted gear in this spar. I planned on training with it later, but for now I just wanted to keep improving myself. Wood feeds fire. The words were forcibly pushed out, my talisman thrown to the side as it flew up into the air along with the others. Slowly actualizing the spell, way up in the air, piece by piece. Several more talismans enter my hand, different than the elemental ones used to forge the spell. I held them between my fingers and thrust towards Scathatch. She seemed to sense the danger. Removing one hand from her spear, she snaked her hand around my own, pushing my attack out of the way. It was the opening I needed to her own spear out from on top of me. I held my gauntlet up like a shield, and my other hand up to act as a sword. In fact, that's exactly what these talismen were doing. They became enhanced to a supernatural degree, sharper than most steel. Usually meant to be thrown, but I needed a makeshift weapon or the moment, and Ascalon was one of my final trump cards. I didn't want to reveal it just yet, even if she knew the blade itself existed. She prodded me, a quick thrust towards my head. I deflected with my gauntlet, following up with a swipe of my other hand. Teacher only took a half step back, allowing them to pass by her less than an inch. She spun on her heel, swinging her spear in a large arc towards the side opposite my gauntlet. It was no surprise how quickly she noticed my openings. I decided to do something stupid. I thrust towards her body, opting to allow her blow to land. She looked at me with no small amount of surprise on her face, turning into a smile. I felt something in my arm crack as my talismans were halted a breath away from her chest, a single rune blocking them as they started to tear and fall to the ground. No doubt my arm was at the very least fractured. Nice try. She smirked, swinging her leg up towards my head. I clutched my hand, forcing another earth wall to erupt from the ground, hitting the bottom of her leg, disbalancing her. Fire dries earth. I threw another talisman, as the last entered my hand. And finally, earth refines metal. The last of the talismans shot into the air, finalizing the spell sequence. A visual phenomenon appears in the sky. Scathatch paused, easily recovering from my disruption of her rhythm, curiously looking up, then back down to me. Confusion written all over her face. Did you cast it correctly? With a last smile, I summoned all the runes around my hand, thrusting my arm to the sky. I think I finally got a serious reaction out of her. For the first time I could tell she felt a foreboding sense of danger. She didn't attack me. All I saw her do was flick her hand and summon her own runes. No time to dwell on it. The two spells harmonized, the talismans representing the Eastern creation cycle, bolstering my runic spell to an obscene degree. There was a resonance, similar concepts intertwined between the creation cycle and the application of my 9 realms. Both the basis of their cosmetology, the origins of life form where they originated. The first time I was casting this spell in combat. Light of Alfheim. The clouds parted, a massive pillar of light slammed down into the area, completely enveloping me and everything in the visible distance. I was fine. It was a spell that targeted all those I deemed as enemies. Take that, you old hag. I finally laughed, as the last vestiges of my spell finally faded, and the realm returned to eternal twilight. My laughing abruptly stopped as I saw Scathatch, standing there completely unharmed, a shield surrounding her. Primordial runes. She fending off my attack by utilizing primordial runes. I suppose I should take that as a compliment. She didn't answer, the clear dissatisfaction of my comment written on her face. Her spell faded and she gripped her spear, reeling her arm back. She threw it with all her might right at me. The ground shattered at the force of the spear sailing through the air, leaving a track of magical energy and bloodlust in its wake. It wasn't hard to dodge, but I fell on my butt out of instinct, letting it sail harmlessly past me. An old hag, am I? She took a step forward. Curious as to why you have been staring at this old hag's rear all this time then. She moved, extremely fast. I had no time to even stand up. Her foot was planted firmly on my chest, pushing me further into the ground. Those paper spells need work. They are too slow, but they have potential. Yeah, I need to practice them a bit more, weave them into my combat style. Any last words? She eyed me, putting just a bit more pressure on my chest, my ribs shuddering. I couldn't stop myself from wheezing. I think you're awakening something in me. You have chosen poorly. She deadpanned. Wait. I shouted. She paused for a moment, looking down at me. For the record, I was staring at your legs. I smiled innocently. Death it is then. She held up her hand, and her demonic spear jutted out from where it had been thrown, crisscrossing through the air and returned to her hand. What the hell? How did you do that? She released me, stepping to the side. Do what? She didn't seem to understand. Summon your spear back like that, to control it so well through telekinesis. I cast a healing spell, holding it over my chest. It was not telekinesis, though I suppose it has similarities. It is an aspect of weapon refinement. She started, twirling her spear before stabbing it into the ground. Is this an avenue that interests you? She asked, clearly in teacher mode again, as opposed to kick my ass mode. Well yes, but I was talking specifically about how you could control it like that. Can you do more than that, say move it with your will in the air? If I exert much effort, I can move it about, but for a combat technique, it is lacking. She furrowed her brow, unsure of where I was going with this. Please teach me this. I think this is exactly what I've been looking for. This is not how I expected this sparring session to end, fighting almost non-stop for almost 2 days. But this may be exactly what I was looking for to help bridge my martial and magical abilities, to allow them to coexist in the same combat style. Almost didn't get this out today, was rather busy, but hey, it's 7 minutes before midnight so it counts. Anyways, if you want to support me or read 5 chapters ahead, check out my pat.rayon.com/astriaforone. Chapter 54, Chapter 53. This is the issue. I gestured with my hand, a sword flew out of the ground towards me, I caught it with ease, but its movement was too static, unmoving. I did the equivalent of wrapping an invisible lasso around it and yanked it toward me. Scathatch tapped her finger against her chin, squatting down and poking at another sword I had stabbed into the ground. Do it again. I shrugged, tossing the sword into the ground a distance away and pulled it to me again with telekinesis. Wrap it in your magical energy and keep it floating in front of you, she said, standing up and walking next to me. I did as she said, allowing Mirage to float in front of me, as my magical energy wrapped around it like a blanket. Clearly, movement is not the problem, at least one-dimensionally. I've used it in the past, thrown one of my swords and guided it with telekinesis and such, but never for any maneuvers beyond straight lines. She stared at it for a moment, muttering something under her breath, then gave it a flick. The sword flew out of my control and landed on the ground. Conceptually, it may be different due to the weapons used. A spear is meant to be thrown, so it may be more open to manipulation this way. I started thinking out loud. It shouldn't be impossible. I've heard stories of similar things in the East, swordsmen who could control their swords with their wills in a far-off era. Yeah, Taoism and the like were very popular in the distant era. There were many stories of those people using swords in some magical ways. I started pacing, taking another look at my hovering sword and walked back and forth. I made sure not to lose focus and keep the weapon suspended. Now what a boo. Smack. Son of a bitch, I clutched the side of my head, falling to the ground. What the hell? Scathatch stood over me, looking down, frowning. Your pacing was distracting me. Her lips curled up. I guess we can discard some kind of mental limitation. I let out a breath, calming down. I suppose she was testing to see if I would subconsciously do something with the sword to block her attack. Or maybe she just liked to beat me up. Both are plausible explanations. She ignored me, going back to the hover sword, squatting down and looking at it intently. I could tell she was clearly focused, possibly thinking of solutions. I smiled lightly. With all the force I could muster, I slammed the hovering sword into the ground, kicking up all the snow around it. Scathatch slowly stood up, wiping the snow from her face. If you wanted to bleed some more, you merely had to ask. Her voice was even, which only added even more presence to her words. We'll see who's bleeding after this. I grabbed my sword, raising it up. It would definitely be me, but I refused to back down. I whipped some dried blood off my forehead from the previous bout, when sudden realization hit me. I think Scathatch noticed something too, because she looked less bloodthirsty and stared more inquisitive towards the red spotted liquid on my hand. Blood, she said. Blood. I nodded. Her breadth of knowledge was truly impressive. She could arrive at the same conclusion so quickly as I did. Blood is the answer. I did something with my first sword a while back. I soaked it in my blood to make it a better catalyst. But that won't be enough. If it was merely an issue of blood, such a technique would be more readily available. She shook her head. You must create a stronger bond with the weapons you wish to utilize. I could perform such actions because I personally forged these spears after slaying the beast from whence they originated. Not an option for me. I frowned slightly. No way was I going to try and reforge Mirage, and I doubt Dawnbreaker could even be reforged, let alone Ascalon, a noble phantasm. I took a look inside my ring, mentally looking over everything, and certain ideas began to form. I have a thought, I stated, withdrawing a couple books. Scathatch stepped over, taking them in hand, and started to flip the pages over quickly enough. I saw her do something with a rune, seemingly so she could read the language of the texts. This is the spell you used earlier, she stated, continuing reading. I see. Lighting Cloak was the spell book she was holding. To imbue my weapon with lightning, a very basic spell on the surface, but it held a surprising amount of depth. Basically, a temporary enchantment. The only issue is using my blood instead of lightning and making it more permanent. My refining methods, you wish to learn them? She looked at me, waiting for an answer. I want to know everything you're willing to teach, I replied honestly. She smiled. It was a very genuine and beautiful smile, devoid of any spiteful feelings she had moments prior. I will show you how I forged my spears then. Interesting design. Scathatch looked over my enchanting table. She had given me a rundown on how her forging process went, her additions over the years and other things she's tinkered with in the past. I don't know how much time had passed, but we had somehow migrated back to the castle. In one of her storerooms she kept many materials and other objects. Taking the concepts used in Lightning Cloak, replacing the lightning with my blood, and using the enchanting table to make the effect stick. Mirage sat on the table. It was the easiest to do first, to refine the weapon, add my touch onto it so it was more susceptible to my control. This was by no means my area of expertise. In fact, my experience could be summarized as dabbling throughout both my lives. Lights filled the room, my enchanting table lit up each runes, and my sword was drinking in the multitude of colors. My blood seeped down into the grooves of the table, spilling off the blade as it drank up almost all the excess. But it didn't take hold. The magical energy had gathered and fluttered out. The enchanting failed. Do you know what you did wrong? She asked, peering over my shoulder. This wasn't something I was specialized in. Even my general knowledge was lacking. Frankly, she was the expert here. I have a few ideas. Good, try again. She stated, not giving any advice, but ushering me to continue. I nodded, focusing again on my enchanting. I ran a finger along the flat of my sword, thinking about how to proceed. Is it merely a matter of too much blood, or maybe not enough? I willingly cut myself, allowing blood to drip out into a wooden bowl, filling it up about halfway. This time, I would try less blood, less magical energy and do it slowly. My enchanting started, but I could feel the effects not taking hold almost immediately, different from before where it all kinda puffed out. This just wouldn't even start. Failure. I said, dismissing it all. What if I changed on my application? Instead of trying to cast the spell over the sword and thus making it a permanent enchantment, why don't I try enchanting it with my blood then casting the spell? Failure. Perhaps another wrong sequence of applications. Let's try casting the original spell, then try changing it during the enchantment process. Failure. Let's adjust a few things and try that sequence again. I felt as if the process did something different and want to watch it again. Failure. Stupid, it merely prolonged the disruption between the magical energy and the materials. But now I know the threshold to work with. Failure. What about using some ancillary materials? Soul stones, perhaps. Failure. Maybe it's an issue of not enough magical energy after finding the correct ratio of blood. What could go wrong with flooding in more? Failure. What if I? Failure. How about? Failure. Maybe. Failure. How long had I been at this? Time seemed to lose meaning in this realm and it was difficult to keep track. Especially with how focused I was, I lost track of how many times I tried this enchantment to refine this sword so it would obey my commands. I felt hair touching my face as Scathatch leaned over my shoulder, close enough that I could hear her breathing, as she started to direct me. Here, she said quietly. You are losing much of the process from magical leakage. A normal enchantment from this table would not suffer this issue, but you are combining the application of a spell, modifying it with your blood, and forcibly attaching it to your weapon. She gently drew a rune over my sword, seeing it pulse ever so slightly I could see it having an effect on my weapon. We oftentimes look over the simplest solutions. She withdrew, standing off to the side, giving me an encouraging smile. I held back a sigh, realizing what I had been doing wrong at this point. I didn't want to get distracted, so I focused back on my table, regardless of how many times I failed. For some reason I was feeling rather confident now. How much blood had I spilt for this little project at this point? Once more, I poured my blood over my sword, allowing it to drink it up for the enchantment. This time, though, my magical energy swirled around the sword instead of merely being applied like it was filling every nook and cranny. I could see the immediate difference in what was happening. It seemed obvious in hindsight, but I just simply did not think of it during this time. There was no thunderous sound to applause my success, but as it all finalized my sword just pulsed slightly, taking in the enchantment. I stood up, almost not daring to touch my sword. Moment of truth. I reached out with my telekinesis. It was merely a bridging of intent. Once I connected to my sword, the spell wasn't necessary. The enchantment did most of the work. I merely needed to activate it. My sword lifted off the ground, and I gestured with my hand for it to fly up and down, and I spun my hand in a circle, only to watch with amazement as the sword followed my commands. Well done. Scathatch sneaked up on me. I couldn't help but turn around and wrap my hands around her in a hug. I did it. It was only when I heard a soft giggle in my ear that I realized what I was doing, quickly separating from her. Smooth, Will, smooth. Forgot myself for a moment, don't even know how long I had been at this and then it was finished, and I will ignore how nice she smelled. When was the last time I accomplished something after working on it so diligently? It was an exhilarating feeling. Scathatch looked at me, an amused smile on her face. Good, now since our last sparring was interrupted, we make up these past few days with another one. Few days. God damn, no wonder my back felt stiff. Well, I really do want to test this out. And I'm never really against sparring with someone stronger than me, case in point, Artoria and Sasaki Kojiro. Let's hope you can keep that confidence. She smirked. Because you will not be allowed to touch your weapons throughout. Regrets? Many. That's fine, you'll need the handicap. When in doubt, double down. A vicious grin emerged on her face, one that promised quite a bit of pain. My little student, all grown up. I guess I will not need to hold back anymore. She turned around, flipping her hair back and walking out the door. You fucked up. I may have fucked up. Yeah, looks like this training arc is wrapping up at chapter 60. Anyways, if you want to support me or read 5 chapters ahead, visit mypatreon.com/asteriaforone. Chapter 55, Chapter 54. I stared at my teacher. The environment around us was completely destroyed. Craters littered the ground, any kind of foliage was devastated, and nothing more than scraps. There were places charred from intense flames, other places where ice had exploded out in hazardous thorns. My clothes were ragged, my breathing was uneven and sweat mixed with blood as it dripped down my face. A white light emitted from my hand, holding it up to my face to heal my swollen eye so I could see better. Scathatch walked towards me, each step the same length, almost like a predator who finally cornered their prey. Despite the lackadaisical nature of her movements, there were absolutely no openings for me to exploit. This woman had not been going all out, but certainly not been going easy on me either. My body ached and hurt in every which place. Not to mention several times she had just stabbed me without any remorse. Regret making her go this hard? I heard my partner ask. My lips curled up, even with my heavy breathing, I couldn't help but smile. Never. Well said. Drake mirrored my sentiments. Is that all you got? I shouted the distance towards her menacing figure. My sword slowly circled around me, never touching the ground. Ascalon. Mirage. Dawnbreaker. I relied on them heavily before, but now, I felt like I was the one in control. My connection to them, it gave me a certain confidence. I steadied my legs, they were a little shaky, but I had enough in me to keep going. Lightning danced across my hands, perhaps one of my favorite elements, one I defaulted to quite easily. I gestured with my hand and my 3 swords shot off like meteors, 1 from above and 2 from the side. How much trial and error did it take to come this far? Teacher quite literally beat the techniques into me as we continued to spar until it reached a satisfactory level, according to her. Well, stabbed the techniques into me, mostly. She deflected them with ease, even as their trajectory was disrupted, and their forms going flying in every which way. It merely took a thought to grab them again, bringing them back towards me, with lightning flying towards her face. Scathatch leaned down, ignoring my spells as they harmlessly passed over here, and she broke into a sprint that displaced all the snow around her, and a shockwave appeared where she had been previously. So fast, and this wasn't even her fastest. Her spear was in front of my eyes, I narrowly dodged, her spear slicing the side of my head, blood flowing through the thin line opened up. I moved towards her, our faces only a breath apart, my hand moving up to grab her spear. She quickly shot her knee towards my chest, only for her to pull back as Ascalon rocketed from the side, ready to skewer her leg if she continued the attack. She was quick to adjust her footing, allowing it to pass in between us, only the fabrics on her clothing to get the slightest bit severed on its passing. Scathatch narrowed her eyes, casting a rune with such speed that I barely even noticed, taking the initiative to flick it towards Dawnbreaker before I could follow up on my attack. The spell collided with my sword, enveloping it in magical energy, and forcing it to drop to the ground. I could feel my connection to it still, but all my effort to call it were met with insane resistance. Was it a gravitational increase? I had no experience dealing with such a thing, not something I could unravel at moment's notice in this situation. Definitely something I'll need to be conscious of in the future. Lightning cloak. I smirked at her as my hand holding her spear erupted in magical lightning. I saw her grit her teeth, refusing to let go of her spear, and I used every strengthening spell I knew to keep it held back. She dug her feet into the ground, and her free fist went straight for my face. I caught it with my palm, the force made me almost shudder and I felt my hand getting numb at the initially contact. With a thought, my final sword flew towards the back of her head. I did not expect such an attack to work on a woman whose instinct and ability had been honed over the course of thousands of years. So it didn't surprise me when she slightly moved her head to the side, letting it pass by without even breaking eye contact. But she must have noticed something amiss when I smirked, letting go of her fist and grabbing the hilt before it could fully fly by. I then slashed down at her, redirecting all the momentum. Her pupils dilated ever so slightly, her attack retreated, and a rune appeared in her open palm as she used it to block my sword. A primordial rune. The second time I've forced her to use them so blatantly. It wasn't actualized in a large capacity, merely used to absolutely defend against my singular attack. I could only speculate on the uses and requirements for her to cast such a powerful spell. I was currently working on the theory that they took a heavy toll to produce. This was it. I let go of her spear. She noticed immediately, moving her nimble leg up to probably intercept me and disrupt my own attack. Except. Splat. She stopped. I stopped. I think she took a moment to reboot, trying to realize what just happened. Half her face was now covered in snow. Did you just? She finally said. I think that counts as a solid hit. I chuckled. I had conjured a snowball in my open hand and tossed it at her face in that small opening. She, who had been spreading her awareness out to an obscene degree to notice any attack coming at her. Lethal blades showering down on her, magical attacks that would destroy the land coming from angles she couldn't perceive. And I merely threw a snowball in between all of that. Was it any wonder why she was confused? A hit is a hit. No danger to her, no killing intent. I doubted it would even register on her radar in the middle of a spar. You. She reached up and grabbed my cheeks. You cheeky brat, she pulled. My legs finally gave out as I fell to the ground, pulling her with me. She made a sound I could only describe as cute. I could feel her breath on my cheek, her nose almost touching mine. You have made great progress, she said quietly, eyes not leaving mine. It was an honest compliment, one I couldn't help but take pride in her words. It seemed hard to gauge how much stronger I became when she just continued to stay at a pace that was just above mine regardless of what I did. It just went to show what a monster this woman was. You can get off me now, I responded, turning my eyes away. I definitely was not blushing. What if I don't wish to move? I can't feel my lower body, I quickly said. Don't worry, there's not much to feel down here. She wiggled her butt over my groin for added effect. Ouch. Drake chimed in, sharing my sentiments. What's sharper, her spear or her tongue? Scat Hacka's lips curled into a smirk, laughter escaped her lips. You dare tease your teacher, huh? She poked my cheek. A snowball. I ought to beat your arse for that. Well, turnabout is fair play, I suppose. On the other hand, I grabbed 2 handfuls of snow and smushed them against her face. Brat. She flicked my forehead, a small smile on her face, amusement clear in her eyes. Fine, fine. I will allow you a moment's respite due to your progress. We shall convene again on the morrow. She slowly began to sit up, but I yanked her back down. She caught herself, hands digging into the snow to prop herself up over me. What if I don't want you to go? I raised an eyebrow. You play a dangerous game, boyo. Her tone lacking her usual aloofness. There was something else mixed in, her face wasn't so hardened, perhaps even possessing a small bit of longing, but she also was hesitant. I seem to recall you starting this game. She shied away first, slowly pulling herself up, and I didn't stop her this time. Let us end this here. She stood up, wiping the snow from her body. Take the remainder of the day to yourself, she said quietly, before walking away. Geez, what am I even doing? I sat up, staring at my empty surroundings. I cast another healing spell, hovering over myself, feeling the warm sensation flow through my body. Oh gods, that feels amazing. I didn't realize how much I was forcing myself at the end there. Her days-long sparring sessions are brutal. Did I do something wrong, Drake? I let my body fall back into the snow, staring up at the clouded sky. I don't think there's any right or wrong there, just choices to be made. Why do I feel so conflicted then? I sighed, not knowing how to handle this situation. Whatever, let's go beat some undead up, we can take the opportunity to train again. The time I could sneak away to train with the boosted gear was not much. Not that I was keeping it a secret, but it wasn't really something she could help with much, so we never really focused on it much. Alright. I can feel it, we're getting close, maybe we can take those 1 to 2 steps needed to reach Balance Breaker today. And I can focus on just beating up undead things instead of worrying about other nonsense for now. Alrighty, slowly making our way to the end. Just a heads up, I may or may not have a chapter tomorrow, going to check out an apartment after work and don't know how long I'll be gone. As always, if you want to read 5 chapters ahead, or just support me, visit mypat.rayon.com/asteriaforone. Chapter 56, Chapter 55. Look, what if we change the design? You want to achieve a subspecies for the scale male. Not even having achieved Balance Breaker for a month and you're already wanting something different. I pushed myself up off the ground, arm shaking as it was the only thing keeping me from falling on my face. I blew in front of my face to clear a few strands of hair out of my eyes as my arm bent down and my nose just barely touched the ground, only to push myself up again. Not a subspecies, I like how the original scale male works, I want to change out it looks, cosmetically. I breathed out, continuing my push-ups. A subspecies, it was a description on sacred gears. Essentially, they can change based on their user's needs and desires, becoming something unique to that current wielder, thus called a subspecies. For instance, if Drake's scale male, his Balance Breaker, evolved to grow multiple arms to allow me to wield all my swords, that would be a subspecies of his Balance Breaker then. It would a specific addition or alteration unique to me across all his wielders. My eyes looked up towards Drake, or rather the gauntlet sitting on a table with Scathatch as she kicked her feet up and was reading one of the spell books I brought with me. The one on my OG arts, she was curious about that particular school of magecraft and wanted to understand it better. She probably shares similar thoughts with me in this regard, new information is always interesting. I actually asked her to take Drake out, I wanted to see the process by which she did it. And Drake enjoyed being out and about sometimes as well, actually being able to have conversations with other people, or just Scathatch. It didn't hurt me any, and why not make my partner happy when I can? What makes you think I can even do that? The gem on the gauntlet lit up as his words echoed out. You told me some restrictions were loosened, I'm just taking a shot in the dark here. Not end of the world if this doesn't work, but may as well see what options I have. That design is iconic, everyone knows it belongs to me. Well, that's not a denial. I'm not dissing your look, I'm just saying, it isn't optimal for me, it's too bulky. Are you calling me fat? Yes. I said without hesitation, unable to stop myself from smiling. More weight. More weight. Scathatch looked up from her book. More weight. He confirmed. Scathatch nodded, picking up a large boulder sitting next to her chair and tossed it on the one already weighing down on my back. Dick! I shouted as the weight almost made me collapse. I was about to bring my other hand down to catch myself, but either keep one hand off the ground or you can lose one permanently. Scathatch didn't even look up, flipping another page. Yes, ma'am. Oh, take his right, that's the one he uses to. Shut up, you fat dragon. I quickly cut him off. I'll paint the boosted gear white and call it divine boosting, don't test me. I dare you. Boys. Scathatch interrupted, not even raising her voice. Fine. I calmed down. But seriously, it's not good if I'm going to be wielding a sword. What's wrong with it? You did fine against that dragon before. Please, I could have beat it up with a ladle and the results would have been the same. I rolled my eyes. It was designed for a brawler. How many wielders of yours were proper martial artists or did more than just punch things harder? I hate that you have a point. He conceded. Yeah, the vast majority of his previous wielders joined the club of let's punch things as hard as possible. It wasn't particularly their fault, the boosted gear lent itself towards that development right from the get-go. Adding on to the fact that almost all his previous wielders started out as mundane humans, they didn't really have any other options at the start. Sacred gears usually awaken under great stress, not many mundanes are going to take the time to learn something like martial arts or swordsmanship if their lives are being threatened like that. Fastest way to power was the way to go for the majority. Look, I'm not trying to remove your style, it will still be similar, just less bulky and more armorish, to be more like actual armor and not like a Gundam. Like the spikes at the elbows. They limit my full range of motion and interfere with my sword. Have you ever heard about elegance in simplicity? Don't get me wrong, I actually like how the balance breaker looks, but it's just not practical for me. Changing it into something resembling armor is the best course of action. I already have a few thoughts in my head on how to go about it. Fine, I will consider your words, draw me some sketches and maybe I will change the design. Dre grumbled. I'm sure we can find something you like and will work well with my abilities. What are you up to? Scathatch asked. Just past 1300. I replied, pushing myself up. You were supposed to do 1,000. She just stared up, blinking. I shook the rocks off of me with a loud thump and stood up, my arms were sore and I moved them around to get the stiffness out. Meh. I shrugged. She just shook her head with a small smile on her face. Well, that is a good warm-up I suppose. She reached out and her spear jetted towards her open palm. Prepare yourself. I smiled, letting my swords fly out. I leaned back, enjoying the feeling of hot water washing over my entire body. The feeling of my bruises being subsumed under the warmth was something I couldn't quite describe. There was a hot spring behind Teacher's Castle, and I apparently just now found out, after being here almost a year because someone didn't tell me. Bitch. How's the water? I opened my eyes, looking up, unable to keep the surprise off my face. My teacher stood there, Scathatch, right above me, completely naked. Error. Reboot in progress. How long do you intend to stare? She laughed, walking over to the ledge and dipping her feet in. It would be difficult to describe how beautiful this woman was. And the confidence she walked around under my gaze, she truly did not feel any amount of shyness to be naked in front of me. As long as I can. I shot back. On a side note, that illusion did do her justice. Her lips curled up, amused at my words. Perhaps there is hope for you yet. She slid down into the water, allowing her ample cleavage to stay just above the water line. I have seen heaven, death no longer scares me. Are you just here to tease me? I asked, turning my gaze away, but the image was forever burned into my mind. I doubt any healthy man with a desire for the fairer sex would forget something like that. Perhaps it is just a side benefit. She smirked, scooting closer to me. Does it make you uncomfortable? She said shyly, using her arms to push her breasts together. Her eyes locked with mine for a moment before she broke down and started laughing. You're so similar to Satanta yet so different, he wouldn't have waited even a moment to jump me. Don't compare me to that mutt. I scowled. The very epitome of every hole is a goal. I thought with a certain part of my body, often, but I at least had some standards. Shall I also teach you my friendship of the thighs then? She stood up, looking right at me. Isn't that what you said before, you were taken by my legs? She gave a sultry look. It is my duty to teach you everything I can. I don't know how to answer that question. I don't think I've ever been in a situation like this before, and I find myself uncertain on how to proceed. I'm no stranger to a woman's touch, but this was just something else. I believe I owe you a reward after all. She got close enough to whisper in my ear. How about it, do you wish to share my bed tonight? You merely have to say the words. Was she trying to get me to give in? Was it just some sort of game to her? I was tempted, oh why was I so tempted, but I also had my own pride. I turned to face her, my hand coming up to gently caress her cheek. Our faces were a breath apart. Gently, I placed my lips against hers for a brief moment. No thank you, I replied, breaking away. The look on her face was one I would treasure, the look of utter bewilderment at my declaration. Has anyone ever said no to her like this? I'm sure she's used to any men she propositions to practically jump at the chance. Hell, it took a lot more willpower than I was willing to admit to decline. Even so, I couldn't help but smile at her dumbfounded expression. I'm proud of you. Drake said I got out of the hot springs, leaving my teacher to her own thoughts. Though I am curious as to why you didn't, you know. Fuck. I couldn't help but chuckle. I'm not a child, I said, shaking my head. But to be honest, I'm not 100% sure myself. I think it just feels kind of cheap, like she wasn't really into it beyond pure fucking, and if we crossed that line. I don't think I could stop myself from falling, and it would make our relationship awkward if it was just my one-sided affections. Alright, another chapter is out. Sorry for missing yesterday, was out and about doing some apartment hunting. The market right now is just so fucking brutal, every place I find has like a billion applicants ahead of me, so frustrating. Anyways, if you want to support me or read 5 chapters ahead, visit mypatreon.com/asteriaforone. Chapter 57, Chapter 56. The past few days had been odd. Particularly, the relationship between me and Scathatch had taken a strange turn. She was acting different than usual, well, somewhat different than usual. Touches that lingered a little bit longer, excuses to get closer, less venomous with her words when the mood struck her. I mean, she would still go for the metaphorical jugular when the opportunity presented itself, but there was no bite there like before. I thought for sure she would be more distance, or perhaps even annoyance, yet it seemed like the exact opposite. Don't get me wrong, she still kicked my ass without any remorse, her spear still drilled holes in me when I revealed any openings, and even when I didn't. She at no point was willing to concede a defeat to massage my ego, her spear remained ruthless and precise. Her job as a teacher was never compromised. It's just, I suppose she was acting more gentle. Truthfully, I didn't know how to take it. When did I even start feeling this way towards her? I had no intention of even starting something like this. It isn't like I seek out anything with a nice pair of legs to woo or develop feelings for. With Meridia, I liked her immediately, so I took a chance, even against better judgment. There was no need to complicate things, I was even prepared for rejection. It all worked out in the end, and I still care about her dearly. This time away was something that grated on me. I looked forward to when I can see her again, to hear her voice, hold her in my arms. I could only sigh, shaking my head. Artoria was a bit similar but also different. That relationship is still rather ambiguous, and I don't know if it will even develop further, but after about a year away, I still think of her fondly and these lingering feelings still persist, so more than willing to give it a shot if she's open to it as well. I suppose I started off with a good opinion of her from my childhood. Having my mother take me to watch a King Arthur play, something rare in Japan, and I became obsessed with that until some other whimsical thing took my attention. Some of my fondest memories, I would be lying if I said that didn't skew my initial perception of her. But I quite enjoyed her temperament, her dry sense of humor and her overall personality. Relationships have been started on less. But I still need to talk to her about everything, and I don't know what her thoughts will be. I refuse to start a relationship on lies. Scathatch is, I don't know. Physically, I can objectively say she is one of the most beautiful women I've ever laid my eyes on. From that alone, she garners a certain amount of attraction, and anyone who tells you that physical attraction is irrelevant is a liar. It's not the most important thing in a relationship, but it's damn well important to be attracted to your partner. She can be extremely vicious, bloodthirsty, and downright fierce when she gets into certain moods. Yet, she's never wantonly cruel, and I can't help but find that side of her attractive as well. Not to mention those times where she can just act rather cutely. Drake, what do I do? I asked my partner. You seriously asking me? He said incredulously. I don't really have anyone else right now. I grumbled. Dragon relationships aren't really something you would want to imitate. I think I heard Drake sigh. I've been around humanity enough to understand them better than most of my kind, but I still don't care about a lot of issues you lot face in such things. That's true, I guess a dragon wouldn't really care about such things like dating or courting. Actually, you would be surprised. My first mate, I courted her with treasures and powerful prey. Huh, how did that turn out? I actually didn't know much about Drake's past. She was a wonderful mate, strong, with glistening purple scales. Dryag began to reminisce, her fire had this purple hue to it as well, it was beautiful even if it couldn't match my own. Even our daughter inherited her mom's coloring. Daughter. I was genuinely surprised. Did you think I haven't had children in the past? Drake chuckled. I am very old, brat. I can't boast about the age some of these gods walking around with, but even your teacher is still young compared to me. What about your kids, what happened to them? I truly never heard of this before, his children should have been powerful. They died many centuries ago. My son and daughter, barely more than whelps when they were killed. His voice turned quiet. I have not had children since then. After that, I suppose I never found a proper mate again. Though, I think I may have come close with Tiamat, but then I screwed that up. Tiamat, the goddess of life and creation, specifically of salt water. I was surprised to hear about that as well. Not so much a goddess these days, she no longer has any divinity. The whole separating her body to make heaven and earth was somewhat literal. It was half of her divine half that was used to make what the ancient Mesopotamians considered the world. She only retained her draconic nature. Honestly, the era back then was similar to your layers that existed in this world. An interesting thought, I hadn't even contemplated how that world operated that long ago, what logic dictated things. I wasn't around back then, but from what I understand, the world was quite literally bigger before humanity took over. That's to be expected, belief and imagination drive many metaphysical concepts. If humanity started turning away from divine explanations, then things world react accordingly, especially if the more wondrous side of the world was prominent among the more prolific race. Though I also had one thought clear in my mind. Tiamat, one of the dragon kings, perhaps one of the most powerful beings in that world, is diminished. There was a hierarchy for dragons back in Drake's world. At the very top you have Ophis, the infinite dragon god and Great Red, the apocalypse dragon of dreams, the undisputed most powerful dragons. Then you have the heavenly dragons, Drake and Albion. Right below them you have the dragon kings, of which Tiamat is the strongest, just barely beneath the level of a heavenly dragon. Yup, if she had her divinity still, maybe only Ophis and Great Red could boast about being stronger dragons. Wow, it's not often that even Drake would admit being inferior, even if it were a blatant truth. It really is a scary thought about how many powerful things are running around over there. Granted, most of them retreated from the greater world and usually just stay in their own little realms, but still, there are so many potential calamities that may come up, it's kind of absurd. Even if most of them can't hold a handle to the spider or the wolf, is there really a need to measure the difference if either side can start an extinction event for humanity? To make an extreme example, who cares if one side can blow up a continent while the other can blow up a country if you're staring either in the face? Well, I'm not quite at that level right now, unless I was willing to sacrifice myself, that is. A limitless ether cannon is a fairly nice deterrent for such things. And Juggernaut Drive. I think most things there would hesitate if I threatened them with that. I pushed such thoughts aside and continued on with what I came out over here to do before I got sidetracked. A swipe of my sword, and a dead tree fell to the ground. I grabbed a hold of it and started pulling it back towards the castle and in front where I dug a nice little pit. Cutting it up into smaller pieces for firewood, I started to get a nice little bonfire going while I took out some food stuff I grabbed back in Skyrim. I forgot about this, some of the beef I managed to pick up from a butcher before I left. I wonder if it'll taste different from the beef I'm used to. Skyrim cows are a different breed, almost like yaks with their long hair coats for the winter weather. How to cook these? Barbecue would be great, some nice beef ribs, but unfortunately, I don't have any good sauce. I guess I'll go with a dry rub then. Are you cooking something? Scat Hatch sneaked up on me, peering over my shoulder, lips only an inch away from my ear. I tensed up slightly, only for her to laugh and inspect what I was setting up. You have a lot of things I haven't seen before. She poked some of the herbs I set out in a pile to taste them. They came from a world not of Gaia. I said simply. Fascinating. Her eyes lit up at such a thing. That sword you use as well, it seemed different. Am I to assume it did not come from here? I assume she was talking about Dawnbreaker. Yeah, it was a gift from a goddess over there. It was rather difficult to explain exactly what Meridia was, but to call her a goddess wasn't incorrect. She sat there, watching me intently as I prepared everything. You would make a good wife, I'm sure any man would be happy to have you. Her lips curled up as I glanced over to her. Well, at least one of us would be. I shot back, raising my eyebrow. Oh ho, it seems your tongue has become sharper than your sword, but I suppose that is not much of a threshold to overcome. She replied without hesitation. Damn, she is ruthless. I don't think this is a battle I can win. You appear to be used to those by now. She smirked. Good, just keep kicking him while he's down. Drake started laughing. Yeah. Wilhelm gets beat up, funny. I rolled my eyes, used to her insults at this point, though I felt no malice in her words. Getting your ass kicked many times by the same person has a way of blunting certain parts of your ego. Ah, is your pride wounded? Shall it kiss it better? She walked up, practically draping herself off me. You're blushing. She laughed, poking my cheek. I am not. I refuted, slapping her hand away. She only laughed harder as I huffed in embarrassment. Why does she get me so easily? I'm usually the one doing this, not used to being on the other side of the fence. There will be turnabout eventually. I grumbled. Good luck with that, boyo, I'm not some blushing virgin. She chuckled. Oh, I will find out your weakness and exploit it ruthlessly. Whatever. I shrugged, regaining my composure, and shifted the conversation. You know, I don't really know much about you. She looked up from the fire. What exactly is there to know? Have my tales not survived in the outside world? I'm aware of the legends and myths, the immortal which have done scathe, but beyond that, I have no idea who Scathatch is. There is not much to speak of. She got comfortable, sitting down and enjoying the warmth of the flames. I was born nobility, a mother, a father, and a sister. I ruled as one should, and then I eventually took this realm as my own. Her words were blunt, glossing over my intent. I see, forget I asked then. I just sighed, it seemed like she didn't want to speak about the past. Her gaze seemed to soften slightly. I suppose there are a few things I recall. She looked up at the sky. I spent many days of my youth walking along the shores of my home. I guess I still miss the salty air that one breathes in by the ocean. She smiled slightly. My sister and I never got along. Back then it wasn't as extreme as it was later in life, but we always fought over the simplest things. Mother always had to intervene while father tried to sneak us wooden weapons when they got particularly intense. I couldn't help but smile lightly. It wasn't much, but it was something. Looks like the food is done, I said calmly, removing it from atop the fire and dividing it evenly. There were not many words spoken as we enjoyed our meal in peace, yet, the silence did not seem to hold any awkwardness, nor any negativity. It was pleasant, and it appeared she enjoyed it as well. It has been many years since I have partook in a cooked meal. She smiled wistfully, a genuine smile appearing on her face. Thank you. That smile, it made my heart skip a beat. I would be glad to cook for you anytime. I guess I need to make you my wife then. She said quietly, a small chuckle escaping from her lips as she leaned back. Well, I can't say I would hate it. Careful there, to tease an old woman like me with something like that, I may just make good on my words. She shook her head, her smile disappearing into something more neutral as she stood up, brushing herself off. I think it's finally time to pass down my runes to you. Alright, it's almost time for primordial runes. Woo. I wonder what's gonna happen. Well, if you want to find out, you can read up to 5 chapters ahead over on my patreon.com/AstriaForone, or just support me if you want to. My coffee addiction must be fed. Oh, and before I forget, if anyone has any idea on armor designs they want to share for Drake's Balance Breaker, feel free to post them on this comment. I'll check them all out because I am still in the market. Chapter 58, Chapter 57. One thing that seemed to take me by surprise was how intimate that ritual to pass down the primordial runes was. Very little was known about primordial runes, even between me and Zelretch, who boasted knowledge that some people couldn't fathom. We knew striking little. Yet, that was still leagues ahead of mages in the modern era. First off, we were naked. I may have had something to say, perhaps she was just messing with me. No. She was serious, that kind of look you get when you know not to mess around. Every action she performed, every movement she took, they were precise, calculated, and done with the utmost sincerity. We started off with a sacrifice to Odin. To say the gods of old are gone is a bit wrong. Yes, the age of gods has ended, and all divine spirits that remained retreated to the reverse side of the world where fantasy still reigns, but that didn't mean they were technically gone. Even with those ones who actually died in history. Manipulation over the world axis. It was something divine beings were capable of. Well, I suppose the more powerful of the lot were. You wouldn't see a mountain god or something like that from the east having the kind of power to manipulate the world line. The time axis was the same. Yes, gods of old could reach across the time axis to mess with the current era. It wasn't a good idea because of the counterforce retaliating, but it was possible. Well, this place might be a tad different. It was pretty much separated from the normal world. Interference here wouldn't even garner much attention of the wrong sort. She didn't explain exactly what was going on, but I could only assume she was trying to win the Norse god's favor or blessing. Perhaps it was rather automated, like certain systems back in my old world, or maybe it requires actually grabbing the god's attention so he can send his blessings across the time axis. Several pyres, were set up to burn offerings. We had no living beings to offer up, and I think we both would vehemently refuse a human sacrifice, but there also weren't any animals around to give up either. Instead, we would be appealing to the war god aspect of Odin. For the ritual, we each hunted prey, captured them, and offered those up. Undead that could fight servants. Not win, mind you, but they could trade some blows with beings of that caliber before getting crushed. I guess that only served to add the immensity of the whole situation. I know for a fact she would have gloated or made fun of me for getting less than her. No doubt she had quite the easy time finding several while I only brought back one. Did I mention we were naked? It was weird. I didn't understand the exact reason, but I could tell it was a necessity here. After we grabbed our living sacrifices, we added more things. I was advised to add knowledge unto the offering, secrets I could part with that the god would find worthy. An easy enough thing. I supplied knowledge from worlds outside the one-eyed god's purview that should give him something to look at. There were other things, certain ideas and items that corresponded to his particular authorities, his domains of influence. Fear, war, death, poetry, warriors, magic, wisdom, rage, and many other domains he can claim as his own. Symbols were drawn on our bodies with blood, lines, words with meanings have been lost to time. After she was done, most of our skin was completely covered with these strange things. We sat down, my back facing her as she placed a hand on my back. It was only at this point that I realized what it meant for primordial runes to be passed down. She was engraving them onto my soul. It was painful, different than most would experience pain. She wasn't harming me, wasn't mutilating my soul, it was more like a tattoo. And each time she moved, the blood on my body was absorbed, seemingly connected to her writings. As she finished the first one, I now understand many things that were lost on me previously. Primordial runes, they were basically purer concepts. They come infinitely closer to the truth, that is to say, they draw their power directly from the root. Almost like cheat codes to reality. It was a bit more than that as well, they were basically imbued with Odin's own authority. When he sacrificed his eye in the well to gain his wisdom, he developed these runes, this language that allows one to fundamentally alter the world around them. It made sense why they had to be passed down in such a manner, to be literally inscribed onto my soul. The materialization of concepts, it was the most apt description of their use. The modern runes, the ones derived from these, the version I was familiar with, I could see just how hollow they were in comparison. To say they were mere knockoffs, it didn't do it justice. It was like taking a masterpiece of art and comparing it to something a toddler threw paint on. It was beautiful. But they weren't omnipotent, despite their obscene power. Equivalent exchange. There was a reason that even Scathatch didn't use them lightly, and stuck to the derivative version, the ones called modern runes for most situations. How long did she work? I don't know, I got too lost in the process, looking inward to see her draw each and every primordial rune onto me, even being careful to work around Drake that was housed right next door. I could hear her heavy breathing on my skin, her arm on my back putting on more weight to prop herself up. Finished. She said lightly, the words barely registering my ear as the last rune is added. Almost on K, she practically fell over. I caught her, bringing her to her feet, making sure she didn't kneel over. Her legs wobbled as she braced herself on my shoulders. I'm fine, let's. Something shifted, something was happening. Scathatch looked up at the sky, being indistinctly connected to the realm, she probably knew what was happening more than me. I could feel something, I didn't know how to change it, but something was coming. The clouds in the sky began to swirl, shift and change until they began to form a face. One that bared right down on us. Allfather, King of Gods, Odin. Scathatch shouted, with an amount of respect in her voice I had yet to see. May I ask why you have graced my realm with your presence? My eyes widened at the proclamation. I dared not utter a single word, his presence was heavy, just merely existing in this minimal capacity, his gaze on me, I couldn't help but shudder under the weight. He didn't speak for a moment, just merely looking until his head, the projection of his face in the sky abruptly turned towards a very familiar mountain. Boom. The peak of the mountain I climbed, it shattered, a massive black hand, seemingly made entirely of shadows and death shot out towards the sky. The King of Gods stared, contempt clear on its face. Wretched thing, die with some dignity at least. He snorted. The words echoing every corner of this desolate realm. As the words rang in my ears, the mountain disappeared, a massive crater now in its place. The thing that gave me pause, possibly a divine creature that was killed and or sealed under the mountain, was seemingly destroyed with but a thought. Odin, King of Gods. A head of a pantheon, he was unfathomably powerful. Which that resides in the Shadowlands. Odin's voice reached our ears again, his eyes turning back to us. Another pitiful existence, do you also wish for death? His words lacked the obvious contempt from before, it was almost like pity, but he didn't elaborate. He visibly shifted from Scathatch and looked at me now. Child from another world. He spoke with no small amount of interest. wielder of your age's great magics. What have you come here for, Odin? Scathatch stepped in front of me, grabbing his attention once again. She was still respectful in her tone, but more direct. Unknown knowledge drew my attention. He seemed amused by Scathatch's frankness. Scathatch summoned her spear. I didn't understand what was going on, but she seemed ready for battle. Even with her face flushed red, sweat dripping down, and her breathing ragged, she would dare point her spear at the king of gods. He is my student, she declared. You cannot have him. Oh, shit, that's what's happening. This is not for you to decide. He narrowed his eyes. I have granted my blessings for the ritual. We have provided remuneration, offerings of every kind. Umph. He snorted, the realm literally shook. Undead creatures and trinkets. I will take my price, you may stand to the side, witch. As soon as he spoke, a pressure fell down on me, like something was drilling into my body. Begone. Another voice joined in on this already absurd situation. A familiar golden light erupted from inside me. Meridia. I said quietly, looking at a new figure that bore the full brunt of Odin's touch. When? How? As much as I wanted to answer, now clearly was not the time. Foreign god, you dare? Odin's voice filled with anger, the sky changed color, the ground rippled. A mere blessing stands in front of me. A blessing, she blessed me without me even knowing. A small amount of power that activated to protect me. Did she assume that another god would focus on me at some point and did this without my knowledge? I looked at Meridia, she was lifeless. I don't think there was any kind of sentience, more like a protection protocol hardwired into this bit of divine might. Odin showed obvious anger, yet he didn't make a move. I don't think he was here in any capacity that could overcome Meridia's own power that was currently enveloping me. He was projecting himself from a different time period, that in of itself must have drawn an insane amount of power and effort to accomplish. It was unlikely he could do much more than that in this current situation. No, he was already pushing his permissions. If he tried to do more than this, I don't think the world would stay silent, even if this was the land of shadows. The small strand still connecting this place to the world made certain actions undesirable. The giant face in the sky basically sneered. I shall have what I desire, even if I must take a different route. He looked towards Scathatch. He wanted the things I knew, why? I didn't know any secrets that could possibly sway him this much. I couldn't even begin to understand how this god thought. I looked over to Scathatch again. She was barely standing up, my heart sunk. My eyes turned up towards Odin. I felt a rage inside that I hadn't in many months. Draig. I shouted, the gauntlet appearing on my hand. Something came for her, probably so sweep her up and perhaps use her as a negotiation for whatever it is he wanted since he couldn't take it from me by force. Pierce, I growled, shooting whatever magics or divine power were coming towards Scathatch, my conceptual attack strong enough to disperse whatever it was he was doing. Mortal. His gaze once again turned to me. A dragon in a gauntlet, thou dares raise arms against me. Meridia did nothing, almost just like a shield. She wasn't truly here, just a wisp of power to protect me that will probably only react to an attack. Child, don't do, Scathatch tried to speak, but I cut her off. I took another step forward, clearly between her and the god in the sky, drawing a metaphorical line in the sand. Draig, how powerful is he? I said quietly, but I had no doubt Odin heard me because the face contorted in anger. The only reason he didn't try to smite me right there and then was Meridia watching over me. The amount of power this sliver of him possessed, it was clearly limited. I would have torn apart this divine projection with ease in my prime. Unfortunately, I don't know if he would be able to even with Balance Breaker unlocked. Doesn't matter, I refuse to allow her to come to harm. If I must fight a god, so be it. I took a deep breath, staring right up at the god who looked down on me. I, who am about to awaken. You've barely awakened Balance Breaker. If you try to force this too, brat, Juggernaut Drive isn't something the current you can handle. It's a death wish. This won't be a repeat of you forcing Balance Breaker like before. Draig's words echoed in the back of my mind. But an invisible force seemed to carry along with my words, like a pressure of its own to match what was already emitting from the sky. A god of wisdom, he could understand my intentions immediately, to see through what I was about to do. What caught me off guard was the fact that the god began to laugh. It was hearty, almost whimsical in a nature as he let out his long bellows. Mortal, you amuse me. He finally spoke, and the pressure he was emitting almost immediately disappeared. Take my blessing. The eyes on the projection lit up, and something shot into my body. Nothing harmful I could assume, as Meridia did not move either. At that, the clouds dispersed, whatever was peering over the vast distance of time and space had gone with it and the realm returned to its peace. When the god disappeared, so too did the fake Meridia that stood in my presence, but try as I did, I could not find any source of her divine touch inside of me. Something to think about for later. Foolish boy. Scathatch grabbed my shoulders. Do you understand how close you have come to death just now? Yes, but how could I live with myself if he did something to you? I said quietly. You, silly child. Her expression softened considerably, only for her to shake her head. A god's greed is not something so easily dissuaded. I should have considered such a thing, to present unknown knowledge to a god who rules over wisdom. The only thing that can stop it is their own fickle nature. If you hadn't earned his approval by daring to challenge him, if he was in a different mood, the same actions could have just as well condemned you. Yeah, many ifs were there, many things could have gone wrong, but there wasn't really any chance to think things through. Scary. I don't ever want to be in a situation like that again, to feel my existence continues only at the whim of another being. My thoughts were broken as I quickly went to catch Scathatch, who almost fell to the ground. Her spear escaped her grip, landing on the cold soil below. Her eyes were closed, her breathing still just as heavy, almost swaying in place. She was very much overextending herself. To even have considered defending me in this situation, it made my heart beat just a little faster. I picked her up, cradling her gently in my arms and keeping her spear in my ring for now. I took her back to her castle, finding the master bedroom, almost completely untouched. I laid her gently in the bed, pulling the covers over her. Stay. A hand gently grabbed on my hand. I saw her eyes half opening, peering into my own. Please. Her voice was gentle and sweet in a way I had trouble processing. She looked so vulnerable, completely different than how she normally portrays herself. The ritual must have taken so much out of her to perform, even ignoring what came after and the stress that she probably felt at the time. I didn't need to speak, I think I answered her back with my actions. I slowly climbed into the bed with her, I felt her arms wrap around me, her face burying in my chest. Her heartbeat could be felt, and her breath tickled against my skin. I couldn't help but push a few strands of hair out of her face, and she made a noise I doubt she was conscious of. Why was she so cute like this? She fell asleep almost immediately, and I wasn't far behind her. Another chapter is here. Primordial runes, woot. But some uninvited guests appear, and let me be clear, the gods in Nasuverse and like 99% assholes. So my thoughts right now are Odin wanted the Eye of Magnus and knowledge related to it for reasons that may or may not involve words like lost belt. Whether I use that plot point in the future, I'm still unsure. And a surprise Meridia appears, if only a small little divine blessing. Sneaking a little bit of her power into him when he didn't notice. MC threatening to use Juggernaut Drive and trade with Odin's projection across the time axis, seemingly brought respect from the old god, and they are rather fickle creatures. And hey, having the personal blessing of one Odin couldn't possibly cause any issues in other worlds, right? Anyways, if you want to read 5 chapters ahead or just support me, visit my pat.rayon.com/astriaforone. Chapter 59, Chapter 58. I woke up with hair tickling my nose. That familiar purple hair, resting right below my chin, burying itself deep into my body, only a few strands swaying at the movement of my breath. Scathatch was surprisingly clingy when she slept. I don't think she let me go even once during the night, and even now, she was wrapped around me. I didn't particularly mind, I suppose I prefer being the big spoon. I reluctantly decided to dislodge myself from her embrace, quickly putting a pillow in her arms as I slipped away. I put some spare clothes on I had in my ring, quietly as not to disrupt her sleeping form, but plans don't always pan out. Turning around, I already saw her sitting up, her eyes a little drowsy, but otherwise full aware and awake. Good morning. I offered to break the awkward silence. Are you okay? She looked at me for a moment before sighing, rubbing the bridge of her nose. I am not at 100%, but I recovered a fair amount. The ritual took a lot out of me, spiritually. That was understandable, my mind was still on overdrive trying to analyze these things. What was the phrase often used in various literature, a frog in a well? Yeah, it felt like I saw the true sky for the first time, with regards to runecraft. Come here. She commanded. I just tilted my head, wondering what she was wanting, as I walked over. She pulled my sleeve, almost making me stumble and flicked my forehead, rather hard. Ah wow. I rubbed the spot. The hell do you think you were doing? She stabbed her finger in my chest. I'm your teacher, it's my duty to protect you while under my tutelage. She hissed, hands balling into fists. You stupid boy. Standing up to a fucking divine spirit, ahead of a damn pantheon. She threw her hands up in exasperation. Satanta had been stupid, but you're damn near suicidal. No, you're worse, you're a smart idiot. I don't know what romanticized shite you've read about in your era regarding gods, but they are greedy, manipulative, and vengeful. It is never a good thing to get within their sights, and you waved your cock around like it meant something. You were lucky, extremely lucky. She sneered, looking at me but looking away again with clear anger on her face. I'm sorry, my words cut off as she grabbed me again. She pulled me in, lips pressed against mine, I couldn't help but widen my eyes as I felt her tongue invade my mouth. It was long and passionate, it only ended when she finally decided it was enough. Don't you dare take this the wrong way, I am still absolutely livid with you. She huffed, still clearly angry at my actions. But I'm not so cold that such actions can't move me either. She crossed her arms, looking away from my eyes, and perhaps I was seeing things, but she looked the slightest bit bashful. Get out of my room, go train or something, I don't care. She quite literally kicked me out. I just sighed walking away. It seems like she had a lot on her mind and didn't want me around right now. I found a nice spot outside, and just plopped down, allowing my swords to fly out as I mentally commanded them in the air. Drake, I have no idea what I'm doing. Well, I don't think anyone really is in situations like these. He was silent for a moment before continuing. She seemed pleased that you were willing to stand up for her, even if she hid it behind her anger. Ha! I let out a long breath, falling onto my back, letting snowflakes lightly touch down on my skin. 1 step forward, 2 steps back. At this point, do I even ask her what's going on between us? I still could recall the kiss, vividly, and I doubt that was going away anytime soon. I just shook my head, pushing those thoughts away for now and retrieved a book from my ring, deciding to read it while I let my swords dance around. Scathatch POV. Stupid boy. Stupid, stupid, stupid. I ought to tan his hide, kick his face in until it's entirely unrecognizable. I'm his teacher. When I took him in, it was my duty to watch over him. If I had to die so he lived while under my tutelage, then so be it. How dare he? How dare he willingly put himself in harm's way to merely save this old life? How dare he make me feel things like this, to have my heart beat faster in my chest? He refuses my bed, then he goes and does some nonsense like that, infuriating brat. Maybe we could. No. I can't, to even consider something like that. It would merely be a cruel joke. Regardless, we can't be anything more than teacher or student. I have no continued existence beyond this realm, and to even consider having him stay here, how it would make my heart flutter, but such a thing is cruel beyond measure. How vicious fate is, to dangle something like this, right now, in front of me again. If only he appeared all those years ago, perhaps I would not have decided to venture here and spend eternity in the lands of death and shadow. Such thoughts are no longer allowed to me. I am destined for the loneliness of ice and void. He would not want this old woman's affection anyways. I retrieved sufficient clothing, a small smile rose on my face when I remember the first time he saw me naked. What a cute face he made. I wanted to devour him right there. I could only shake my head and continue to dismiss those thoughts. Regrets. Why does this continue to happen? A pair of red eyes still haunt my memories. I used to see them when I closed my own. History repeating itself, another one came here, and my heart was once again shaken. How many times have I held back now? My desires, my wanting in for both life and death. Do I wish for something? For a way to calm this beating heart with his presence, the warmth to overcome me. Yet, I also wish for death. Dare I ask it of him? To kill me, would it be cruel? Perhaps it is a desire of mine, greater than any other. Would he hate me if I requested this of him? For some reason, the thought of him despising me makes me feel ill, yet. I shook my head, why bother dwelling on such things? He needs a proper reward. This old heart of mine is worth nothing. I will need to think of a way to aid him in his journey after he leaves this realm. I passed on my knowledge, it yet requires refinement, but I do not have much more to teach him. I would give him one of my spears like I had in the past, but he does not wield one. Vexing. I suppose I have not crafted something in quite some time, and I have several spears remaining. Why could I not mold one of them into a sword for him to use? I stepped outside into the cold, the air familiar yet still bites at my skin. He notices me, immediately smiling as I approach. Please don't look at me in such way, my resolve will be shaken. Wipe that smile off your face. I hissed. I told you to train, and you are playing around in the snow. I lashed out, kicking him with my full strength, his body bouncing off the ground as it landed a fair distance away. Gods damn it. He shouted, standing up. If nothing else, he is very adept at taking a beating. It seems my training has been paying off. Stop messing around and come over here. I yelled, holding a wooden box in my arms. Bitch. I heard him shout from the distance. I held back a smile. I was supposed to be angry with him still. It will do no good if I break that mask so easily. I have something for you. I stated as he approached. His annoyance was replaced with interest. A box, amazing. He said, his sarcasm practically dripping from his words. Cheeky little brat, see if I don't beat you up later. Well. I don't dislike his rebellious side, even finding it rather cute. But, as his teacher, such words cannot be allowed to slide. I of course slammed his face into the dirt again. Are you going to behave like a child? Do I need to put you in timeout? Are you going to spank me? Careful with your words, I just may. It has been many years since I've had the touch of a man, and you continue to play this dangerous game. Have I hit you too hard? Do you think you are still dreaming? I smirked, biting back at his words. Now, open this. I shoved the thing into his arms before he continued with his nonsense. This. He lost the correct words to say as he peered inside. A small part of me was taken with pride at his reaction. You made this for me. He looked at me with those eyes again, and my heart felt as if it would jump out of my chest. Why must you continue to torture me like this? No, I planned on giving it to my other student. I rolled my eyes. You daft boy, of course it is for you. Maybe with this you will remember me long after you leave. I guess if I remained in someone's memories in the passing years, it wouldn't be so bad. I thought of your techniques, your sword manipulation ability as well as your runic spells. I used one of my extra spears as the base and modified it into a sword. Runes are carved all along the blade, so it works just as well to stab as it does to cast spells. You should be able to cast runes with it from a distance now. Thank you. He stepped forward and wrapped his arms around me. The sudden action surprised me. He is usually more conservative with things like this, but I don't dislike the frankness either. Yet, I hesitated. I wanted to return such affections, but I did not believe I should. Was it okay to be greedy? Was I allowed to indulge even if it was fleeting? I still had some to teach him. He will remain here for the foreseeable future. My arms returned the gesture. The warm feeling flowing through my body. I guess I can enjoy this even if it won't last forever. Sorry for the no chapter yesterday. I ended up working over 16 hours and didn't get home until after midnight. Some colossal amount of fuck-ups happened at work. Keep in mind that I do mostly administration work with a focus on payroll, so when fuck-ups reach over to me like that, then things truly hit the fan. I'll try my best to get a second chapter out tomorrow, but don't hold your breath. Anyways, if you want to support me or read 5 chapters ahead, visit mypat.rayon.com/*forone. Chapter 60, Chapter 59. I jumped from a tall peak, allowing my wings to glide me down. My swords flew out, cleaving hordes of undead before they could even react. I slammed down into the center, rotten bodies and old bones blown away at my impact. The remaining numbers all turned towards me like a tide. I reached out, Mirage flew into my hand as Dawnbreaker and Ascalon hovered nearby. My newest sword shot up into the air. Whisper, I had been calling it. It was the way it cut through the air due to the runic engravings, it almost sounded like a whisper on the wind. 30 birds. I swung Mirage, the sword phantoms shot out, cleaving more oncoming abominations. Dawnbreaker didn't stay still, its golden light exploding out, burning away all that came into its path. Ruer. A big one came stomping over, half its body skeleton, the other made of rotten flesh with several additional appendages haphazardly attached to its body. Ascalon impaled it in the head, so fast and powerful that its head was utterly blown away at the impact. The undead body falling over, crushing smaller ones. Behind me, a massive spider-like creature emerged from the ground. Dozens of arms adorned its body. It began to spit out a corrosive acid. I stepped back, dodging the splatter's liquid with ease. Withdrawing a talisman from my ring, I slammed it onto the ground. Order. I activated it. A pentagram formed under the spider, connecting to another one a few feet above it in the sky. They connected and obliterated the undead that was stuck inside. Seems wasteful for something on that level. I muttered, flinging a handful of talismans at some oncoming undead. They zipped through, turning into lights and shooting like stars across the distance before dispersing. Hundreds fallen, yet even greater numbers took their place. My body tilted down and I burst forward, slashing into another larger thing. Its rusted armor cleaved through in a single swing. I pivoted on my momentum and lashed out with a horizontal swing, decapitating a dozen or so more. It was easy to dance around the archaic weapons that swung towards me. I could do it quite literally with my eyes closed. Flicking a rune here or there to destroy any who annoyed me in particular. I continued my assault on their endless numbers, my sword never stopping, body parts and more corpses piled up, only to be trampled on by their kin. My eyes shot up, I looked over my work and I realized it was time. My magical energy burst out, and I began to draw a single rune in the air. A primordial rune. It was a shield that Scathatch performed against me in a duel all those months ago. This attack of mine would be indiscriminate, but I wanted to test it out. The runes way up in the sky began to actualize, my whisper taking the job of drawing them under my mental commands. It became darker, clouds gathered, and lightning crackled. A massive figure formed in the air, completely made out of lightning that discharged from these intimidating storm clouds. Thor's hammer. The figure raised up its hammer and slammed it down onto the area. Everything went white, bodies disintegrated, those capable huddled in terror and distress, and even as the power began to die down, only a scorched crater remained. Phew, I let out a breath, my shield fading and whisper returning to my side. Primordial runes still take some out of me. And that last attack looked good, what do you think, Drake? It had good power, the combination of whisper to cast the spell while also not hampering your combat ability is impressive. I shared similar thoughts. If I tried to cast that spell before I came to this realm, well, it would be nearly impossible to actually get off if someone just sat on me and pressured me enough. I ran a hand over whisper, feeling each rune that was engraved. What a wonderful idea, I still can't get over how well this sword worked out. And my new spell worked out amazingly. It wasn't connected to any of the 9 realms as one may think, I already solidified those spells together into their own little category, this was merely another one I created. Different than the Light of Alfheim, Thor's hammer is pure destruction, whereas my Alfheim spell is more cleansing in nature. I don't think it would have any effect on something like an angel. But there are good and bad points about every spell, I wasn't too worried about that little tidbit. I thought for a moment, taking out a piece of parchment and a writing utensil, jotting down a few notes on how the battle went. Well, everything here was cleaning up nicely, time to head back. I walked through the massive castle doors, and I could immediately smell something delectable emanating through the entirety of the stone building. Are you cooking? I saw Scathatch turn around, seeing me walk into the kitchen. To call it a kitchen was like calling a mansion a shelter. I was in the mood. She replied, setting her wooden ladle down next to a large pot. She walked up to me, rather closely, and began running her hand through my hair. It is getting very long, do you wish to cut it? I was a little surprised by her abrupt touches, but I calmed down immediately. This was pretty much par for the course these past several months. I tugged at the length, almost going past my shoulders. I didn't realize I could even have my hair grow, I'm supposed to be a minor shapeshifter. Perhaps an unconscious thought. She offered. Probably. In the back of my mind, I assume it should grow, therefore I do it over time. I pushed my bangs out of my eyes. To be fair, I did like how full my hair felt right now. I watched her step just a tad closer, reach her hands around my head and start fiddling with my hair. She bound it in a small little piece of fabric, giving me a ponytail. How do I look? I asked, our eyes meeting. You will no longer be mistaken for a vagabond. She said evenly, turning around. I quickly wrapped my arms around her. Does that mean you like it? I felt her lean back just ever so slightly, allowing me this moment of closeness. It is something I find attractive. She admitted. Now, release me. She poked my arm. I must finish the meal. I let go, allowing her back to her work, sitting down at the table. Though I think she was messing with me, bending over just a little more than she needed, shaking her rear right in front of my view. You know what would go good with this meal? Some alcohol. I saw her freeze up for the briefest moment before continuing her work. How unfortunate that someone had drank it all. I recall no such thing. She replied without giving anything away on her face. Maybe that's the side effect of drinking all my alcohol in one sitting. I snorted. And I meant that quite literally. I don't even really remember how it started, we had a drinking contest or something like that. To say she outdrank me, that would be like saying the ocean was a nice little puddle. There were times where I was drunk and she did something to make me sober up, just so she could continue to beat me. She is really wonnery when she's intoxicated too. I wouldn't say mean, but she definitely is more aggressive in her desires, be they fighting or something else. Not to mention her words get very sharp as well. Since the incident, our relationship had just become this strange thing and we didn't put any labels on it. When she wasn't in teacher mode, she was almost bashful if I were to give it a term. She was willing to be close, to accept affection. Otherwise, it was warrior queen that did not hold back and was more than willing to kick my ass at the slightest offense, of which I admittedly gave her many reasons. Frankly, it was more of a game at this point. Scathatch walked over to me, setting a plate down, and a bowl of soup she made. I wasn't aware what ingredients she made it with, but it smelled wonderful. Before I could dig in, she plopped herself right down on my lap, looking at me smugly. Yeah, this is how this woman did things. If she wanted something, she merely took it, there was very little hesitation on her part. Not to say she didn't respect boundaries, but she didn't pussyfoot around with her desires. Are you not hungry? She tilted her head to get a look at me in the eyes. Or perhaps, are you hungry for something else? Her lips curled up as she wiggled her butt in my lap. Dangerous. This woman is absolutely dangerous in more ways than one. Truthfully, at this point, I don't know why I still didn't give in. It wasn't really my pride anymore, it's just, for some reason I didn't want to cross that line until something was more official. Not like I was at all a prude, I still was perhaps holding out. Yes, the irony of the reverse in gender roles for this specific situation wasn't lost on me. My hand slid down, grabbing hers lightly as I brought it up, giving it a small kiss. Thank you for making this for me. Maybe you can be a decent housewife after all. She let out a small huff. You would be lucky to have me as your wife. She gently poked me, leaning back into me. I saw her frown slightly and couldn't help but feel a little concerned. Is something wrong? I asked her as she just gazed off into space for a moment. I merely have some thoughts on my mind. She shook her head. Don't mind it, some things I wish to discuss with you later. Enjoy my meal. No other man has ever boasted about this Scathatch cooking for them before. Scathatch trusted forward with her spear, the air distorting with the sheer force. Again and again, in the time it took one to blink, her spear covered my vision. I stood my ground, sword coming up to deflect each one out of the way, at most only a few small cuts on my outer body. Following up, my sword lashed out, sweeping her from side to side, thrust that predicted her movements and attempted to create openings. Her spear spun in ways that almost seemed impossible, her focus was taken to the next level, she practically moved before I even made my attack. Expertly, every attack was also knocked away, deflected or parried, even with the use of a spear this close, she was easily able to defend against me. There was no need to fanciful attacks or destroying the land. This was a match of pure skill, and I wasn't ashamed to admit, I was still far behind her. I don't know how long we continued this little dance, our feet barely moving. I stepped forward to enter range, she defended, and I was pushed back for her onslaught. I barely made it through almost unscathed and pushed my own advantage again. The joyful expression on her face was mirrored with my own, the thrill of combat, my sword moving towards her neck, only for her spear to try and find my heart. Yet, there was no murderous air, no intent to truly kill each other. She was truly a battle maniac. Not in the berserker sense, but the fact that she felt so at home on a battlefield. To trade blows with worthy opponents brought her so much satisfaction. Excellent, she declared, stabbing her spear into the ground. You would have died 100 times in that exchange if it were the you when we met all those months ago. Genuine praise from her while she was in her teacher mode was far and few in between. She didn't mince words, if she said you did a good job, you must have done something right. Praise me more. I said cheekily. She raised an eyebrow, her fist coming up in a threatening manner. Yes, you have graduated from an insect into a mouse. Congratulations. Yes, I couldn't have done it without you. I nodded. Scathatch, the trainer of mice. I see, you wish for a beating. She said simply, not being provoked at my words. At this point, I am more than aware at your proclivities. I of course did the most mature thing in the world and flipped her the bird. All right, get over here you dandy boy, time to take your beating. She deadpanned, cracking her knuckles. Eat a dick. I strategically retreated, very fast, and far away. Her laughter was beautiful, even if it did send shivers down my back. Super duper busy, don't think I'll be able to get that second chapter out today, sorry. Barely was able to get today's chapter out as it was. Anyways, if you want to support me or read 5 chapters ahead, visit mypatrayon.com/asteriaforone. Chapter 61, Chapter 60. I don't know how much time has passed. A similar thought had popped into my head numerous times throughout my stay in this desolate realm. Yet, I couldn't find myself particularly caring anymore. Days, weeks, months. None of that mattered, because I was with someone I have come to care for greatly. Even the cold and death of this place seemed insignificant, every time I saw her smile, it was incomparably warm. Gradually, the amount of training began to decrease. That is to say, she would beat me up less if I were being honest. I don't think that had anything to do with us, she would show no mercy when in teacher mode regardless of everything going on. Demands for certain physical exercises ceased, and her desire to engage in sparring had dropped to a bare minimum. To say it didn't give me pause for concern would be a lie. Still, she would stay by my side whenever possible. Even if we had no words to each other, we were content to merely stay within arm's reach. There began to be days where I didn't even touch my sword. Times when she took me on adventures throughout the land of shadows, or times when I told her stories of the outside world. I don't know how much time had passed, is something I kept telling myself at this point. Because if I kept count I knew I would regret it. But I suppose it didn't matter, certain words I dreaded eventually came, words that made my heart drop in my chest. It is time for you to leave. She didn't even look at me while saying it. Was it a courtesy for me? I don't know if I would want her to see me when those words reached my ears. I still haven't learned enough, I still can't beat you, She turned around, placing a finger on my lips. Silly boy, do you expect to be trained until you surpass me? She gave me a sad smile. You will never be able to surpass me if you stay here. You exist for the outside, to spread your wings there and live your life. You no longer require my tutelage, you can venture forth on your own path now. I wanted to argue, but the look on her face. She didn't give me any room. Come with me, I grabbed her hand, letting my fingers brush against hers. She looked at me, her eyes, I could tell what she was going to say but I couldn't help myself. Please. Her eyes softened considerably, squeezing my hand. I cannot. She pulled away. It's easy, just come with me, I can take you out of here. It's not that simple. She said quietly. You were originally guarding this place, not allowing the dead here to escape, but it's not connected to the world anymore, nothing can escape. Your duty is over, you don't have to stay here any longer. I pointed out. Yes, nothing here can leave anymore. She mimicked my words. I just stared at her in confusion before a horrifying realization came across me. You can't leave either. My age has passed, I persisted because I became something no longer human. She quietly explained. You're bound here, not in a metaphorical way, if I were to forcefully take you from this place. Scathatch shook her head. It would be the most unpleasant death one could imagine. Bound, it was quite literal. This place sustained her existence, but it also was her prison as much as any of the abominations that still walked its snowy tundra. A death by being forcibly separated, maybe it would be worse than persisting here through eternity. No. There has to be a way, we can think of something. I quickly tried to reassure her, but she had a resigned look on her face. I don't want to lose you. I couldn't help but have some tears form at the corners of my eyes. You sweet boy. She gently moved her hand up, cupping my cheek, thumb wiping away the liquid. Just because it wasn't for a lifetime, it doesn't mean this time we spent together wasn't wonderful. You need to let go, I no longer belong outside. I don't care. I clenched my teeth. Fuck the world, fuck that nonsense. I'll think of something. I clenched my fists, and my mind was turning up blank. What if I? She flicked my forehead, a scowl forced on my face. If you were about to suggest staying here with me, I will become very angry. She shook her head again, a bittersweet smile replaced her previous annoyance. I won't allow you to waste your life searching for something that does not exist. She looked hesitant, she wanted to say something, but the words didn't seem to form. Don't let this old woman drag you down. There's something you're not telling me. I immediately pressed. Such a thing was unlike her, to actually not speak her mind and look so reluctant. Please don't ask, my resolve will shatter. Her words barely a whisper to my ears. Tell me. I pressed again. She turned away. Kill me. What? I couldn't help but have my eyes widen in surprise. Kill me. Her eyes hardened. Take your blade, and defeat me, plunge your sword through my heart. How could I possibly do something like that? I was taken back by her sudden request, my brain practically coming to a halt, unable to properly process her words. I am no longer human, I exist as something that will never die a natural death. My existence turned into curse, she stated. I have killed gods, men, demons, and everything in between. I no longer age, I will no longer die, I have turned into something that is immortal. My happiness is that I was able to raise warriors such as you throughout my existence. No one will ever reach here again, my purpose has thoroughly been extinguished. No. Her words were heavy, filled with countless emotions she had been holding in for who knows how long. Please, allow me to die as a person, spear held high, the warrior I wish to be. To ask of me something like this, knowing how I feel. I couldn't find the correct words. You are. I know, I am a cruel woman. There were tears streaking down my face at this point. If it were possible, for you to exist outside this realm, would you go with me, content to stay by my side? Yes. She answered immediately, no hesitation in her voice. I wiped away my own tears, regaining my composure. I clenched my fists. I was overcome with anger, sadness, and almost everything in between. I wanted to shout and scream, but the thought of ruining the possibly last few moments with her made me crush those impulses. To ask something like this from me, are you ready to pay the price? My mind raced, I tried to think of many different solutions to this problem, but one thing stuck in my mind for now. I started to create a plan in the back of my head. Anything you want is yours. I declared. For now on, you are mine. Of course, this Scathatch will forever be yours. She smiled brightly, enough to make me almost break down. Good, because I'm greedy and possessive. You're my woman, and I refuse to ever give you up. I stepped forward, placing my lips against hers, she returned my kiss just as passionately. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. To finally have her, for her to be mine, and yet, it felt so hollow. Fine. I'll kill you then, if you want to die like this, even if a part of my dies along with you. I couldn't ever deny a request when you look at me like that anyways. But this will not be goodbye, you promised me. You are my woman now, and I refuse to ever give you up. Our lips parted, and a mutual understand formed between us. I don't think either of us would drag this out, my resolve was already starting to crumble just from seeing her face. I withdrew my swords, boosted gear appear on my hand and all my enhancement spells covered my body. I remember the words she first said to me when I entered this realm. Defend yourself. But there was no excitement on my face, only a bitter look of determination. I limped across the snow, pulling along several wooden logs, stacking them up nice and tidily, into a funeral pyre. There was dried and frozen blood all over my body. Clothes had been torn to shreds, and I had new holes in several places. Even with copious amounts of magical healing, I was barely on my feet, yet, I couldn't stop moving. Even if it was painful, even if the tears wouldn't stop falling, I couldn't cease my steps. I set everything up, taking out flowers to set alongside the pyre, to make it acceptable for someone like her, a proper send-off. Alchemic resources, precious commodities, but this was far more important. I retrieved her body, eyes closed, a content smile on her face, and I almost dropped to my knees alongside her. In my heart, I knew this was only temporary, I was already devising plans, but I couldn't help it. Gently, I placed my lips on her forehead, giving her one last goodbye. I made sure to tidy up her body, wipe away any blood stains, not that were many. A small stream that had dripped down her lips, and a small wound right above her heart. One last time for who knows how long, I held her in the arms and carried her to the last leg of her journey involving this wretched place. I would not allow this place to claim her corpse, for it to be defiled by the disgusting things here. Setting everything up, putting her on the pyre and finishing my last touches, I looked over her again. Fuck you. I spat out. I tried to be angry, but I think the tears made me look just pathetic. Fuck you for making me love you, then asking me to do something like this. I wiped my hand across my eyes again. I slowly drew a single rune in the air, and flicked it towards the pyre. It ignited without any effort, the flames overtaking the wood in a matter of seconds and the fire reaching high up into the air. And fuck you for letting me win. We both know I lost that fight. I was going to kick her ass the next time I saw her. I don't care what I have to do, I will bring you back and I'll never allow you to leave me again. I just need to get my hands on a holy grail. Author's notes. Bring on the hate. But seriously, I had this planned since day one. Alright, spoilers ahead, I'll share my thoughts on why I did what I did. So, I wanted a training arc for the MC, introduce Scathatch and such, but I didn't quite want a traveling companion for him just yet. And let's be clear, Scathatch is coming back, I don't think I was at all ambiguous about that. It also segues into a few other character introductions and plot points for the future. I.e. heading to Apocrypha for the Super Mega Ultra Holy Grail War, or something like that. Also, I thought Scathatch being a servant would be more interesting to write, given her noble phantasms and such, even if she is weaker than her living version. So I also chose not to include a fight scene. I did in fact start to write one out at some point, and then I realized, what's the point? To drag out the angst. It really served no purpose, it was clear what was going to happen, and he basically said at the end that Scathatch let him win, which he is angry about. So, yeah, training arc ends on a low note, couple more chapters spent in Fate, then we head back to DxD for a bit and introduce some more characters and some stuff happens. Anyways, thoughts, concerns, or if you just want to bitch at me, I do read the stuff if you post it. Honestly, I love reading the memes that people post, really brightens up my day. If you want to read 5 chapters ahead, support me, or get angry at me on different medium, check out my patreon.com/AstriaForone. Chapter 62, Chapter 61. I walk through the half-broken castle one final time. I've spent many days here, not ever fully exploring it, yet I couldn't bring myself to do so even now. Neither of us seemed to care for this structure in our battle, it being an early casualty. I wasn't looting, some things I had a small urge to grab, but my current emotions eroded any excessive greed I may usually contain. No, I only took one item throughout the entire estate. A painting of Scathatch along with her family. How young she looked then. She never spoke much about them, but in the master bedroom, in her room, she had a single painting hanging over the mantel. I figured she would appreciate this at some point. The other item, I still kept in my hand, never letting it out of my grip once I sent her off on her final mortal journey. Her cursed spear. Geebalg. There were many Geebalgs, the beast she crafted them from was rather large. The most famous one she gave to Siyu Chilin, while keeping the remainder for herself. I have no idea where the others are, at least one went into the making of my sword, but other than that I had no idea. I didn't know what to do with it, I didn't want to leave it here for something to pick up and desecrate, so I took it as well. Even if it brought me more unpleasant feelings, keeping it so close. With a sigh, I put it into my ring along with the painting. I didn't want to stay here any longer, it was hurting too much. With a thought, I pulled on the kaleidoscope and appeared at the spot from which I entered this realm. The tether was still in place, even if the obvious portal was gone. Don't want anything to leave that wasn't supposed to. While I doubt anything could survive for any meaningful time outside, something strong enough could still cause issues for a little bit. With a wave of my hand, the portal reformed and I stepped through. The harsh cold, the scent of death and decay disappeared. I didn't realize how used to it I actually was until I finally left. No longer did it feel like something was looking over my shoulder constantly. No more did I feel a biting cut into my skin every time I stepped outside. Even if I was high up on a mountain, it was warmer than I had felt in years at this point. How long was it? I looked up into the sky, seeing the sun had long disappeared and replaced with the moon. Both of which were something I hadn't seen in a long time. A little over 2 years if my guess is correct. Drake answered. He had been quiet since the fight. How were you even able to keep track of time? I asked in mild surprise. Experience. Oh, right. I turned my eye, seeing the familiar signs of the kaleidoscope being used. Zelretch stepped out, flanked by both Artoria and Rin. There were several bounded fields around this area, several of them probably detected me and alerted him of my return. Hey old man, it's been a while. I forced a smile, greeting my grandfather. You've changed. He stared at me intently. Similar to before yet, it felt less intimidating, perhaps even the pressure was something I could ignore now. Indeed. Artoria chimed in. Your presence is significantly sharper and much more calm. Well, I've had a productive time. How long has it been on your end? I swept my gaze around, not noticing any major changes, so I don't think it's been that long. A little over 2 weeks. Rin stated, giving me a look. Nice hair. That got a small chuckle out of me. Thanks, I kinda like it, what do you think, Artoria? I eyed her with a small smile on my face. I didn't realize how much it would alleviate my current emotions to see her again. It is pleasant to see. She replied. Oh gods, how I miss teasing her. Rin just gave me a smirk and a quick thumbs up. Was she rooting for me? Isn't it supposed to be the other way around, telling her friend that I'm not good enough, etc. etc. Or maybe I've seen too many teen dramas. What was the land of shadows like? How long were you there? Did you get anything good? It seemed Rin finally started to bombard me with questions. Cold, a bit over 2 years, and yes. I said bluntly, much to her annoyance. She made a scrunched face that I couldn't help but smile at. Teasing Rin was always fun too. I walked over to my staff, still sitting there keeping the spell from puttering out. How I missed you, my beautiful. I grabbed it from the ritual site, destroying the spell sequence in the process and allowing the portal to disperse. How's everything? Anything exciting happen while I was gone? I shifted the conversation away from the topic of the land of shadows. Zelretch eyed me for a moment before answering. Rin has been making great progress. In fact, I had been heavily considering your words regarding the world you mentioned before. Rin seemed to brighten up, I guess she was aware of the situation. I've been studying the underlying thaumaturgical principles of the magecraft you gave me. She furrowed her eyebrows. It's odd, but I guess that's to be expected, considering it's from another world. They also don't differentiate between magecraft and magic. To them, all of what they do is magic, even something as simple as lighting a candle with a small flame. I shot a look at Zelretch and his face told me he was keeping his hands out of Rin's research. Something I could agree with, allow her to venture out and learn from her own failures and successes. How dangerous is that world? Artoria asked, her tone very protective. No doubt she intended to follow along, not that I had any expectations to the opposite. They seemed really excited about this trip, perhaps they've been waiting for my answers for a while now. Fairly dangerous at the moment, apparently dragons have started to resurface for the first time in many centuries, and divine spirits are active here and there. Not to mention all the phantasmal species that still run about. I used terms they were familiar with to make it easier to understand. I would also give a more detailed explanation later, but this would suffice for now. I fear we're getting into a topic that may need to be discussed in a more leisurely setting. Zelretch interrupted. Perhaps we should convene at a later date to discuss this more. Fine, I can tell when I'm being shooed away. Rin sighed. I also want to show you what I've been working on when you have some time. Rin directed her words at me. The old man said you would be a better help with my project. Sure. I said happily, turning my gaze towards Artoria. So. She coughed lightly into her hand, steeling her face. Would you like to get coffee with me sometime? Her words sounded extremely rehearsed and I saw her glance at Rin while she said it. That would be lovely. I couldn't help but genuinely smile for the first time this evening. One way or another, she deserved some answers and explanations. Artoria quickly caught up with Rin, who walked through a portal Zelretch opened, only giving me a quick look before departing again. Well, I hope you don't drag your feet with her. He spoke up after they disappeared. Yeah, I hope I don't do something stupid. I sighed. Zelretch raised his eyebrow at me, a small smile rising on his face. It seems you've grown in a few ways. I was about to respond, until he waved his hand and we were then in his office. I only rolled my eyes, taking a seat in the familiar chair. Show off. Well, what's the point in being this powerful if I can't show it off? He looked at me smugly. I could tell he was just being flamboyant on purpose. He usually isn't this flippant about his strength unless he gets pissed off. Now, why don't you tell me what's really going on? What do you mean? I said evenly. Boy, do you think I'm blind? His expression turned serious. You may not be me, but that doesn't mean I don't see enough of my own mannerisms in you. I can count on one hand the amount of times I've had that look, and none of them are good. You really are an asshole sometimes. I snorted. Can't you just leave it well enough alone? I suppose I could. Next time I get stabbed in the chest, why don't I just leave that alone as well? I'm sure nothing will. He paused, watching me flinch at his words. Oh my child, I am so sorry. He didn't say anything anymore, going to his cabinet and retrieving some glasses and a bottle of scotch. We sat there and drank in silence, until the bottle was almost empty. I really can't hide anything from him. I want a holy grail. I finally spoke. The look on his face seemed to relay that he understood what I was asking for. The one here isn't suitable. He chose the words carefully. Still corrupted. I was aware of that leech that original inhabited in the past centuries. The systems are heavily contaminated. Even if the thing is gone, they were corrupted for so long. I'm trying to see what's salvageable. He shook his head. Frankly, I'll be happy if the summoning function still persists when I'm done. That means no command seals, no wish, and no failsafes. Neither of us would care about the wish, but it was more than that. It was the ability to use the magical energy stored for more malleable intents. The wishcraft that was embedded and powered by an almost unlimited amount of magical energy. It allowed the Grail to do almost anything, even punch a hole straight to the root. There are other worlds, other Grail wars. Indeed, that is an option. But it is unlikely I can just wave my hand and cancel those huge events to present you the Grail. I don't need it handed to me. I resolved myself. I will take it, servants or not. Zelretch raised an eyebrow, a smile formed. Well, if that's the case, I have a few things I can look into. Some places that would be better off without a Grail. Really? You're not going to give me another speech about taking things when I shouldn't. I never said you can't take things. He shook his head. I just told you to take responsibility. The debts you owe will continue to accumulate. If you wish to even the scales more actively, so to speak, I won't say anything in opposition. I know. I sighed. I guess, I just wanted the words to be said. He looked thoughtful, tapped his chin for a moment. I do have a lot on my plate right now, and it will take some time to find a suitable world line, unless you want to do that yourself. I couldn't help but scowl at the thought. Your nature makes it substantially easier to do that. It would take me years to find what I'm looking for. You can probably do it in days. That is true. He agreed. Regardless, it seems you can't do anything for the time being. What are your plans? I wanted to stay around for a few more days. Clearing the air with Artoria is probably one of the priorities. See where we go from here. I sighed again, looking up at the ceiling. I'll give Rin any help she needs, maybe point her on certain paths if she's going to explore Skyrim. Keep myself preoccupied with something. I only took a cursory glance at this Skyrim you mentioned. I've already started prepping her a bit, but I was thinking about having her attend that college you mentioned. Yeah, that's probably the best bet. The Archmage there is a good man. I would trust him with my life. I nodded, a small smile on my face as I recalled my time there. I know you're worried, but I have some people there that can give her some protection, not to mention I'll also give her a hand. I hesitated for a moment, rubbing my hands together. I can lend her my staff for an emergency. I practically winced at my own words. I hated the thought of parting with my staff again, but at least that's for the future. And it was for a good cause. Rin was family. I would make sure she's safe, not to mention Artoria, who would be beside her the entire time. That is appreciated. He gave a genuine smile, making me feel better. Though I'm sure Ruby will be not pleased. He let out a small laugh, before evening himself. But until then, what do you plan to do? I will probably head back to my birth world for a bit. I frowned, running a hand through my hair. Do you think it's wise? You don't have particularly fond memories of that place, adding on. He trailed off, but I know what he was asking. Well. I could only smile bitterly. I can't exactly feel any worse than I do now. Maybe some closure over there will help me in every aspect. Not much happened, setting up the future through some plot points and whatnot. As I said before, DXD is next, and wouldn't you know, he's already there over on my pat.rayon if you want to support me or read 5 chapters ahead. pat.rayon.com/asteriaforone. Chapter 63, Chapter 62. You ready? I asked my companion, seeing Artoria, not standing awkwardly, but I could tell she was the tiniest bit nervous. I am. She nodded. I have selected one of these coffee shops that Rin has shown me. I couldn't help but smile at her antics. You look nice. I eyed her new wardrobe. It was more of the same, but slightly different stylization and perhaps a new sweater. Thank you. She lowered her head slightly. I could tell she was a little bit of pink on her cheeks. I knew she was still unused to being complimented in this capacity, yet I couldn't resist. I picked these clothes out myself. She added on quietly. Well, she had good taste, even if she didn't deviate much. She knew what she looked good in, which to be fair was practically anything. But far be it from me to dissuade her from what she likes. So, I'm curious, did Rin introduce you to coffee? It was practically a necessity for most mages. Even those who despised the stuff learned to bear it for their continued experiments when they were working on Little Sleep. Now that I think about it, coffee makers are one of the few items that the residents here actually pay attention to when new models and upgrades are produced. I wouldn't be surprised if the industry was being propped up almost entirely by mage families. Rin had introduced me to the beverage. She confirmed. But something about her expression was a little off. Artoria, do you even like coffee? I eyed her suspiciously. It is not the most unpleasant thing I have ever partook in, she admitted, looking away. You know, we don't actually have to get coffee, right? But. She hesitated slightly. Rin told me it is an important social ritual for this dating. Cute. Artoria, I don't want you to have to suffer something as mundane as not liking a drink. I deadpanned. Why don't I take you to one of my favorite cafes? They have some interesting alternatives. She tiled her head slightly, nodding with a bit more enthusiasm than I had anticipated. I guess she really doesn't like coffee. All right, I'm hijacking this outing. I put my hand on her shoulder and she let out a cute little sound when I pulled her through the kaleidoscope. Our surroundings changed, and we appeared in a spot that was no doubt only familiar with myself. Here we are. I gestured. She looked curiously at a little cafe that didn't even have a worded sign on the front. She looked genuinely interested, seemingly a bit more intent on going to inspect the place. We walked inside, and the place was relatively empty, 1 or 2 patrons when the place could easily fit 50 to 60. It was one of my little favorites, actually. I think Zelretch is pretty much single-handedly keeping it running at this point. And to be honest, this isn't the only place like that in this world. I saw her eyes dart to the menu. A lot of things perhaps were rather strange for her. Would you mind if I order for us? I think I can get something you'll like. I offered. Her face brightened and she gave me a good-natured smile. Yes, that would be wonderful. 2 hot chocolates, with the works, please. I set some money down on the counter, seeing the barista nod at me. We walked over to a secluded booth at the corner, for a little bit of privacy. It didn't take long for someone to follow up with our drinks. Artoria's eyes widened at the monstrosity that was set before us. And I used that term in a very endearing way. Whipped cream, topped with caramel, chocolate shaving bits, and a large marshmallow and a few graham crackers. I narrated. How decadent, she marveled, taking a sip. It is delicious. I could see her practically glow in the aftertaste. Yeah, this kind of place would be obsolete in a couple decades, when things like this become very much a fad all around the world. But for this time period, it's not exactly something you can find easily. Seeing her happy like this, it really did quell a lot of my turbulent emotions. Perhaps we should finally have that talk. I offered an in for conversation, quickly creating a shoddy bounded field around us, preventing any eavesdroppers and the like. She tucked a few strands behind her ear, looking at me with a small smile. I am unsure of how to properly proceed. She admitted, not nearly as unsure of herself as before though. A confidence that shone through even in ignorance. Well, before anything more comes about, you may rethink me after today. I sighed, seeing her expression turn pensive. I won't mince words, nor will I lead you on. I'll just be blunt, I have multiple women already. There really was no correct way to go about this, being completely honest was perhaps the best course of action though. She deserved nothing but my honesty, and I would not play with her emotions. Her expression hardened, and she reverted to her emotionless mask she often wore. It made it exceedingly difficult to get any kind of read on her. You. She stopped herself, seemingly unable to find the correct words before opening her mouth again. Why did you tell me, couldn't you have? She seemed dejected and slightly confused. Do you think this is something I would hide? I questioned. Do people really think the worse of me? Or maybe she was bringing some of her own self-esteem issues to light and making jumps in conclusions. I just shook my head. Artoria, what do you think the most important things in a relationship are? I am unsure, I have never had a proper relationship before. She said quietly, and I got practically wretched at her words. Yeah, if I recall correctly, even her marriage was a sham, something basically done to hide her gender during those days. In my opinion, there are 3 facets that determine a relationship, with their importance in order. Trust, communication, and love. I explained. I refused to start any kind of romantic relationship on a lie. If you couldn't trust me, then what was the point if anything more bloomed? What happens if I did not wish to pursue anything more? She hesitantly asked. Then we simply don't have anything more. I shrugged. There is no consequence, I won't get angry, I'm not going to pressure you in any way. I said simply. You have an obligation to find your own happiness. If you don't believe it to be with me, then you are free to find someone else. I would be more than willing to continue with just our friendship. She looked rather contemplative at my words, clearly deep in thought. I have a question. Her words rather even. Do you truly like me? I do. There are several things about you that I find attractive beyond just your physical appearance. My words were completely honest. Was she looking for some reassurance? Oh. Her cheeks flushed slightly again. I see. We sat in silence for a few more moments before she spoke again. I admit, this isn't something I would have preferred, but it also is not a concept foreign to me. I tilted my head in confusion. Pardon. She looked at me. Did I say something strange? Did you not live in an era where Christianity was predominant and their tenets followed closely? She looked at me for a moment before actually bursting out laughing. I see, you seem to hold some incorrect thoughts about my era. She giggled a few more times before finally settling down. Yes, in public the upper class held to certain standards, but they were by no means priests or nuns. She pursed her lips. Many of my nobles had dozens of mistresses and lovers even if they only had a single wife. She looked rather wistful for a moment. I often used such things to shield myself away from those unscrupulous individuals who wished to offer up their daughters, sisters, and wives, for political gains. Did you just say? Yes. She deadpanned and I held back many questions. You know, I am actually unsurprised. I sighed. Rules for thee, not for me. I waved my hand flippantly. Perhaps I romanticized the time period too much in my head. Your other women. She chose her words carefully. Who are they? Meridia, she is a goddess from Skyrim, the place that the old man was speaking about sending you and Rin to. I explained. Well, technically Skyrim was just a province, but I didn't really want to delve into geography. A goddess. She seemed rather surprised. It's a close enough explanation before you actually read some books from there. Her authority is over life, or rather the energy of life. She holds a vehement dislike for the undead, so I would advise Rin to not practice any necromancy, seeing as how I was going to ask her to make sure no other higher powers poke around. Her eyebrows furrowed. I am a spirit. Different concepts, she hates the things that make a mockery of life, a heroic spirit is more of a holy existence, which there is a little precedent for over there. I waved off her concerns. Truthfully, I think she would like you. They have similar temperaments, and I think Meridia would find Artoria rather refreshing in someone she could confide in. And she is okay with you. She glanced at herself, but I could see what she was implying. She is the one who brought it up. I shrugged. Oh, I would have assumed. She stopped herself abruptly. My devil nature. I laughed lightly. I didn't mean it like that. She looked away briefly. It's not something I take offense in, you're probably right that my nature does have an influence on it. Actually, being a half-devil makes my inhibitions much lower than a normal human. I thought about it for a moment, realizing I need to take a better note of what my devil side actually does to me. But it's not like I even go out looking to pick up girls. I sighed. Even if harems and such are extremely common in my culture. Surprisingly on the opposite end of the spectrum as well. Wait, you mean women with multiple partners? Artoria looked flabbergasted. I guess being in male-dominated societies made such things unheard of. I only nodded at her. Oh my. She turned a bright pink. Well, the Devil Society is male-dominated as well, but strength rules over all else. There are plenty of strong women who have harems, albeit a bit rarer than men, but still not something one would bat an eye at. And, who else? She questioned again. Scathatch. I said simply, just bringing up her name still made me experience things I was trying to suppress. I should have expected that. She deadpanned. I can't counter those words. I couldn't help but smile slightly. Yeah, Scat Hacker's reputation was known. Would I be able to meet them? She looked a little unsure of herself. Of course, though it may not be for a bit, Meridia can't leave her realm willy-nilly and Scathatch is currently indisposed. I see, you truly are keeping no secrets from me, and I wouldn't be able to find out even if you were, yet you are being so open. Her expression softened slightly, looking at me again. I still don't know what to do. Even before this revelation, I still was conflicted. But I want to give it a chance. Mayhap our paths will part at some point, but I do not want to live with a regret in my heart anymore. Huh, well, what do you know? This brought a genuine smile to my face, even if my heart was still in shambles. Author's notes. Still not much. These couple of chapters at the end of the first Fate arc are basically tying up loose ends and setting up future plot points. So Canon Artoria was someone who had many regrets in life. It basically led to her wanting to make a wish to undo her own existence, put someone else on the throne. To me, it would be one of the major points in her meeting the MC halfway in this, after coming to terms with everything, trying not to live with any regrets, even if the feelings are still relatively small. And bonus points in her book for being completely upfront about his relations. Regardless of how she perceived her marriage, it still left a huge mark of betrayal on her when it all came out. But yeah, I planned on taking this particular relationship slow. And even Canon Artoria didn't seem to have any negative thoughts on someone having multiple partners as long as everyone involved was happy. Now, I see a lot of people asking about MC's current power level using DXD terms, and to be honest it's hard to put a number on it, so to speak. The thing about DXD power levels is that they don't matter until they do. For example, Person A and Person B are both ultimate class, yet Person A could defeat 1,000 of Person B without breaking a sweat. Without considering true magic and boosted gear and primordial runes to make it super confusing, assume his strength is ultimate class if it makes you feel better. That being said, I will probably try to streamline the rankings a bit more so they actually mean something in the future. Anyways, if you want to support me or read up to 5 chapters ahead, feel free to visit my pat.rayon.com/AstriaForone. Chapter 64, Chapter 63. Clearing the air with Artoria had been surprisingly therapeutic. Maybe, I wanted to say it was a nice distraction from my other issues, but that would not be fair to the budding relationship I have with Artoria. I just kept reminding myself that Scathatch wasn't gone forever, and she was going to get an ass-kicking when I brought her back. But seeing Artoria's bright smile when we would meet, it would easily push away any melancholic thoughts I currently had. I let out a grunt as I finished up my small workout. It was almost ingrained on me at this point to start the day with several hundred swings of my sword. At some point, I pulled out Gibalg and started thrusting it for the reason. I don't know why I continued to torture myself like this, and I had no desire to truly learn the spear, it's just, I think it made me feel more at ease. Perhaps, I just wanted to feel closer to her now that we were so far apart. And I was swinging around Dawnbreaker just moments prior to that. I really am just a helpless idiot sometimes. Now that I think about it, I should really switch between all my swords to make sure I'm completely comfortable to wield any of them in any circumstance. I looked up into the air, and my swords flew back down to me. Whisper, Mirage, Dawnbreaker, Ascalon. I did feel a slight tinge of greed when I beheld them. Was it odd that I felt the need to get more? Perhaps it was my nature as a devil talking. I liked the thoughts of having my own armory, a collection to show off. Thoughts for later. Another random thought, I will surely need to test how the Staff of Magnus interacts with my new magical abilities, primarily my 9 realms and my primordial runes. Lots of stuff to do, and my time seems just as limited as before. It never seems to stop. I walked back to Zelretch's home, office, workshop thing. What even was the proper way to describe this? I suppose that most mages would refer to it as his workshop, simply because that is the most important facet inside. There you are. Rin exclaimed as soon as I walked inside. Come here, I'm going to show what I've been working on. Artoria flanked her form behind, a familiar sight at this point. She just looked rather amused by the whole thing as we shared a look. All right, lead the way. I offered no resistance as she practically dragged me into her workshop. It just went to show how much she seemingly trusted me this quickly if she was letting me in here. Realistically, I could come and go whenever I wanted, there was nothing she could do to stop me, yet she was willing to let me in here. The gesture, though, was heavily appreciated. Old man. I greeted my grandfather who was already taking a seat inside. He looked rather interested in what was going on. Any idea what she's been up to? A smile rose on his face. I have absolutely no idea. He looked rather excited at the notion. She hasn't told me any details and the help she's come to me for hasn't given any clues either. Rin was just ignoring us, setting things here or there, making sure she had everything presented and ready to go. Artoria pulled up a seat and sat right next to me. She seemed rather relaxed in my presence, more so than previously, which I couldn't help but be happy about. Any sneak speaks? I asked her. I have been sworn to secrecy. She gave a small smile. Well, she seems really proud of what she's done so far. I really am curious what's gotten her so excited. All I know is that she's been preparing for some adventuring in other worlds. Zelretch added. That reminds me, I will need to give her some reading material, so she isn't quite so surprised by everything that she sees in Skyrim. I do have several historical texts and various biographies of the races there. Artoria too, they both needed to know what exactly they were walking into. I was going to ask Meridia to keep an eye on them, not to mention the Archmage would no doubt be excited to have a talent like Rin in her school. I could also put the word out to Thorim and anyone else who owes me favors. Thorim, I do miss my friend. I'm curious to see how much he's grown in our time apart. My delving into the shout had been slow going. I did get some practice and thoughts in my training though, and my new knowledge of primordial runes gives me a new perspective to work with as well. All right. Rin suddenly stopped, pulled out several papers and a strange device she had in her hand. A phone. I hazard a guess at what she was holding, though it looked nothing like what I would picture a modern phone as. It was rather bulky, and a few misshapen protrusions. Kind of. She admitted. I wanted a way to contact people across multiple world lines in real time. Me and Zelretch shared a look, and we both facepalmed in the same way. So this is how it feels to be on the other end. I asked the old man. Indeed, to think we missed something so simple. He shook his head. What? Did I do something wrong? Rin looked a little uneasy at our reaction. No, the opposite in fact. I assured her and Zelretch just nodded along. We just never had the need for a kaleidophone before, there was never a reason to contact other people through such a method. I couldn't help but chuckle. Yeah, with several of us running around all in different places, this seems like an obvious step in hindsight. This will be a wonderful addition to our lives. Zelretch stood up, walking towards her to inspect everything. The means to hold conversations across worlds is non-existent at this point. I'm happy to admit that you took a step we never considered. Seriously, I'll bankroll all your research on this. I wanted to see her designs and notes as well. I have several people I am on good terms with across world lines, being able to keep in touch will be extraordinary. I could be able to speak with Meridia whenever I wanted, be able to talk with Artoria even when I'm away. Why had I never thought of something like this before? I'm curious how you came up with such a thing. I looked over Zelretch's shoulder as he inspected the device, something we could call a prototype. To call it a device though, was a bit of a misnomer. There was no technology involved. The outer frame looked to be made with some kind of steel composition. There were spell formulas carved inside and several small gems acting as certain magical batteries and spell holders. Ruby. I said suddenly, remembering the kaleidoscope. Indeed, my thoughts exactly. Zelretch looked at Rin. You used some concepts inside Ruby's own make and created something like this. I glanced at some of her magical formulas and systems. She said hesitantly. Rin, despite how I feel about the device, Ruby is one of my greatest creations, and you were able to reverse engineer very specific parts of her makeup and create a thing like this. He held out the phone. I am proud of you. He finally said. I shared the same sentiments. Ruby did have the ability to contact Zelretch across time and space, but it was difficult at the best of times. For Rin to use such an ability and reverse engineer it like this for a greater purpose, she really is a genius. At just a cursory look, I'm guessing the materials have a hard time withstanding the spells. I asked. Why yeah. Rin said absent-mindedly, a large grin on her face. I've gone through several frames already. I got some metals you will like better, and they can be found in Skyrim for later. I nodded, probably some orichalcum mixed with some ebony here and there to protect specific parts. But, I'll let her handle that, this is her project, I'll only provide materials and such, maybe some suggestions on application here and there. Were you serious about the money? She asked. I just raised an eyebrow, lifting my hand up and allowing the gold coins to literally flow out of my ring onto the floor until a large pile formed. She stared at it, taking a hesitant step forward, dropping to her knees then face planting right into it and hugging it like it was the most precious thing in the world. Well, then. I just chuckled. I'm sure the old man would have done the same thing, I think I just beat him to the punch. And, well, I have a greater desire in their application than he does. Money, materials, just tell me what you need and I'll provide it, though I may need to actually go out and find some things. I returned to my seat with an amused smile on my face, as Zelretch and Rin were having some wholesome student-teacher time together as he practically picked her up off the pile of coins. I didn't want to disturb then, this was a good chance for them to bond and a great learning experience. I apologize for Rin's. Artoria spoke up but the words were left unsaid. Rinness. I offered. A small smile emerged on her face. Indeed. I'm excited, I never even considered something like this before. I can't wait until she can provide several more, then we can still talk and keep in touch even if we're worlds apart. Truly. She said quietly. Of course, do you think I won't miss you when we're away? I raised an eyebrow. Well. Nope. I cut her off. I am forbidding you from doing that any longer. I poked her shoulder. No more questioning your worth, no more self-deprecating thoughts. I could see how she still somewhat defaults into certain mindsets quite easily. Ah, the familiar side of her cheeks turning the faintest pink. And I was surprised at her sudden boldness. Her hand had reached over ever so gently and took mine own into hers. I guess doing something like this was easier than speaking certain words or trying to convey things one feels. She didn't look me in the eyes, opting to continue watching Zelretch and Rin go about their own business, and we didn't speak much more, but this was a moment that I felt entirely at peace. Is this what having a family is like? Alrighty, so another one of those, may or may not, release a chapter tomorrow, need to deal with apartment-related stuff, fingers crossed. So, one more, Fate, chapter before heading over to DXD for a bit. And since many people have been asking, the world after DXD, MC's power of destruction will finally come into play, and it's not a Fate world, nor is it Skyrim, feel free to guess, I'm curious what people are considering. Anyways, if you want to support me or read 5 chapters ahead, visit my pat.rayon.com/asteriaforone. Second interlude is finally up. Chapter 65, Chapter 64 DXD. Time flew by rather quickly, but not much actually happened in the few days I spent just hanging around the clock tower. Truthfully, I didn't really have the will to do anything worth remembering. I kind of wanted to sit in on some lectures that were open to anyone, but I just couldn't find it in me to go. Maybe I just didn't want to deal with anyone outside of my immediate circle right now. You're moping. I turned to look at Zelretch, who was sorting through some things in the library while I had an open book in front of me. I'm not moping, I replied. He just hummed idly. I'm not. Sure. Stop it, I know what you're doing, I do that. All right. Fuck off. I finally scowled. Oh, hello Saber. Zelretch turned his head. I followed his gaze, only to see no one. And you immediately brightened up when you thought she was there. He chuckled. I hate you. Gods damn it. So what if I'm happy to see her, it proves nothing. I snorted, going back to my book. Because, you're moping unless she's nearby, well, you seem to be happy around Rin too, and I hope you're not thinking about my precious student in that way. Rin is. I chose my words carefully. An objectively beautiful woman and someone I enjoy being around, but I do not possess the slightest romantic inclinations towards her. I would very much like to not make this ambiguous. He just continued to hum nonchalantly, making my scowl deeper. He knew I didn't feel about Rin that way, just poking at me more. Gods, he can be really infuriating sometimes. When do you plan on leaving? He finally asked. Why, getting tired of me? Just curious, I want to try and get a time frame of when I need to finish up several projects. He said calmly. I did narrow down a few dozen world lines that may serve your purpose as well. Holy Grail. It had been on my mind for a while now, and it looks like he's getting close to finding a good one so I can just take it without any major issues. I just sighed, setting my book down. All right, I am moping. I admitted. It's just hard to find the energy to anything right now. Well, it's good to admit it, just keeping it bottled up is never healthy. Zelretch nodded. Why don't you set out? I just blinked for a moment. Just like that. Open a portal and pop back to my birth world. Sure. He shrugged. It's not like you have anything tying you down here. That's not. Let me rephrase, you have nothing demanding your immediate attention. He corrected himself. And you're making assumptions that you can't just pop back over whenever you want. Oh, I really am stupid sometimes. I wanted to facepalm but I held myself back. This wasn't like back in Skyrim where I was missing some important things, nor like the Land of Shadows where I was stuck for training. I can literally come and go as I please, comma. Zelretch looked at me, a pleased smile on his face. It often requires someone else stating the obvious to us. Clearly knowing my thoughts. I ran a hand through my hair, thinking about my birth world again. I already decided to head back, but it felt like this huge hill to climb, yet it was as simple as snapping my fingers. Fine, I'll check back in within a few days I guess. I decided, standing up. I would rather not give myself any more time to think excuses to not go at this point. Let's see, anything in particular I need to grab before I go? I still have a significant amount of rare minerals, gold, jewels and the like. I doubt my mundane currency will be usable, mostly because it came from another world. Let's not get any governments on my ass because of counterfeit money. I have a nice array of potions available as well, a lot of things for emergencies like foodstuffs. Oh, I need to pick up some my alcohol, I'm basically out, but I guess I can do that over there. Talismans. I have a large amount, but that's something I could always use more. In fact, why don't I head over to Japan, specifically the Center for Japan's Supernatural Community, Kyoto? No doubt I can pick up some decent materials over there for my purpose. And no one would really give me a second look considering I am Japanese on my mother's side. Perhaps I should go check up on Artoria and Rin, but I think Rin is deep in her research right now and I don't want to disturb them. Meh, I'll check back in a few days anyways, no big deal. Alright, I'm convinced, and I seem to have everything I'll need already. Do you by chance have that world simulated yet? Only some small things. Why, any specific place you want to go? Well, I could probably eyeball it, but some specific location would be appreciated. I didn't want to come back right into Kuo again, that would be awkward. Sure, where do you want to go? Kyoto. Nice choice, I've been meaning to take a look at the yokai there, such an interesting group. He muttered, flipped his hand, allowing a portal to form. Well, guess I'm off then, I said, somewhat surprised at the small bit of excitement I found swelling up in my chest. Without any more lingering thoughts, I jumped through the portal. I felt many things coming back here, my tic almost made me run my hand through my hair again, but I caught myself before doing so. I started my calculations immediately, perhaps some part of me paranoid and still, self-conscious about this whole thing. As ridiculous as it is, I still can't shake the feelings I buried deep down. Logically I know they don't make much sense, but they still shake me. But I'm much better than I was years ago. They're more of an echo of what they once were, and I am in a much better place, even if my heart is still in tatters over other matters. Going from my home back to my birth world, there were many things made clear right away, like the state of the mana in the air. Even though it's a modern world, pollution and all that running rampant, the world seemed much more vibrant with magical energy. I guess having so many godly beings with nature authorities does wonder for the planet. What to do now? The old man was kind enough to literally drop me inside the little pocket dimension that is Supernatural Kyoto. I think it's called Yura Kyoto. West Kyoto and East Kyoto. They were ruled over by two powerful yokai, one of them a nine-tailed fox, and Miko for Amaterasu. From what I recall, she also watches over the immensely powerful ley lines for the area. On the opposite end is a rather famous yokai, Nurarihion. There is this weird coexistence between all the parties, East and West Kyoto, then all the major human families that practice various exorcism and onmyoji arts. The board is surprisingly sturdy for some many factions existing within each other, not threatening to tip over at nearly any point. I headed towards the nearest looking bar, somewhat Western theme based on the decor, it would suit my needs perfectly. Walking in, there were only a couple people, none of them humans. I was only given a cursory glance, but from what I could see so far, humans weren't uncommon, and I doubt my heritage made anyone annoyed. Setting down, the bartender gave me once ago. What y'all want, kid? I couldn't see what species of yokai he was immediately, he seemed pretty good at blending in. Give me something strong. I set a couple gold coins on the table. He hesitantly picked one up, inspecting it and giving me a nod. What else you want? He asked, pulling something up from the back to start pouring. Well, he has good sense, knowing I overpaid for a reason. Been out of country for a while, some information would be nice. I set a few more coins down, he didn't even do a double take before sliding them off the table. Some place to get some money for gold would be appreciated, and maybe some news from the past few weeks. Surprisingly, most magical communities and supernatural species stuck to human currency. Frankly, it just made everything easier of them, for the most part. There were also supernatural authorities who monitored the stock market and such for any magical abuse. Not to mention America literally has a whole section of government dedicated to the supernatural with several sacred gear users. The fantastical side of the world surviving to modern day, some really strange things seem to evolve from necessity. Few blocks down, on the right, you can't miss it. They take anything for trade and offer almost any kind of human money if you want. He said bluntly. As for news. He thought for a moment. Odin was making a mess of things around here not too long ago, the Shinto gods were getting a bit displeased. Odin, I thought back to what happened at the Land of Shadows and clenched my fists. I won't be put in that situation again. Oh, the church lost some of their little toys, been all in a tizzy over that, heard they started to poke around even here. He snorted, obviously dislike for the Christian institution. Oh, and we got a celebrity back in town. He gave a small laugh. Okita Tsuji was around, he's usually down in hell serving his king. I blinked at that last one. Okita Tsuji. One of our heroes, I guess. You know about him, kid. I know about his legend, I suppose. Among other things. Well, he got turned into a devil by the big man himself, Lucifer. Serves as one of his knights or something. Even with our strained relationship with the devils, it seems like most people still like the former Shinsengumi. Yeah, pretty much what I thought. Well, this is interesting, I'll be sure to keep my eyes peeled then. I doubt this has anything to do with me, is what I would like to say, but it's only been a couple weeks in this world since I've left. Thanks for the info. I gave him a final tip and finished my drink. Thanks, kid. He waved me off, clearly satisfied with his haul. I guess I should go get some money, perhaps I should buy a house here as well. I wanted somewhere permanent, and that idea of overlaying the place on multiple world lines keeps popping up in the back of my mind. Not super exciting, but hey, we're back in DXD, sorry for no chapter yesterday, but on the bright side, I finally found a place. It's just I had to be quick to snap it up, so moving had been a bit chaotic trying to do everything so quickly. On a side note, I enjoyed reading everyone's predictions, and no, I wasn't using it as a way to think of a next world, I already had one chosen weeks ago. But hey, a couple people guessed it correctly, and no, it's not Kuroinu. And several more future worlds were guessed beyond just the next one, but I guess when I made the MC obsessed with grabbing nice swords, some things became obvious. Anyways, if you want to support me or read 5 chapters ahead, visit mypatrayon.com/asteriaforone. Chapter 66, Chapter 65. I could understand what the bartender meant when he said, you can't miss it. Yeah, if gaudy was a something in style, this would still be over the top. Perhaps they're doing something right though, if they're so easily recognizable. Still though, just looking at these golden doors encrusted with jewels is just bleh. Well, seeing the cornucopia engraved right above the entrance, I could tell who was backing such a place. No doubt there were probably many branches all around the world. Plutus, Greek god of wealth and abundance. Need any more be said? The inside wasn't much different from the outside, even if there were many interesting things I might actually want at some point. Greetings, sir. A woman bowed as I entered. May I ask if you are selling or buying? Little of both. I replied. Though I would like to change some gold to yen if possible as well. Of course, sir. She gestured towards the counter. Please follow me. Well, service is good. Welcome to the world's cornucopia, we have everything and anything you could want, how may we be of service? I was led towards an older gentleman, he appeared to be the true representative. Gold exchange, then I wouldn't mind seeing some goods. I thought for a moment. Also, do you all deal in real estate? Yes, we have many plots of lands, buildings, and other such things if needed. He nodded. We also possess a catalog of our showrooms, though some may need to take a couple days to transfer from elsewhere. And lastly, we do provide an exchange of gold to your desired currency, but we do take a 1% fee. Sounds fair. Do you have somewhere I can empty a large amount of gold coins into? He held out a bucket, pulled from under the table. I just eyed him and lifted my hand up, allowing a couple thousand septims to fall out. They never overflowed, seemingly a bottomless enchantment. Very good, sir. I will have these sorted and priced in a few moments, please browse our selections while you wait. He bowed and ducked out to what I assumed was the back room. Whatever, I'm kind of curious what they have for sale, let's take a look at swords. This catalog was enchanted as well, I could apparently search things up and it was much bigger than it appeared on the surface. Without much effort, it filtered for weapons, then towards swords. Some good stuff already. Shamshiri Zomarodnagar, an anti-demon weapon from the Middle East, interesting, but not my style. A nameless katana forged by Sengo Muramasa, my interest was slightly more piqued, but I once again disregarded it after another thought. It didn't quite match up to my other weapons, regardless of its creator's status, it was still a failed product. Oh, there's a sword I recognize, Dyrnwyn. A holy sword that ignites with holy flames when wielded by the worthy, with a Celtic origin. I'm surprised the church hasn't snapped this up, they usually hoard any and all holy items that originated from Europe, even if they have pagan births. There were some more that managed to grab my attention, but none that really brought about my greed. Mostly they were all about this level, which wasn't too surprising, anything more than this and they would be grabbed immediately or never come up in a market like this one in the first place. Well, I mostly just made a mental note of anything I thought was interesting for later. They did have more than just weapons, ingredients, and alchemic supplies were among their best sellers apparently. Excuse me, sir. The man bowed again, and I never caught him name, but I think that was on purpose. Your gold has been weighed and measured. This is the total. He handed me a slip of paper, and my eyes briefly widened. I had forgotten how much gold was worth here again. Well, I can make some nice money by bringing gold back from Skyrim if I were inclined. Very good. I tapped a place on the catalog. Would it be possible to give this place a look through? I gestured towards a specific house within West Kyoto. Of course. He said without a second thought. I'll make all necessary preparations. Outside of the decor, this place is alright. I'll definitely be coming back here if the need arises. With a hefty amount of cash in my ring, I held onto a piece of paper that gave me directions on where to go. Surprisingly, they had that much cash on hand. I would have thought they do bank transfers or something. Fun side note, there are supernaturally inclined banks in the world. Granted, the ones that cater to specific supernatural entities are limited, most just have a few branches here or there for that purpose. I'm really learning a lot of fun little things about this place that I didn't know before. You know, today has been a good day. Boom. Is what I would have loved to say, had not everything started exploding around me. I just sighed as a building down the street literally caught fire after what looked like a man in a mask ran out of it, throwing something inside and having it explode into pieces. Literally, almost everything was on fire at this point. There were many groups of people running around, what looked like armed guards, civilians, and a third group in masks and cloaks that were causing all sorts of chaos and damage. I just continued to walk, staring at the destruction around me, practically apathetic to it all. I had come here to essentially relax. To some small errands, walk around my birth world, and perhaps find some kind of spiritual peace while working through my own issues. Fuck it, this doesn't concern me, I'll just... Mommy. I stopped in my tracks, turning to the side. Some masked individuals were dragging off a female yokai, a little child being held away by another. They began pawing at her clothing, still almost in the middle of the street. Between that brief moment it took me to contemplate what was happening, and allowing anger to set it, my swords already flashed out. I withdrew my hat, putting over the kid's eyes in time so he didn't see the bloody scene. The woman looked at me fearfully as I quickly cleaned up the new decapitated bodies around her with a few fire talismans. Magical fire, great for getting rid of bodies. Mommy, the little boy whispered as he hugged his mom, but the mother still eyed me warily. Go. I ushered, flipping my hat up and putting it onto my head. Thank you. She said quietly, picked up her son and running at speeds more in line with a non-human. I sighed again, my swords floating around me. I seemed to draw more attention onto myself as well. I saw a few people shouting and pointing at me, but their voices were lost in the background somewhere. I don't consider myself a hero, but some things I can't let slide. There are lines, ones I won't cross and ones I will not allow others to cross as well. You bastard. One of the masked people attacked me, blood literally covering his hands, yet he said something like that. I just shook my head, not giving him any attention as his head also rolled on the ground after Whisper passed by. Kill him. Another shouted as a dozen or more followed his words. Some started casting spells, a few ran at me with weapons and a couple relied on their enhanced physiologies to attack me. The first one to reach me, I merely knocked his weapon away after reinforcing my body. It almost made me pause, to see how strong I've actually become in a physical sense. I've been training with someone who could kick my ass, so I wasn't used to fighting mooks like this. I just grabbed his throat with my hand, keeping him locked in place. Snapped my fingers, several runic circles appeared behind me. Lightning, I said lazily. The volley of magically enhanced lightning discharged towards my enemies, burning and blasting them to shreds. One or two managed to escape this initially bombardment, but my swords made short work of them. Not even enough to warm me up, hell, not even enough for me to actually wield one of my swords. I dropped the only living one to the ground, pulling a chair out of my ring and sitting down. He rolled on the ground, gasping for breath until his face had some color return to it. He saw me as he tried to stand up and run away, only for Ascalon to fly down from the sky and impale him through the chest and onto the concrete. Ayaha! He screamed in pain, my sword not budging from its spot regardless of how he tried to pull at it. I withdrew an apply, staring at him intently while I took a bite. What do you? Shoo. I held a finger to my mouth, shushing him. Ascalon pushed slightly deeper into the ground. Making him whimper even more in pain, I saw his body flicker, the illusion he was apparently wearing seemed to dissipate. Ears appeared on his head, two tails poked out from behind him, pushed out either side from his smushed form. A kitsune. I spoke, not to him but to myself, taking another bite. Who are you? I finally asked. You'll never. A second sword fell from the sky, impaling his right thigh. His screams echoed out again. I asked a question. Be bastard. He grit out, blood flowing from his mouth. I wagged my finger at him, making him shut up. My question. We are the, he coughed, blood flying from his throat. True rulers of the night, we serve the true. Mirage finished him off, his eyes widened as my sword stuck out of his head. Cult of Tamamonome, got it. I sighed, trying to pick through the vast amount of information I usually ignored that got added when my memories returned. I do vaguely recall this annoying bunch, particularly because they are active in the country I was born in. It was pretty cut and dry, a cult dedicated to Tamamonome. Their main purpose is to resurrect her, somehow, and then have her usher in a new age of something. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure on their motivations, only that they're stupid and their goals are probably equally stupid. But, well, now I have some target to work out some pent-up frustrations on, I suppose. Sometimes you just need to look at the bright side of tea. A massive figure burst out of the ground a few hundred meters away. Several heads swayed back and forth, dark green scaly skin almost consuming all light in the area. Slit eyes took in the surrounding, multiple serpent heads opened their mouths and exhaled a deadly miasma. This thing was huge, at least 3 times the size of that dragon I fought back in Skyrim. A hydra, no. From Greece mythology, there exists the hydra, the divine beast that Heracles took care of. In Japanese mythology there is a similar beast, perhaps superior to its Western counterpart. Yamata no Orochi, the divine serpent that required the skills of Susanoo, the storm god to slay. It possessed 8 heads and 8 tails, a beast massive and deadly, and even considered a dragon in every meaningful regard. Perhaps that's why it differed from the hydra. This one isn't the divine creature, the dragon serpent. But if I had to guess, this had some relation with it. What specifically, I don't know. It had 5 heads and 6 tails. Was it like a kitsune where its appendages represented its strength? I actually didn't know much about the physiology of this creature. Well, regardless. A volunteer. I smiled lightly. Oh baby, what the fuck is going on in Kyoto? Anyways, if you want to support me or read 5 chapters ahead, visit mypat.rayon.com/*forone. Chapter 67, Chapter 66. The thing didn't immediately rampage. I mean, it caused wanton destruction by merely existing, being bigger than most buildings, naturally emitting a poisonous miasma that looked very deadly, and just the sheer confusion at where it found itself. I could see the buildings begin to erode and the concrete literally disintegrate as the venom seeped into the surroundings. Frankly, I think someone summoned it in the sewers or something. Easily a premeditated action, no way someone could accidentally summoning this thing right at this moment. I unfurled my wings and took to the highest building I could get to within a few breaths to get a better idea of what was going on, because frankly, this whole thing was absurd. I saw in a few directions, there were more pockets of chaos, buildings on fire, and magical attacks soaring through the air as several groups clashed. My attention was turned back to the large dragon hydra thing that was starting to get rather ornery. I just sighed as I saw some heroes try to attack it, throwing what I considered to be cantrips at the thing. I spun my hat on my finger, watching the scene unfold with accumulating annoyance. What do you think, Drake? I met Yamata no Orochi on a few occasions. This thing's definitely pumping out poison reminiscent of it, though it's a very pale comparison. Probably some kind of magical snake creature yokai that was experimented on. Perhaps force-fed some remains of the serpent dragon. I wouldn't be surprised if it was originally a very, very distant relative, and they pushed some of that inside it to begin with. Drake agreed. Look at its heads and tails, they should be even, yet it has only 5 heads to its 6 tails, that is heavily mutated, and not in a good way. Now that I take a closer look, some of its scales are dislocated and jutting out at weird angles, and there are some odd growths on parts of its body that look like bones. As much as I hate that stupid snake, this thing just makes me angry. Even if left alone, it would probably die by itself in a few weeks. Just as Drake finished, one of the mouths opened up, and a condensed stream of green fire spewed out down the street. The surroundings didn't catch fire and burn, they dissolved. Is that poison? Yeah. Maybe it has some hydra ancestry as well. Drake pondered and I could only nod my head. Some unholy combination that isn't really unholy if I think about it. I mean, the serpent dragon was poisonous, but the hydra, it was known for its poison, even to an extent that gods feared it. Maybe whatever happened to this thing it merely latched onto Orochi's poison concept and that's how it mutated the way it did. Just as Drake said, this thing was breaking down and wouldn't last long by itself. I would put money that its own poison was eating away at it on the inside. Your guess is as good as mine, even as is, it couldn't compare in any way to that stupid snake. Yeah, Dryag didn't really get along with other dragons. I shook my head, I wasted enough time. I focused on my heart, allowing my magical energy to explode out. It only took a moment for all 5 heads of that things to dart towards my directions, eyes staring at me menacingly. Having an artificial dragon heart does have its boons outside of the physical enhancements. This snake dragon yokai abomination ignored the little insects that were trying to bite it as it started moving towards me. I suppose I was acting as a challenge, even if neither of us was a real dragon. Certain instincts were still ingrained. Even I could feel an annoyance at its presence, as minuscule as that creeping sensation was. Well, one thing was for sure, whatever origin this thing claimed, it was a strictly malevolent being. May as well flex my Oji since I'm in the neighborhood. That and apparently Odin was around, don't want to use too many runic spells for the moment. This has already been a shit show, don't need to drag him into it. Flicking my hand, several talismans overlapped between my fingers. God of the East Sea, Ame. God of the West Sea, Shakuryu. God of the South Sea, Kyoju. God of the North Sea, Gukyu. Gods of the Seven Seas, fend off 100 demons and drive back the fierce disaster. Order. My voice carried from top the building, my magical energy fluctuated out as a massive pentagram formed both in the sky and on the ground under the malevolent snake creature. They both lit up and the miasma seeping from its pores began to vanish, the venomous liquid that spewed from its mouths onto the surroundings were doused and dissipated. Even the creature itself looked up to the sky and shrieked in pain and anger. This was to stop its corrupted presence from spoiling the area. Damage can be rebuilt, but it's infinitely harder to cleanse an area after something like this lingers here for too long. I admired my work briefly, it seems my practicing has indeed paid off in spades. While not my main focus when I was training, I definitely spent many hours I toiled away to learn this craft, especially when Scathatch read up on it and realized how much I was ignoring it. I held back a shudder. With a small smile, I jumped down from high up and squared up against the beast. It seemed content to entirely focus on my movements, not rampaging about. Of course, it roared with all 5 heads, anger clear on its many faces. Noisy. I dismissed him. It was intelligent enough to understand I wasn't intimidated, but it would be difficult to test how sapient it actually is. I shook my head, Dawnbreaker flew out at lightning speed, its golden light shining bright as it decapitated one of the heads in that brief moment where it was not on its guard. It hissed in pain, roared in fury, and stared at me with madness. I only raised an eyebrow when the fallen head physically dissolved into a toxic puddle and a new head grew in its pace at a visible pace. Did it trade physical ability for enhanced regeneration? I didn't expect my sword to cut off that head with such ease. It was by no means instantaneous like the dragon serpent would be, but that regeneration was top-notch for nearly anything else in the world. Its mouths opened up and the miasmic fires sprayed at me. As they approached, I continued my pace unperturbed. The space around me shattered, like glass, and I was a few feet out of the way, still continuing at an even pace, each step unabated. The head swept, melting the surroundings, and I would always appear in safe spot, much to the creature's annoyance. It may look like a cute little trick, but it was actually an advanced technique utilizing the kaleidoscope. I was essentially pulling myself to another dimension and allowing the world's natural flow to force me back into the correct path, but the time it took to do that allowed me to essentially sidestep attacks. Eventually, it got close enough to just try and pounce at me with one of its heads. Probably a smarter option, but still useless. Ascalon. I called gently. The anti-dragon sword flew out of my ring, taking the head off at the base of the neck, except this time, there was no regeneration. The head flopped to the ground, lifeless. Impressive to actually see it in action. Drake commented. The anti-dragon concepts really do devour anything remotely draconic. Perhaps, it is even worse for this lesser dragon because it can't defend against such a thing even if it is slightly less effective in the end. I held out my hand, and Ascalon flew to me, fingers clutched around its grip. My knees bent and the air behind me exploded at my abrupt increase in speed. My arms moved with a speed that had taken this creature by surprise, I rained down slashes on its body before it could reach. Several more heads dropped the ground around me and the whole creature finally fell over. Its tainted blood seeping out and creating an entirely toxic environment. Even my spell was having trouble containing this malevolent venom. Well, not much I can do about that, still better than letting it roam free. I sighed, kicking the corpse to make sure it was truly dead, but I doubt I would miss something like that again. Call it a small bit of self-consciousness after that whole dragon fiasco. Feel better? Meh. I replied, I just wasn't really into it. I mean I had fun, I always like to test various magical things, but it wasn't a challenge. Maybe. I thought over his words for a moment. Do I desire a real fight? Or maybe I'm still just moping, honestly it could be both as well. I don't know, I'm still just so, bleh. I looked up around me and noticed people peeking out from hiding places. Magical barriers coming down, and heads poked out of windows. But what I noticed immediately were the phones taking pictures and being held up like they were recording. Ah, I forgot that was a thing here. DeviantNet or something, basically the supernatural version of the internet and various social medias. Yeah, Devil basically corner the market on such things, and most other species are content to just use their products. Well, fuck. Damn, should have used the boosted gear. Yeah, fuck that. So, what are the chances that no one got a good look at my face? Drake just laughed. So I moved everything today, and goddamn am I exhausted, so today's chapter is pretty short. MC remembers that he's in a modern world even if he's surrounded by supernatural. Time to become internet famous. Anyways, if you want to support me or read 5 chapters ahead, visit mypat.rayon.com/asteriaforone. Chapter 68, Chapter 67. Oh, this one is good too. I let out a chuckle, bitch please. A caption with a picture of me backhanding some random mook who tried to sneak attack me. the comments were great too. Oh god, I've missed the internet. I stayed around a little longer after killing the Hydra Dragon Snake thing. I was already pretty much revealed at that point, so I put out some fires, both metaphorically and literally. Afterwards, it wasn't particularly hard to get my hands on a magic phone, or well, several of them. A few of which were currently in pieces in front of me as I was seeing how they worked. Interesting pieces of magic. The shell was kinda fake, only made to look mundane and technological. The magical mechanisms were quite well done though. I had to tip my hat to whoever created these things, they were a sturdy and well thought out piece of magic. I of course took several to pass on to Rin for her own studies, they would go a long ways in helping her project. But what got my attention was the attention I had gotten. Frankly, from what I could piece together, what happened was a complete shit show. Even only several hours afterwards, things were still hitting the fan. Oh, the age of information, how it permeates even the supernatural communities. Many leaks and secrets revealed straight onto the DeviantNet. So, my assumption was right, some idiots operating under the cult of Tamamonome started causing chaos to draw attention away from a ritual site a few miles away from where I was at. Don't know the specifics of that, it's really hush-hush. Word on the street is that they were responsible for the big beastie I fought. Apparently, they brought in a few human clans who were on the zealous side with regards to their stance on coexistence. That is to say, the only good yokai is a dead yokai, ironic considering who they worked with. 50-50 chance each side was going to betray the other after everything was done. Well, some of the more liberal clans saw what was going on, stepped in, only to be mistaken for the zealots. There are reports of a third unknown entity that also joined the fray, what appeared to be mostly humans wielding some interesting weapons. There were sightings of them infiltrating a few guarded locations and sneaking away in the chaos. What an eventful evening, and that wasn't even the end of it. Almost on K, an explosion erupted a little way away, and the massive form of a nine-tailed fox stepping on some very deserving people. Some idiots thought it was a good opportunity to stage a coup. Yup. I was on a forum basically getting the play-by-play. No way was I getting my feet wet in that whole mess. I did enough to ease my conscience as it was, but it made for some interesting entertainment. Now, with all of this going on, it may be a wonder how I somehow drew attention. Apparently there was a nice picture of me with my wings out, and someone asked the simple question, is that Lucifer? Regardless of my thoughts on him, I couldn't deny the resemblance. The immediate assumption was that another side suddenly joined in, the devils, but that was quickly disproven by no other devils appearing and me actually helping people. But, no, it just kinda spiraled out from there. My favorite theory someone put up is that I'm the time-traveling younger Lucifer. Oh, internet, never change. Species, magic, mundane, the more things change, the more they stay the same. Unfortunately, cooler heads prevailed in the discussions, and it started to trend on various media sites. Not too surprising when one of the strongest beings in the world suddenly has a hitherto new relative. Truthfully, I still didn't know how to feel about my father. Hate. Did I hate him? That is a distinct possibility. I didn't exactly blame him for mother's death, it's not like they were close in any capacity. I doubt he even knew I existed for my early life. Hell, my mother didn't even know who he was. I wasn't ashamed to admit that my mother was a prostitute, rather, an escort. She did everything she could to give me a life, to provide for me. I am proud to have had her as my mother. Even still, I don't know if I could even spare enough to truly despise him. Was it lesser than that? A more mild dislike, perhaps even apathy. I did not care for him, I disliked him, he was irrelevant to me. And most of that stemmed from how I was being forced into a certain little box for my life. Was I still angry about that? Almost definitely, but I have calmed down from those years ago. It's not like I'm going to jump down to hell and start a killing spree in some insane vengeance-induced rage. Am I allowed to just want to move on with my life and not dwell on it anymore? I sighed, cleaning up my mess and gathering everything I had. I guess I shouldn't put this off any longer. I muttered, opening a portal to a destination I was both dreading and aching for. It was a small walk away. I didn't want to pop right in, for some reason I felt it would be impolite, especially since I haven't seen her in a very long time. Hey, Mom. I said quietly, stopping in front of a certain grave marked as Mieko Shimoda. It was a fair distance away from Kuo, so I rarely had an opportunity to visit. I was feeling things I thought I had gotten over many years ago, yet it seems like they reopen the moment I'm here. There were some weeds overgrown here and there. I got on my knees and started tidying up, placing some fresh flowers along with a few sticks of incense to properly pay my respects. It's been a while. I finally spoke, sitting on my butt. A lot has changed, I don't even know where to begin. I sighed, my eyes drifting up to the sky. I have a new name now. I squeezed out. New name for a new person, or something like that. I don't know, it seems like my reasoning back then was mostly out of spite and anger. I didn't want any connection to my old self, I felt so powerless back then. I don't really regret what happened, more so the reason for why I did it. I couldn't help but run a hand through my hair. Your son is strong now. I paused, twiddling my fingers. I'm also a magician. I let out a laugh. I think I said I wanted to be that when I was younger after we saw that magic show. Well, I suppose dreams do come true, even if it turned out a bit differently. I smiled faintly at that old memory. I also made a small promise to myself to learn stage magic. I also have a girl in my life, rather 3. I felt oddly bashful at saying that in front of my mother's grave. I wonder if you would be annoyed at me for that, but I care for all of them. I'm sure they would love you, they're all wonderful girls. The first one I met was Meridia. She's not human, but she is really sweet. I smiled as I reminisced about my first meeting with her. She's strong too, could basically tell the world to F-. I caught myself. Sorry, tell the world to sod off. I corrected. Then there's Artoria, I'm sure you would absolutely get a kick out of meeting her. Yes, I had my night phase as a kid as well. We started to date more seriously recently, well, kinda just accept our relationship as something more than a one-off, I guess. I glanced back down at my mother's grave. Don't worry, I'm not keeping any major secrets from any of them, nor do I plan to. Lastly though, I stopped myself. It's hard to talk about her right now. It still hurts, Mom. I know it's not a final goodbye, but I miss her so much. I wiped away a little wetness in my eyes. Excuse my language, but I'm going to kick her ass the next time I see her. If I keep talking about them, I don't think I'll ever stop. I felt a small sense of genuine contentment at this moment. Why don't I tell you about some of my adventures instead? How about that time I fought a dragon with my friend Thorum? I took one last look at my mother's grave. I felt relief. I didn't realize how much I needed to get some things off my chest. It honestly felt like a weight was lifted from my shoulders. Scathatch was still a sore spot, I still almost wept when I thought about her, but I felt okay at this moment. I was content for the moment, and I felt like I could properly mourn without becoming a complete wreck. Even being gone for over a decade, Mom still knows how to make me feel better. Well, regardless, I could really use a drink right about now. My whole purpose for coming back here was to find some kind of closure, for my own mental health. I would just enjoy my time while it lasted, no responsibilities, just have some fun and finish some projects that didn't need my immediate attention before. I stepped through a portal back over to Kyoto, close by where I left before. It was an area that was relatively untouched, so some places were still open for business. I recalled seeing a pub around here somewhere, or rather an izakaya. I wouldn't mind some comfort food as well, been a while since I've had proper Japanese cuisine, even if it is the bar variety. My mind wandered as I just enjoyed my stroll. I was pretty much set on buying that property I took a few looks at. The house didn't really matter much, but the land was prime real estate for my need. And I wanted to get testing on this, I was quite interested on how this would turn out. To anchor a single location and spread it across several world lines and make it stable enough to support several different time flows. It will be fun, and I couldn't help but smile at the thought. Perhaps I should do a smaller test once I work the kinks out, maybe buy some land over in America, see if I can't do this small connection first. My muse brought me to the little bar I saw before. I saw the light still on, so I happily walked inside, though I felt something both strange and familiar as I got close. It almost felt like I was in the land of shadows again, except it wasn't nearly as oppressive. I just shook my head. This was a supernatural place, many species and people lived here. It wouldn't be good to judge someone based on what they are or where they come from. Though when I entered, I only saw a single person sitting at the counter, and only the bartender off to the side. A woman with grayish silver hair. She turned her head to look at me, red eyes almost seemingly capable of penetrating my soul. I raised an eyebrow, keeping my power bubbling under the surface. Wilhelm. I know. Strong. This woman was extremely strong, but she was keeping it extremely contained. Like only the absolute barest of her presence was leaking out, and even then I couldn't tell what she was. She didn't seem hostile, so I ignored it, and she was content to enjoy her own drink. The man behind the counter eyed me warily, and I noticed he was kind of keeping his distance from the woman, as much as he could without being rude. Odd. Start me off with some yakitori and a beer. He didn't even answer me before getting started. What a strange atmosphere, and I couldn't quite help myself. I glanced over to the woman drinking by herself a few seats down. Hello, I'm Wilhelm. I introduced myself. I noticed the man freeze briefly behind the counter. The woman turned to me a little surprised at my words. She stared for a moment before answering. Izzy. She said plainly. Huh, strange name for a Japanese woman, but who am I to judge? Who knows what her actual ancestry is like? I try not to judge based on appearances. Well, I wouldn't mind some conversation while I drink. So in retrospect, I should have written the interlude before this chapter, would probably have been better, but I was rather busy the few days I pumped these out. Doesn't really detract from much, but I know people were looking forward to reactions, so sorry, those are next chapter from a few perspectives. If people really want, I can do a PHOESQ addition to the chapter after the interlude, or at some point in the next few chapters. Well, regardless, setting up some future plot points and laying down some motivations. Also, do people want me to add pictures when I introduce characters that will appear more than some NPC in the background? I don't mind adding them in the paragraph comments. Anyways, if you want to read 5 chapters ahead, or support me, go to mypat.rayon.com/astriaforone. Chapter 69, Interlude 2. Interlude 2. POV Okita Tsuji, Knight of Lucifer. Walking out of the room where I gave my report, I noticed a rather familiar face approaching me. I could already feel a headache coming on, no doubt she was here to speak to my king. Lady Gremory. I greeted the mother of my king, and lady of House Gremory. Okita, a pleasure as always. His neutral expression was something of familiarity at this point. Tell me, has my stupid son done something productive recently? I held back a wince at her words. If it were anyone else, maybe I would have some words to say about them insulting my king. I of course had many things to say about him myself, but I was loyal to a fault and I would never betray his trust, not after he saved me all those years ago. I am unsure of what you are referring to, Lady Gremory. As loath as I was to learn how to navigate through the devil's political spectrum, I can't help but admit it has done me a world of good. Unfortunately, such things seem to fail against Lady Gremory. I may as well be unequipped in a duel of words with this woman. She just stared at me, expression never changing. Has my wayward grandson been found yet? I believe young Lord Milikas is with his mother, Lady Graphia at the moment, Lady Gremory. I replied without any hesitation. Do I look like a fool to you, Okita Tsuji? She asked me. No, Lady Gremory. No, so then, who are you trying to fool with such nonsense? Since there are only the two of us here, and I am no fool, then it must be you. As you say, Lady Gremory. I'm sorry my lord, your mother is scary. She hummed to herself, eyes never leaving mine. I could have sworn you were in Japan for unrelated reasons, correct? Of course. I affirmed her words. So why have you come back so suddenly? I'm afraid I'm not allowed to speak of such matters, my lady. Yes, regardless of the familial connections between Lord Lucifer and Lady Gremory, she wasn't allowed to push such matters, lest bounds be overstepped. The same reason my lord couldn't simply annul his sister's engagement, otherwise the political fallout may result in rebellion. Sorry my lord, I'm using you as a shield. I see, then it has nothing to do with the situation in Kyoto right now. She asked. I paused ever so briefly, and I realized that she caught me there. It appears the situation there has become known. I could only sigh. Please. She rolled her eyes. You really need to get with the times, Okita. That whole mess was already posted online hours ago. I was aware of what was going on before you even came back. Ah yes, this DeviantNet thing. I never cared for it if I were to be honest. The only reason I even started on those social medias was because Lady Leviathan was adamant about friending me or some other nonsense. I was there when the chaos started, and I of course lent a hand to better mend bridges and such. Seraphal was overjoyed that I received much goodwill in that small time frame by assisting Lady Yasaka. I believe this was the first time that Lady Yasaka willingly corresponded with Seraphal in decades. Even still, they were keen to kick me out, albeit more politely than that. They had much house cleaning to do and it wouldn't do any good for an outsider to be there while it happened. I certainly could not fault them for that. Besides, I was needed to come back and give my report. Even though our relations are very strained, we are still considered allies with the yokai. Granted, they are unlikely to lend us any meaningful help unless the more dire of emergencies occurs, and even that is iffy. Well, a shame. I was looking forward to meeting my grandson, he is such a cutie. She actually smiled for the first time. And the way he fought that snake, so dashing. She practically cooed. I blinked for a moment, registering the words. What? She tilted her head ever so slightly. You don't know. She withdrew her phone, pressed a few buttons and flipped it around to show me a video. I stared at it in shock as the target of my search was right there fighting against some Hydra monster in the middle of Kyoto, where I had just been mere hours ago. A small smile rose on her face. It appears as though my idiot son's little indiscretion has become common knowledge. I was utterly speechless, yet she continued to prod me. I'm curious how he got so strong so quickly. If Rias and Sona are to be believed, he was either able to hide his power so expertly that they couldn't detect anything, or he was truly powerless back then. She mused. What do you think, Okita? How did he get so strong right under your noses? I steeled my expression. I guess the blood of my lore. Lady Gremory snorted, cutting me off. Yeah, his blood. She deadpanned. I'm sure that's it, as you can see his blatant use of our power of destruction. The sarcasm dripping from her words. That stupid son of mine. She scowled. This would have never happened had he just let me raise the boy instead of putting him off to Satan's nowhere for years. I couldn't possibly comment. Which was a lie, and we both knew that. I was aware of the boy for many years, finding out after his mother had passed. I had offered to take him in and teach him to defend himself, but my lord refused. He seemed more intent to simply wash his hands of the entire situation with doing the bare minimum to secure the boy's continued existence. Yes, I'm sure. She drawled. Would he even want to come meet me at this point? Or did my idiot son poison my cute little grandson already? I'm sure we can convince him to return home. I said earnestly. Home. She raised an eyebrow. I doubt he considers anywhere near us to be his home. She let out an uncharacteristic sigh. I know that father is going to make a big deal out of this as well. Another one of our bloodline without the power of destruction. We'll only be so lucky if that's all that happens. While I stay away from politics as much as possible, I am unfortunately forced to keep abreast of the many things that go on in the upper class of the Devil Society. No doubt my lord will come under fire regarding his bastard son. Thankfully, Graphia is at least showing solidarity in public, even if they are still fighting behind closed doors. I need to find Beowulf and ask him to come make himself visible to help keep off the pressure. Unfortunately, I don't know where he is at the moment. He put in his vacation request a week ago and disappeared somewhere in Scandinavia. The only words back was he checked around for the boy in his free time. Surtur could help as well, he is quite the hit with children these days. I believe I heard his action figures are a top seller among children under 12. Well, maybe I should seduce him then. I almost choked as the words entered my ears and I stared at Lady Gremory, my thoughts completely shattered. Lady Gremory. You think he likes MILFs? She smirked, pushing her large chest up. I heard that's what the young ones are saying these days. Oh, she's just doing this to get a reaction out of me, hopefully. POV Sona Citri. Bucho, I'm done. I watched as Issei Hayato burst through the door. He paused staring at me sitting next to Rias. Oh, Kaishu, you're here too. Indeed. I said evenly, even if I was annoyed at his actions. It seems that turning into a devil did nothing to diminish his inability to read a room. Rias just sighed. It basically the default reaction she had whenever she paid attention to Issei. I couldn't help but feel sorry for her, finding out that Issei didn't have a sacred gear at all. No, he just seemed to have some draconic bloodline that seemed to suddenly manifest. Honestly, it was an easy mistake to make. Rias's rook, Chiron, was their only means of sensing sacred gears, and that was mainly due to her very attentive nose and very conservative use of senjutsu. It was almost safe to assume that if a normal kid started smelling like a dragon, he likely had a dragon-based sacred gear, which there are a lot of. Unfortunately for everyone involved, Issei was barely better than a standard human, only requiring a normal pawn to reincarnate. His dragon bloodline did mean he had some decent potential to tap into, eventually, but that was slow going. His stamina, for instance, it was several times better than even Rias's knight. Too bad his other aspects aren't on the same level. But small mercies, that means he can train many times harder as well. We're having a meeting, Issei, sit down. Rias commanded her pawn, though with less force than I would have. Yes, Bunchu. Issei said happily, taking a seat near his king. How did he get so strong so quickly? Rias bit her thumb, staring at the video being played. Oh Shimoda, what have you gotten yourself into? Was it possible he was this strong before? I asked. I mean, it's possible, if he was that strong, then wouldn't be able to hide his power from us, or something. Rias was grasping at straws and even I was confused by what I was witnessing. Who is that? And what's he fighting? Is that a yokai? Issei started spitting out every question that entered his head. That's my nephew. Rias said quietly. Awesome, Bucho's nephew is so strong. You can handle that thing too, right? Issei spoke without filter, but his questions weren't exactly inappropriate either. He was still new to all of this. I think anyone would excuse such questions here. Well. No. I answered for her. Sona. Rias whined at my blunt dismissal. I could easily handle that thing. She huffed. Rias, you can kill it, that doesn't mean you can beat it. You lack almost any kind of defensive ability, and your spell repertoire consists of throwing your destruction at any enemy. Rias needed a wake-up call sometimes. I'll admit, she is a genius, but she relies way too heavily on her bloodline and thinks nothing else matters. Could you kill it before it spewed any of that venom from its mouths? A single hit of that and you're done. Rias favored overwhelming destruction above all else, forging even basic defensive means. If I had to guess, it's because her bother can get away with such a thing, yet she is nowhere near his level and it would hurt her pride to admit that to herself. Rias crossed her arms in annoyance. And I'm sure you can beat it. Yes. I replied without hesitation. I have more than just pure power, my ice will be able to immobilize it while I could implement a guerrilla-style attacks. Though I didn't admit that I would probably take everything I had to beat such a creature, and even then, it wasn't 100% guarantee. Who knows how much resistance to magic it has? And Shimoda was able to slay it with an ease like he was going for a walk. It was a hit to my pride. I watched almost all the material I could get my hands on regarding Shimoda's little debut in Kyoto. Some powerful-looking swords that flew around him, taking down enemies that I would need conscious effort to deal with. Magic that I couldn't understand as space around him shattered at his whims and the large-scale Eastern magics he employed with relative ease. How? The way he moved, the way he acted, so calm, like it was merely another day, not literal chaos and pandemonium erupting around him, not a giant snake dragon yokai thing bearing down on him with the intent to kill. I could only clench my hands in frustration as Rias and I tried to analyze everything we saw, trying to dig out the secrets of Shimoda's newfound strength. Suddenly, I questioned my ability to get even with him for blowing me up. Oh boy, lots of stuff going on in the background. Mama Gremory is not happy with her son right now, and is taking it out on his knight. Rias and Sona are surprised at what they are watching, and hey, a wild Issei appears. Something, boosted gear left a small bit of dragon behind in his soul, giving him a small dragon aspect. I'll see if I can't do that PHO chapter this weekend at some point. Anyways, if you want to read 5 chapters ahead or support me, visit my pat.rayon.com/asteriaforone. Chapter 70, Chapter 68. I happily dug into the many dishes presented before me. How I really missed my homeland's cuisine, even if I enjoy variety about half the time. Of course the sake was probably making it even better. I need to remember to grab a few bottles and bring them back to Sasaki. And I suppose the company didn't hurt. Oh, here is an amusing one. My companion had moved closer after we started talking. Do you think he wants a sugar mama? She read over her phone some random comments about my adventures earlier. I snorted, holding in the drink I took. Well, did she include a picture? Oh yes. She flipped it around revealing a very large woman in some very skimpy clothing. Should I reply on your behalf? An opportunity like this does not come every day, one must seize chances like this. I could have sworn I killed that snake monster earlier today. I squinted my eyes at the picture before taking a look at Izzy as we both shared a laugh. I can see where you are confused. She nodded with a small smile on her face. Perhaps we should ask for more pictures. I'm sure she has some more flattering shots. Somewhere. Frankly, how this all started was kind of a blur. I was pretty far into my drinks at this point. I think we somehow started talking about what happened earlier in the city, then she recognized me and we somehow got to where we are now. Sure, as long as you filter everything before I see it. I offered. Oh no, I seem to have closed the page, I guess we'll never know now. She said rather smoothly. Alas, your dreams of waking up every night in her arms are now dashed. How convenient. I rolled my eyes. Quite. She held a small smile. I'm curious what someone of your origin is doing here while this whole mess happened. My heritage wasn't exactly a secret anymore. Well, that's a polite way of asking me why I was here, I guess. Just got back to Japan after being away for a while. Thought I would pay respects to my mother and wanted to buy some things while I was up and about. I explained, not really feeling the need to hide anything. She didn't sound like she was accusing me of anything, so I humored it. And I believe my actions spoke much louder than my words. Probably the fact that any authorities haven't been blatant about searching for me, even with all the crap going on for them. A dutiful son then. She nodded in acceptance. My children could learn a thing or two, she frowned. Children trouble? I asked. She seemed like she wanted to just vent, and she listened to my ramblings for a while. She let out a sigh, downing the remainder of her drink. I have not seen my children in years. She shook her head, finishing off a glass of her own. Just because we live long lives doesn't mean I don't miss them. Have you tried reaching out on your end? I offered. She pursed her lips, staring at the ceiling. It would be unwise for me to pop in on them. She seemed rather melancholic. They have rather high positions, and I don't want to cause them any more issues like I have in the past. Whether they would be happy to see me, I don't know, but I know for a fact that their subordinates and allies would be very much on edge with my appearance. Simply call them then. I don't think they even use such things, they are a bit old-fashioned. She admitted. I only learned because I've been. She cut herself off and sighed. Ah, not too surprising, considering she wasn't human herself, though I had no idea what she was. A letter then, it doesn't even have to be anything important. Just say you miss them and haven't heard from them in a while. She tilted her head at me. And you think that will work? She said quietly. I was not the best mother in the past. Then start off small, ask them how they've been doing, maybe they just need someone to vent to or want to talk about some small stuff. I shrugged. You'll never know if you don't at least make an effort. I pointed out. Besides, what is the worst that could happen? They continue to not speak with you. I see, I suppose you are correct. Her expression turned a little bit brighter, maybe even excited. I think, I will get started on that right away. I was happy she looked a little better now. She kept me occupied from my own issues, so I'm glad I could return the favor. Well, it was fun. I smiled. It's always nice to find someone to drink with. I raised my last glass up and finished it off. Oh, of course. Yes, it was a pleasurable night. She returned the small smile. Rarely do I find someone to speak to these days. She paused briefly, looking slightly unsure. Would you like to exchange numbers? I find myself wishing for company sometimes. She seemed rather hesitant. That would be lovely. I genuinely replied, withdrawing a piece of paper and writing my new number on it. She grabbed it and looked rather happy. I couldn't help but smile at her sincerity. I guess I made a new friend, not like I have many of those. Today was turning out to be not so bad, maybe I would go as far as to call it a good day. I woke up and it was practically noon already. I groggily stood up, rubbing my head. It was throbbing slightly. I didn't have the biggest hangover, but it was definitely there. I'm in. The house I was going to buy, did buy. I think I went over to that place and purchased it last night. Yeah, that sounds about right. I shook my head and rubbed my eyes. Drake, this is my house, right? Yeah, you bought it yesterday. Good, good. I nodded to myself. Would have been awkward otherwise. Also, thankfully I had some furniture stored. I stared at the couch I just woke up on that was in the idly of an empty room. I blinked, looking at my phone, using it as a mirror as best as I could. Hey Drake, did I get angry at the clerk at that store last night? What do you mean? Did I attack him, or was that a dream? No, you got annoyed at him for mentioning your father and making you an esteemed client or some other nonsense, but you didn't do anything else. Oh, okay. I let out a breath. I'm glad I'm not someone who does stuff like that. Thanks, Drake. I stretched my arms, having slept on them weirdly. No problem, it's fun to watch regardless. I did drink a lot last night, more than I intended. I rarely ever get drunk, especially around people I didn't know too well. Hey Drake, do you know who Izzy is? I questioned my companion. I have a few guesses, but it doesn't really matter. She didn't seem at all hostile. I guess you're right. I smiled slightly. Well, no need to be suspicious, it was merely chance we met and sorta became friends. If it's something important, I'm sure she'll tell me if we get closer. It was always nice to have more friends. Now, if I remember correctly. I sent my gaze into my ring, looking for a very specific item. I quickly grabbed a thermos out and uncapped it, steam filling the air. Glad I kept this with me. I muttered, pouring myself some coffee I kept. Well then, what's on the agenda today? I casually sipped my hot beverage, peeking out the window and admiring the view. I had a fair little property right here in the city. The house was a more Western style, 2 stories and a half-dozen bedrooms. I guess you could even call it a mansion by some standards, cost quite a bit too. Housing prices here are ridiculous. You know, this is an odd feeling, Drake. What? Not having anything to do, no pressing matters to take care of. I looked up at the false sky, the fake clouds and sun that fall and rise like the outside. Even when I was in Skyrim, there were always something I was working towards. In the land of shadows, I never felt like I stopped training even when I was relaxing. Here, right at this moment, I have nothing I have to do. This is what you wanted, right? Yeah. I admitted. I'm not complaining, I suppose I'm just realizing how much I've been working since my memories appeared. Honestly, I feel off, almost guilty that I'm not doing something. I let out a small chuckle. Well, what do you want to do, Dot? I haven't asked myself that question in a while. I smiled again, taking another sip. I think, I want to play around with the house, set up some bounded fields, and maybe get started on the phasing I've been thinking about. The phasing, I didn't know what to call it right now, but it wasn't a bad name. To have my house existing at multiple spots in different worlds. Finishing off my drink, I walked outside getting a better look at the property line. I summoned Gibalg into my hand, giving it a twirl as I held it over my shoulder and walked to corner by a tree. I held the shaft of the spear up to my eye, using it as a reference point and measure some distance. I think I have an idea, I muttered, stabbing the spear into the ground, then counting my paces as I walked to the other end of the property. I held my hands up, closing one eye, trying to picture certain things in my head. I took out Mirage and stabbed it into the ground right where I was, then went to another corner and did the same thing again with Dawnbreaker, then the last corner with Ascalon. Walking to my porch, I sat down on my steps and took out my notebook and a pen as I began some preliminary calculations. A square then, I muttered, drawing a quick sketch of the area with the 4 points plotted. I tapped my pen against my chin. No, the power would be too unevenly distributed. There needs to be a centralized location while the 4 areas act as anchors. Curious, the kaleidoscope doesn't like to be spread out. The dimensional energies tend to dissipate rather quickly if they aren't being forced into very specific places with a firm hand, so using the basis of square to create this matrix of bounded fields will be undesirable. Oh. I suddenly had inspiration. Equilateral triangles. I snapped my fingers. 4 points that make a square, but we add a 5th right at the center. Then using that we make 4 triangles, using the 4 outer points as the bases. I began scribbling some more notes and calculations. Now we have 4 triangles, but there is a more direct link if they're all powered by the centralized point instead of being spread out in a large square. I looked around the yard, fences on either side, and nodded to myself. This place already has a concept of boundaries, and I can hijack that to reinforce my own bounded fields to better stabilize the anchor points. What do you think, Drake? You're asking me. You know I don't really know how magic works, especially something as complicated as what you're doing. Give yourself some credit, you seem to follow my trains of thought usually. He grumbled for a moment before speaking, so we have 4 points, A, B, C, D that correspond to where your weapons are. If I'm understanding this correctly, instead of just connecting them all in a square to create this bounded field, you are opting to instead create 4 triangles by adding a 5th spot at the center, E. So we would have something like EAB linked together, the same with the other points. While the final shape will still be a square, it is actually comprised of triangles. That's correct so far. I nodded at his words. So if I'm understanding correctly, that would mean the overall power of the bounded field would rise at least another level because the magical energy would bounce around 2 less points before running back to the source before once again being pushed out. The current would be firmer, and the waste would be overall much less. Not to mention, it would take overall less magical energy to achieve similar results than if you went with just a square. I couldn't help but smile. Nailed it all. I just needed to get started on the major calculations. Really, the main hurdle would be the huge supply of magical energy required, which isn't a problem to someone like me. Well, there is one issue. I paused briefly, a small grimace on my face. Yeah. What will you use to sustain and power such a strong bounded field? I sighed thinking about it. Mirage could do it, easily. As could my Staff of Magnus, but I didn't want to separate from either of those for long periods of time again. Yeah, producing that much magical energy is easy, sustaining it is a whole different matter. Usually one can just anchor a bounded field to the world and maybe absorb ambient mana or some other approach, but here, I'm playing with dimensions and my needs are much greater. Well, questions for later. I pushed those thoughts to the side for now. At the moment, I just need to figure out the theory and outline for everything, then I'll head to New York and test a couple of them out. In the interim I can just use the staff as a temporary solution. As annoying as finding another powerful object would be, I couldn't help but smile. I was having fun figuring out this piece of magic, and I was excited to get it going. MC is making friends. I'm sure this will have no negative consequences whatsoever. MC also plays with magic and relaxes. A nice little vacation for him, and absolutely nothing could interrupt his quiet time. On a side note for all you Genshin Impact fans, guess who just rolled Shana, her spear, and Mona within 20 wishes? Yup, I give you all permission to be jealous. Time to build a Chongyun freeze comp, wishing I had Ayaka. Anyways, if you want to read 5 chapters ahead or support me, visit my pat.rayon.com/asteriaforone. Chapter 71, Chapter 69. I, unfortunately, had to go back to that ridiculous store to purchase some materials. The way they treated me really grated on my nerves, and I couldn't actually get angry because they were nothing but polite. Realistically, I knew they couldn't possibly know my feelings, but my annoyance still simmered under the surface. It's not like I would take it out on people only doing their jobs, but it just made me not want to be there, and perhaps that shone through my expressions. Well, it wasn't entirely bad. I did find something interesting and got it on an impulse. I did make a promise to myself to learn stage magic. I figured it could be a little hobby of mine, but I seemed to put the cart before the horse. I shall name you Sir Wigglesbottom Fluffytail Octavius Benedict III. I held a rabbit up to the sky as it scrunched its little nose cutely. Or just Sir Wiggles for short. Because it wiggled its little butt at me when I first saw it. Did I mention this thing was intelligent? Really? Fuck you, it's a good name. What happened to the other two? We don't speak of them. I sat Sir Wiggles down next to me and he was content to stay by my side. I asked him previously if he wanted to come with me. I promised to take care of all his needs and find him a worthy mate, so he seemed to accept. From what the salesperson told me, his mother was a jackrabbit, which was obvious by the small little antlers growing on his head. But apparently on his father's side, he is a very, very distant relation to Tepostacatl. I can't believe you made him your familiar. I can't believe you even questioned something like that at this point. Touché. It's not like I need a familiar, and I can't help that I fell in love with the little guy the moment I saw him. Frankly, I'm a cat person, but that doesn't mean I don't appreciate other little animals. I took out a head of lettuce that I still had from Skyrim and peeled off a few pieces to place down in front of him. Alright, just don't go too far out, I'm setting up some magic stuff, I don't want you to get hurt or anything. I rubbed its little head with my finger. I think it nodded at me, and the link I had with him due to making him my familiar kind of gave the impression he understood. I just nodded and moved to the spots I marked yesterday. Surprisingly, it wasn't hard to turn something into a familiar. If it didn't have enough sapience, then it couldn't resist you at all. If it was intelligent enough, it simply had to agree and boom, new familiar. Hell, the magical formulas were known practically worldwide. You know what? I hope you make him the most powerful rabbit that ever lived. I paused. Drake, that is one of the greatest ideas you've ever had. I resolved to teach him magic in the future, after I learned how to pull him out of my hat. Is it considered cheating if I use actual magical to pull him out? Taking out a large steel pillar, I hefted it up and slammed it into the marked location, making sure it was nice and steady. Making sure it was all perfect, I did the same to the other 4 points around my house to set up the first boundary layer. I would start off by drawing runes on each pillar to reinforce several concepts around my home. Both to protect it from the outside and inside. Should I include a geas that forcibly latches onto anyone I invite inside? A contract that is accepted when an invitation is extended, and they agree to cross my threshold. Guest rights. It was a common notion across many civilizations, even if it usually goes by other names. A curious thought, I could probably force people to act within certain bounds if they are invited inside. On the flip side, I would also be bound by such limitations. But then again, I wouldn't exactly start a battle with anyone I willingly invited inside. Well, I should probably focus on external defenses, right? Hell, I don't even have any furniture yet. My thoughts were suddenly interrupted, as I felt space near me vibrate and bend in certain ways that indicated someone manipulating it. My head snapped to the side as I saw a young man pop over. The vibrations along the world were very hard to miss. There was no teleportation circle, no blatant magical phenomena as he appeared. He wore what looked like a school uniform with a cliché wizard's robe over it. Honestly, he appeared rather mundane, like if you told any random kid he was a wizard, that was how he would pretty much dress. Hello. He greeted me, with a surprisingly amount of openness. I raised an eyebrow. Greetings. I'm George Faust. He said simply. I blinked for a moment, searching my memories. Named after the historical one. Yup, I'm his descendant. He seemed rather happy to say that little tidbit. Well, I can't exactly fault him for having pride in his origin. I mean, I named myself Schweinorg, but even still, I don't go around calling myself Zelretch. I remembered some things about this kid, some kind of magical prodigy, and he had a sacred gear, one I couldn't quite recall off the top of my head. It's not like I have a perfect memory, and I had quite a few things shoved in my head from my awakening. What can I do for you, George? I stood up, giving him my full attention. Well. He paused for a moment. Sorry, I'm not really good at this, usually it's someone else doing this part. He scratched the back of his head. I kind of wanted to invite you to join the faction I'm in. He seemed unsure of himself, yet he still had a strange amount of confidence in the way he stood there. Pardon. I was a bit confused here. Well, I'm a part of the hero faction. We're basically descendants of heroes or reincarnations. Or just humans that want to protect humanity from the supernatural. He explained. Okay, some issues with that. I'm not a hero or whatever, and I'm only half human. Hero faction. I seem to recall them now, not something I gave much thought until this moment. Well, you're still half. He said with a smile. We care more about like-minded people. And from what I could find out, you aren't part of the devil faction and even suffered at their hands. Suffered. I repeated the word. What exactly do you know about me? I'm not really famous. Actually, he pushed up his glasses. You got rather popular recently. Your father is one of the strongest in the world. Do you think being his son isn't going to draw attention? We're not the only ones that were gathering information on you. Well, fuck. Who is spreading information on me? Hell, who could possibly even know where I'm? That fucking golden store is selling info on me. George chuckled. You didn't know. They literally sell anything, information is a commodity. Bastards even had the gall to call me a esteemed customer to my face and do this behind my back. I scowled. And I think there is some misinformation there, suffered at their hands. A bit edgy there, don't you think? I was neglected and controlled, I wasn't exactly tortured or beaten. As much as I dislike them, I'm not going to go around saying stupid nonsense like he's spouting. He seemed a bit surprised at my words, I couldn't help but laugh. Did you think all it would take is pushing some of my buttons and I would hop on your hero train for some revenge against my birth father? I looked at him incredulously. Kid, I'm well aware of my own issues that came with my upbringing, but that doesn't mean I'm frothing at the mouth to get even. He frowned, hearing my words. Well, that usually works for some people. He said awkwardly. Would you still consider it? There aren't many magicians in our faction, and I would love to have someone to talk magic with. He sighed. I'm tired of those other idiots too concerned with how hard they can punch. Okay, I sympathize with him slightly there. I'll pass, I'm busy with my own stuff right now. We have a lot of resources, magical grimoires, rare materials, girls. He looked a bit shy as he said that last part. Are you pimping out your faction members to me? Boys. I'm considering smacking you. Sorry, I have a habit of sticking my foot in my mouth when I get nervous. He admitted with an awkward smile and red cheeks. Yeah, definitely giving this a hard pass. I'm not going to touch that dumpster fire with a 100-foot pole. Well, no one can't say I didn't try. He slumped his shoulders. Sorry, but boss said he needs you for some future plans regardless. He regained his composure, and a strange mist began to swirl around his body. I would have rather you worked with us willingly, but that's not a necessity. Oh, are you going to fight me? I raised an eyebrow at him. I would rather just grab you and bring you back to the boss. He smiled. As the mist exploded out. The world around me changed, rewritten by this kid's ability. I realized now what I was dealing with, the information coming to the forefront of my mind. Dimension lost. I said evenly. Oh, you know it. I thought you hadn't been in the supernatural world that long. His voice echoed out around me, even if his form disappeared. But, that's one of the reasons we wanted you, I guess. The space around me had been changed from the normal flow of the world, a new dimension forcibly created overtop the existing one. It was like a bastardized version of a reality marble, except instead of projecting one's inner world, it's this false one. Granted, it's nowhere near the level of a true reality marble, merely the feeling I first got when it appeared. A small smile curled up on my lips. Playing with space in front of me, you're 1,000 years too early. I withdrew Mirage from my ring and pulled on the kaleidoscope. The multitude of colors burst out, the iridescent light cascaded in every direction, pushing against the barriers of this dimension that George had created. There were many, many ways I could have gone about breaking this space, but I chose the most straightforward one. What are you doing? I heard his panicked cries ring out from the surroundings as my magic began to usurp over his own dominion. I guess a Longinus only amounts to this much. I smirked as I reached out my hand, the colors scaled up the walls of this reality, consuming it entirely, and then I clenched my fingers. It shattered. Cracks rang out, reality shifted back to normal as everything was realigned. I was once again in the outside world, staring down at the now shaking kid. Why you, how? How did you break through my dimension lost? He looked at me fearfully. Yeah, these kids rely super heavily on their sacred gears, must be a real kick in the balls to see it no-sold like I just did. I ignored his question, and continued walking towards him. You know, I was content to end things where they were, but then you had to go and attack me. I shook my head. He almost fell to the ground as he turned around and began to run, several spell circles created in his wake with magical spells launching towards me. I frowned, my sword batting away most of them. Chow chow, George shouted, mist shooting out of his hand towards the distance and a rip in the fabric of space opening up, connecting to another point. I felt something tingle on the back of my neck, a danger sense I had developed in the time with Scathatch attempting to take my life if I was careless. A spear burst out of that little hole, the portal that connected to who knows where. Something shot right for me at a speed that was impressive. It didn't escape my notice, the feeling I got wasn't from the intense speed, no, it was from the presence of what was coming for me. Death. I felt death from this thing, it was antithetical to my existence. Something ingrained so deep into my very being. I brought up Mirage to block, my hand on the flat of my blade as the tip of a spear collided with it. I put my full strength behind my weapon, feet digging into the ground, and I felt myself get pushed back before finally stopping. I looked up, George was gone, and I saw a face in the distance, the one who attacked me, and his spear, extended several hundred feet as it retracted back into the portal. My eyes narrowed as we shared one last look, and I mouthed a few words to him. His eyes widened and I couldn't help but smile as he retreated with his companion. I let out a breath. I wasn't tired, nor was I even hurt in the slightest, but I was exhausted because I kept getting involved in all this crap that I didn't want to. Mirage returned to my ring and I looked down at the ground. He managed to push me back a couple steps. It was impressive. Drake, was that what I think it was? The true Longinus. He replied. Well, things are going to get more complicated, aren't they? Is it too much for me to just get some fucking time to relax? Assholes destroyed part of my lawn. I muttered, looking at where I was standing previously. Oh boy, someone done fucked up. Well, Hero Faction is known for clutching the idiot ball and absolutely refusing to let it go. And MC looks like a nice target for people who are antagonistic towards the Devil Faction. Well, MC saw a new shiny, and his hands a little itchy. On the bright side, MC got a familiar. So the name came about because I was talking over with someone about it, and it somehow devolved into us just continuously making it longer and more grandiose, so I was like, fuck it, we're doing that. On a side note, I was thinking about setting up a Discord. Is that something people would be interested in? Anyways, to finish this off, if you want to read 5 chapters ahead or just support me, visit my pat.rayon.com/asteriaforone. Chapter 72, Chapter 70. The True Longinus. It had been on my mind for a couple days now. I had set up many bounded fields around my home. Frankly, I think it would take even me some effort to break them down by brute force. And that's about all I could ask. They wouldn't keep anyone out that could truly threaten my life, but they were basically there to buy me time in an emergency. The true Longinus. It left an impression on me. Fear. I don't know if I would call it fear. It felt more primal, something that literally was antithetical to my existence, to my very core of being. It was like facing my mortality straight on. Was I scared? I don't think so, but I was definitely wary. The Spear of Destiny, it was an odd weapon. Any other weapon that went through what it did would have been classified as evil or demonic. Yet, it stands at the pinnacle of holy weapons in this world, even eclipsing the Caliban that boasts superiority of their broken Excalibur. The spear personally crafted and meant to be the personal armament of the God of the Bible. How much divine blood did it drink? I don't think there is a pantheon still in existence that didn't donate their divine blood unto that weapon's spear tip. After wounding or killing divine beings all over the planet, it became something evil, something desiring more blood. It was through this that it developed its anti-divine properties. It has the abilities to push through divinity like it was non-existent to truly wound divine beings. It was not a weapon fitting one who sat upon the heavenly throne, regardless of how powerful it was. So the God of the Bible is perhaps the most obvious thing to rectify it, yet also the most ridiculous. He impaled himself upon his own spear. The spear thirsted for blood, divine blood, so why not give his own? His holy attribute was devoured and turned the spear into something more neutral, perhaps even bordering holy. But that was it, the amount of divine blood it drank from other pantheons was only stalemated by his own holiness added on. And again, it was turned into a proper weapon, but he still didn't take it back as his own. It was the first sacred gear, the test, so to speak. He sent it off to the mortal world and centuries passed before someone managed to awaken it. This story was much more known. The man whose name was lost to history. Was the spear named after him or was he named after the spear? He who impaled Christ upon the cross. Saint Longinus. Hell, other sacred gears use the name Longinus to correlate to their god-killing ability. That just went to show how absurd the spear actually was when used against divine beings. Possessing no divinity, yet still retaining all the holiness of the Heavenly Father, the Son of God. Cleansed, amplified, and sanctified. The ritual that Jesus, King of the Jews, actualized upon his suffering, it changed the spear once again into its final form. It was supposed to be God sacrificing himself to relieve humanity of their sins, a grand ritual that spanned the entire world, powered by the sacrifice of a divine being. It would skew humanity in favor of good over evil as humans naturally are neutral at birth. It was actually the reason that humans could naturally be born with the holy attribute from that point on. Was it planned? Honestly, I have no idea beyond just the cliff notes of what happened. I wouldn't put it past Big G to have planned that entire situation out. It would be killing multiple birds with a single stone. What a scary spear. I said to myself. Not just divine beings or devils, anything with a dark attribute was prey for the holy spear. There is a reason it's rated as the strongest sacred gear. Drake added, making me pause again. Oh, you're admitting defeat. I heard him snort in annoyance. I'm reliant on my partner, the spear. The spear can slay gods even with a novice if he gets lucky. I let out a small laugh. What a ridiculous weapon. He was exaggerating a little bit. Perhaps it could kill those lesser divine beings, like mountain or river gods. Hell, it could probably even wound a real god to a certain extent, but take any Olympian and put them in the path of the spear with a novice at the back, and they're getting bitch slapped into the moon. But his point stands. Usually, divinity is almost like a barrier or wall that a mortal has trouble overcoming. It is a higher state of being, it naturally has advantages over those who are lesser. It's one of the reasons that if everything else is equal, two beings, one with divinity and the other without, the one with divinity would win in a fight hands down. It is one of the many reasons that mortal god slayers are so exalted throughout history. It isn't merely a matter of punching harder, though that can technically work. You need to overcome the natural state of a divine being existing above you, something that wields part of the world in their authority. Of course there are exceptions, devils for instance, they are counter to divine beings. Similar to other races in the world. The giants of Norse and Greek myths, they could slay gods because they are the opposite side of the coin, so to speak. OP, please nerf. I laughed, standing up from where I had been sitting on my porch. Perhaps, my blood was even boiling a little bit. The idea that the spear could take my life if it gets any meaningful hit on me. Gods, I think Scathatch corrupted me. I wondered how Gibalg would match up to it in combat. The spear my teacher crafted, that demonic spear that erupts in bloodlust every time it's used versus the holy spear that has slain gods. Well, I guess both spears have slain gods before. It's no sword yet, I felt some desire to possess it, was it merely my greed acting up? Or maybe it was my nature as a devil that wanted to corrupt something holy. I mean, not really corrupt, but just add it to my growing collection. Honestly, I had no overarching issue with the Heaven faction. As long as I'm left alone, I'm not going to go seek out conflict with them for no reason. The same goes for destroying their images or idols. But hey, if some idiot wants to donate their spear to me, who am I to refuse? Mr. Wiggles was off playing somewhere, I could faintly feel him through our connection. Honestly, all I planned for today was to train him. Indeed, I will make him the fiercest rabbit this world has ever seen. Ding. I blinked, pulling out my phone from my pocket. Hello, this is Izzy, I don't know if you remember me, Izzy. I stared at it for a moment before replying. Of course I remember you, have you heard back from your kids yet? Wilhelm. Yes, I must thank you, your advice has worked well. My youngest had responded and he said he would visit me next month. Izzy. I'm glad when things work out. I think I needed some good news like this, even if it doesn't really affect me. I'm happy for you. Wilhelm. Thank you, I was wondering if you wish to meet up again tonight, I enjoyed the place last time. Izzy. I mulled it over, perhaps I've been feeling more stressed than I need to. I mean, I just came back to this world to essentially relax and I keep getting roped into conflicts. Fuck it, any reason to escape my dreary thoughts is good enough for me. That would be lovely. Wilhelm. Yes, I look forward to seeing you again. Izzy. See you then, smiley face, Wilhelm. Having friends is nice. Oh. I can show off the stage magic I've been learning. Sir. Wiggles. I shouted, and almost immediately I felt him bolt back towards me. Damn, he's fast. Well, what I should expect from a supernatural rabbit. I wonder what magics I should teach him. Maybe start off with elemental manipulation. He should be closer to nature, so perhaps that would be the best place to start. I admit, seeing him flinging fireballs around would be most amusing. Or perhaps freezing entire areas with vast arrays of ice magic. Then that would be difficult for him to move. Lightning is also an option, but then again, I use lightning a lot too, shouldn't I teach him something to supplement me? Some druidism may work as well, it was where I derived the initial concepts for my Bindings of Gaia spell. Hey there, buddy. I held out my arms as he jumped right into them. You have fun. Images of him exploring the property and surroundings came through our link. He went pretty far out and even found someone to give him a carrot and he was being smug about it. Aren't carrots technically bad for rabbits? Well, maybe him being a magic rabbit means that doesn't matter. I'm not his mother, he should know what he can and cannot eat. Ready to go meet my friend. We'll show her what we've been practicing. I did share my thoughts with him, I wouldn't just shove him in my hat and force him to perform with me. Who knew the little fluffball had dreams of grandeur? Granted, he didn't exactly tell me that, more so sending feelings and impressions. Having a connection like this was odd, if I focused, I could feel what he was feeling basically through images and somehow that would translate into something I could understand. I just shook my head, what an amusing familiar I picked up. I still need to create costumes for the future, especially one for Sir Wiggles, matching hat of course. Pulling a rabbit out of my hat, while he wears a hat. Maybe even a little sweet and vest too. Well, this would be a good distraction, I need to stop stressing while on my little vacation. Alright, I started working on that PHO chapter thingy. It won't take up a slot in the normal chapter release, so I'll probably do it sometime tomorrow. Anyways, if you want to read 5 chapters ahead of support me, visit my pat.rayon.com/asteriaforone. Chapter 73, Chapter 71. I fixed my cuffs, pulled on my collar to make sure it was nice and straight, and I ran a finger along my tie to make sure there were no creases. My hand sneaked back and tugged lightly on my ponytail to make sure it was still nice and snug, bound by that little piece of fabric that Scathatch used all those days ago, and I couldn't help but smile slightly at the memory. I fiddled with the buttons on my vest. Jacket or no jacket? I usually go with no jacket. I turned around to see how it looked from the back. How about Juggernaut Drive, that way you can die and put me out of my misery. If you're not going to be helpful. You know what? Go butt-ass naked, I'm sure that will draw lots of attention. You're being really aggressive. I have to live through this every day. I've never had a host be so obsessed with what they're wearing, and let me be clear, I have had female hosts before. Mildly sexist. Oh, come off it, I'm technically genderless. Females can be sexist against their own gender, that means nothing. I pointed out. And besides, you've never had a host look as good as I do. I smirked. Oh, there's the patented devil pride I've heard about. Sorry, the dragon says what? The dragon says you're a little bitch. Yes, I, the Red Dragon Emperor, am a little bitch. I declared. I hate you. I snorted, holding back a laugh. Well, it could be worse, Drake. I set down a box I withdrew from my ring, opening it up to reveal several pairs of cufflinks. I could go around declaring myself a pay dragon. Little bitch it is then. No, what am I doing? I shut the small box. Way too gaudy for a casual get-together. I shook my head, putting them away. You need new shoes. I blinked, looking down out of instinct. You know what? I do need new shoes. I mean, it's not noticeable, but they were slightly scuffed in that little tussle I had the other day. Another reason to be annoyed with that idiot. I'm surprised. Why? Do you think I don't understand how to look good? Drake snorted. You know, I used to roll around in gold and jewels so they would get stuck between my scales and make me glitter and shine better. Huh, you learn something new every day. Why are you even trying so hard? Are you planning on claiming her as well? First, I would use almost any excuse to dress up. It's enjoyable, is that such a crime? And I want to look nice when I meet with my friend, I want to make a good impression. Second, we barely know each other. I rolled my eyes. I'm not trying to bang every girl I trade words with, regardless of how pretty was. Didn't stop you with Artoria. That. I stopped for a moment. Touché. I admit he had a point there, but it was a little different. I knew her before I knew her. I would be lying if I said my knowledge of her didn't skew my perceptions and perhaps give me a sort of idol in my mind. Regardless, I did not have any regrets with how things turned out. And now I couldn't help but think of her. Nope. No moping, I'm going out to have drinks with a new friend. I flipped my hat sitting nearby and set it on my head before adjusting it just right. Time to go. Izzy. I smiled brightly, walking into the bar. It was once again empty minus us three. The owner just gave me a look before going about his business again. Hello, Wilhelm. She nodded at me, a small smile on her face. I took a seat next to her, the men behind the bar already placing a drink in front of me. I couldn't help but chuckle as I took a sip, almost coughing it up. Damn, that's strong. I forced it down, and it was not enjoyable that way. Needs to be sipped to appreciate more. How have you been? I have been doing very well. She turned towards me, fingering her own glass. I am excited that my youngest has decided to respond to my inquiries. As I mentioned in our correspondence over the phone, he will be visiting me next month. She keeps herself well reserved, but the excitement in her tone was palpable. Oh, I'm curious, what's he like? Abrasive, rash, prone to using his fists when he should use his words. She listed off. But he can be really sweet too. Even when his father and I separated, he was willing to express his intent to visit me, much to his father's anger. Ah, isn't it usually the youngest that acts out the most? I suppose you are right, he is definitely a mama's boy. She smiled. His elder siblings are much more reserved, even if they usually cause just as many messes. And how have you been? She inquired. Has your newfound fame been detrimental at all? Oof, I took another sip. Got attacked by a high schooler who looked like he was getting ready to play some D&D in his mom's basement. He also happened to actually know magic. She blinked at me, mulling over my statement. Are you hurt? She questioned. Oh no, kid was as green as my grass, I waved her off. Well, at least before the little shit tore up a part of my yard. He had a sacred gear as well, as did his friend who tried to kill me too. I feel as though you are leaving out several important details. She deadpanned. Do not try to gloss over the important bits. Fine, fine. I sighed. Wizard kid comes trying to recruit me, called himself the descendant of George Faust. I don't know if you know who the famous magician who had a contract with Mephistopheles. She stated, to my surprise. She rolled her eyes at my look. I do know what goes on outside of my country. Of course. I smiled lightly. Anyways, kid is named George Faust, don't know if he's actually named that or is trying to seem better than he really is. I shook my head. Tried to recruit me to his hero faction or some such nonsense. Basically, humans, heroes, descendants and whatnot who are trying to protect the human race from the supernatural. Did the idea of being a hero not catch your fancy? She propped her chin up with her hand. I mean. I sighed again. Who doesn't admire the idea of a hero, but reality is often much more disappointing. I fingered my glass for a moment. Besides, he tried to use my heritage as a reason to join. Something about suffering at the hands of the devils. I waved my hand flippantly. He seemed to jump straight to emotional manipulation to get me to join, pretty weird for a first meeting. I take it he did not appreciate your rejection. She smiled in slight amusement. Nope, tried to use his sacred gear, dimension lost to imprison me. I snorted, a small laugh escaping my lips. Wet crying back home is what he did. Pardon. She interrupted me. Did you say you countered his dimension lost? One of those blasted things that is said to have the ability to kill gods. I see, you are stronger than I expected then. Long story short, his companion tried to impale me with his true Longinus. Izzy almost spit out her drink, slamming the cup back down before forcing the drink down her throat. The true Longinus. Ah, you've heard of it. Yes, I've heard of the divine spear that can kill gods with the ease that one can kill chickens. She deadpanned. Not only that, but is it not absolute poison to your kind? It is, but I didn't touch it. She knows more than I thought. You play a dangerous game. She shook her head. You should take your safety more seriously. Her words were rather gentle, and it seemed like she was upset that I acted in the way I did. I was not as flippant in how I acted in battle. I explained. I could feel the deadliness the spear threatened me with and I acted appropriately. I wasn't intentionally trying to court death or anything. Anyways, let's talk about something more interesting, like my hat. I quickly set my hat on the table, upside down. Your hat. She raised an eyebrow. Yes, you see, it has an interesting little function. I reached my hand deep in sin and voila. I pulled out Mr. Wiggles, setting him on the counter. She stared at me, I shot her a cocky smile right back. The bartender looked unamused by the prospect of having an animal on his bar. I slid a few gold coins his way and he just shrugged. It was another moment before Izzy finally broke out in giggles. That is the most ridiculous thing I have seen in quite some time. She calmed herself down. Whatever could possess you to do this? Her hand hesitantly reached over to touch the ball of fluff. Well, my mom took me to see a stage magician when I was younger. I smiled at the memory. And I wanted to learn how to do those tricks as a sort of hobby. I actually came back to Japan as a sort of vacation, thought it would be a nice way to unwind and just enjoy myself. What is its name? By the look in her eyes, I could tell she wanted to hold him, so I allowed him to hop over to her a bit. She looked surprised that he was willing to get so close to her. I guess I was used to her aura of death that I sometimes forgot it was even there. Staying in the land of shadows kind of desensitized me to such things. He is Sir Wigglesbottom Fluffytail Octavius Benedict III, Crown Prince of the Emerald Kingdom. You just keep adding more onto it every time you say his name. Yup. Or just Sir Wiggles for short. She had a warm smile on her face as Sir Wiggles allowed her to embrace him. Hello, Your Highness. She cooed, gently rubbing his little head. I could tell through the link that he was enjoying himself even if her presence was intimidating to him. I think the fact that I was calm in her presence kind of trickled down to him. I also made him my familiar. She let out a cute little laugh as he scrunched his nose. It seems you were intelligent enough to bind such an immaculate creature to you. Was that her way of saying I was smart to get such a cute little thing as my familiar? I did find the way she switched between the way she talked sometimes. Like she was used to speaking in a more archaic fashion, yet sometimes talked like she was on the internet. Would you like to see the picture I took since I got him? Yes. She blinked, staring at me bashfully. I mean, yes, I would enjoy seeing them. Just a nice fluffy chapter, nothing too exceptional happened. Anyways, if you want to read 5 chapters ahead or just support me, visit mypat.rayon.com/astriaforone. Chapter 74, Omake 1, Canon. Welcome to the Supernatural Online Message Boards. You are currently logged in, Nascent _Kaleidoscope. You are viewing Threads you have replied to. And threads that have new replies. Or private message conversations with new replies. Thread OP is displayed. Last 10 messages in private message history. Threads and private messages are ordered by user custom preference. Diamond suit topic, war in Kyoto. In, boards news events Kyoto. Just _ muffin, original poster, verified muffin, veteran member. Posted on March 18, 2009. Holy shit. Okay, so most people know what's going on in Kyoto right now, and if not they can look out the fucking window and see the explosions. I was talking to my girlfriend on the phone, then suddenly a building down the street just collapsed and some idiot in a mask ran down the street throwing magic at anyone and anything he saw. I did the most obvious thing, threw up any and every barrier spell I knew, then hid under my bed. I'm not particularly good at magic, but I'm hoping for the best. Showing page 1 of 295. Ghost _with_a_ gun. Replied on March 18, 2009. Fucking fuck, I can see fires all over the city. Where the fuck are the guards and what the fuck is going on? Slippery Tengu, verified guard. Replied on March 18, 2009. Okay, so I only have a few moments to post anything, and this was the first thread I saw. I asked my boss and he gave me permission. If you can see this, bunker down and get ready to weather the storm. We don't know what exactly is going on, but some terrorists are attacking. If you know magic, throw up any barriers you can. We're about to head downtown now to engage them. Billy Mays here, verified magician. Replied on March 18, 2009. Yo, so I was on vacation over here and suddenly everything starts exploding. Da fuck, Japan. But seriously, this shit is bad. My hotel has some pretty decent magical protections, but it's been shaking almost non-stop for 30 minutes now. I started prepping my own spells in case I have to throw hands, but I'm honestly more of a researcher. Levitan_fan. Replied on March 18, 2009. My mom isn't answering her phone. Small Mountain. Replied on March 18, 2009. The humans joined the fight, I saw them fighting the masked people. Included pictures. Link. Baby Blue. Replied on March 18, 2009. At Small Mountain. What the fuck, are they on our side or not? I saw some humans start killing yokai, then some other humans started killing the other humans. Does anybody have any idea what's going on? xxvoid_samirixx. Replied on March 18, 2009. Devils are here too. Link. Big_bat_wolf. Replied on March 18, 2009. At Baby Blue. Fuck the humans, let them kill themselves. Lasers 4 days, verified magician. Replied on March 18, 2009. At xxvoid_samirixx. Doesn't he look familiar? 2_tails. Replied on March 18, 2009. Fuck the devils, they always behind this shit. First the evil pieces they used to kidnap our people and now this fucking shit. Are we just going to keep letting them get away with this? Magic_propelled_grenade. Replied on March 18, 2009. At 2_tails. Calm the fuck down, there's only been one devil sighted so far and he's been helping, you dumbass. People like you just start calling for heads and make everything worse. At lasers 4 days. Replied on March 18, 2009. He does look familiar, doesn't he kinda look like Lucifer? 2_tails, temp band. Replied on March 18, 2009. Deleted. She_who_ invites, if you have nothing to add to the discussion, keep it to yourself. End of page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 293, 294, 295. Showing page 19 of 295. Just _a_ muffin, original poster, verified muffin, veteran member. Replied on March 18, 2009. Okay, did anyone else see that fucking Hydra start tearing apart the city before it got sliced and diced? Digging deep. Replied on March 18, 2009. At just _a_ muffin. Isn't that the same devil from before? Yeah, he looked really similar to Lucifer. I have a picture of them side by side, I think they're related. Frosty. Replied on March 18, 2009. I almost pissed myself, I got a front row seat to Lucifer Jr. cut down that fucking snake monster. I couldn't help but cry when it finally fell to the ground, it was about to tear through my home. Mr. Fabulous. Replied on March 18, 2009. My heart goes out to my yokai brethren, but did anyone see those spells he was throwing around? I didn't know devils knew any on my Odo, much less were accomplished on my OG. That spell was impressive, anyone got some insight on it? Shikigami 42, verified Shikigami. Replied on March 18, 2009. At Mr. Fabulous. I have some insight, my name should be enough proof. Yeah, that was a powerful spell meant for warding off disasters and evil. He used it to keep the snake's miasma and corruption contained while he fought the thing. If he didn't do that, a good chunk of the city over there wouldn't be habitable for several decades. It isn't a particularly noteworthy spell in of itself, but the ease he threw it out then went on to fight without even looking winded is turning some heads. 9_lives. Replied on March 18, 2009. Think he would give me kittens? Secretly secret. Replied on March 18, 2009. So, are we gonna talk about why the son of Lucifer is fighting in our town? Aren't we supposed to be mad at them? Plotting_the_past. Replied on March 18, 2009. At secretly secret. Are we just assuming he's Lucifer's son now? I mean, I was looking up their family tree and his only son is still a brat and I don't see anyone else in the family tree that matches his description. While their hair color is pretty much a Gremry family specialty, I don't want to assume anything, but if it quacks like a duck and looks very similar to Lucifer. End of page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 293, 294, 295. Showing page 102 of 295. XX_Void_Samurai XX. Replied on March 18, 2009. At Supershot 221. Look, all I'm saying is, he's probably a time traveler. Supershot 221. Replied on March 18, 2009. At XX_Void_Samurai XX. Void, you're an idiot. There's no way he's the time-traveling younger Lucifer. The most likely explanation is that the man has a bastard. He's a devil. The fact that he was supposedly married to only one woman is already pretty sus. She_who_invites, moderator, verified not as Anami. Replied on March 18, 2009. At XX_Void_Samurai XX. You also seem to think I'm Izanami, regardless of what you're told. Enough is enough, Void. I personally know him, he's not a time-traveling Lucifer. If you keep posting that, I'll have to give you a temp ban. I_like_swords. Replied on March 18, 2009. So if you couldn't tell by my name, anyways, anyone recognized those swords he had flying around him? That one he used to cut the heads off the Hydra, which was fucking awesome, did it do something to make them not grow back? I didn't see him cast any magic to stop the regrowth. Hooded_1. Replied on March 18, 2009. Oh ho, those rune spells he used were interesting. He seems to know our magic system, why didn't he use more of it? Maybe I should stick around in Japan a little while longer. At I_like_swords. Some of them may be newly created. If you look at that red sword flying around, you can see runes carved all over it. An interesting idea, I can think of several uses for such thing. At she_who_invites. How about letting me meet him? He seems pretty interesting. She_who_invites, moderator, verified not as Anami. Replied on March 18, 2009. Go back home, old man. Hooded_1, temp banned. Replied on March 18, 2009. Deleted. She_who_invites, no one asked you, enjoy your 2-week ban. Just_a_muffin, original poster, verified muffin, veteran member. Replied on March 18, 2009. Okay, we're getting a little off topic, but I guess it still has to do with what the fuck is going on in Kyoto. I know some people who know some people, so here's what we got. So you all heard about the cult of Tamamonome? Yeah, them crazies doing their usual stuff, except they grabbed some help from a couple human clans. And no, that isn't a reason to start bashing the humans, the other side their own to help us out, which is why we saw them clashing. So, big thanks to Lucifer Jr., is that what we're officially calling him now? Anyways, Lucifer Jr. helped out more than he realizes. That snake thing was supposed to be a big distraction or something, draw away the guards' attention so the crazies could do this large-scale ritual at the other end of the city. Didn't work out well for them, so kudos to our illustrious leader for, quite literally, stomping on the bad guys. Also, big thanks to Okita Tsuji, Knight of Lucifer. He was around and helped out quite a bit. No word on the relationship between the two, but I'm not looking a gift horse in the mouth. Bag_on_my_head. Replied on March 18, 2009. Lady Yasaka, step on me too. Noda Koala. Replied on March 18, 2009. And here come the simps, I swear, these guys ruin every thread that Lady Yasaka appears in. Also, step on me too. Never said I wasn't one of them. Enthusiastic Melon. Replied on March 18, 2009. Okay, so I was doing some calculations, and my numbers are basically telling me Luficer Jr., and I think this name is stupid, is a wizard. Now, I know what you're thinking, obviously. Except, no. I mean the shit he was doing when moving, how space around him seemed to shatter as he moved. Yeah, my math is basically telling me purple when I try to calculate how he's doing that so easily. Seriously, all my formulas come alive and become sentient just so they can kill themselves. What the fuck? Just a fun little thing I wanted to do. If anyone was wondering what PHO was when I was talking about it, basically like this. Anyways, if you want to read 5 chapters ahead or support me, visit mypatrayon.com/asteriaforone. Chapter 75, Chapter 72. I had materials thrown about all around my house, floorboards ripped up, holes in the walls as cables and support beams jutted out at all angles. Notes were tapped to the wall, and scattered all around the floor. All kinds of scribbles, calculations and otherwise nonsense if you had no idea what it meant. At the center was a strange scaffolding, almost like a holster for a familiar sword. Mirage was propped up, several spell circles overlaid underneath, and runes carved all along the wooden and steel frame that held it aloft. But it wasn't just mundane materials, intertwined with all the many pieces were bones, dragon bones. The ones pillages from that undead dragon back in Skyrim. There were also a few books stacked to the side, bookmarked or haphazardly thrown open to certain pages and marked. 3 days. I scowled. 3 days, and I'm still not any closer to cracking this. I huffed in annoyance, tossing a book to the side. I don't understand, I'm doing everything the directions say, yet I can't seem to do it correctly. Have you tried not sucking? Wonderful advice. I drawled. I can literally overturn the world's laws, yet I can't do something so simple. Why don't you take a break? Do something easier, like play with your magic. I sighed, looking at Sir Wiggles sleeping soundly on a little bed I bought him. I had the urge to go pet him, but I would respect his nap. Yeah, I'll just take a break and do something easier, like mess with both the time and world axis to overlay multiple spatial folds across world lines. I set down the deck of cards I was fiddling with and kicked away the book on card magic I had picked up from a store the other day. Can do real magic, can't even fucking do a sleight of hand thing with cards, I threw my hands up in exasperation. How's the project going? Oh this. I flicked my sword, still bound into the mechanism of the spell formulation. Solved this the other day. You going to test it? Yeah, I need another location. My first thought was New York, it was a good distance away and a good centralized spot for supernatural shenanigans, but isn't that angel territory? I crossed my arms with a frown. I'm pretty sure angels claim dominion over the entire earth. Don't be a smart-ass. Fine, fine. I waved him off. Yeah, the angels basically claim America, and Canada. Except for the areas where the Native Americans took up residence. Really, I don't think there are any groups in the world who would pick a fight with the last vestiges of the Native American supernatural community, and that's entirely out of pity. What happened in the early days of colonization, let's just say the mundane side was not nearly as bad as the supernatural one. I think it was the first time the world saw gods be tortured to death by mortals. Not even assholish deities, just your average divine beings, being pulled apart at the metaphysical seams and returned to the void of creation. Yeah, even the angels, back when they were much more zealous, actually felt bad for the Native American pagans, to the point where they put out decrees to never harm them unless absolutely necessary. That whole thing led to the South American pantheons basically waging war against the invaders. What a shit show that was. My sword began to power up, so to speak, the strange mechanisms reacted, even if it looked utterly absurd in creation. It's not my fault that I'm trying to deal with 5 dimensions and keeping it anchored into this lower dimension. I wanted to sit down, but my sofa was currently littered with materials and other doodads. I really need to get more furniture. I muttered, withdrawing a chair from my ring. The rune lit up, the cables snapped to attentions. I couldn't help but smile as I watched the dragon bones hold firm. Even if they were decayed by necromantic magics, they were still extremely sturdy, and more durable than nearly any material I could get my hands on in the immediate time frame. Well, I'll let the initial calculations start up. I eyed it one last time. While I won't be using my sword as the true focus, it can still be used temporarily to get everything started. The calculations would be annoying if I had to do them by hand. Much worse than simply popping over from one world to the next, and that took me days to finish. But I couldn't help but smile at as everything came together. My project, more so just a small bit of passion, was working. No deadlines, no incessant need, merely the desire to create this. Now I want to celebrate, should I order in? I tilted my head back, staring at the ceiling. I'm in the mood for some pizza. That sounds good actually, how about some pineapple? I will divorce you if you put pineapple on my pizza. I snorted, a small smile on my face. I'm kidding, relax. Frankly, I don't like pineapple on my pizza, nor do I care about people who do, I just like the joke. And what do you mean your pizza? It's all going into my belly. Well, I get to taste it at least. Wait, what? Drake made an amused noise. You didn't know. If I knew, I wouldn't be confused. I deadpanned. This is rare. I know something you don't. I don't think I'll explain. Alright, where did I put that white spray paint? Someone pissed in your Cheerios. How do you even know those words? Have you forgotten that I watched through your memories? Maybe. Fuck off. Well, with a little bit of effort, I can share some of your senses, predominantly, taste. Oh, that is significantly less bad than I was assuming you were going to say. That raised a few interesting questions. What's your favorite food? Oh, I haven't really thought about that. Drake seemed genuinely interested. Remember your date with Artoria, the fair in America? Oh. I exclaimed. The turkey wrapped in bacon. Oh, that was good, but no, almost though. I felt like I saw him shake his head. It was that really thick bacon, fried in that little dash of brown sugar, that was amazing. That was good. I briefly recalled that particular memory. Americans sure know how to make tasty food. And now I'm craving that again, damn it Drake. What a strange conversation his has become. I felt my phone buzz, I took it out to read a new message. Hello, Wilhelm, how are you doing? Izzy. I smiled lightly as I began to text back. I'm good, what's up? Wilhelm. I have a hypothetical question. Izzy. And I have a hypothetical answer, what's wrong? Wilhelm. Say that a child was intended to be sacrificed to bring back a spirit from Yomi, and I noticed what was going on, and perhaps I may have distorted the ritual ever so slightly, but I was late by a single breath, Izzy. I paused, reading what she wrote several times. I would say you are a good person for stopping that. Wilhelm. I appreciate your words, but I wasn't finished. Hypothetically, what if said child fell into Yomi, unconscious, while the ritual imploded on itself? Izzy. I would say, this is a bad situation, and would require immediate attention. Wilhelm. Just as I sent the message, there was a knock on my door. I blinked for a moment before going to answer. Ah, hello, a very familiar face answered. Izzy, how bad is the situation? I eyed her uneasiness. How did she even know where I lived? Questions for later. Oh, it is very bad. She said almost comically straight. The child is the only daughter of Yasaka. I facepalmed rather hard. As in the yokai leader, Nine-Tailed Fox, Miko for Amaterasu. Indeed. She replied. And you came to me. I questioned her thoughts. Why not go to Yasaka? I'm sure she would be, not thrilled, but also not angry at you for bringing her such information. I am. She looked down. Not exactly welcomed in her court, and I do not believe I would retain any trust if I told her what happened. And, I do not have anyone else. Oh, now I feel bad. I smiled gently. All right, we just have to go rescue a little kitsune from Yomi, right? No big deal. I tried to cheer her up. So, do you know where the ritual site is? I can probably force back open a portal, piggybacking off the initially link. I tapped my finger against my chin. I don't really want to get involved in nonsense like this again, but my weak spots were hit quite hard. I really do have a soft spot for children, and my friend was asking me for help, how could I say no? No need, I can create a portal anywhere. She said with confidence. Oh, that's convenient. Huh, I wonder how. I'm curious to see how it works. I just hope Izanami is not as the myths describe her. I did have cards to play against her if it came to blows. The deities here were much weaker than those from my home, so I had some amount of confidence. She waved her hand, the ground literally deformed, jutted out and burst forth as a stone scaffold raised from the ground and a portal formed in between the stone pillars. Reminds me of the Land of Shadows. I couldn't help but mutter. Land of Shadows. Izzy's head jerked towards me. Is that not the land of the dead over in the United Kingdom? One of them. I smiled. Anyways, how do you wish to do this? Have you experienced going into Yomi? I still had no idea what she was, to be able to go into Yomi so easily. She is no doubt powerful. Perhaps some kind of spiritual beings. I will lead the way. I just shrugged, holding my hand out as Mirage flew into it. Let's go, Sir Wiggles. I said quietly. He bolted up and jumped into my hat, which I was holding upside down for him. I briefly saw the desire in Izzy's eyes to pet him again, but she held back. Follow my steps closely. She ushered me forward as we stepped through. It was a familiar setting, yet so different. The air was thick with death and decay, yet the coldness wasn't as pronounced. It was darker, like shadows making their own shadows, as ridiculous as that sounds. Izzy navigated it expertly, knowing where to walk, where to avoid as to not accidentally get swept up in the void between spaces. We finally came to what looked like a house, which was surprisingly, because I knew of only one being who would have a house here. Does you know who lived there? Yes. Izzy replied. Is it wise to go there? Nothing happens here without her knowledge, don't worry, she already knows we are here and is welcoming. She stepped up, opening the door. I'm curious how you would kn. Welcome to my home. She cut me off. Oh. Drake just started laughing at me. Hindsight is always 20/20ths. So I got some good feedback from the PHO chapter, so I'll do more in the future. It pretty much can only happen on worlds that have technology at a certain level, but I also thought the idea amusing, when he gets those multiversal phones, to start handing them out to the people he knows so they can get in on the fun. So, MC finds out Izzy's identity, seems pretty obvious in hindsight, but I don't think people in his situation would immediately jump to divine conclusion. While there were many red flags near their end there, he was understandably preoccupied with the idea of having to rescue a little girl in Yomi. Might have another interlude coming up soon, perspective from the hero faction. Anyways, if you want to read 5 chapters ahead or support me, visit mypat.rayon.com/asteriaforone. Chapter 76, Chapter 73. There was a rather awkward silence that filled the room. I was sitting on her sofa and she sat in a chair nearby. To make it even worse, there was an unconscious little girl next to me. The missing little kitsune. Her 9 tails moved ever so slightly with her breathing. I feel like an idiot not realizing who Izzy was before. I mean, it was staring at me right in the face. Looking up at Izanami, she looked away the moment our eyes met. So, Izanami. I finally spoke, the silence was starting to grate on me. Her head snapped towards me, wanting to say something but she held herself back. I apologize for hiding my identity. She said quietly. Okay. She paused, looking at me in surprise. You aren't angry or? Did you think I would be? I questioned here. I'm not going to get angry for you hiding your true name. I rolled my eyes. Izzy, I intentionally used her fake name. Are you not the same person I was spending time with? What exactly changed between then and now? Is it really that simple to you? She looked at me in shock. I am Izanami no Mikoto, goddess of death, she who beckons. I have committed heinous sins in my life, the world curses my very existence. Literally the son of Satan over here. I deadpanned. It is not the same and you know it. She pursed her lips, crossing her arms in annoyance. I am condemned by the very land I helped create. Yeah, that's not fair. I sighed, thinking about what she's been through. She wasn't lying about her sins, if the stories are anything to go by. But, at this moment, I don't see that hateful goddess portrayed in myths and legends, all I see is a lonely woman who misses her family. Should I call you Mother Izanami? I smiled towards her. She was Japan's mother goddess. Why you? She actually looked bashful at the words. Don't tease me. She added on quietly. I couldn't help but chuckle at her reaction, definitely going to call her that in the future. I'm not upset, Izzy. I said gently. I am surprised, and more annoyed at myself for not realizing. But I don't have the faintest negative perception of you right now. It could be a ruse, a plan to trick you into this place, for you to never leave. Aren't you supposed to trick me into consuming something of this place, so I would be forever bound? I raised an eyebrow. That myth regarding Persephone and Hades did have some kernels of truth to it. My lips curled up as I saw her huff. Now that I think about it, aren't you supposed to be stuck here? She scoffed. I am a goddess, do you think a rock can keep me sealed for that long? Makes sense. I wonder if any other deities know she gets up and walks around the surface whenever she wants. I just shrugged. Well, regardless, you are my friend and I don't care who you are. And what a funny thought that is right now. I somehow became friends with Izanami. Unless you don't want to be anymore. She actually tensed up at my words, clearly unsettled by my implication. I enjoy our time spent together. She squeezed out. Well, then nothing else needs to be said. I clapped my hands. So, what's the issue with little fox over here? I don't think she knew how to respond to my dismissal of her status, but she seemed willing to shift the conversation. You are more than familiar with those miscreants that caused chaos in the city not that long ago. Tamamonome cult. Yes. She rolled her eyes. Those idiots did not stop their initial attempts, apparently they had a few backup plans in place in case of failure, how they manage to actually devise a strategy of that level I can't fathom, because they certainly do not seem to possess the modicum of intelligence needed for that small amount of forward thinking. Ouch, yeah, they didn't seem too bright. Perhaps they managed to find a child to poke holes in their elaborate schemes. I actually don't know more than the bare basics. I scratched the back of my head. Honestly, I've been keeping myself out of that whole mess. Izanami looked embarrassed. I guess she must have thought she was dragging me into this against my wills, but I was more than willing to help her too. They were trying to use a ritual to resurrect Tamamonome using another nine-tailed fox. Izanami gestured towards the sleeping little kitsune. Once the connected to Yomi was made, I saw what was happening, and I took exception. Tamamonome is actually an aspect of Amaterasu, practically her daughter. I dare not ask what the relationship is like there, because she seems really distant with the concept. Curious. I tapped my chin, thinking about the course of actions. If I had to guess, they were trying to create a symbolic link due to heritage, then drag out Tamamonome's soul, use the kid's body as a catalyst to revitalize the dead spirit's flesh with her own essence. That is, frighteningly close to what was happening. She seemed mildly surprised by my insight. There is only one issue that remained though. She feels of death, but isn't actually dead. I said, staring at the little girl. Yes. Izanami said quietly. She was invaded by the power of Yomi, her soul, it was, touched by this realm. I'm doing what I can to keep any more from seeping into her, but it is already acting like poison. And you can't simply remove or cleanse it? I asked. She was also a goddess of creation. I can, if I didn't care about her continued existence. Izanami replied. I am Yomi, anything I try to do inside of her will leave more traces of me and the same issues will persist. Ah, like trying to put out a fire with more fire. You understand. She nodded. That is why I required outside help. Outside help am I? And here I thought we were friends. That's not what I meant. She pouted, and it was cute I couldn't help but tease her. I sighed, thinking about the headache this would be. I understand why you couldn't simply drop her off at her mother's now. I said idly. Yeah, quite a few comments she made started to make more sense. Oh gods, I gave her advice on how to deal with her godly children. Her youngest is Susanoo. Izanami looked away, a sad smile on her face. I have not seen my daughter for many years, I don't want our reunion to be her assuming I schemed against her Miko. The fact that Amaterasu would probably not listen to reason and assume the worst of Izzy was left unsaid. It would most definitely cause more issues than it solves. Well, you're in luck, I am perhaps one of the most knowledgeable magicians in the world. Aren't you barely an adult? Irrelevant. I waved her off. I think it is very relevant. I ignored her and turned towards the little kitsune. The immediate solutions was perhaps to use a healing spell. My hand ignited with that familiar white light as I raised it over the little girl. Her pale face turned slightly healthier, but I could tell she wasn't actually getting better. No, the infection still remained. A normal healing spell won't do anything. I didn't really expect it to, but I wasn't to see the extent of damage. Perhaps a sealing. Gathering it all up, seal it in a corner of her body for later purification. Any sealing spell would be eroded within hours. Izanami added. Yeah, this stuff is very corrosive. It isn't merely deathly energy mixed in, it's like a combination of death and necrotic power. I murmured, stroking my chin. There is a difference between the two. Death is a natural state of being, the end result for everything. Necrotic energies are unnatural, they twist life energies and propagate through corruption. While both are antithetical to continue living, combing them makes matters several-fold worse. If you continue to keep her steady, how long do you think before she crosses the point of no return? Several hours at the most. She answered without a second thought. And there wasn't much we could do to slow that down. Even sealing it away for a few hours may have an adverse effect when the energies break free. Yeah, it would buy some time, but the energies might rampage when they finally break out, causing more damage before settling down, essentially accelerating the process. I suddenly had a thought. I may have a solution, but I require something from you. She tilted her head. What do you need? Permission to bring someone in here and help me. I'm close to someone who can most likely heal her fully. That's it. She questioned. And would they be comfortable coming here? Actually, I'm sure she would love to meet you. I want her to meet all my friends actually. I couldn't help but smiled at her. I see. She looked rather unsure of herself, but she relented. I will not block you from bringing someone to aid me. I held back the urge to give her a hug. I don't know why it made me feel bad seeing her like that, but we weren't really close enough for something that intimate. But still, I wanted to cheer her up. Would you like to hold Sir Wiggles while I'm gone? She looked at me, holding back an eager expression. Yes. I chuckled, flipping my hat off and allowing my familiar hop on out. I mentally sent him my feelings, telling him to watch over Izzy while I go run an errand. He happily hopped into her lap, allowing her to dote on him. Spoiled little rabbit. Well, I'm glad he doesn't feel intimidated by her anymore. Even this realm seemed not to bother him as long as he was nearby one of us. I can open up Yomi to almost anywhere in Japan. Where do you need to go? No worries, I got this. I waved her off, bringing out Mirage. What are you? I slashed my sword, creating a portal back home. I gave one last look over at Izzy, her eyes widened in disbelief. Yeah, if even Meridia was surprised that I could do this, I can only imagine Izzy will be too. I gave her a wink, jumping through. Let's just hope Artoria still has Avalon on her. Girlfriend about to meet new friend. I'm sure nothing bad will happen. And we're almost at the part where different world characters being to interact. It's honestly one of the parts I'm looking forward to writing the most, characters that should never meet finally interacting. But that's mostly still a bit down the road. So I was going to write another interlude tomorrow, which would be 5 chapters from tomorrow for you guys, from the perspective of the hero faction. Are there any other perspectives that people want for the future? I don't plan on touching Surzex anytime soon, but those around him are fair game. Hell, I'm open to make ideas too. If anyone wants to throw some stuff out, canon or non-canon is fine. Anyways, if you want to read 5 chapters ahead or support me, visit mypat.rayon.com/storyforone. Chapter 77, Chapter 74. My home world appeared before my eyes. The familiar magical energy in the air told me exactly where I was. There was something one learned with traveling to other worlds, each one had its own taste, so to speak. A flavor that was hard to describe unless you actually experienced it for yourself. I shook my head, that small bit of lightheadedness that appeared for the briefest moments when you jump from different levels of magical energy. The familiar walls around me came more into focus and I stepped out of my room at Zelretch's workshop. I did hear someone, exactly the person I was looking for. I saw her standing on her tiptoes trying to reach something in a high cabinet. Need a hand? I asked, seeing her head snap towards me, her body reeling back like she was doing something she wasn't supposed. Wilhelm. Artoria squeaked out. I was, just. She cleared her throat. I thought you would be gone for a few more days. Zelretch said you were dealing with something in another world. Yeah, something came up and I need help. I sighed, walking close to her. I saw her look rather shy as I inspected what she was trying to grab. Our eyes met and she looked away with a small blush on her cheeks. I couldn't help but chuckle, reaching up and grabbing the box of cookies down for her. I think I heard a small thank you out from under her breath. God, she's so cute. She held the box to her chest. I could tell she wanted to get into them right away but she held back. What did you need help with? Actually. I scratched the back of my head. I need your help specifically. I would be more than happy to lend you assistance. She smiled at me, a genuine way I could tell she meant it. Would it be prying if I asked if you currently possessed Avalon? She blinked at me for a moment. You wish to know if I currently possess my sheath? She reiterated. Am I to assume that someone requires healing? Yeah, a little girl. Avalon is quite the powerful noble phantasm. It provided Artoria with a form of immortality as long as she possessed it, her brain being her only weakness. Rumors were that it could even regrow a heart if it got destroyed, but I don't quite know about that. I see. She nodded. I do indeed have my sheath on me, and it is my duty as a knight to aid those in need. Thank you. I let out a long breath. Honestly, I didn't know what I would do if this didn't work out. She smiled at me. I will never turn down the opportunity to save innocent lives. And, I admit I find this part of you trying to help others to be endearing. She added on quietly, turn her eyes away for a moment. Though I suspect there is more to this if you need the help of my noble phantasm. I winced slightly. What do you know of Yomi? The realm of the dead in Japan. She tilted her head, almost speaking to herself. The realm of Izanami no Mikoto, goddess of death. She practically recited the words out of her memories. So, said goddess, is my friend. She's the one asking me for help. I decided to just be blunt about it. Artoria just had her eyes widen, staring at me, unable to find the correct words for several moments. I do not know how to respond to that. I could only laugh awkwardly at her statement. Yeah, it kinda just happened. Honestly, I didn't even know she was Izanami when we first met. Kinda revealed herself when this little girl basically got dropped into her lap and the energies of Yomi are invading her body and soul. I see. She furrowed her brow. This is a strange request. Well, I can pay you in any way you want for your service, or if you want something else I'm sure. Will. She interrupted me. I merely said it was strange, not that I would not do it. she said gently, placing a hand on my arm. I trust you. I do not think you would lead me into a precarious situation without at least informing me ahead of time. Oh, and suddenly I felt much more at ease and my heart was beating slightly faster. That is true. For both informing her and leading her into precarious situations, she can handle herself. She doesn't need for me to treat her like a damsel in distress, unless she wants to be. And, as your girlfriend, I wish to meet someone you call a friend. She added, her cheeks a fresh tint of pink. Huh, I guess we did become boyfriend and girlfriend. I mean, it's obvious, it's that we never put a name on it until now. Did I ever tell you how amazing you are? She made a small noise in embarrassment. Time is of the essence here. Is it okay to leave immediately or do you need some time to prepare? Rin and the wizard marshal are currently working on something. She looked uncertain. I knew she took her duties to being Rin's servant very seriously. I can time it so regardless you'll be back within the next couple hours. I pointed out. Oh, then I believe we should make haste. I held out my hand. Well then, shall we? She took it without any hesitation, that bright smile on her face as I opened a new portal and led her through. Artoria held my hand much tighter as we stepped through the portal. I think regardless of everything, she was a little bit nervous. I have shared my birth world with her in the past. She knew that divine beings still persisted here, that magic and such was known by a much wider community, but to experience it was a whole different matter. Wilhelm. Izzy's voice called out. She stood up from her seat to greet us. And this is? She asked, looking at Artoria. Greetings, Lady Izanami. Artoria, with the expertise she developed in life, immediately slipped into her regal persona. Almost as if judging the woman in front of her. I am Artoria Pendragon, Will's girlfriend. I was mildly surprised she provided her true name, but I guess it didn't really matter across worlds. A member of the Pendragon clan. I only heard the vaguest things about them in the Western world. She muttered. Yes, you do look like the heir I've seen a picture of. Artoria, to her credit, kept her expression extremely neutral. Merely shooting me a look, and I could only convey that I would explain later with my eyes. Izanami's eyes narrowed, practically drilling into Artoria, like she saw something that interested her. You are not a living being, or rather, you are but are not. How strange. A living spirit, is that not a paradox? Artoria didn't react. It is as you say. She merely confirmed Izanami's views without adding anything. There was a strange atmosphere between them. I didn't quite know how to explain it, like both of them were sizing each other up. Weird. Ladies. I interjected, their heads snapped to me. The girl. Yes, of course. Izanami turned away, looking towards the little kitsune on the couch. I have managed to keep the worst of it away, but still, some enters her body and lingers. Yeah, I knew exactly what she was talking about. This place was almost like an infection, it kept trying to grab me. I could keep it off with ease, but the same couldn't be said about this little unconscious girl. I see, and this is the one you wish me to heal. Artoria walked forward, placing her hand gently on the yokai's forehead. She is not human. She said quietly, not any kind of accusation, but more of a mild surprise. Even with the obvious non-human features, I think it was more just the incredulity of it. For her, phantasmal species were something extremely rare, and to see one so blatantly laying about must have been quite the cultural shock. Will that be an issue? Honestly, the thought never crossed my mind. It shouldn't be. Artoria shook her head. How exactly do you plan on healing her? Izanami crossed her arms, staring at Artoria. Artoria's lips twitched as she kept herself even. She pushed against her own chest, a bright light suddenly filled the room, bursting out in every direction. The vicious energies of this realm practically fled away from it. With this, she replied, and I felt like I could make out the vaguest amount of smugness in her voice. What is? Izanami held her breath, drinking in the holy light. It is beautiful. Artoria placed it on the little kitsune's chest, the holy energies enveloping her, attacking and consuming all deathly and necrotic power that had seeped into her body and soul. Avalon, the hallowed scabbard of Excalibur. Artoria said, peeking over at Izanami, like she was gauging her reaction. I was surprised she was being so forthcoming. Excalibur's scabbard. Izanami repeated. Why is the scabbard so much stronger than that broken sword? She said in a confused voice. Broken. Artoria's voice raised slightly, an audible reaction on her face. Oof, I knew I was forgetting something. You sound as if that is something new to you. Izanami's eyes narrowed. How could you possibly not know that? Are you really one of the Pendragon clan? Izanami's eyes began to glow. Now that I take a closer look, you are much older than you appear, and you are not a normal spirit. You are nothing like I have ever seen before, almost reminiscent of those Einherjar that the Norse keep, but even that pales in comparison. What are you? She slowly raised her hand. Artoria frowned. I could feel her ready to fight at a moment's notice. Izzy, I said gently, grabbing her attention. She looked at her hands. They were glowing slightly and she quickly dismissed whatever power she was drawing upon. I am sorry. She took a step back, looking rather skittish. I'm not used to speaking with others and I believe I overreacted. I shall wait in another room while you finish up. She turned to away but another voice rang out. I just sighed. Wait, Artoria called out glancing at me. Izanami halted her steps turning back. How about we start over? Artoria also pulled back her battle sense, her combat focus and became almost docile again. I am Artoria Pendragon, it is a pleasure to meet Will's friend. Izanami hesitated, clearly unsure. I am, Izanami. It is nice to meet you, Miss Pendragon. Could have been worse. And Artoria can be rather competitive, even unintentionally. Izanami almost fell back into some old habits, but she doesn't want to do stuff like that anymore. Got the next interlude up and ready in 5 chapters, POV from Arthur Pendragon in the hero faction. Trying to keep their super arrogance, but also trying to make their stupid plans smart, if that makes sense. Don't want idiot ball clutching for the sake of it. Anyways, if you want to read 5 chapters ahead or support me, visit mypat.rayon.com/asteriaforone. Chapter 78, Chapter 75. There were no more power spikes, no divine authority being called upon and no noble phantasms being swung around, so things were going okay. I was glad that Artoria and Izanami were getting along now. Frankly, I don't really know what happened earlier. They were sort of antagonistic when they first met, now though, they were happily chatting. I saw them out of the corner of my eye, in the kitchen. And every so often, they would look my way and giggle to themselves. I felt a disturbance in the force. I could only imagine what would happen with my girls meet each other. Well, at least Sir Wiggles was keeping them midly distracted. Good job, Sir Wiggles. I even reinforced my ears to Easter, make sure nothing was wrong. Yes, he is a very good boy. Izanami held Sir Wiggled in her arms as Artoria cooed over the small animal. He is a good companion. Izanami nodded. So smart, yes you are. She gentle rubbed his head. I couldn't help but smile, even under the awkward spot I was in. Well, Artoria put the sheath inside of the little kitsune girl, to further purge her body of all that corruption. She got noticeably better in the time frame, her face now flushed with color instead of a pale deathly state. Only, she seemed to latch onto me. I don't know why, but when I went to check on her, she quite literally grabbed onto me and wouldn't let go. To be honest, I couldn't even bring forth the effort to pull myself away because... Daddy. She said quietly, pushing her head into my stomach, head-butting me every so often, like she was trying to grab my attention. That. Izanami and Artoria just looked at me in amusement, content to not even help me. I was on my own here, and I had no idea how to handle this. She wasn't even conscious. She sounded so scared, tightly grabbing onto me. There was a large part of me that felt something deep down. Sympathy. I don't know, but I couldn't stop myself from reacting. Shoo. I quietly whispered, running my hand through her hair. Daddy is here, you don't have to be scared anymore. No idea what I said thing, it was like my protective instincts were on overdrive. I hummed a song my mother used to sing to me when I was a bit younger than her, trying to calm her down. I have no idea what she actually went through, she must have been absolutely frightened, to suffer such a thing, to be made a living sacrifice. An instinctual response, I have no idea. Now that I think about it, I only heard about a mother, no father, perhaps it was something she held back in her heart. Regardless, even if she is a 9-tailed fox, she is but a child, this event most likely traumatized her severely. If I could offer this small amount of comfort, then so be it. She just curled up into me more, just as a fox would. Practically a small ball of fluff in humanoid form. This was something I didn't realize I wanted so much. A family. Children, something just like this. I've played with the idea of Meridia running around with our children, perhaps the thought was premature at this point, but I couldn't help but feel warm from the picture. Scathatch too, would she ever want children? Scathatch being a mother, I don't know why I found the idea equal parts humorous and heartwarming. And Artoria, I couldn't help but glance up to her, she didn't notice me but I looked away with a small amount of embarrassment. That was certainly much too early to think about. I don't know, my own feelings were all over the place. But for now, I just wanted to make sure this child wasn't scared any longer. You are surprisingly good at that. Izanami commented. Do foxes purr? Because I could vaguely feel something vibrate from her body, like a content noise. Am I? I really have no idea what I'm doing. Most parents don't. Since when am I a parent? I raised an eyebrow. Since she started called you daddy. Izanami curled her lips us, finding amusement in my suffering. Once the girl was out of danger, the mood had relaxed substantially. Is it weird how I want to destroy anything that makes this little girl sad now? Have I randomly latched onto her so easily? What an odd sensation. At the rate you are going, children may be inevitable in your future. Artoria gave a small smile, taking a quick glance towards Izanami. Was there some kind of inside joke between the two of them that I was unaware of? Oh yes, Artoria here has been telling me about your other paramours. Izanami smirked. So young and you already have a harem. Ah, that's what they've been talking about when I wasn't paying attention. Well, I'm glad Artoria is on good terms with Izanami, even if it is at my own expense. I'm sure Izanami had been filling in some of the gaps in knowledge that Artoria has regarding devils. Joy. I don't think it's technically a harem if I haven't slept with anyone before. I pointed out. Wait, really? Izanami looked at me in surprise. Is that really so hard to believe? I rolled my eyes. Yes. Artoria looked at me with a small grin on her face, finding this whole thing funny. A devil, and a young devil at that. Izanami looked skeptical. Racist. Oh, shush you. Izzy smiled. How is the child? I think all the nasty stuff is gone. I smiled lightly, running my hand through her hair again. You can probably take back your sheath now, Artoria. With a nod, the knight walked over, gently placing a hand on her and pulling out the conceptual armament. The little kitsune shuddered slightly, and I felt her grab just a tad tighter. Amazing. Izzy commented. I can't even sense the smallest inkling of Yomi's power inside of her any longer. What a powerful sheath you possess. Of course. Artoria seemed happy to receive the praise, and it wasn't veiled with prodding this time. It is the embodiment of humanity's desire for utopia. I could tell that Izanami was holding herself back. Perhaps if this was her many centuries ago, she would have simply forced out any answer she desired, but at this moment, she was not pushing it. I would advise you not to broadcast your possession of such a thing. Izanami looked a small bit concerned. The church would probably stop at nothing to acquire it. I thought out loud. Not just that institution. Izanami shook her head. There are many beings, even divine, who would wish to have that thing. Artoria smiled brightly. Thank you for your concern. I have confidence to keep it away from those who wish malicious intent. She looked over at the goddess. It only works with my magical energy, stealing it would be pointless. Izanami paused. Regardless, if you ever find yourself in trouble, contact me. I should be able to lend a hand. Thank you, your kindness is appreciated. Artoria replied, genuine in her words. We should probably get going. I don't think it's fair to make this girl's mother wait any longer. I didn't really want to stop their interaction, but I really wanted to get her back home. As the words left my mouth, Sir Wiggles jumped down where he was sitting and I held my hat out with one hand for him to jump inside. He seemed to like it. Perhaps I'll connect it to the yard back home so it acts as more of a portal or something. Yes, of course. Izanami said. I would not like to keep a child away from her mother longer than necessary. I look forward to the next time we can speak. Artoria stated. Next time. Izanami said quietly to herself. I, too, look forward to that. I finally hefted up the little kitsune, her head happily over my shoulder, and I carried her in my arms. I'll get you home first. I told Artoria. Thank you for everything. Izanami said. It was my pleasure to aid you, Izanami. Artoria smiled back towards the goddess of death who looked genuinely happy. I'm sorry I couldn't stick around longer. I also said my piece. No, the circumstances are understandable. I shall contact you at a later date. We walked out the door. I thought it would be rude to leave from the middle of her home. I'm also sorry for bringing you here then suddenly shutting you back home. I looked down to Artoria. I understand the situation, and I still enjoyed my time here. Artoria shook her head, staring out into the distance. I did enjoy spending time with Izanami. She looked rather contemplative. I also apologize for how I acted. I started thinking of her exactly like my sister and certain things suddenly swelled to the surface. Morgan Le Fay, yeah, I could see it. The King of Knights shook her head. I am happy that we left on good terms, and I would not be remiss to return. I quite enjoyed her company. Yeah, it's almost easy to forget that Izanami is a goddess. She was so happy to sit around and chat with us. I felt almost bad to bring back Sir Wiggles, but I promised I would meet up with her again. Overall, I'm happy. My girlfriend was getting along with my new friend, even if the start was rather rough. I still owe you a proper outing. I looked at her in the eyes and smiled. I suppose you do. She pursed her lips. I will wait until you resolve this mess. She tiptoed over to me, gently placing her lips to my cheek, being careful not to wake the little fox. I enjoy this side of you, Wilhelm. Plain dad. I chuckled. A small smile rose on her face. The side of you that is willing to lend aid to others, this honorable aspect of yours. I know you appear aloof most of the time, but I enjoy watching you care about others, to be honorable like this. She pushed a few strands of hair behind her ear. Izanami showed me how you lent aid when Kyoto was attacked. Oh, introducing Artoria to the internet, I'm sure that can only end well. I only helped because it was right there. I dismissed. Is there an issue with only helping those you can see that are in trouble? She looked at me. No one is expected to travel the world, to right every wrong in existence, but to see evil committed in front of your eyes and choose to act, that is what makes someone honorable. You know, when you say something like that to me, it just makes it harder for me to let you go. I sighed, feeling a warmness in my heart at her words. It is unfortunate, but other matters require your attention. Yeah, I need to get this little girl home. I gave a wry smile, waving my hand. A new portal formed, linking back to Zelretch's workshop. She gave one last goodbye before turning and walking through the portal, going home. Oh. Her words echoed out right as she was disappearing. I very much would like to hear about how my sword is destroyed from you at a later date. Oof. The venom in her voice was palpable. That is not going to be a fun conversation to have. Even still, why does it always feel so bitter when I have to separate? I made a small resolve to finally finish my home so I could link up everywhere and not have to deal with this so much. Well, regardless, I readjusted my hold on the little fox. Time to get you back home to mommy. I whispered, opening a new portal to the surface. Mama Fox is next. MC awkwardly tries to console traumatized Kitsune as he contemplates what he wants in the future, with a healthy amount of girl time gossip between Artoria and Izzy. So, I would have gotten this out earlier, except I was distracted. Now, you may be wondering, what could possibly distract me like this? Well, I may have rediscovered an anime I saw many years ago. And I think back then, I simply couldn't appreciate it. So, it's a mecha anime, but it's sort of a parody. The name is Star Driver, and apparently the pilots of said mechas, their strength corresponds to their libido. The MC is the super spexal protagonist that has his own transformation scene, and there's even a title for people like him, Galactic Pretty Boy. Yup, and it's fucking fabulous. Not to mention the soundtrack has no right to be as good as it is. It honestly made my Omake instinct kick in. I want. Anyways, if you want to read 5 chapters ahead or support me, visit mypat.rayon.com/asteriaforone. Chapter 79, Chapter 76. I hummed lightly as I walked towards the estate that Yasaka lived. Her daughter still grabbing onto my tightly, refusing to budge. Her tail swayed gently, and I could feel the vibrations of content, certain sounds that I assumed were because of her being a kitsune. If she were some species of cat, I would assume it was a purr. Even her ears would twitch every so often. So cute, I just wanted to rub those little furry appendages. Really, the only thing stopping me was that I didn't know if that would be considered intimate or not. If it was something meant only for family or lovers, I wouldn't want to start touching tails and ears. As I got close to the compound, the large Japanese-style mansion, I felt something suddenly lock onto me. A powerful pair of eyes practically pierced through the building and refused to leave me. Killing intent oozed out and I felt whatever it was start moving at me with blinding speed. A very distraught 9-tailed fox practically burst out the front gates, flanked by dozens of guards. All of which appeared to be yokai, but the vast majority looked to be tengu by the wings from their backs. Weapons were drawn, spells were ready, they were a moments away from initiating battle. Hello, awkward silence. I think this belongs to you. I gestured at the little girl still held in my arms. I think the guard at the front was about to speak, but Yasaka was already in front of me, grabbing her daughter from my arms. No, daddy. The little kitsune whined even as Yasaka pulled her away. But that didn't stop her from giving me a very intense gaze. I held my hands up as if to say I'm innocent. She just ignored me for now, content to worry over her daughter. I saw her cast many spells in that moment, checking on her health and whatnot, but she should be perfectly fine. My baby girl, mommy is so sorry. Yasaka whispered to the still unconscious kitsune, hugging her tight. I couldn't even get annoyed at the glares I was receiving from this woman. I really have a soft spot for mothers. It took a few more moments before Yasaka calmed down. I have questions. Her gaze landed on me again. I expected as much. I said, I knew this was coming. And I didn't exactly want to get on the bad side of the ruling powers here since I kind of, live here. Escort him to the main hall, I will be taking my daughter to the healers. Yasaka gave out commands as I was suddenly flanked by several tengu. Not that I was taken by surprise or anything, but I admired the speed at which they moved. Then again, tengu are known for being rather fast. It was another awkward silence. I didn't even try to start a conversation or anything, these guys still seemed very on edge. And I couldn't really blame them for that. Just looking around, this place looked like it had been a war zone, which it probably was. Literally parts of the building were collapsed, the inner courtyard was completely destroyed, and I think I saw bodies still being cleaned up. Even as we entered the hall, the place where they greeted guests, the guards merely took positions off to the side as I sat in the center, waiting for something to happen. Yasaka came barging in almost an hour later, barely sparing me a glance as she took up her seat on an elevated little platform, overlooking the area. I could tell she was still antsy, most likely still worried about her daughter. I can only assume the fact that nothing was wrong with her is what was keeping her from staying at her side. I mean, I wasn't exactly someone she could ignore at the moment. I brought her daughter back, and she had to get to the bottom of that. How did you come across my daughter? Yasaka's authoritative voice filled the hall. A friend found her, and asked for my aid in healing her. I replied. Who? She didn't wish to give her name. Yeah, Izzy didn't want to make herself known here. And I didn't mind taking the heat like this for her. Yasaka just narrowed her eyes at me. Explain from the beginning. I just sighed. My friend discovered that some people were going to sacrifice your daughter. Yasaka growled, the floor cracked and the building shook at her immediate rage. Sacrifice my daughter? Her voice was deceptively calm. They needed a similar body to resurrect Tamamonome, to pull her soul from Yomi, then use your daughter's body as material for a new one to be crafted to house the deceased soul. The ritual had already been underway, a hole into Yomi forced open when my friend interfered, stopping it. She sucked in a deep breath, reining in her temper. She turned to the side, snapping her fingers, and a guard popped down from the ceiling. Do we still have those prisoners we captured a few days ago? Yes, Lady Yasaka. The guard bowed. Good, I will be having words with them later. Her icy tone dropped the temperature in the entire room. Her gaze once again turned to me. You said she was involved in a ritual that connected to Yomi, were there no other issues? I had to seek out someone specifically to heal her, it's why it took so long to get her back to you. I see. Her face betrayed nothing as she swept her gaze around the room. Leave us, I would speak with him in private. One of the guards stepped forward. But Lady Yasaka W. If he wished to harm me, he merely had to kill my daughter. Now leave us. She commanded. They all bowed and disappeared from the room. A couple of them I had to especially pay attention to notice their presence were now gone. She stood up, walking towards me. I was about to speak until she suddenly enveloped me with her body, my head getting smushed into her rather large chest. Thank you. I could hear the pained way her voice carried. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. She kept repeating, I thought I lost my kuna forever. I couldn't even appreciate my current situation. If it were any other time, I would have most certainly reacted differently. I don't think voluputus was even enough to describe this woman. But seeing the tears literally falling down her face. You're a good mother. I just awkwardly pat her back. She let out a self-depreciative laugh, pulling herself back as she wiped away the tears in her eyes. I'm sorry. She finally straightened herself out. To see me like this. It's understandable. I smiled lightly. You were worried for your daughter. She regained her composure after a few more moments and gave a small smile, looking over me again. You look familiar. She tilted her head curiously. Perhaps I have one of those faces. No. She furrowed her brow. I feel like I've seen you before, her eyes widened slightly. I see, it seems I will have to speak with Seraphal again. Her smile turned into a scowl. Seraphal, as in Seraphal Leviathan, one of 4 Satans that rule over the devils and the one who deals with foreign affairs. I scrunched my eyebrows, a small amount of annoyance on my face. I'm not a part of the devil faction. She looked at me for a moment before realization dawned on her. Well, that makes matters simple then. She seemed happy once again. Regardless, you saved my daughter, I am in your debt. What actually happened, if you don't mind me asking? She frowned slightly. We thought we dealt with those disgusting things, that damn cult. She hissed. We thought we stopped their plans, then some idiots decided it was a good idea to use the chaos to try and usurp my position. While we were weeding out all the traitors, they contacted the remnants of the cult and worked together to distract us long enough for my Kunu to be kidnapped. I see, if my history of this place was correct, Tamamonome should have been more than enough to contend with Yasaka if she were revived. Were the ones plotting rebellion just hoping that they would take each other out or weaken each other enough that they could finish off any winner? What a shit show. Your help was appreciated as well. She commented. I intended to reach out at some point. She trailed off and I knew she was understandably distracted by other events. Yet it isn't surprising that she knew that I stepped in and dealt with some of those idiots causing issues. Well, I didn't really have any other questions, except. Why did Kuna keep calling me Daddy? Yasaka let out a small laugh, covering her face with her sleeve. Her father passed away when she was young. Perhaps one of her only memories was when she was small and was having nightmares. Her father would always come running in when she woke up in the middle of the night, and she would always latch onto him, not allowing him to leave. I see, I guess it dredged up those old memories and she reacted out of instinct. She hummed to herself. Do you dislike her calling you that? She smiled at me. I do need to reward you, how about I make it official? She bounced her chest, looking at me slyly. You're teasing me. I didn't react. Nice try, I survived Scat Hatch. Maybe I am, maybe I'm not. She laughed. How about it? All you need to do is ask, I am at your mercy, you saved my daughter. I hummed non-committally. Oh, you're no fun. She huffed. Was this how she coped with the stress, or was it merely in her nature as a fox? The offer was tempting, but well, maybe if this was back before I went to the land of shadows I would have said yes without hesitation. I think I learned my lesson with Meridia, even if that worked out well. It would just complicate things in my life, and there are no true feelings there beyond physical attraction. Well, a debt owed by the West Yokai leader, I think I'll just keep it in my pocket for now. I stated. Fine, be that way. She pursed her lips. Are you really not going to tell me who else saved my daughter? I sighed, rubbed my temple. It's complicated. I ran a hand through my hair. She doesn't want to cause any issues, and she doesn't exactly have the best reputation. Do I seem like someone who would bear ill will towards someone who saved my daughter? Izanami. I said bluntly, and her eyes widened, and she almost fell back where she was sitting. She opened her mouth several times, but no words came out. Do you see how it could be perceived if she publicly revealed herself? Are you sure? She stopped herself. Friends. She paused again. Izanami really saved my daughter. Yes, to all of those. I gave a small smile. She also didn't want to potentially fight with her daughter, your patron. Yes, I can see how an issue may arise there. She furrowed her brow. I don't care. Please pass on my words next you see Lady Izanami. She is always welcome in my home, and I would be more than willing to thank her in person. Yasaka snorted, a small frown on her face. I beseeched my patron for aid, days ago, and I was refused. Yet, the most unlikely goddess is the one who answered my prayers. You said there was a third person, a healer you sought out. Yeah, Izanami couldn't do much because of the deathly energies that were inside Kunu, her being a resident of Yomi herself, so I brought in someone else who cleansed and healed her. I see, and would it be possible for me to express my thanks to this person as well? I can bring her around at some point, I think. She is, not a goddess or anything like that, but she doesn't want to reveal her identity publicly. A certain clan in the West, one that is connected to a particular set of holy swords, might be a bother. Holy sword? She looked thoughtful for a moment before realization dawned on her. I see, and I would like to say regardless of how powerful the particular clan is, they would not be able to act up in my territory as they please. Well, that's a relief. I mean, I'm not scared of them or anything, but an annoyance is an annoyance. Rather just not have to deal with them at all. Yeah, the Pendragon family is particularly powerful for a human clan. Enough that their names are still known worldwide, and the church doesn't just take all their holy weapons for themselves. I couldn't help but let out a long breath. I just keep getting mixed up in more and more nonsense. I should probably distance myself from this whole thing. Well, that should be everything. Unless you have other questions for me. I have a general idea of what happened, and my Kunu is back, perfectly safe and healthy. She smiled towards me again. Are you sure you don't want a reward? This woman is dangerous. Sorry for missing yesterday, had something for lunch that just did not sit well, and I was hovering my toilet after I got off from work. I'll see about doing another chapter this weekend. On a side note, Zhongli and 30 Wishes, come at me. So MC's first meeting with Mama Fox. So I had it pointed out to me that I was meandering too much on the vacation aspect of this arc, so I decided to move timetables up and finish this first DxD trip a bit earlier than I initially intended. Probably in 2 to 4 chapters, over on my Patreon. Then it's back on the grind for the next world. Anyways, if you want to read 5 chapters ahead or support me, visit mypat.rayon.com/asteriaforone. Chapter 80, Chapter 77. Ha 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 ha. Gods damn it. Ha 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 ha. It's not that funny. It's fucking hilarious. I hate you so much right now. This is the best day. Rah. I threw the washcloth I held in my hand to the ground. She got you good. Fuck me, she did. Honestly, I couldn't even be mad. Annoyed. Sure. But not mad. Who knew Yasaka could be so petty? Well, add in a splash of mischief and here we are. Was it payback for not playing around with her seductions? Honestly, they didn't seem genuine, more so were just messing with me for the hell of it. I looked at myself in the mirror, a bright pink lipstick mark on my forehead, where she gave me a going-away kiss. She fucking cursed me. I threw my hands up. You didn't even notice until we got back. And people were staring at you the whole way. I was preoccupied. Yeah, it seems someone found your weakness. You better watch out in the future, some voluptuous woman may take advantage of you. I was not distracted by her boobs, even if my face we pressed firmly between them. Nope. Clearly, she is a master at misdirection and took me by surprise. She did something with her Tukey and magical energy that cursed the spot she kissed me, making it so I can't wipe it away. Completely harmless, except to my pride. My knowledge of Tukey is minimal. I would need time to unravel what she did, trying to force my magical energy. It just made it violent and essentially absorb my mana to strengthen itself. Perhaps I should seek help from an expert. I thought for a moment before tearing open a hole back to Yomi, right onto a familiar doorstep. I didn't even get a chance to knock before Izzy swung the door open, surprised to see me. Yo. Hello, Wilhelm. Her eyes staring right at my current issue. Do I want to know? Yasaka can be mischievous. I shrugged. So, what do you know of Tukey? A bit. She answered, stepping away, and gesturing forward. Come in. Thank you. I was polite, it was my first time truly visiting. I would say that previous time didn't count as it was more of an emergency. I admit, I did not expect you to willingly come back. She said quietly. Why? Don't play coy. She rolled her eyes. You know why? Nope. I shrugged, plopping down on her couch. You're my friend. I shot her a smile. You can be infuriatingly wholesome sometimes. She sighed. Would you like refreshments? Tea would be lovely. I answered, taking my hat off. Honestly, I miss Japanese tea. Not that I had some English variants, but variety is the spice of life. Do you want, sir? Wiggles to come out. She looked back at me, the way her house was designed, I could see her in the kitchen from the living room. Yes, please. I just smiled, tapping on my hat and sir. Wiggles happily came out to greet the goddess of death. Knowing who she was now, I could understand why she acted the way she did when she first met him. No doubt it was the first time an animal allowed her to touch them in a very long time. He happy joined her in the kitchen, almost reading my thoughts. A few minutes later, she walked out of the kitchen, rabbit hugged closely, and 2 cups of tea floating right next to her as they slowly set themselves down on the table in front of me. Smells wonderful. I couldn't help but admire the aroma. I picked it up and took a sip, my eyes widening slightly at the taste. Gyakuro. I asked, it was a very expensive tea, though I suppose money doesn't have much value to people like us. How generous. I laughed. She looked away with a small huff, taking a sip of her own. It's not like I have anyone else to make it for. This is nice. I sat back, enjoying the peace. You are in the middle of Yomi. She deadpanned. Honestly, the land of shadows was worse, somewhat. At least the air here doesn't cut you from being so cold. Do you have a habit of staying in lands of death? Well, I intend to keep visiting you, so maybe. Who said you would have permission to keep coming here? She raised an eyebrow. Who said I need permission? I smirked. Her lips curled up into a small smile. What exactly happened to you? You haven't been gone even a day and here you are, marked by the fox herself. I rubbed my forehead, frowning slightly. I didn't react to her playing. Who knew she could be petty? That actually explains just about everything. She pursed her lips. I had hoped there would be a more amusing story. What, hoping you could post something more juicy online? I have no idea what you're talking about. Her face gave nothing away as she took another drink. Aha. I don't believe you. By the way, Yasaka wanted me to pass on my thanks. She says you're welcome in her home whenever you want. Izanami paused, staring at me incredulously. That foolish woman, does she not realize what could happen by inviting me into her home? The goddess scowled. I have free reign now to come and go whenever I wish. I could simply go there and steal her daughter, did she never think of that? Are you going to? Of course not. She crossed her arms with a huff. Then why are you even bringing it up? I rolled my eyes. Drama queen. She obviously doesn't think badly of you, take the goodwill, stop thinking the worse of yourself. She harumphed but didn't argue. Do you require help with that curse? I just blinked for a moment. You could tell it was a curse that easily. She rolled her eyes this time. Who do you think I am? Fair. Yeah, I forgot for a moment. Oh great goddess Izanami. I held my arms out. Please remove this lipstick mark from my forehead. I'm regretting offering my help. Help me, Izanami, you're my only hope. Are you sure? The darkness I wield is a pathway to many abilities some consider to be unnatural. My eyes widened and I couldn't help but start laughing. I even caught Izzy let out a small giggle at the amusement. Fine, fine. She composed herself. Before you start quoting anything else. She walked up to me, raising her hand. Be aware though, I do have to push my power into you briefly to dissolve this. It's fine. I smiled at her. I trust you. She paused briefly, her hand shaking slightly. Is that so? She lightly pushed her finger against my forehead and I felt her invade the area that was cursed and her power briefly pulsed around my body. Why do you have Odin's blessing? Her tone turned sharp. Reasons. That wrinkled, perverted. She growled. I told him to go away. She huffed, glaring at me. Did he do anything to you? No. Good. Her nostrils flared. I suppose I won't need to castrate him this time then. Thankfully, I did have a mirror on me to check out the spot. Thanks for the help. Of course. She gave a small smile. I did notice another blessing you had. Meridia's blessing. I nodded. Still don't know how she snuck that in me without noticing. And Drake hadn't been much help. Artoria spoke of her, I did not realize she was a goddess. Izanami seemed deep in thought for a moment. It did not like me, I felt as if it would attack me if I did anything malicious. I guess that's to be expected, she is a goddess of life. I explained. I see, that makes sense. She muttered. Though I have never heard of a goddess by that name, and she appeared quite powerful if a mere blessing was that potent. I just shrugged. Yeah, she's pretty great. Would you? She paused. Never mind. Izzy. I said gently. What? Don't what-a me. I crossed my arms. Finish what you were going to say. It doesn't matter. It matters to me. Fine. She scowled. Would you like my blessing too? I would love your blessing. She didn't reply, but took a step forward and quickly placed her lips against my forehead. I felt something warm flow through my body before settling down. There. Thank you. I said sincerely. Whatever. She tried to look uncaring, but I could tell she was happy. How many people had willingly sought out Izanami no Makoto's blessing in the past? It should provide a small bit of warding against evil spirits and deathly powers, among other things. Basically the smallest touch of her authority provided. It made me curious what Odin's blessing did, even if I did not particularly like receiving it, I still was curious. Not to mention Meridia's, no idea how that is working. Perhaps it's so alien it's something I can't recognize. I looked up, her eyes were glowing slightly. I couldn't help but stare for a moment. She just blinked and they were back to normal. Pretty. I blurted out. Her cheeks turned slightly red. Seeing her act like that just brought a smile to my face. I need to head out, got a couple things to speak with my grandfather about. I stood up. Would you like me to leave Sir Wiggles here with you? She looked down where the rabbit had taken up residence on her seat. Can I? Of course. Thank you. She mumbled, scooping him up once again and holding him close. I'm glad she gets along well with him. Emotional support rabbit. I walked through a portal back into Zelretch's workshop. Hey old man, I stopped, he turned around, staring at me and I stared back. What are you doing? He looked down at his hands. Oh, just dealing with some stuff. I see. I nodded. What requires the use of water balloons? He was filling them up at the faucet. Some brat made a move against Rin. Ah, say no more. I raised my hand. Need help. Why not? He nodded. Can you add this to the ones filled up already? He passed me a small vial. Oh, what's this? I eyed it curiously. You know those dye packs that usually sit inside large stacks of cash for when it gets stolen? I couldn't help but smile. Neat, so I assume it reacts with the water to produce a similar result. Indeed. He smiled. Curious to see who thought it was a good idea to fuck with us. Oh, by the way, I have something I want you to look at. I figured it was something like that. He tied one of the balloons tight. Give me the cliff notes. I wanted to make my house overlap on several world lines so anyone can come and go there regardless of which world they're in. Oh. Ambitious. We loaded the balloons in a bucket. Let's speak more somewhere else. He waved his hand and a new portal opened up. We walked through and we were on the rooftop of a building I didn't recognize off the top of my head. So what exactly did these idiots do? Tried to strong-arm Rin into some nonsense or another. He stood at the ledge, casting his gaze. They didn't push too far past any lines, but I don't appreciate my apprentice being used in such a way. I see. I muttered. I suppose it doesn't quite warrant a death penalty then. But still, such a thing cannot be allowed without recompense. He nodded along with a smile. Ah, there they are, you see that Rolls-Royce flying down the road. The one ignoring the speed limits. I squinted and reinforced my eyes. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter, this is still Clock Tower territory. You want the honors? I asked. Oh, I would be delighted. He picked up one of the balloons, staring for a moment before reeling his arm back and throwing it with impressive power. The balloon didn't pop until it collided with the car's windshield and splattered into a sticky blue liquid that covered their vision. The car swerved a few times across the empty street before slamming into a light pole. What issues are you having with your little project? He asked, staring at his handiwork. Not so much an issue, but I wanted a second opinion before I took the next step. I took out my notebook and handed it to him. I would rather not waste resources if it won't work, and this is just a fun project at the moment. He flipped it open, stroking his beard for a few moments. I see your train of thought. He flexed his fingers and grabbed a pen from the air, writing a few things here and there. Your turn, by the way. Oh, right. I nodded, picking up my own balloon. I reinforced the outer layer so it wouldn't pop with the velocity I would be throwing it with. I closed one eye to get a good idea of the distance and with a shutter step, I threw it as hard as I could. The red balloon soared through the air as a man wobbly stepped out of the car. It collided with his head, knocking him off his feet and completely covering him in the blue dye. Good hit. Thanks. I smiled brightly. So, thoughts? I like it. He inspected a few more pages. I'm glad you're also enjoying your time. He started writing a few more things. Ah, I believe you missed a step here, honestly it's an easily forgettable step. He circled something with a red marker. Geez, feels like I'm being graded back in school. Ha. He abruptly stopped and let out a laugh. What? I looked at him in confusion. I just remembered, you technically didn't finish high school. Oh, fuck me. I facepalmed. Rin will never let me live this down. Zelretch cackled, grabbing another balloon. Oh look, more targets. Seems there are a few more for each of us. Yeah, a few more got out of the car and were trying to either help the other man up or search around for attackers. Honestly, we were a surprising distance away for tossing water balloons. Want to see who gets the best hit? I asked. Loser buys dinner. You're on, old man. I'll start on another chapter sometime later, but need to get some stuff done today and I wanted to play some Genshin. Anyways, if you want to read 5 chapters ahead or support me, check out my pat.rayon.com/@asteriaforone. MC finally met Okita in the recent chapter. Chapter 81, Chapter 78. Gramps and I walked back into his home, a small smile on my face and a frown on his. Why are you both covered in blue paint? Rin stopped, staring at us. No reason. Zelretch smoothly replied. He's a sore loser. I corrected. How you doing, Rin? I asked, seeing Artoria also join her. Zelretch disappeared when I wasn't looking, probably off to fulfill his side of the wager. I'm good. She shrugged. You want a status update or something? I thought you were in another world. I wasn't sure, but I'm not really here to pressure you or anything, just wanted some notes looked at by the old man. I tried to wipe away the blue dye on my face as best as possible. Oh, by the way, pick these up over there. I tossed a couple of the magical phones on the nearby table. Ah, and before I forgot. I turned to Artoria. Izzy wants to hang out sometime, if you're interested. The dye was easy enough to remove with some magical applications. I would like that very much. Artoria beamed. Rin held one of the phones in her hand, eyeing them. I'll take these apart laters. She set them back down, honestly, she looked rather out of it. A look rather familiar to most mages, you can only shut yourself in your workshop for so long. Who's Izzy? You didn't tell her. I asked Artoria. I did not wish to reveal any private matters. Artoria replied. You are ridiculously sweet, but it's fine to tell Rin stuff like that. I couldn't help but wrap my arms around her. The sound she made was so cute and she returned my hug. I still owe you another date, anything in particular you want to do? We'll think on it. She looked rather thoughtful at the notion. I was the one who basically lead the other dates, so I figured it would be good to allow her to take the lead here. Bleh, flirt somewhere else. Rin made a gagging noise. Anyways, who's Izzy? Izanami no Mikoto, Japan's goddess of death and creation. I happened to befriend her in my birth world. Artoria helped me with a matter involving her, and they apparently became friends as well. I feel like I'm missing a lot of context. Actually, that is very much what happened. Artoria commented. Izanami is nice, we spent a while chatting. I'm not even surprised, this is pretty much the norm around here. Rin sighed. You'll like her. I smiled. She's a lot different than how her legends portrays. Honestly, she's a bit of a shut-in, spends a lot of time on the internet. Honestly, the image is still amusing. Oh, TLDR, they have supernatural internet over there. Learned that little tidbit the hard way. Well, if I ever get to the point where I can come and go across world lines, I would like to visit. She shrugged. Do you have more info on that one world we were supposed to go to soon? Oh, Skyrim. Well, Skyrim was the name of the province, but I didn't really intend to venture beyond those borders for the moment. Yeah, that place. She sent me a tired dismissal. I think I should be finished with my kaleidophone soon, and are we really calling it that? You gonna tell the old man he can't? I eyed her. Point. She agreed. You okay? She seemed so out of it, more than just being tired. Tired. She yawned. And hungry. I haven't slept in 60 hours and eaten in almost as long. I had to drag her away from her work. Artoria sighed. Perfect timing then. Zelretch popped in right at that moment, carrying a few bags that gave off a tantalizing smell. Bullshit, you did that on purpose. I rolled my eyes. Though I would have done the same thing. What did you get? Authentic Cajun from New Orleans, Louisiana. He set the stuff on the table. Oh, good choice. I nodded, putting my hat on Artoria's head, much to her amusement. Hope you brought some bibs. Huh, he smiled, taking them out with little cartoonish pictures of lobsters on them. If you aren't covered in a mess, you aren't eating it right. I just smiled as Artoria didn't take my hat off and Happy started digging in. So what are you doing after this? Zelretch looked at me and asked. Figured I'd go swing by and see Sasaki Kojiro, promised him I would bring some sake. I took a bite of food. Maybe check in on Medea too, see how it's going. After, though, probably head back over to my birth world, got some stuff going on. How is Assassin? I have not spoken to him in, Artoria scrunched her brow. Well over a year. He's doing well I suppose. But he seems dreadfully bored. Should I spar with him again? Actually, Rin, when you finally finish your project, I was thinking about maybe linking it up to the supernatural internet back in my birth world, and perhaps giving a few of them away to friends. I think Sasaki would appreciate that quite a bit. Whatever, just pay me. She shrugged, clearly not caring. Fair enough. I turned back to Artoria. Want to come with me? She tilted her head, glancing over at Rin. Go. Rin made a shooing motion. Go have fun with your boyfriend, I'm gonna nap after I eat. I think hearing Rin calling her that, Artoria started to blush. I would like to join, if it is okay. Of course. I reached over, squeezing her hand briefly. Though, will you be okay seeing Medea? Artoria pursed her lips. We have an understanding. Ominous. The air here is quite nice. Artoria commented as we stepped out of a portal at the base of the Ryuta temple in Fuyuki. I had missed it. Yeah, this land is saturated with magical energy due to the ley lines, comparatively to most of the world that is. I nodded, and the air here was much cleaner than in London. Ah, that reminds me, has Rin been practicing with her noble phantasm? The corners of Artoria's lips curled up. I have managed to drag her out a few times to practice, she is a fast learner. She looked pleased with herself. Ah, I also had a question I had been meaning to ask. She ran her fingers along the brim of my hat she was still wearing. Where is Sir Wiggles? I held back a laugh at her saying the name with a serious face. Izzy and him are having a sleepover. I smiled. It seemed like she needed some company. I see. She nodded with what I heard of a lucky under her breath. Seems like I chose well for my familiar. Oh, some familiar faces. I heard certain voice call out, walking down the steps. Hello, Sasaki. Artoria greeted him like an old friend. Saber, a please as always. He nodded towards her. And if it isn't Wilhelm? He looked at me intently. You've changed quite a bit. Well, I do preen under praise. I have. No point in hiding it. Curious, you've only been gone weeks at this point, yet. His hands almost made an unconscious grasping motion, practically looking for his sword. Time is relative. My fingers twitched similarly. Oh ho, an interesting answer. Well, why don't we test that out then? I paused, sighing. Sorry, can't fight this time. I held my hands up in surrender. His face relaxed, almost looking sad. Unfortunate. Hey, I did bring some good stuff though. I replied, taking out a few jars of sake. You are the best kind of visitor. All battle intent seemed to dissipate as he almost skipped towards me and happily took the jars. Next time, we will cross blades. He replied. And you are welcome to join as well, Saber. I thank you for the invitation. Saber looked amused at the prospect. My, what a cute couple you two make. He laughed. Artoria looked bashful at his statement. How did you know? The way you seemed so relaxed around him, I suppose. He replied. You look happier than the last time I saw you as well. No use in hiding it. My hand reached over, interlocking fingers with Artoria's. She didn't reel back nor hesitate, but her face was clearly red. Ha ha. Sasaki laughed. Little lion, this you is a much better sight than the one all those years ago. Ah, embarrassed Artoria, this is my favorite. Is Medea in? The witch is up there. He waved me off. She probably knows you're here already. Thanks, samurai. He sat down lazily, uncorking a bottle of sake. Bring me some more next time. No problem, enjoy, I said my goodbyes as Artoria and I began to scale the steps. Honestly, I would make a comment about them be never-ending, had we not entered an illusion and them literally never-ending. Medea? I asked. Artoria was clearly aware of what was going on but seemed nervous. Sabr. You came back to me. A voice echoed out. Castor, we had an agreement. Artoria said evenly. Boo, how about we? Castor. Fine, she said, and the surroundings returned to normal, Castor standing at the top of the stairs. Hey there, boy, heard you managed to snag Saber as your woman, good job. She gave me a thumbs up. Was expecting her to not be on board with that. More of the, how dare you corrupt my Saber, kind of thing. But I guess that's a Greek for you. Thanks. I replied happily with Artoria making embarrassed Artoria noises. You come here to get wedding dress designs. I got tons, perfectly in Saber's size. She sounded so giddy. Castor. Artoria sighed. Saber, just a few dresses. Actually, I wouldn't mind seeing some of your designs. I commented. I doubt all she had were wedding dresses, or that would be a bit weird. But I was honestly interested in what she's made, the fact that she indeed sells some of her designs speaks of her ability. He. Medea muttered to herself. I also got some materials I want you to take a look at, see if you can do anything with them because my wardrobe is looking rather non-existent right now. You're in luck, I was bored the past couple weeks and designed a line of men's clothing. I wouldn't mind a second opinion. She nodded to herself. As much as I love my hubby, he's a bit dense when it comes to fashion. Well, I had some time to spare before I went back to my birth world. Second chapter for the day. Wrapping up this DxD arc in the next few chapters, probably about 7 from this point onward. Anyways, if you want to read 5 chapter ahead or support me, visit mypat.rayon.com/astriaforone. Chapter 82, Interlude 3. Arthur Pendragon, Hero Faction, POV. I'm glad everyone could make time to show up. Chow Chow commented, sweeping his gaze around the room. His smile grated on my nerves these days. Before we begin, any new business anyone wants to bring up? There were a few grunts and head shakes, nobody seemed to want to say anything. Frankly, nobody seemed to want to even be here. I certainly did not. Okay, moving on. Chow Chow paced a bit, a clipboard held in his hand. Hercules, how did your recruitment go? He was a weakling. The big oaf of a man leaned back and spat the words out, not even caring at the looks he was receiving. So, we can take it you failed. George spoke up, he had been rather quiet recently, but I hadn't cared enough to ask. What's that, you brat? Hercules sneered. Didn't you fuck up your little recruitment? George pushed his glasses up. My one to your dozens. How many of them even survive your encounters? Not my fault none of them can match me. He already looked bored with the whole argument. If they die so easily, then they weren't good enough to join us. Yes, quite the logic. A faction that goes out recruiting under the guise of protecting humanity and my fellow members seem content to kill potential recruits, other humans, on a whim. How many of them simply didn't want a life of conflict? Or how many were too early into their careers, their marital paths, and weren't on the level of someone who inherited the spirit of Hercules many years ago? It's not like everyone was given such a high starting point that this big idiot did. The only thing larger than his idiocy is his ego, which never ceases to blind him to the obvious facts. It's pretty much expected for Hercules to fail, but how did you not even manage to capture the half-devil, George? The inheritor of Jeanne d'Arc's will lightly spoke. Her vacant expression could be mistaken for aloofness, but if I unfortunately knew her well enough to know she had several stereotypes of those with blonde hair. What was that, you bitch? Hercules stood up, baring his fist. Hercules. Chow Chow's voice rang out. The big oaf just grumbled and sat back down. They even knew Hercules' reputation, yet they still sent him out on these kinds of missions. I suppose he sometimes gives results, but more often than not, he makes things infinity worse. I'm also curious, George. Chow Chow stopped his pacing, glancing over at George. I only saw the end of the meeting when you called for me. Well, I suppose I am slightly interested now. Was it not just a recruitment? That's all I heard about at the last meeting, not that I cared much, but I tried to keep abreast of everyone's activities. Then again, it wasn't the first time Chow Chow decided not to inform me of his plans. I guess I've messed up one too many missions in the past. Well, I was interested in the swords he used, I didn't recognize them at all, and no one else I spoke to either. I did enjoy the discussions taking place online. I even met someone who enjoyed talking about swords and weapons as much as I did. What was his name? Hooded one. He was very knowledgeable on the subject. I quite enjoyed the talks we had. A hobby if nothing else. He somehow stopped my dimension lost. I don't know how, but when I tried to trap him in dimension I created, he took control and shattered it. George looked uncharacteristically shaken. Some kind of sacred gear that interferes with dimension lost? Jean asked. Possibly, but I consider the notion unlikely. Chow Chow shook his head. If he had a sacred gear, he would have been kept under tighter lock and key by the devils. Well, that isn't exactly wrong. Though it isn't that right either. While I am no fan of devil society, it isn't quite so easy to brush them all the same color. The Gremorys generally treat theirs well, and I have no doubt he would have been checked for a sacred gear since he was half human. So the only explanation, magic. I spoke plainly. Several eyes turned to me, but I just ignored them with a tired expression. Pfft. Hercule rolled his eyes. Magicians are all squishy. You should have just sent me. He was needed alive as a hostage. I pointed out. Chow Chow shot me a look. Yes, you arrogant twat, I can put two and two together. Did he really think I wouldn't understand that he wanted to get a hold of Lucifer's son to use as leverage? It was distasteful, but I could not deny the opportunity it would bring from a resources standpoint. Was there an easier target to get to the devil's leader? Well, there are plans in the works to kidnap his other son, mostly by those old Satan faction louts, but I didn't want to be involved with their nonsense. What's the terms used? Hate boner. Yeah, they truly have a hate boner for the new devil leaders. It's good we have talented magicians among our numbers. Chow Chow narrowed his eyes. I'm sure Lu Fei would be a big help on this matter. I didn't react. I didn't draw Caliban and cleave him in twain. The only thing stopping me at this moment was the debt I owed him. He managed to get Lu Fei out from under the Pendragon family. For that reason I have continued to along with this nonsense. My honor demanded I repay him, but he also knows that if he tried to use Lu Fei as leverage over me, I would not hesitate to cut him down. And he knowingly straddles the lines I've drawn in the sand. She's busy. How unfortunate. Chow Chow replied instantaneously, knowing I would dismiss his request. He knew I would not allow it to happen, he was simply reminding me of my place. Fortunately, I've kept Lu Fei mostly in the dark with regards to what we do. She merely thinks we go around protecting humanity, though that brings about its own set of problems. Regardless, what an arrogant arse. Are we going to make another move on the half-devil? Jean asked, seemingly barely paying attention to the matters at hand. No, we have other things to worry about for the moment. Chow Chow finally turned away from me and back to George. If you would. George just nodded, holding his hand out and allowing dimension loss to dispense someone onto the floor. What? Where am I? He shakily stood up and looked around. Aren't you? He was cut off as a hand gripped his throat. We had an agreement, vermin. Chow Chow said plainly, choking the yokai. We would help you with your ritual, you resurrect Tamamonome, and she usurps Yusaka's positions over the ley lines, and then we'd be allowed to use them for our own purpose. Ah, that's why Conla was still in the infirmary and Perseus is still unconscious. This isn't the first time Chow Chow moved on Kyoto. Why does he want access to the ley lines so much? There are other ley lines in the world, but admittedly they are more or less better defended. And if you compare their quality, many of them can't be compared to Kyoto. The only real reason that the yokai remains in control of theirs is because of the Shinto pantheon dissuading the heavy hitters. You didn't even keep that little fox. Chow Chow shook his head. I held back a sigh. What was with them and kidnapping children? It wasn't our fault. He blurted out as Chow Chow let up his grip, allowing him to fall to the floor. Someone interfered and she fell into Yomi. All I know is that someone brought her back to Yasaka. Who? I don't. He had red hair and didn't look like a yokai. Was it in a ponytail, and was he dressed up? Yes. Chow Chow sighed. It seems he held a grudge. Was it Luckfear's bastard? George frowned. The tone almost made me smile. It seemed that whatever this half-devil did, it really left a mark on him. Sounds like it. Chow Chow looked annoyed. How can you be sure? I asked innocently. He mouthed the words, Cow's Brigade, to me after blocking my strike. That made me pause. He blocked your strike. Chow Chow wasn't exactly the most martially talented, but his spear was the very definition of overpowered. Especially against the likes of a devil, even a half, it should have been a much different outcome. Apparently he also knew of our allies as well, curious. Oh, sounds like he might be able to actually fight back. Hercules punched his palm. Wasn't he supposed to only be like, a couple weeks into the supernatural world? Jean sat up straighter. He's getting pretty popular online. She took out her phone. There are rumors that his mom is a goddess. No, he possessed no divinity. Chow Chow shook his head. Can the Spear of Destiny allow its wielders to sense such a thing? Regardless, this guy is turning out to be rather interesting. Knowledgeable in magics unrecognizable and powerful that are known. A good handle on swordsmanship if those few clips were anything to go by. I would very much like to cross blades with him. So, what's the plan then? George asked. We still move forward. Chow Chow declared. We just have to cut out the middlemen. His gaze drifted down to the yokai who didn't dare stand up. With a swift motion, his holy spear pierced through the yokai and retracted as if nothing happened. Those cult members can still be useful. He pondered. I guess we can do the same thing we did before, grab the girl again, force her mom to cooperate. He finally shrugged. As much as I didn't want to admit it, that was probably the best choice. Not one I would ever take, but it was the path of least resistance. To assault Yasaka in her home would be foolhardy, even if her daughter would be under much tighter guard, her mother can't be near her forever. If Chow Chow mobilized all of us, it wouldn't be very hard to capture her without Yasaka catching wind in time. And there was no way she would fight us with her daughter behind held. Once again I feel my honor getting stained. Can I even call myself a knight after all of this? I can't help but think of my sister as times like these, and my resolve reaffirms itself. If I must walk into the depths of hell to preserve her smile, then hell I shall go. Just a little interlude showing some thoughts and actions from the hero faction. I also changed motivation slightly. I hate how the author seemed to gloss over the Pendragon clan. The fact that the church didn't possess Excalibur ruler and Caliban, yet knew they were in the hands of the Pendragon family, does that not speak of their strength? Who knows what other things they have stored away and the church didn't even go poking around. On a side note, I'll probably be taking this weekend off as a break. Been uploading a chapter nearly every day for like 3 months now, so want a few days to relax. Also, I started plans for the next interlude, it seems people enjoy those. It's just going to be a nice and wholesome Gremory family dinner, smiley face. Anyways, if you want to read 5 chapters ahead or support me, visit my pat.rayon.com/asteriaforone. Chapter 83, Chapter 79. Connect the magical converter to the Tachyon accelerator. I attached 2 cables together. Applying conceptual terraforming. I pulled on my magic and my house began to shake. Activating flux capacitor. Okay, you're just saying random words to make your magic seem more spectacular. Could be. I laughed as Izzy sat on the nearby couch, Sir Wiggles in her lap. I have seen Back to the Future. She deadpanned. And I find it highly unlikely this building will be time traveling. Want to bet money on that? I turned and smirked at her. No, I do not. She hardened her expression. Please don't send us back in time. Even gods whose domain revolves in temporal manipulation don't mess with it unless necessary. Too late. I activated May equipment and the house exploded in a multitude of colors. What did you do? Nothing. Wilhelm. She said sternly, almost like my mother used to. Look out the window, I told her. She looked at me in exasperation, standing up and pulling the curtains apart. Why can I see the Empire State Building in the distance? Praise me, I am a genius. Did you teleport the house to New York? Nope. She tilted her head. Why do I still feel like we're in Japan? I helped create the very land and I can still feel that connection. Because we are. I smirked. She paused, giving the place a once-over again, except this time her eyes were glowing. Honestly, it was very pretty, the way the power pulsed off her red pupils. We exist in both places simultaneously. Nailed it. I said smugly. You. She sighed. I have no words. She sat back down next to me. I guess we technically are time traveling. Ah, the feeling of a job well done. I had been pretty much working on this the entire time I've been in this world. Even this past week after I came back, I pretty much entirely focused on this project, all leading up to this moment. I wanted Artoria to also be here, but she was with Rin at the moment running an errand for Zelretch. I accepted a long time ago that she would have responsibilities that kept both of us away. Hell, I do too, doesn't make me miss her any less. Well, at least I got to spend that time with her that I did. And it was nice to see Castor and Assassin again, not to mention I got some new clothes in the making. Also managed to convince Artoria she would look good in one of the dresses Castor made. On that same note, I really miss Meridia right now as well. Not to mention she who shall not be named. I tried to keep myself occupied, but the feelings just burst out sometimes. As easy as it would be to pop back to Skyrim, I wanted to wait for Rin and Artoria. And I had a few more things to take care of. I actually wanted to stay there for a bit before disappearing again, so I was prepping for that eventuality. Regardless, it was nice having Izzy around though. I enjoyed her friendship. Praise me. I refuse. Mean. I pursed my lips. My intention was to link my house in several locations so I can be a literal step away from all my friends and family. I smiled at her. I see, does that mean Artoria would also be able to come and go? Hopefully. I nodded. Izzy hummed, a small smile on her face. I couldn't blame her, there were a total of like 3 people who actively spoke to her. And her son barely counts, as harsh as that is to say. I am of course her friend and take every opportunity to spend time with her, but she seemingly hit it off with Artoria after their little debacle, and I suppose she wanted to see her more. And there is the aspect of more girl-friends. There are some things I just can't give her in a friendship. And I still haven't told her the truth yet. I trust her a lot, perhaps more than I should, but that's still a difficult topic to approach. Well, since we're here, want to get some pizza? Why do I have the feeling you did this just for easier access to their food? Because you are a smart woman. I nodded sagely. Is that a no, then? Will, we're in New York, that question is like asking me if water is wet. She rolled her eyes. Of course I wish to partake. She stood up but hesitated again. Will there be an issue if I walk around here? This isn't my home. This is technically heaven's territory, but... Fuck 'em. What? Fuck them. I shrugged. Who cares? If they want to make an issue of it, I'll beat them up. Izzy shook her head with a small smile. You are going to make many enemies if you keep going around with that attitude. Today is a good day. I finished off the slice of pizza on my plate. Yes. Izzy smiled lightly. It has been enjoyable. I heard a ding and took out my phone. I read the message and furrowed my brow. It seems Kuna finally woke up. You are in contact with them. Yasaka asked for my number before I left last time. She sends the occasional message, or rather picture. Saved in a very special place. Apparently Kunu is asking about us. Yasaka invited me over, asked if I would extend it to you as well. Is that so? Izzy looked deep in thought. You don't have to. I didn't want to pressure her into anything. But she genuinely wished to thank you, and I don't think Kunu would have any negative perceptions. I will think on it. Izanami said hesitantly. That's all I ask. I nodded, setting my phone down and taking a look out the window as something caught my eye. Hey Izzy, we're still in New York, right? She just blinked at me in confusion. Yes. Then why is there a Gundam fighting Godzilla in the distance? I pointed out the window. What are you talking? She stopped, mouth ajar as she stared at the same scene as me. A giant robot just landed a haymaker on a giant lizard monster. Are you sure we're still not in Japan? I find that mildly racist. Izanami huffed. Just because there is a giant robot and a Godzilla look-alike, she let out a breath. Okay, I can't finish that sentence. I have so many questions right now. If I recall, the head of the government's supernatural division has a sacred gear dealing with technology or something. I recalled some tidbits, admiring the fight. Best sacred gear ever. Hey. Make me a giant robot and I'll take my words back. Fuck you. That is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. She scoffed. And yet I find it entirely believable. What a silly place this is. It's so fucking cool though. Agreed. I sometimes forget that the goddess Izanami is kind of a neat. She gets practically all my references and knows pop culture like the back of her hand. Well, I suppose it isn't too surprisingly considering the internet was one of her only avenues to interact with the world. Hey. I looked towards her. What? Can you use your goddess powers to make a giant robot? Why would you assume that? I mean, you literally created a country. I crossed my arms. I think it's a fair question, considering. Those are two entirely different things. And besides, I also had help, and a divine spear, and was lent power from the Koto Amitsukami, primordial deities. So, you're saying your goddess powers are lame. My goddess powers are not lame. Note to self, find a world with giant robots walking around, for scientific purposes, of course. They aren't. Sure. She huffed, crossing her arms. Looking between me and the fight happening in the distance. We could even feel shockwaves from this far away. How are they even going to hide this nonsense? Oh, the Americans are very good at wiping short-term memories. All major cities have large-scale spells ready to go for such situations. Honestly, this isn't the first stupid thing that's happened in recent years that threatened to blow the masquerade. And other places lend a hand, they have an actual interest in keeping the secret going, so even other factions help keep everything concealed. Wanna go fight the giant Godzilla look-alike? Are you seriously asking me that question? She raised an eyebrow. Of course I do. Sweet Jeebus, let's go. I saw a big smile on Izzy's face. I could tell she was having fun with this whole thing just as much as I was. Can't wait to brag about this to my gramps. I wonder if Susanoo will be amused by this story. Izzy tilted her head, waving her hands as shadows began to crawl along the ground next to her. You think they'll let me keep the robot if I stop the monster from causing any major damage? It couldn't hurt to ask. I walked out of a very large portal, Izzy right behind me as she literally dragged two giant bone-like spikes from behind her. Where do you want yours? I'm thinking. I tapped my chin, looking around my front yard. Opposite the tree, gives the yard some nice symmetry. She nodded, helping me heave the massive spike into the ground and adjusting it in place. A souvenir we took off the thing's corpse. It wasn't that strong, all things considered. I mean, a fully grown dragon would probably beat it. It was mostly just muscle and sheer mass that made it cause a mess. My guess was some kind of magical experiment. Well, I suppose it will make an interesting conversation piece. Izzy admired it, wiping some ash off her sleeve. Her clothes were singed in some places, and perhaps slightly disheveled. My clothes didn't fare much better, perhaps even worse. Who knew that lizard could breathe fire? At least it wasn't an atomic breath, even if that would be fucking amazing. Would you like a hand as well? If it wouldn't be too much trouble. I opened up a second portal. That should be a little bit in front of your house. Wonderful. She hefted it up, and the image was very humorous as her tiny stature held up something half the size of my home and tossed it through. Don't forget to share those pictures you took. Of course, I'll also be posting them online. Well, at least people will forget about me now. I think a Godzilla look-alike attacking New York is a much more interesting story. You do realize that a good number of people saw you and most likely two pictures, yes? You know, I keep forgetting the internet is a thing when it's inconvenient for me. Izzy just gently pat my shoulder. I'm not blurring your face. Yeah. I waved her off. So, you want to see Yasaka tomorrow? Izzy paused, the fun smile turned more neutral. You said you will be there, correct? Yup. Okay, I do not mind attending along with you. I couldn't help but smile. Getting her to go out and have fun with me was one thing, having her interact with other people was a whole other. I wanted her to be more open, but I knew that was going to be a slow process. Tomorrow then. Tomorrow. She nodded, heading through the portal I already had open. Today has been very strange, but perhaps one of the best days I've ever had. Alright, a fun little thing before stuff starts happening to end the arc. And my headcanon is that America has to deal with all the weird stuff that happens in the supernatural world. Giant robot fighting Godzilla wannabe is more or less just another Tuesday for them. Anyways, just finished the hero faction meeting MC proper. They had a nice and respectful conversation and everyone left without fighting. If you would like to read about this peaceful encounter, or just read 5 chapters ahead and support me, visit mypat.rayon.com/asteriaforone. Chapter 84, Chapter 80. You know, Drake, I think it's almost time to leave. I strolled down the horrific paths that made up Yomi. I may have been less carefree if I did not know Izanami was watching over me. Yomi or this world? The world. I hummed, reaching down and grabbing a handful of soil. I didn't actually have a chance to inspect this place before. It was rather interesting, from a research standpoint. I added some of the soil into a little baggie and put in my ring. I can see it. You did pretty much everything you set out to do here, which wasn't much. True. I finally got my little project up and running. I nodded at his words. My house was ready for further worldline expansion, hopefully. You never know what could go wrong down the line. On the surface, it seems to work. I think this whole trip did you good. Yeah, it was a nice vacation, even if I had to meddle in some annoying stuff. I felt extremely refreshed. It was a nice load off, especially from seeing Mom again. And I have a new friend that I've grown close to these past few weeks. Being able to just relax and deal with my own shit for a while, it was very therapeutic. But, I really need to get back to work. I'm not nearly as strong as I want to be, and I have yet to push my current strength to its limits. Hell, I haven't had a proper fight in what feels like forever. I'll need to check back in with everyone back home, see where they are with that, but my gut is telling me they won't be done anytime soon. Perhaps I should look over that list of worlds the old man gave me. I'm sure there's something there I can find useful. Izzy appeared in front of me as her house came into view. You know, you didn't have to come here. Nope. I cut her off. I really don't mind coming here to visit you, Izzy. This silly goddess, but I'll keep reinforcing it every time I see her. Her default mindset to think the worse of herself. She let out a small huff. Do what you want. I couldn't help but smile. She looked slightly different, perhaps a little dressed up without appearing to have dressed up, if that makes sense. Equal parts excited for the meeting with a dash of uncertainty mixed in. Ready to go. I offered my hand as I created a new portal. As I'll ever be. She took it as I guided her on through. Your method of traversing space is still as vexing as the first time I saw it. Izzy commented as we appeared outside the compound where Yasaka lived. Oh, are you curious? Mildly. She said dryly. But I will not pry if you don't wish to share. I paused at her words. It's something difficult to talk about. I said quietly. Does it involve Artoria? Izzy asked, though I knew she wanted to say other things. Somewhat. I confirmed. I see. Did she notice the strangeness surrounding us? No, she would have to be a fool to not notice something so obvious. The fact that she hasn't brought it up beyond this. The gates of the fortified mansion opened up, Yasaka walked out, garbed in a more regal outfit flanked by several guards who all looked wary, some eyes glancing towards Izzy. But what grabbed my attention was the little fox hiding behind Yasaka. She stared at both me and Izzy curiously, not a hint of fear in her eyes. Lady Izanami, we thank you for your gracious visit. Yasaka bowed lightly. If you would please follow me inside, I have prepared accommodations. Very well. Izzy said evenly. It seems I was regulated as the side character here. Not that I minded that much, if I was merely here for Izzy's moral support, that would have been fine as well. The place seemed a bit more fixed up compared to last time. No bodies littering the floor, no blood splashed across the building and no more huge craters from battle. Yasaka led us to a different part of the building, not really her meeting area, but a more personal space. The guard didn't even argue when she dismissed them. Honestly, it looked like they would rather be any other place than there. And if I noticed, then Izzy most definitely did, even if she didn't say or do anything. Izanami POV. Thank you for coming, Lady Izanami. Yasaka said once again. It was no trouble. I said calmly. Though I would never had come had Wilhelm not convinced me, does he think I can't see through his intentions? I suppose it is endearing in its own way, to have someone fuss over my well-being. You saved my daughter's life. Yasaka replied. I am forever grateful for your intervention. It was merely a whim. Her expression didn't change. Regardless, if it were not for you, I would be without my daughter. And no other deities answered my requests. Oh, did my daughter ignore her Miko? I couldn't help but frown. I would have to chastise her the next time we met, if we ever meet again. If there is anything you require, I am at your service. Yasaka dipped her head down again. There isn't anything I need, but I had a curious thought. Did you offer the same reward to Wilhelm? Yasaka blinked for a moment, a sly smile forming on her face. The only thing of worth I had to offer him was myself. Alas, he turned this old woman down. She feigned heartbreak, but I felt my own lips curl up. Oh, Artoria was correct then, he certainly does attract women easily. Though how much of that is sincere I wonder. I had this strange, albeit small, twinge of possessiveness emerge. I just shook my head and squashed such thoughts. Regardless, I held back a laugh at the look on Will's face and continued. Perhaps he is just embarrassed. I held my expression even, but the look on his face just made it all the harder. Well, now that you mention it. Yasaka looked thoughtful. It's understandable. I nodded. He has never experienced the touch of a woman, he probably did not know how to react to your forwardness. I see, I guess I will have to be more persuasive in the future then. Wilhelm even looked a little red. How cute. Call my goddess powers lame, will you? Humph. Indeed, you will have to work harder, he already has a harem. Era, she cooed. At that age and he already has multiple women. I really do have my work cut out for me. Yasaka looked over to her daughter, who seemed slightly embarrassed by the conversation. Sweetie, why don't you take Daddy and show him around while me and Lady Izanami have some girl talk? Mum. The little kitsune squeaked out, her cheeks flushed red. You know what? I would love to see the place. Wilhelm stood up, eager to escape this conversation. Fine. The little kitsune's expression betrayed her tone, she looked rather excited to spend time with Wilhelm. How adorable. We both watched for a moment as they left the room. Did you wish a moment to ask for advice on how to better seduce him? I eyed the yokai leader. She let out a laugh. Oh my, no. Just because I enjoy showing off a bit. I'm not that easy. She waved her hand flippantly. And he's a bit fun to tease, but I'm not going to literally throw myself at him. I hope you don't plan on leading him on then. I calmly stated. Yasaka paused for a moment, giving me another look. I never said I was against the idea. She smirked. If he had actually reciprocated the other day, I would have probably shown him my personal quarters. I was extremely grateful for the safe return of my daughter. Well, I don't think he would be against it either. I replied. Heavens no, I caught him taking glances at my rear every now and then. Oh ho, he is a young man after all. Yasaka laughed. He is handsome as well, and my daughter is quite taken with him. She hummed to herself. I could certainly do worse, and the most important thing would be my daughter's approval. Her eyes softened at the mention of her daughter. If she latches on any more, I'll probably be seeing a lot of him regardless, who knows what will happen in the future. I'm surprised you do not already have a lover, your beauty is not unknown even to the divine realm. Or what I have read online, many stories regarding her. Yasaka seemed mild surprised. I have tried once or twice since Kunu's father passed, but they never ended well. Either Kunu disliked them or they were seeking some kind of political gain from me. She had a melancholic smile on her face. Well though, he didn't even react when I buried his face between my breasts. She huffed. That hurt my pride a little. How forward? I couldn't help but comment. Her breasts were quite magnificent if I were to be honest, not that I was envious. I do think my bosom was quite ample as well, just not to that level. Does he prefer women with larger breasts? I do not think it had anything to do with your appeal, I think he was more taken back by your daughter at the time. He appeared rather concerned and meticulous when caring for her. You say something like that, and any hesitance I have will start to crumble. Yasaka had a smile on her face. Are you sure you want me stealing him away from you? I blinked in confusion. Pardon. Do you think we are in a relationship? She tilted her head. Are you not? You both appeared rather close, I just assumed. Me and Will. No. I said quietly. We are merely friends. I shook my head, dismissing some fanciful thoughts. You did not wish to speak of these matters when you sought my audience. Her expression changed from playful to serious. Yes, Lady Izanami. She said with her more regal tone. I wish to properly thank you for your help. I was truthful when I said that I owe you a great debt for saving my daughter. Child, be careful with your words, do not forget who I am. I am aware who you are, and I will not take back what I have said. You have my eternal gratitude, my patron refused my request, yet you helped me, words cannot express how grateful I am. You are being very candid with your willingness to associate with me, will it not cause problems? I had a good portion of my retinue try to overthrow me not that long ago, at this point I am willing to stomp on anyone who say any words that displease me. She said dryly. You are welcome in my lands, my home, and my daughter's life. She stated. Wilhelm isn't the only one she wanted to see. You are trusting your daughter with me. I eyed her suspiciously. I'd like to think I am a good judge of character. Clearly not. I frowned, only for her to let out a small laugh. Then do I have to rethink my stance on Wilhelm as well? Her lips curled up. It's a shame, I think she called you Auntie Izanami the other day as well. I paused and felt something in my heart that was foreign. You sly fox. I was about to respond but both our eyes turned towards a new face that entered. Lady Yasaka, I apologize for the disturbance. One of her guards appeared. But you have a visitor and he was quite adamant about seeing you. Yasaka narrowed her eyes as a person walked right in behind the guard. Rather rude of him. I nearly scoffed until I recognized the face of the person. Okita Tsuji. Yasaka's expression steeled. Well, this certainly wasn't good. I only had the vaguest idea of Wilhelm's relationship with his father, never elaborating past estranged. Lady Yasaka, I apologize for coming abruptly, but I have a miss. Almost as if Wilhelm walked back in from another door, led by the little kitsune herself. There was a silence that permeated the place now as Okita's eyes widened at the sight of Wilhelm. Will narrowed his eyes at the man, a tension filled the air. Hey there, kiddo. Okita broke the silence. Been looking everywhere for you. Oh wow, I'm sure there will be a nice peaceful talk next chapter with absolutely no fighting involved whatsoever, smiley face. Anyways, just a reminder, I'm probably taking the weekend off from writing, just need a small break. If you want to read 5 chapters ahead or support me, visit my pat.rayon.com/asteriaforone. Next world was leaked and tomorrow is the new interlude for them. Chapter 85, Chapter 81. Another awkward silence filled the room as everything felt rather suffocating all of a sudden. I'm sure the others could feel the tension in the air. And a lot of things I thought I didn't have to deal with came bursting back up to the surface. Feelings I thought I had gotten over, repressed, or merely outgrew. I was a whole mix of emotions right now. Yet, I was surprisingly calm. I did not lash out, get overwhelmed with rage or simply sneer and dismiss the men in front of me. I guess I have grown up a tad in the past couple years. Who are you? I asked, with complete confusion. He blinked for a moment, a gentle smile appearing on his face. I'm Okita Tsuji, your fath. Never heard of you. I cut him off, clearly to his dissatisfaction, even if he didn't outwardly react. Well, I never said I wasn't a petty asshole sometimes. Okita Tsuji. Yasaka interrupted. What is the meaning of this? Her voice sounded very authoritative, and even Okita almost stood at attention. He seemed rather sheepish with his response. I am under orders to bring back my king's son. He replied. So you stroll into a meeting I'm having, uninvited, with the ones who rescued my daughter? She narrowed her eyes. Rescued your daughter? He repeated, slightly confused as realization dawned on him. I apologize for my rudeness, Lady Yasaka, I mean no disrespect. He bowed, perhaps lower than he should have being an emissary of a foreign dignitary. And there is a but coming. Yasaka interrupted. He winced slightly. I am under direct orders to bring him back, please step aside, Lady Yasaka. And what if I do not? She stood up, her tail swayed behind her dangerously. Her ears no longer had a lazy droop to them, they stood at attention and she was ready to fight. Gone was her flirtatious facade she usually keeps, now was the destructive fox who boasted the acknowledgement as one of the strongest yokai who ever existed. It isn't just me you would have to contend with. He replied. Are you threatening me, boy? Yasaka growled out and the room shook, the faintest manifestation of her tuki began to leak into the surroundings. I placed a hand on Kunu's shoulder as she trembled slightly. She looked up at me and I gave her a quick wink. Only a light sigh cut away all the tension that was accumulating. All eyes turned to Izanami who sat there quietly. Rarely have I ever found myself in a situation where I am ignored so blatantly. Her voice was quiet, yet it could grab the attention of the world if she so wished it. Okita's eyes widened, his hand gripped his sword instinctively as he took several steps back. Who are you? His voice didn't tremble, but there was the clear distinction of hesitance present. You were born upon this land that I created, and you ask who I am. Her head turned slowly. Shadows began climbing up the walls, reminiscent of hands as all the light in the area was consumed, snuffed out, and otherwise refused to even persist within her presence. Her red eyes glowed, the shadowy tendrils wrapping around her. Yasaka was already right next to me, wrapping up Kunu protectively. I couldn't help but step in front of them, just in case. Watching the scene as the shadows were getting ready to practically strangle him, I couldn't help but feel something odd. With a sigh I opened my mouth. Izzy, stop. Abruptly as they came the shadows dispersed and Izzy was sitting there as if nothing happened. Her eyes turned to me, clearly wanting an answer. This is my mess, let me clean it up. I do not fear the strongest devil. Izzy snorted. Never said you did, but it's not your problem. If you are involved then it is my problem. Trust me, please. She let out another snort, turning her head. Do what you want. Words can't express how happy I am that someone would stand up for me, regardless of my strength or my ability to handle the situation. But on the flip side, I didn't want to get you wrapped up in this if I didn't have to. Fear him you may not, but it would still be annoying for you and I don't want you to have to deal with that annoyance on my behalf. Not to mention how Yasaka would be swept up in this if anything happened to Okita in such a situation. Okita didn't relax as he stared at us conversing as if nothing had happened. It was clear by the look on his face that he had no idea what was going on. You want to take me back? I refuse. I took a step forward, staring him in the eyes. Even if there are people that want to see you. He was apparently trying a different approach. Your grandmother had expressed desire in meeting you. He tried to give me a disarming smile. Not to mention your father has been asking about you. That did give me pause. I was not blinded by hate or anything like that. I was able to recognize that they were not involved in any nonsense around me. I knew about them, but I guess this is the first time I'm truly contemplating them. I have a brother. What an odd thought. And my grandmother apparently wished to meet me. I don't have much in the way of knowledge about them. Regardless, I only had one response for emotional blackmail. Fuck off. He let out another sigh. You're pretty skilled with your blade, why not bet on that? He tried a third approach. Well, I can't say I didn't see this coming. Oh, you want to wager on the outcome of a duel? If I win, you come with me. He nodded. It was most certainly the path of least resistance. It may just seem like the obvious choice for a warrior like him, but doing this he also worked around all the politics revolved around taking one of Yasaka's guests. Everyone had their own pride. Could the yokai even raise their heads to express dissatisfaction if both sides agreed on a duel? And what if I win? He paused a moment, deep in thought. What do you want? You want me to relinquish my life into your hands? Is it not appropriate for you to do the same? He took a deep breath, steadying himself. Very well. Yasaka still looked annoyed as she gazed at Okita. I have somewhere you can fight, and I will be judge. Her words leaving no room for argument. She glanced back down at Kunu, who seemed to want to stay by my side, and I held back a small laugh at Yasaka's defeated expression. Come along, Okita. It will be one last stroll through Kyoto, for regardless of the outcome, you will no longer be welcome here. Okita looked resolved. Please. He bowed again, but Yasaka didn't even spare him another glance. As they left the room, a little kitsune started grabbing onto my sleeve, giving me a worried look. He's strong, she said quietly. My heart melted at the way she looked at me. I couldn't help but pat her on the head. Don't worry, your daddy is the strongest. Her cheeks reddened, and it just made me want to tease her even more. Men and their stupid pride. Izzy muttered, standing up. In the classifications that devils use, Okita Tsuji is an ultimate class. Indeed. I was well aware of where he ranked. As far as night pieces go, he was one of the top. And you have qualms about his strength? She asked. This is not like the nonsense we got up to the other day. She looked uncharacteristically worried. Even if you have several blessings, he has lived a long life by mortal standards, that isn't something one can overcome with ease. I gave her a reassuring smile. Don't worry, I was trained by the best. There was an arena nearby. I wasn't too surprised. Yokai in general are a bit on the aggressive side, so it made sense for there to be a place for them to fight without causing disturbances. It was rather empty though, minus a few guards here and there keeping watch, Yasaka acting as referee, and Izzy standing to the side with Kunu right next to her. It was slightly amusing to see Izzy acting all protective of the little kitsune. There was no great declarations as I walked to my side of the arena, opposite of Okita. Yasaka being the judge was more a formality than anything, her duty as the leading of the area this was taking place. She didn't need to incite us to battle, nor give us the K to fight. I looked at my opponent, he placed a hand on his sheathed sword. I tilted my head, and brought out Mirage from my ring. The glowing blade caught his immediate interest, but his eyes turned back to me. A part of me was genuinely curious how he matched up against those I've fought in the past. Where his skill level laid, even if his pure power wasn't a match for the likes of those I knew. My circuits ignited. Reinforcement filled my body. Ebony flesh was cast over me. My dragon's heart flared. My magical energy burst out in a torrent. The boosted gear stayed hidden in my soul, and my primordial runes still remained in reserve. I did not wish to reveal all my trump cards for something of this level. A lion gives birth to a lion. Okita let out a small laugh as he drew his sword. Well, I would start then. With a flick of my wrist, Mirage swung out. 10 birds. Okita reacted immediately, his body moving in a practiced manner that indicated decades upon decades of honing. Left, right, up, down. His sword collided with all my sword phantoms, dispersing them with relative ease. He moved right as the final clash ended. His speed was very impressive to the point where I had to actually focus. I planted my foot, and swung using my entire body. Our swords collided at the space where nothing had been a half-second prior, filling the entire arena with a massive shockwave. His strength was also worth noting. I think he may even be physically stronger than me, which was very surprising. Though it wasn't enough to completely overpower my blow, just more of a slight advantage on his part. He pushed forward, sliding under the blow as he recalled his blade from the slash, trying to get under my guard. Flipping Mirage upside down, I caught the quick slash and followed up with a crackle of lightning that erupted from my hand, pointing right at his face. He didn't even budge as something emerged from his skin. An insect-like creature emerged, intercepting the blow and trying to bite at me. I was momentarily surprised at such a thing before I recalled what exactly was going on. I grabbed it before it could reach me, turning it into dust with my free hand. So it is true, you incubate mindless yokai in your body. Not all yokai are the sentient species that walk around Kyoto. Some are mindless monsters that rely on their baser instincts. Okita Tsuji raises them within his body and uses them for his own purposes. Sorry kiddo, can't really go too easy on you here. He chuckled, jumping back and gaining some distance. I'll have to get serious then. All of a sudden his presence shifted. He stepped and vanished. I couldn't help but have my eyes widened as I felt the air next to me distort. I moved my head back as a blade swept right where it had been a moment prior. That was probably 10 times faster than his previous movements. And I just smiled. Another sword swept at me, his body not even visible to the naked eye anymore. It would have actually been easier if he was teleporting. I had a sense for the fluctuation of space, but no. This was pure speed and I had to rely on my honed skill to meet him. As his blade touched my skin, space shattered and I was behind him, sword lunging for his heart. With a burst of speed, he vanished again, only to reappear a foot to the side, and counter-attacking. What ridiculous speed, but it wasn't something I wasn't used to. He still fell short to Scat Hatch. His thrusts were sharp and quick. If I showed any opening, his blade tip was already digging into my skin. I was sporting small cuts all over my body now, but nothing more than flesh wounds. I gave as much as I received. He only smiled when my sword cut into his cheek, and narrowly missed his neck, only to draw a thin line of blood. I shared his expression when his sword stabbed towards my eye and I moved the least amount necessary to avoid any major damage, getting the side of my head cut in the process. To create an opening, I allowed him to nick my arm a bit deeper than I normally would have allowed, but I returned with a follow-up slash. His eyes widened at my attack, but he burst out in Tuki for a brief moment, eclipsing his normal use to move quicker than before and enhance his physical ability, but even so, he didn't anticipate the power behind my attack, and his footing got blown away before regaining himself on the other side of the arena. 100 birds. Mirage glowed as I swung. The sky filled with my sword phantoms and Okita looked surprised for the first time in this fight, but he smiled a moment later. A numbers game. I can do that too. His body shuddered and hundreds upon hundreds of yokai burst out and overcame my numerous sword phantoms, but they continued on towards me. I couldn't count how many there were in this short moment, nor if I even had a few hours to work with. Serpents, insects, poisonous creatures of many kinds. They all composed of this swarm that bared down on me. I held out my hand and another sword answered my call. Without even moving, I held it up and called its name. Ascalon. My noble phantasm activated. The blessed blade by which force is slain. A nearly impenetrable defense swept around me, my sword moving in ways that was nearly impossible, but struck down every yokai that attempted to reach me. Body parts fell down onto the arena, blood sprinkled down almost like rain. What a monster. Okita sighed. You know, I had been raising those for years. I'm the monster. I raised an eyebrow. You aren't even using your Tenin Rishinryu, I snorted. Not to mention any of the stronger yokai you keep in your body. In fact, you're only using your Tuki for basic enhancements. He laughed awkwardly at my statement. Those sword techniques are meant for nothing but killin'. He scratched his cheek. Besides, I ain't the only one holding back. He didn't deny my other accusations. Guilty. I smirked. Honestly, it was hard to hate this man. Even when he was trying to take me back, he didn't really seem to like what he was doing. If anything, I would say his biggest flaw is his loyalty to his master. Call it my own pride, but I didn't want to stomp on someone whose heart wasn't even in the fight. I could easily see he did not wish to be fighting me under these circumstances. I shook my head, my other swords flashed out and hovered around me. Okita moved again, an understanding between us that the fight resumed. His swings were now infused heavily with Tuki, where he had been using it sparingly before. Every strike now was backed with a huge force. From the other side of the arena he swung overhead and my mirage blocked as my other swords flashed forward. He dodged them without even looking, but they changed directions and came back. He seemed a little annoyed at their persistence as they kept aiming for his openings. I gestured with my hand, and Dawnbreaker exploded in light, swinging horizontally through the air. He was forced to raise his sword to block, and was even pushed back a few feet. Ducking his head, Whisper passed by, and he had to quickly step back before Ascalon pierced through his arm. That is surprisingly annoying. It's like I'm fighting several people at once. He grunted, knocking away Dawnbreaker for a second time. Just as he said that, his eyes glanced to me and suddenly my swords were attacking empty air. A katana pierced towards me through the arena, a tiny opening was all he needed to escape and even counterattack. Sixth form, fluttering petals. As the words left his mouth, all that was left in his wake were a few flower petals that fell to the ground. A sword technique, not his vaunted style, but powerful nonetheless. The tip of his sword met the flat of Mirage, and I pushed with my full weight to bear the brunt of his attack. Even so, my sword was pushed back into my chest and with a shout his Tuki expanded at the sword point, causing an explosion as he retreated. The dust settled, and I saw Okita waiting for me on the other side of the arena. My sleeves were destroyed, as was a good portion of my clothes. A few nasty burns here or there, but I was otherwise okay. He gave me a cocky little smile as he raised his sword above his head and his body snaked down, low to the ground. Third form, lightning sigil. His sword came at me from several directions, like arcs of lightning, jagged and hard to path as they tried to pierce me. My flying sword shot out, intercepting the blows with ease. Ha, didn't think that one would work. He hopped back a few steps again, readying his blade. Annoying, Izzy, shield please. I called out. What? Okita asked in confusion as I smiled, my eyes looking up to the sky, and he followed my gaze. Thor's hammer. I called out as the sky collected lightning and a massive figure appeared above us in the cloudy heavens, composed entirely of the crackling element. The massive figure brought his hammer down and Okita tried to escape the attack. I just smiled innocently as he looked at my apparent, suicidal attack. The area was enveloped in lightning, the arena almost completely gone. I even limited the wide-scaled attack to target this more narrowed area. My primordial rune shimmered and faded, my protection disappeared before the smoke cleared up. I glanced around and saw that Izzy did protect everyone, but she looked rather annoyed at my sudden request. My eyes turned back to my opponent though. I would have been disappointed if this did end him, even if he wasn't taking this seriously. Ha. He let out a breath, some blood trailing down his lips. Can't believe I let you get one over on me like that, I feel like I'm getting really old. His entire right arm looked completely scorched, clearly using it to block the brunt of the attack, even if other parts of him were hurt. The spell probably broke through his tuki briefly. Whisper floated down from the sky where it had cast the spell, his eyes following the trail of its red glow. Crafty. He commented, not at all off-put by my hidden attack. I don't suppose you'd want to stick only to swordplay. He smiled awkwardly, rubbing his charred arm. I'll tell you what, I'll end this with a sword technique. I nodded at his request, even if it were more of a joke. He blinked and laughed. I wish I had been able to teach you all those years ago. Turning his expression into a sigh. I kept my expression neutral, but that struck a small chord with me. Really making it hard to hate you right now. My swords returned to my ring, and I deactivated any magics I was preparing for. Even my physical enhancements were gone. To others, it may have looked like I had given up, but Okita looked extremely focused. I leveled Mirage next to me, taking in a deep breath. I closed my eyes before opening them slowly. The infinite paths opening up before me, showing all avenues of attack. The multicolor glow of the kaleidoscope burst out before my eyes. Swallow returns. Okita didn't react, the words only met his ears as my sword was being pulled out from his body, our backs only a few inches apart as I straightened myself up and pulled my weapon free, taking a few steps away. He fell to the ground, his sword clanking against the remains of the arena as it dropped from his hands. He was still breathing. I didn't know how to treat him, part of me wanted to just kill him and be done with it, an act of deviance against those who wronged me, but I also couldn't bring myself to hate this man. I looked down at him again. Don't come after me anymore. I said quietly. But that didn't also mean I wasn't feeling ecstatic. Like I was finally untangled with some baggage I had been carrying around with me. A weight had been lifted off my shoulders and I felt truly free. A song came to my head, one I heard when I was a child. I had strings, but now I'm free. I hummed, and as I left the arena. There are no strings on me. Didn't want to make Okita like, LOL stupid, kind of thing. More or less just forced to obey some orders he didn't want to. And he wasn't really trying his best to take back MC. A mix of holding back and underestimating his opponent, and he got slapped at the end. Anyways, just another reminder that I probably won't be posting this weekend, though I may look into setting up a Discord. Which may or may not lead to me bouncing ideas off people in chat. If that interests anyone, I'll post the info here. If you want to read 5 chapters ahead or support me, visit mypat.rayon.com/astriaforone. Chapter 86, Chapter 82. Izanami POV. Well, that was certainly something. I set my phone down to stop recording. I glanced over at Yusaka, and she seemed quite surprised by what had just occurred. I can't really blame her, I did not expect the fight to end so abruptly. There were several things that I wanted to seek out answers on. They seemed content to just match each other for many exchanges. Then Will decided to bring out a large-scale magical attack out of nowhere. Brat, telling me abruptly to put a shield up around us. It was a good tactic, and he seemed unharmed from his own spell, so I can't really say anything against what he did. But that final attack, I don't know what he did. It was like, fate rewound and then fast-forwarded according to his whims. That is most certainly not something a mortal should be capable of. At one point, there appeared to be 2 of him attacking simultaneously. Okita defended against the one attack him from the front, but it didn't matter as he was pierced by the Wilhelm from behind. I could tell that both of them were real as opposed to some kind of illusion or a creation of sheer speed. You have quite a few secrets, Wilhelm. I looked down and Kunu's eyes practically sparkled as she watched her daddy fight. It was still amusing to think about, yet I could completely see him acting as a father. It seems like it's my turn now. I stepped forward towards Yasaka. I shall take him. She was broken from whatever stupor she was in. Lady Izanami, are you? I do not intend to harm him. I will make sure he does not die and deliver him back to his master. I stated plainly. My annoyance with him aside, that look on Will's face when the man appeared still made me upset. That stupid boy, telling me that him and his father are merely estranged. It is clearly much more than that. Is that so? Yasaka steeled her expression. A message is it? She raised her eyebrow. I do not like others touching things I care about. While the strongest of the devils is someone I begrudgingly admit is stronger than me, it does not mean his people can do whatever they want. I may not win against him in a fight, but I'm more than capable of making him lose. Those ridiculous world's strongest ratings are mostly nonsense. Yes, I would not be able to win against someone like Indra in battle, but it is not like he would be able to destroy me with ease just because he is ranked above me. I watched Yasaka's lips curled up, giving me a knowing smile. He looked quite good, didn't he? Fighting against someone whose name is world-renowned. She fanned her face exaggeratedly, giving me another sly look. He performed adequately. I responded. She pursed her lips. I may need to stake my claim sooner than I thought. If he goes around and does this more often, imagine how many women would want a piece of him. This fox, trying to even tease me, is she? Are you that intent of us becoming sisters? I turned towards her, take a step closer. Perhaps you wish to get more familiar with one another. Yasaka's eyes widened briefly, before a large grin emerged on her face and she started to giggle. Fine. She waved me off. Point taken, I won't meddle anymore. Humph, I crossed my arms, a small smile on my face. But I wouldn't be against it either. She smirked at me, almost making me react. You are one horny fox. Girl, the last time I was with a man can be measured in years. She deadpanned. I guess it would be difficult to bring any kind of lover around Kunu if they weren't going to become a permanent figure in her life. I tilted my head, mentally calculating the time for me. Centuries. I muttered. Do women count? Well, if we do then, it's a lot shorter than that. She laughed. Well, I do appreciate how she is relaxed in my presence. I don't exactly hate her being friendly with me. It's nice to not have someone reeling back because of my existence. I should probably grab him before he bleeds out. I sighed. That would be bad. She nodded. I don't think I could wash my hands of this if he bled out on my front yard. I walked over to him, letting my shadows grab him and bring him somewhere else for now. Keeping him intact wasn't hard. He wouldn't die on my watch, and I needed him alive to send my message. I enjoyed my time with you, thank you for your hospitality. She smiled. You are welcome back anytime. I'm sure my little Kunu wouldn't mind seeing her, Auntie Izzy, in the future. Moom. Kunu gave another little squeak and I had to resist the urge to scoop her up from where she was sitting and hug her. Thank you, Mrs. Anami. She stood up and bowed, her ears twitching slightly on her head. Cute. I headed off in the direction where Will went. Wilhelm POV. Wow. I was going to be riding his high for a long, long time. Wilhelm. Izzy's voice sounded off behind me. I straightened myself up, the bench I was sitting on not very large as I made room. She walked over, sitting right next to me. How are you doing? Good. I said almost absent-mindedly. I mean, relatively speaking. I think I'm doing better than I have been for a while now. Would you like a hug? She asked. What? I was a bit surprised by her request. You seemed a bit distressed earlier before the fight, and I did not know if you were still upset. I apologize if I was too forward. I know we haven't known each other for that long and... Izzy. I cut her off. I would love a hug. She made a small little noise as I wrapped my arms around her. She was a bit hesitant but she reciprocated all the same. I guess I held some stuff back. I spoke as we separated. Only some very important details. She rolled her eyes. I could tell she was annoyed at me, but not angry. I was born to Kaushimoda. I leaned back, looking up at the sky. My mother died when I was young, and I was taken in by my father's people. I lived in a house by myself, I grew up all alone, and when I finally left that life behind, I changed my name to match my grandfather's. It was one of the first times I've ever talked about this. I was pretty much forced into a certain box to live my life. Every time I attempted to leave that little neat box I was forced back into it. That's probably where my resentment of my father comes in. They didn't know I knew magic, so one day I just up and left, with a bit of fanfare. Wow, just kind of blurted it all out. I saw her smile faintly, not so much appreciating my little backstory, but more so that I was trusting her with something personal. I honestly cannot picture you going about mundane schooling. She mused. I let out a small snort. To be truthful, it really grated on me at some points. I shook my head. Not all of my memories of that time were something to dismiss. But it wasn't all bad. I was also in the theater club. That I can believe. She said almost instantly. Oi, what's that supposed to mean? Well, I don't want to stereotype. Are you implying? I am implying nothing. I'm pretty sure you are. It must be your imagination. She smiled lightly. I was merely saying that you can be rather flamboyant sometimes. Sure, that's what you were thinking about. I rolled my eyes. I think someone's miffed about the whole barrier thing earlier. I suppose you are smarter than you look. She pursed her lips. Yeah. I yawned, stretching my arms. What's going to happen with Okita? I kinda just left him there, too caught up in my own head. I took him. Oh. I paused. And what are your plans with him? I was going to send him back to his master. She said plainly. Well, alrighty then. She looked at me. Are you not curious? What? Did you think I would assume you were going to torture him or something? I leaned my head onto her shoulder. You know I trust you, right? So it appears. She whispered. I was going to take him back to Yomi, so I could send him to the devil's underworld. Easier that way. Metaphysically, I guess Yomi is closer than Earth to hell. That is correct, though I would have to go through Hades' realm. She paused. It has been a while since I've contacted him. Persephone is generally okay to speak with. I haven't heard good things about Hades. You sure that's a good idea? The relationships between death deities is different than that of the corresponding pantheons. She explained. Perhaps it is a sort of kinship, but most pantheons don't have much contact with their deathly realms, minus those reward-based afterlives like Valhalla. She sighed. Hell, Hades, me, Yama, Anubis, Ereshkigal, etc. While pantheons for the most part like to pretend other gods do not exist, we keep in touch with a cordial relationship. I did not know that. I was actually surprised, but it made quite a bit of sense. Now that I think about it, we generally gather every few centuries and we haven't in quite a long time. She hummed. I wonder if there will be another gathering soon. Really? What do you all talk about? We mostly just bitch about whatever happened recently. She let out a small laugh. Hades talks about his idiot brothers, Yama doesn't shut up about how overworked he is, Ereshkigal about how barely any souls come to her realm anymore. I should probably seek out Persephone instead of Hades, that girl gets jealous so easily. Izzy shook her head. Are you going to be okay? She asked me again. I sat up and took a deep breath. I'm good, really. I paused for a moment. And I may disappear for a bit, probably won't be reachable by phone. I have some things I need to take care of. Is that so? How long do you intend to be gone? She asked. No more than a couple weeks, probably. I did some mental calculations in my head. She stood up, waving her hand and summoning a portal down to Yomi. I will see you at a later time. See you later. I waved her off. I'm really happy I met her. I'm annoyed you didn't use me. Really? Why don't I just paint a giant target on my back? I'm sure that would be the easier option. No one knows I'm even here. What if Albion shows up? He'll think he's ahead of me. Or, what if we wait until shit really hits the fan, then bam. Boosted gear comes out and saves the day, would be cooler than just a duel where nobody saw. Dre grumbled but relented, you better not be blue-balling me here. There is some shit I have to deal with here in the future. I sighed, thinking about the messes my presence will have likely caused. Are we going to a new world soon? Yeah, I wanted to spend some time with Kunu, then I was going to leave. You sound like such a dad already. Fuck off. I rolled my eyes. I couldn't help it, I honestly don't know what came over me when it comes to that little girl. Though I want to look for a way to develop my power of destruction. I yawned again, standing up from my seat. I've been thinking about a lot of stuff, and I think it's time to stop holding myself back from that. Power of destruction is pretty good, it would do well to develop it. Yeah. I scratched my cheek. I probably could have done something by now, but better late than never. The chapter for yesterday, got home from work and just didn't feel good, slept it off and here I am. I still don't intend to post this weekend, so don't expect anything until Monday. Probably will do another PHO chapter again soon, people really seem to enjoy it. So, I set up a Discord for anyone interested. If you want to come and chat about the story or whatever, I'll be there pretty much all weekend and generally when I'm online for updates and when I'm starting chapters and whatnot. I'll mostly be playing Genshin all weekend, so feel free to come bug me. https://discord.gg/trdztrkfvf. Anyways, if you want to support me or read 5 chapters ahead, visit my pat.rayon.com/*Forone. The next arc finally started. Chapter 87, Chapter 83. The more I think about it, the more confused I am about how this even came about. But, honestly, I wasn't complaining. Alright, now pick anyone you want. I held out a stack of cards. This one. Kunu pulled one out of the deck. Alright, make sure you remember it. I shuffled the deck of cards. Now, show your mother, but absolutely don't let me see it. Mom. Kunu called out to Yasaka, who was sitting nearby, watching with a small smile on her face. I see it, sweetie. Okay, now remember, don't tell me what it is, okay? Okay. She nodded. What card is it? It's. Don't tell me. I teased her with a little boop her on the forehead. Now, put it back in the deck. I turned away. Okay, you remember what it was, right? Yes. She nodded. After shuffling for a moment, I held the deck up. Now. I wiggled my fingers. Abracadabra. I exclaimed, pulled the card off the top. Is this your card? No. Kunu looked confused. Oops, my mistake. I shook my head, drawing another card. It's this one. I exclaimed again, showing the next card. Nope. This one. No. What about this one? Nuha. I started going through each and every card until there was only one left. Okay, then this one must be your card. I pulled out the last card and waved it around. That's not it. Kunu pouted. I scratched my head as all the cards from the deck were now in a messy pile on the ground. You know what? I think your mom might have your card. I looked over to her, and she just blinked in confusion, then looked down at the table she was sitting at to see a card face down next to her. Kunu ran over and picked it up for both her and Yasaka to see. This is it. She shouted excitedly. How? Yasaka looked at me with eyes widened. I cheated, but it's fine as long as Kunu is happy. And I got to get one over on Yasaka. Curse me, will you? A magician doesn't reveal their secrets. I took my hat off and bowed. Standing straight, I held my hat out and all the cards flew off the ground into my little storage space. I'll get your secrets eventually. Yasaka gave me a look that promised she would get her way. Mom, don't ruin the magic. Kunu pulled on her mom's sleeve. Yeah, don't ruin the magic. I held back a laugh. Oh, being ganged up on by both my daughter and her father, woe is me. Moom. Kunu whined again. It seems like that still embarrasses her. She's so cute, I can't even. Lady Yasaka. A Tengu dropped down from the sky, kneeling before the yokai leader. He bowed his head and presented a letter. She unfolded it, reading it intently as her expression turned into a scowl. Wilhelm, would you please watch Kunu for a little bit? I have something that requires my undivided attention. No problem. I nodded. The amount of trust one managed to garner that she would willingly leave her daughter in my hands. Though I guess it was unlikely I would do anything from her perspective, having brought her daughter back in the first place. Be a good girl for your daddy. Yasaka gave a kiss on Kunu's forehead, much to the little girl's chagrin. I'll be back in a little bit. She flashed me a smile and disappeared away with the Tengu. Well, now that your mom is gone, I can show you my super secret magic trick. I winked at the little kitsune who looked a tiny bit hesitant with her mom no longer there. Super secret. I held my hat upside down. You ready? I smiled as I reached inside and pulled out Sir Wiggles. Kunu practically squealed as she pounced on the rabbit. He's so cute. Sir Wiggles took it in stride, allowing himself to be picked up by the unknown girl and his fur stroked. What's his name? He is Sir Wigglesbottom Fluffytail Octavius Benedict III, Crown Prince of the Emerald Kingdom. Duke of Carrot Island. Oh god damn it. Hee. Or, Sir Wiggles for short. She squeaked, pushing her face into his fur. If only for this singular moment, making Sir Wiggles my familiar was worth it. It makes me not want to leave after this, but I suppose having something to come back to is nice as well. Seeing her play around with Sir Wiggles, it gave me something I didn't know I needed before now. Izzy, Kunu, I guess I have some important people bonding me to this world, I can't very well abandon it now, even if I wanted to before. My intent was just to take a passive approach, deal with threats to the world as they popped up to sort of curve my karmic debt here, but that doesn't really seem like an option anymore. I don't want to allow anything to exist that could threaten them. I couldn't help but sigh, even as a smile never faded from my face. This was supposed to be a vacation, but I seemed to have found something amazing. Princess. A few yokai walked out into the courtyard, calling out towards Kunu. Your mother requests you. Was it that time already? I looked up at the sky and the sun was already setting. Time really does fly. Shall I take you back to your mom? I smiled down at Kunu, who didn't look like she wanted to leave. That will not be necessary, you are dismissed, human. One of the guards stepped forward. I paused, then just sighed again. I guess something happened and they don't want an outside here for the time being. Well, this is goodbye. I pat Kunu on the head. No. She said quietly, hugging Sir Wiggles tighter. Hey, I'll be back, okay? I kneeled down next to her. Promise. Of course. I held out my pinky. Pinky promise. She giggled slightly as we interlocked them. She let Sir Wiggles jump out of her hands and into my hat again. The look she gave me was frankly heartbreaking. Gods, how did I get attached to this girl so quickly? I just don't understand it. This way. One of the guards ushered me, a little annoyance on his face. Odd. Well, whatever. I stepped out of the courtyard, the guard following close behind me. Would you pass on my goodbyes to Lady Yasaka? I'm going away for a bit and won't have a chance to speak again for a while. He just snorted. Get moving, human. I paused, my instinct was flaring that something was wrong. I turned around and narrowed my eyes at him. What exactly is your... No. Daddy. A loud scream echoed out across the compound. My head snapped to the direction of the voice. I didn't even look as the guard escorting me drew a weapon, aiming for my neck. It never reached me as his head started rolling on the ground and Mirage flew next to me. What happened next was sort of a blur. I burst back to where I was before, seeing a yokai trying to rein in a struggling Kunu with several more standing around. It only took a moment for her to be in my arms again, and about a dozen bodies falling to the ground. An explosion erupted not too far away, the shockwave managing to ruffle my hair. She's over here. A shout was heard as a few more people burst into the courtyard. Human, hand over. The others stared at shock as the one speaking fell to the ground, his head bouncing onto the grass, my sword floating next to me with a small trail of blood down the edge of the blade. Daddy, where's Mom? Kunu looked like she was about to have a panic attack. This could not be healthy for a girl this young who had been through something traumatic not too long ago. I'll go get her, okay? I pat her head. No, don't leave me. She cried. I'll put you somewhere safe. I whispered gently. My grandfather can watch over you, and he has a very nice student who is like a sister to me, she'll love to meet you. I opened a portal and quickly ushered her in. She was in shock and I didn't want to make things worse. Fuck. Did you just send her to another world? Yeah. I said quietly, running a hand through my hair, staring at the few remaining yokai who were watching my warily. I griped my hand, using telekinesis to yank one off the building ledge he was standing on, bring him down to the ground with a thump. I quickly stomped on his back as my swords flashed out and made quick work of his friends. You have 10 seconds, speak. He coughed out some blood. Disgusting human, your time will come. I sneered, holding out my hand for Mirage to fly back into my grip, then slamming the blade down onto his neck. I turned around as another portal opened up, a very familiar application of the kaleidoscope. Artoria. I blurted out as she walked from the portal. Will. She nodded. What are you doing here? Did Gramps send you? You dropped a crying child into the kitchen, do you think we wouldn't be worried? She raised an eyebrow. It isn't too hard to make the leap to assume that whatever is happening was enough that you couldn't guarantee her safety. It's not as bad as it looks, I may have panicked and reacted on instinct to one of the only places I could think of that was safe. I admitted. Is she? Artoria gave a small smile. Zelretch was quick to calm her down, and Rin is good at distracting her. I see. I ran a hand over my face. Good, that's good. Will, what's going on? Someone attacked, probably some remnants who are pissed off. I don't know everything, but I think Yasaka may be in danger, or she is the danger, I don't exactly know what's going on. Someone tried to grab Kunu again and... I paused for a moment thinking everything through rationally. She was betrayed, Northwest doubt someone close to her was able to pull some strings so she was separated from her daughter. I muttered. Why? Why go after Kunu, again? I mean, it was the easiest target if you wanted to get to Yasaka, but what's so important that you needed that kind of leverage? Will, focus. I snapped out of my thoughts. Right. I clenched my fists. Well, you're already here, and it isn't quite what I had in mind for a date, but would you like to take care of some would-be kidnappers with me? She steeled her expression, a look on her face that promised pain for whoever was behind this. I would be delighted. Someone was going to fucking pay for making my daughter cry. Wrapping up the DxD arc for now, clearing up some loose ends, read, Hero Faction. So, Artoria and MC going to have words with the Hero Faction, taking all bets. Anyways, you didn't see last chapter, got a Discord up, come chat, ask me questions, whatever, https://discord.gg/trdztrkfvf. If you want to support me or read 5 chapters ahead, visit mypat.rayon.com/asteriaforone. Chapter 88, Chapter 84. Artoria followed behind me as we moved through the compound. I actually didn't know where Yasaka was, nor where the main fights were happening. Every so often, I could find some people, usually able to tell who is the enemy and who isn't. There were some surprisingly powerful foes that popped up. And equally surprising, there were friendlies who engaged them. Honestly, I did not expect this faction to have such powerful combatants waiting in reserve like they were. Several who would fit under the banner of ultimate class, even if that whole system of measurement was basically malarkey. How you doing on mana? I quickly asked as we scaled a rooftop to get a better view. I'm full, and I was given this. She took out a jewel I didn't recognize, but I could see it was full of Rin's magical energy. Zelretch said it should work for an emergency. Ah, good thinking. Though, it wasn't a perfect recovery tool for her magical energy. Since she was a servant, a spiritual being, she couldn't generate magical energy as if she were alive. And trying to forcefully drain the jewel of its contents would cause much of it to go to waste, simply running off in the process. I looked around and noticed a much bigger fight in the distance. Tengu were taking to the skies, and several groups clashing while some large explosions lit up the sky. Many types of yokai I couldn't recognize at a glance were joining the fray. Wilhelm, there. She pointed a little off to the side, a swirling pillar of mist burst out. I briefly saw a woman with 9 tails, I assume that is the woman you are looking for. Yeah, and that should be Dimension Lost. I muttered. Dimension Lost? She asked in confusion. Shit, I never did talk about the sacred gears here, think of them as noble phantasms. I didn't really have time to explain the differences, but I would rather he be wary of the strange weapons than not. Noted. She nodded. Do you have a plan? Yeah. I took in a deep breath. Teach some kids a lesson they will not forget. I frowned, trying to rack my brain around who all was in that little faction of theirs. Kids. Idiots who think they can do whatever they want because of some stuff they inherited from their ancestors or some other nonsense. I will follow your lead. I smiled, holding out my hand as she took it, and I pulled us both through a portal right to the big dome of mist. I put my hand on the large dome and cast my gaze inside briefly. I saw Yasaka battling a group of people and somewhat handling herself, but she was slightly wounded here and there. Without a second thought, I drew Mirage and pulled on the kaleidoscope. With a slash, I cut through the false dimension that was cutting off the fight from the outside world. The mist dispersed aggressively, stopping the fight as all eyes turned to us. Wilhelm. Yasaka called out as she retreated several yards back. You. I saw George shout from the corner of my eye. The Hero Faction. More of them that I didn't recognize off the top of my head. I guess the lesson I taught you last time wasn't enough. I lazily replied, not giving him much attention. Yasaka quickly reached our side, perhaps trying to buy herself a moment's respite. Kunu, where is she? Her eyes practically dilating. She's with my grandfather, completely safe. I gave her a reassuring smile. Yasaka let out a long breath. Good. She said quietly. A big boulder a bit away started trembling and a large man climbed out of some accumulated rubble. Fucking bitch. He spat as he stood up, dusting himself off. Friend of yours? I raised an eyebrow, glancing at Yasaka. She sneered. Idiot calling himself Hercules, said he was going to harm my daughter. Ah, the idiot who boasts about having inherited the spirit of Hercules, and I looked around and noticed a blonde girl. If I recalled correctly, she is the same but with Jean Dark. I paused, reining in my quickly flaring temper. Did he now? What about you? Her eyes turned to Artoria, standing to the side. I don't believe we met. She's the one who I grabbed to heal Kunu before. Greetings, I am Artoria. Artoria stated. Wilhelm, is it? Another voice cut through the tension in the air. I recognized the person and the spear he held at a glance. Chow Chow, are you trying to run your ancestor's name through the mud even more than you have already? I didn't want to hear any spiel he was going to give. So you do know me. Well, usually I don't remember, dumbass, but kudos, you are leagues above the common rabble. He frowned. I don't think he was used to people insulting him so blatantly. This doesn't concern you, why are you risking your life for these, yokai? Are you trying to find common ground with me, perhaps convince me to step to the side? I rolled my eyes. Besides, saying I'm risking my life implies anyone in your little posse can even take it. I was going to break him. I could snap you like a twig. Hercules shouted. A little magician and a little girl he brought with him, why are we even talking? A little girl. Artoria quietly repeated, a small twitch of her eyes told me exactly how she felt right now. I grew up on the internet, insults don't really faze me, but I'm sure it's an entirely different matter for her. He's all yours. I smiled towards my girlfriend, I's not leaving Chow Chow. I wanted this little faction of his to be destroyed before I finished dealing with him. What, am I supposed to be scared of her? He laughed. Come on then, little girl, I'll show you a real man. He threw his head back, posing like an idiot. You can even have the first hit. He didn't even try to hide his laughter. Artoria didn't answer, instead her magical energy exploded off her. Armor formed around her body, her armaments manifesting from within. Her dragon's core practically roared to life as everyone in the area felt her presence. She moved before most people here could even understand what was going on, a fist buried itself deep into Hercules' stomach. I saw everything as I reinforced my eyes. Every moment as his eyes widened, blood flowed out of his throat, and his body practically crumbled and lifted off the ground, only to be blown into the side of the building. Oh. Yasaka said quietly, perhaps readjusting some thoughts she had about Artoria. Honestly, I should have been paying more attention, but one thought was distracting me. I fucking want her right now. Rein in the dragon. I don't even care if anyone is watching. I want to make her mine. Maybe she's having some sort of effect on you because of her magical core's origin. Probably. I reluctantly pushed down those thoughts, with a mental promise for later, when we eventually get to that part in a relationship. Watch out. I ducked to the side as a certain holy spear passed by my head. Oh shit, yeah, God-killing holy spear, need to pay attention. A kid covered in shadows suddenly charged, swiping his hands in the air, shadows rose up from the ground like blades and swept the area. Oh, sacred gear, noted. Yasaka bet them away easily enough, the Tuki pulsing off her was palpable. I don't suppose you know anything about them. Edgy kid wearing the sunglasses manipulates shadows with a sacred gear, equally edge name. I spoke, dodging another swipe of the true Longinus. That's barely helpful. She deadpanned, stomping on the ground, creating many boulders that she grabbed with her Tuki and threw at the shadow manipulator. My sword swung out, as holy sorta burst out of the ground like thorns. None were powerful by themselves, but holy power was still practically lethal to me. Discount Gene Dark can create holy swords, forget the name of that one too. I noticed. Yasaka shouted, throwing a large waft of foxfire at edgy shadow guy before cracking him across the face with her fist. That's gotta hurt. Words can be hurtful. Discount Gene spoke, creating many more holy swords that burst out of the ground. Seems like she can do that on any surface. Well, you should give it a try, would be a better shot at actually damaging me. I retorted, stomping on the ground myself, raising an earth wall between us. I ducked under the true Longinus, but this time Chow Chow entered my range, using his spear as an actual spear with some degree of mastery. Despite my dislike for the guy, he was quite good, but he was no scat hatch. I gripped Mirage in my hand, deflecting each blow, knocking any his thrusts, and any attempts he made to inject holy power into me. There was Northwest hesitance to get close to me, he was adept enough to fight with such a long spear in close combat. Hell, he was actually fairly quick. I wouldn't say he was on par with Okita in terms of pure speed, but his eyes were able to follow my movements. When I attempted to exploit his openings, he was able to react in time to not be skewered. What an annoying opponent though, he only had to lean into his spear's power to eventually defeat me, from his perspective that is. A decent hit from the thing's edge and I would go down like a sack of potatoes. Bindings of Gaia. I invoked one of my 9 realm spells, Whisper doing the casting so I didn't have to distract myself. The roots burst out of the ground, almost as if they were alive and shot out towards all the enemies in the area. Chow Chow swung his spear around, cutting them, only for more to burst out as he grabbed some distance. Jean flicked her sword attacking the incoming tide with her own barrage of holy swords, seemingly putting them into a temporary stalemate as it took many swords to fell one large root. I wasn't done. Freezing winds of Jotunheim, I spread my arms out as the deathly cold cascaded out in all directions, taking caution not to encroach on my allies. Chow Chow slammed his spear into the ground, his holy light surrounding him like a barrier, but Jean took the brunt of it, a root grabbing her leg and the cold air catching a stray limb before she could escape. Her arm did not look to be in good shape, a deep blue color as if all heat in it had died. I didn't have time to mull over the thought as Chow Chow's spear extended towards me again, taking off a few stray hairs. I decided to cast all my physical enhancement spells, earning a surprise noise from him as I closed the distance and slammed my sword down on his spear, cracking the ground under the blow. What? He spat out, arms shuddering under the blow. And sus. I invoked a rune, shooting it into the distance as the space sort of vibrated, revealing a George who was preparing a large-scale spell in a tiny subdimension. Whisper launched up to the sky where he was preparing to cast it, disrupting it with my own runic insertions. I took a step back as Yasaka launched a kick at Chow Chow, who brought up his spear to block, knocking him back several yards. "Handle the magician, please." Yasaka looked towards me, bursting from the spot she was in towards Chow Chow and Jean. "Fine," I muttered, focusing on George. Yasaka probably would want her own time beating the crap out of these guys, and it was kind of hard to do with a kid who could manipulate dominions interfering. George snorted, waving his hand and bringing forth dozens of magical circles, a small smirk on his face. I raised up Mirage, spell circles began to spin around the blade, my magical energy soared, and the kaleidoscope vibrated. Ether cannon. George's eyes widened as all his spells flailed hopelessly against my cannon, and he shot out the dimension lost in an attempt to seal the attack, only for it to push through like the sacred gear was paper. "George!" Chow Chow shouted, an expression of shock on his face for the first time this fight. He tried to run to where the collision happened, but Yasaka intercepted him, laying down attacks with enough force to shatter the area. Chow Chow took a few good hits, blood running down his face before he regained his footing. "You don't get to flee from me after attacking my daughter," she growled, the area literally quaking with her steps, even as she reined herself in. She was after her own pound of flesh. The fact that she wasn't going full-on fox was telling of how much she wanted to handle this intimately. "Fuck off, bitch." The Shadow Kid ran at her, arms wrapped in his shadowy power, and started pulling all the shadows along with him. Thorn of inky darkness shot up out of the ground. They coalesced and reshaped to his whims, all aiming for Yasaka so Chow Chow could disengage. I looked over to the side and saw Artoria handing Hercules his S even as he used his sacred gear to attack her. "Is that all?" Her words echoed across the battlefield as an explosion rang out in her palm where she caught his fist, not even budging. "What the hell?" Hercules shouted, his muscle visibly tightening and straining to try and move her but failing miserably. "Clench your teeth, boy." The only warning his got before she reeled back her fist again. Oof, those sounds he made sent a shiver down my spine. If I remembered correctly, his sacred gear caused explosions on impact. She caught the explosion at point blank and didn't even react, must have thrown him for a loop. I shook my head with a small smile, turning my attention back to Jean. Jean slammed her sword into the ground with her good arm, a massive dome of holy swords started forming around me. Cute trick, actually pretty smart, but hopeless. 200 birds. I swung Mirage in all directions, destroying the holy sword prison before it could fully form. She didn't relent, every swing of her sword, many more holy swords followed in its wake, but she was trying to overcome quality with quantity, and she most certainly was not in the best of shape. I snapped my fingers, several runic circles appeared above me. Lightning. I called out, one of my simple arias to invoke my spell as bolts of lightning cascaded down on the one who hosted the spirit of Jean d'Arc. Her sword, her rapier, thrust quickly in my directions, intercepting the magical lightning. Impressive. Flicking my hand, a few talismans appeared between my fingers. 3-element sealing formation. I invoked as my 3 talisman flew out to surround her. They formed a triangular sealing spell, her body became visible stiff as her movements became hampered. Runes spun around my arm as I pushed them on the ground next to her, reinforcing the spell to a further degree. Can you not handle this little girl's blows? Artoria's fight seemed to get near us as she began taunting him, not even drawing her weapon. I saw her look over here many times, but she didn't move to interfere, probably because we weren't really in any danger. The shadow guy was keeping Yasaka distracted, purely because he would not stay down. If any sufficiently lethal attack was about to land on him, he would kind of fuse with the shadows and mitigate the damage. I could tell Yasaka was starting to get annoyed, and I would rather she not start throwing around blows that topple buildings in this constrained area. I withdrew a certain bloodthirsty spear from my ring, aiming for a moment, the muscles in my arms bulged as I threw it with all my might. It shot across the battlefield, the magical energy mixed with the intense bloodlust drew eyes from everyone, but the shadow user couldn't even react in time as it caught him, carrying him to the side of the building, impaling him through the chest. I turned to look at Chow Chow, who was supporting a very hurt George. Mildly surprised he was still alive, even if it wasn't a very strong ether cannon, was still an ether cannon. The irony of impaling the spiritual successor of Kanla with Gi Balg. I spoke towards the holy spear wielder who grit his teeth. Yeah, Shadow Kid inherited the spirit of Siyu Chulin's son, who died to his father's spear. He was kind of forgettable, so I didn't remember until a few moments ago. If looks could kill. Well, I doubt he's even a fraction as furious as I am about Kanu. I looked at Jean, who still couldn't move, and nodded to myself. It wasn't the strongest sealing spell I knew, but it was fairly robust. Artoria threw the beaten body of Hercules on the ground near us, striding over without even being winded. Chow Chow was silent, looking around at his defeated comrades. George, we need Sieg and Arthur. He looked at his barely conscious companion. George was not in good shape, half his body was burnt pretty bad, and I don't think his right arm could even be called an arm anymore. Chow Chow pulled off a necklace he kept under his collar, a small vial in his hand as he poured it on George. A visible phenomenon alighted over the boy's mangled body. A phoenix tear, interesting. The tears of the devil phoenixes that live in the underworld, that so-called Pillar Clan. One of the most potent healing items that can be purchased on the market. But even with that, he didn't look all that good. But he still responded. The dimension lost connecting space as two more people walked out. The aforementioned Arthur and Sieg looked around. One looked like a typical English gentleman, the other wore a priest's coat. I'll take the one dressed as a priest. Yasaka walked up next to me. She was looking a bit better, even if she still had dried blood on her. Sieg looked at her, pulling out two swords. Balance Breaker, Chaos Edge Azura Ravage, he called out as four more arms sprouted from his back, each wielding a demonic sword, while one was holding a light sword. I'll handle the fox, you get the other one, Arthur. He called out. Twice critical. A subspecies, I believe. Neat. I guess I am your opponent then. The other one turned towards Artoria. I am Arthur Pendragon. I suppose I cannot hold back anything. His gaze briefly swept the broken bodies of his teammates. Artoria paused, hearing his name. Are you one of his descendants? I am. He nodded, almost uncaring about the battlefield. It is tradition in my family to name each successive generation after the king. I am not the first Arthur Pendragon. But I have grown accustomed to the name, even if I think the convention is droll. A light erupted from his body, and a holy sword appeared in his hand. I wield the strongest holy sword, Caliban, prepare yourself. Artoria narrowed her eyes at the proclamation. I couldn't dare to even guess her thoughts right now. She took her own stance, invisible sword summoned. The sword this Arthur wielded, it was large, like a great sword, but he wielded it expertly. I could tell even Artoria was mildly impressed by his swordsmanship as she didn't stomp him right from the beginning. But, you could begin to see Arthur getting a bit restless. Nearly every move he made was countered with ease and experience he couldn't overcome. Even with Artoria's smaller stature, he was being dealt blows with far greater weight behind them than anything he could muster. He had to practically retreat on every collision. They clashed many times, Arthur never even making a comment on her invisible sword as he gradually got used to its dimensions, even able to counterattack every now and then. I knew Artoria enough to see she was holding back, but I didn't understand why. In fact, it seemed like they were sticking to purely swordsmanship, like an unspoken agreement between both of them. Actually, something strange was happening. I wanted to say that Arthur was hesitant to attack, but even looked rather perplexed at what was happening. After a moment, Artoria even stopped as Arthur's sword swept towards her head. A clean strike, the which could have decapitated her, stopped. Arthur was straining himself, trying his best to force the blade forward, but it refused to budge. It wouldn't even touch her skin with its edge. The sword started to vibrate in Arthur's hands, the holy glow intensified, and Arthur showed a painful look as he suddenly shouted, jumping away, sword falling to the ground and sporting some nasty burns on his hands. The sword sticking up out of the ground, Artoria stared at it. Arthur looked on in shock as she hesitantly placed a hand on the hilt. The blade burst out with a golden light, blindingly bright as it began to shift. Does it change shape to fit the wielder's desire? Artoria muttered at the now much smaller blade still impaled into the ground. Hello, old friend, it has been a while. It did in fact do that if I recalled correctly. One of the sword's many abilities. The new golden words engraved on the sword were easy to read. Whosoever pulleth out this sword from the stone is rightwise king of all England. Artoria dismissed her invisible sword, gripping Caliban tight and pulling it from the ground without any resistance. What? Arthur whispered, clearly in shock. How? Not even the church. Only someone of his blood should be able to wield that sword. I will be taking this for now, whether you can regain it in the future has yet to be determined. She declared, almost inviting him to disagree with her. Surrender, this fight is not worth continuing. Arthur looked down at the sword being pointed at him and raised his arms in the air in surrender, seemingly no will to fight in his eyes. Well, isn't that something? Yasaka practically snuck up on me, throwing the body of her opponent on top of Hercules's prone form. I believe a few secrets have been hidden from me. She mused. I guess I was distracted. What? How did you defeat Siegfried? Chow Chow looked at Yasaka in shock. Did you seriously believe this brat who hasn't even seen 3 decades could match me? She scoffed. I have ruled over the yokai in this region for centuries, boy. The only reason I hadn't crushed you all so easily before was that boy manipulating dimensions, and my unwillingness to cause collateral damage. Do you truly think I am defeated? Chow Chow stood up, an edge in his voice, gripping his spear tightly. The hero always slays the monster in the end. By all means, use your balance breaker. I lazily replied. Make this interesting for me. He sneered at me. Balance breaker, polar night Longinus Chakravartin. The holy aura around him exploded out. It became suffocating for someone like me to stand here. A large halo-like ring floated behind him with several orbs. I'm pretty sure each of those orbs corresponds to a specific ability, but the details escape me. Mirage flew into my hand, Dawnbreaker, Whisper, and Ascalon spun around me, waiting. I snapped my fingers, a circle of runes burst out underneath Chow Chow. He looked down as they glowed and exploded. What an absurd holy power. I couldn't help but comment, as he was completely enveloped in a shield. It was almost like fighting an archangel. Astsusa Retana, Chow Chow declared as my head snapped behind me, spear being thrust into my back. A pure teleportation, able to slip through my perception. I barely even noticed the space around me shudder. Was it because of the holy power? No time to contemplate. The spire didn't pierce my form shattered as I appeared to the side and swiped my sword at him. Let's see how you deal with your weapon being destroyed, Chatsuka Retana. His spear moved towards my sword, a collision of energy burst out at the meeting point of our two weapons. His eyes narrowed and his expression changed. Why won't your sword break? He suddenly shouted as he broke off the attack. Isn't it obvious? I sneered. You're too weak. He tried to use a weapon-breaking ability on me. How adorable. With the Eye of Magnus basically keeping it all together as a linchpin, he's essentially trying to destroy a divine construct. Fine, I will end this in one blow then. He calmed himself, but killing intent was still in his eyes. The holy power around him went another qualitative change. If it was intense before, it was almost obscene now. I felt a sense of danger at this. Balineka Ratana, he roared as all the accumulated holy power gathered and released right at me. Shield of Asgard, I put out my strongest defensive spell, and I included a primordial rune in the creation. It was big enough to envelop both Yasaka and Artoria so they didn't get swept up in our battle. The buildings behind me were obliterated, and even through the shield, I felt the intense light try to penetrate into me. Impossible. Chow Chow muttered as the attack finally died down, to see me standing strong after what was probably his strongest attack. His arm sagged, and his spear no longer holding its powerful killing intent. Good, his spirit has broken just as his faction has. Shouldn't have targeted my daughter. Gaa, he let out a scream as my swords pierced him from all directions, falling to the ground. His spear fell next to him with a clank. I want it. You might be able to take it, it has its own amount of intelligence. Really? That or kill you, call it a coin flip. I'll try later, maybe. I shook my head, putting it into my ring without touching it. Well, that takes care of that then. Yasaka walked up to Chow Chow, staring at his unmoving body. My swords returned to my ring, but he still didn't move. I'm pretty sure he's still alive, but none of my business anymore, and I'm sure Yasaka also wants her pound of flesh. All yours to deal with. I said towards the yokai leader. You give me the best presents. She cooed. Lady Yasaka, I request suitable imprisonment for this one. Artoria walked up, Arthur awkwardly following behind her. Yasaka stared at him, her rage very much still apparent. I will not execute him, but he will be punished. That is all I ask. She nodded. I didn't speak up, the look in her eyes was rather telling. I could see that Artoria felt some sense of responsibility for the one who claimed to be her alternate's descendant. I would leave it to her to deal with him then. Actually, I think they're all still alive. I muttered looking around and saw Conla still breathing haggardly, having been unable to free himself. Jean was still bound, her body a mess and her arm looked dead. Hercules was broken underneath the other one, Sieg, or rather Siegfried. Pretty sure he might be dead, actually. George was a bit better if handicapped now, but unconscious and Chow Chow, well fuck him. I paid no mind to the growing pool of blood forming around him. All's well that ends well. I guess it's time to clean up this mess. First off, big shout out to the mad lad over on Discord who created the new cover art. So, the chapter. I know a lot of people were hoping for Artoria going full King Arthur or Excaliburing the lot, but honestly, it seemed like a waste back when I first wrote this chapter. I had her reveal planned for later when the Excalibur swords are more prominent. I think, in character, Artoria wouldn't deem them worthy of facing her real sword, especially releasing its true name. All in all, they weren't a group that required everyone pulling out all the stops and canon kind of just throws power levels all over the place so it's hard to get an actual gauge on people's strength. Like, one moment Chow Chow is matching Azazel in his fake sacred gear, you know, an angel who is older than humanity, then next he can get randomly slapped by some brat still in high school. Anyways, if you want to read 5 chapters ahead or support me, visit mypat.rayon.com/asteriaforone. Chapter 89, Chapter 85. The remnants of the attack were dealt with swiftly, The only reason they managed this level of destruction and chaos was due to the nature of their attack. I didn't really listen on the details, but apparently one of the elders, who was close to Yasaka, was apparently a spy, were just fed up with her in general and aligned himself with the rabble. The hero faction were taken and confined to wherever Yasaka keeps her dungeon. Only Siegfried died, several others are in critical condition. They are keeping them alive, mostly for questioning, but alive they are. Unfortunately, I couldn't remove their sacred gears, without killing them, that is. All of them except for Jean, they were more like concepts that wrapped around their souls than actual items like the boosted gear. Less tangible, and I didn't know if they would die or not, and Yasaka seemed to want them alive for some very advanced interrogation. Perhaps I'll get the chance to do something with them later. Jean though, I just couldn't touch her sacred gear due to the holy nature. But I helped seal them tight. George's was surprisingly difficult to keep down. It seemed to want to escape whatever I did at any moment. Well, one of the lot was up and about. And he won't do anything. Yasaka questioned Artoria. He gave me his word he will not forego his punishment nor will he bring you any harm. Artoria nodded. Yasaka looked at me. I trust her with my life. And her instinct was frighteningly accurate. She seemed to accept that and just turned to the one prisoner who was not bound. You plotted against me and many of my people are dead. Yes. Arthur spoke, not even speaking anything in his defense. The only reason you haven't been thoroughly forced to speak everything you know is your thin relations with Artoria. Yasaka added. Artoria never spoke of her connection with him and by extension the Pendragon family, but the physical similarities between the two of them was rather hard to miss. Not to mention the glowing holy sword that denoted her the true king of England. Why? Yasaka finally asked, seemingly exasperated. To protect my sister. Do you expect me to sympathize with you? Yasaka scoffed. No, I merely gave an answer. Arthur shook his head. Yasaka seemed annoyed with his answer but wanted more information regardless. What happened to your sister? My family would not relinquish her, and I was already doing everything I could to pressure them into not hurting my lover. Arthur explained. She is a genius magician, perhaps only matched by her namesake. Since I left, they had doubled down on their control over here. I don't know how it happened, but Chow Chow made them back off and brought her out from under them. Yasaka huffed, clenching her fists in anger, then letting out a long sigh. You didn't actually harm any of my people, nor did you have a direct hand in my daughter's suffering. I can more or less guess what your relationship is with this Chow Chow. She rubbed her temples. 20 years of servitude. No doubt with your abilities, living past a normal human's lifespan would be a simple matter. I will serve to the best of my abilities. Arthur dropped his head in a bow. A knight does make a vow like this lightly. Artoria said sternly. My word is my bond. He replied. I would offer my sword, but I feel like I would get beaten up if I take it out. You have another weapon? Artoria asked. Yes, I only used Caliban under dire circumstances. He stated. I usually stuck to using Excalibur ruler. Excalibur, ruler. Artoria repeated the words, almost like they were poison in her mouth. Take it out. Arthur just blinked, not seeing any negative looks from Yasaka and nodded, pulling out the sword from wherever he kept it. Artoria snatched it, her expression unreadable, but I could tell her emotions were very turbulent. This is not Excalibur. She sighed, placing her hands on either end and snapping the blade like it was made of wood. Let it rest in peace. She said quietly, placing the pieces back into his hands. Arthur just stared at the pieces his sword had once been. Even Yasaka looked genuinely surprised at what Artoria had just done. You said your family, the Pendragon family, is holding your lover hostage. She spoke up again. Yes. Arthur said quietly. I fell in love with one of the maids working at the family estate. Damn it, I'm not really in the mood to make a joke with that. Perform your duties well and I shall go retrieve her at a later date. Artoria turned around and walked away. Apparently, she needed a moment to herself, not that I could blame her. Well. I broke the small silence. I guess that puts an end to this matter. Yasaka looked, unamused, pacing back and forth for a few more moments. I think she wanted to ask some things, but she refrained for now. It also seems Yasaka still has much to say to this young man who is on the wrong end of her ire. Wilhelm, bring me to see my daughter before I start kicking him out of annoyance. Yasaka finally turned away from the blonde knight. With pleasure. Gathering both Artoria and Yasaka, we entered Zelretch's living room. It was rather spacious all things considered, and there wasn't anything particularly private in the area, so I felt fine bringing a guest here. Mommy, a shout across the building drew all our attentions. My little fox. Yasaka swept her daughter up in her arms. Zelretch and Rin followed right after her. Thank you so much. Yasaka turned her eyes towards the two unfamiliar people. Think nothing of it. Zelretch gave a gentle smile. I was more than happy to meet my great-granddaughter. He said with a laugh. Oh god damn it, whatever. Wilhelm spoke of you briefly, it's good to finally meet you. Yasaka gave a polite bow towards Zelretch. Oh, here we go. It seems my grandson is still up to no good with the ladies. Zelretch chuckled. Do I have yet another granddaughter now? I'm trying. Yasaka replied. He just continues to heartlessly reject my confessions. Yasaka dramatically feigned heartache. Daddy. Kunu slipped out of Yasaka's grasp and collided with me. I couldn't help but wrap my arms around her. Did you have fun with Gramps? Aha, he showed me some toys he made. Ruby was really nice too. Oh, that could only end well. Who's Ruby? Yasaka asked, turning towards Rin. No. Rin denied. I'm Rin Tosaka. Another of Wilhelm's harem, is it? What? No. Rin shouted shock. Before turning towards me. Wait, you have a harem. You didn't know. Yasaka tilted her head, eyeing me. You didn't tell her. I pushed this question off to Artoria. I never found the time to bring it up. She turned slightly red. Zelretch just cackled. Was Saber not enough for you, you man war? Rin pointed at me. Rin, jealously isn't a good look on you. Who would be jealous of you? Kids. Zelretch stepped forward. Rin crossed her arms, clearly overcome with jealousy. What a fun bunch you are. Yasaka smiled. I really can't you all enough. Kyoto is always open to you and I would love to host you at some point. She stopped for a moment, taking in her surroundings. Why does it feel so strange here? Never been to Kyoto. Rin mused, seemingly changing the subject with haste. Actually, I never been to anywhere in Japan outside of Fuyuki. Isn't that in the Oita prefecture? She tilted her head. Yeah, I'm the second over there. Rin beamed. Second owner? Yasaka asked in confusion. Rin paused. It's a mage thing. She waved her hand dismissively. Yasaka didn't dwell on it thankfully. A trip would be lovely, I'll see if I can squeeze in the time for a future visit. Zelretch lied with practiced ease. How much effort would it take for him to leave this world line like that? I apologize for the suddenness of my visit and now I'm leaving abruptly as well, but with the recent attack on my territory, I have a great many things I need to take care of. Yasaka spoke, clearly indicating that she needed to leave. My dear, is it completely understandable? Zelretch quickly eased her discomfort. I'm sure we'll be seeing much more of each other. I do of course wish for my great-granddaughter to visit as well. He is really enjoying this. Yeah, keep playing it up. I rolled my eyes. I'll take you both back. Kunu was still grabbing me as I pat her head and Yasaka gave me a smile. Yasaka said her goodbyes. I opened a portal for us right back where we left. You going to be okay? I looked towards Yasaka briefly, before taking in the damage around the area. We should be fine now, comparatively. She sighed. I thought we cleaned up enough last time, and here we are again doing this all over again. At least I'm positive we weeded out all the traitors this time. I thought for a moment before taking out several talismans. Kunu, sweetie. I knelt down next to her. Would you do Daddy a favor and keep this on you at all times? What do they do? They're good luck charms, I made them especially for you. I gave her a smile. Experimental, but they should trigger upon receiving an attack of sufficient damage. Okay. She happily took them. Yasaka looked me over and sighed again. You really are a good man. She gave a small smile, watching her daughter's happy expression. Before and now, how am I supposed to pay you back if you keep rejecting me? She gave a light laugh. To say I don't have a soft spot for her would be a lie. We barely know each other. I know I'm being hypocritical for saying that, but it just felt different this time. It makes it even weirder considering I have basically accepted Kunu as my daughter. She just laughed. Maybe I've been going about this wrong then. I like the mischievous side of you. I admitted. But I can rarely tell if you're being sincere or not and I don't want my heart played with. She paused, her expression changing. I see, is that how you felt? She muttered to herself, seemingly lost in thought before sighing again. Kunu, sweetie, say goodbye to Daddy. Come back soon. She wrapped me up tight again. Of course. I hugged her back. Please come back and visit soon. Kunu has grown rather attached. Yasaka rubbed her daughter's head. Though she isn't the only one wanting you to visit more. Perhaps we can spend some time together later. I offered. I would like that. Yasaka brushed a strand of hair behind her ear, giving a bright smile as I left through a portal. I let out a long breath as I stepped back into Zelretch's workshop. Long day? He asked, gesturing for me to have a seat. Has Artoria told you everything? I sat right next to the mentioned woman. Some things, he replied. But filling in the blanks would be helpful. Yeah, like why was there a phantasmal beast, a nine-tailed fox dropped on top of me? Rin deadpanned. You mean that literally or? Quite literal. Zelretch chuckled. Damn, I'm good. I hate you. Rin drawled. Alright, I got some goodies for you from my trip, I'll give them to you later. Humph, you better. Rin huffed. I looked at Artoria and I couldn't help but put my arm around her shoulder. She gave a small smile as she nudged herself closer to me. So, basically, that was Yasaka, she rules over half the yokai in Japan. I'm on pretty friendly terms with her. Friendly terms? Rin raised an eyebrow. Yeah, I can think of two big reasons for that. Ah, well, her breasts are magnificent, I can't deny that. Anyways. I expertly changed the subject. Long story short, saved her daughter, blah blah, that was the first time Artoria came over, Metazanami things happened. Next thing I know, they are attacked again and I kind of panicked and sent Kuna here because it was the safest place I knew. That's, actually really adorably. Rin sighed. How come she was calling you daddy? I may have been adopted by her. I admitted. Well, I approve. Zelretch nodded. She is a wonderful little girl, I look forward to spoiling her. I guess she handled Ruby well too. Rin muttered something about how cute Kuna was and how she was called Auntie. But, thanks for the help and looking after her. I said sincerely. Honestly, I don't think I could handle anything happening to Kunu. You've known her for how long? Rin looked surprised. I know. I sighed, running a hand through my hair. Don't know what happened, just got rather attached so quickly. Am I projecting my own father issues onto this situation? Zelretch shrugged. Why even question it? It doesn't harm anything and everyone involved is happier for it. That is a good way to look at it. Fuck it, then. She's my daughter, I'm adopting her. How you doing? I turned towards Artoria. I am, still processing what happened. She looked down at her hands. I know it is not the same as our world, but still, some things still weigh on my mind. She waved her hand, bring out Caliban. Is that what I think it is? Rin's eyes widened. Indeed, at least that world's version, it is a very peculiar blade. Yeah, I think the God of the Bible even had a hand in its creation. I added. Zelretch rubbed his chin. Curious, I wouldn't mind taking a look at it later. Speaking of, I also have this, but it's refusing to obey me. I took out Graham and set it on the coffee table. Yasaka didn't even question my intent to take spoils, but the others didn't really grab my attention. I prefer quality over quantity. Oh my, that is a nasty sword. Zelretch admired it. Feels rather demonic. Graham, so it's about what you would expect, just not a noble phantasm. I left the others with Yasaka, none of them really caught my fancy, and Graham is being very combative with me. It's weird seeing a legendary sword like this, and it not being a noble phantasm. Rin hesitantly touched the flat of the blade, a small whiff of demonic power pricked her finger as she gave a small yelp. Stupid sword. She muttered. So, how's your projects going? I asked. Rin gave a SOSO gesture. Probably need a couple more weeks to finish up. Damn, a few weeks, I don't want to rush her, but, ugh. I want to see Meridia again, but heading there before without them just feels like it would lead to more issues. I mean, time isn't flowing the same for her, so it's only on my end I'm feeling the time. I guess I can keep putting up with this for a bit longer. That's fine, I guess I can see to some other matters. I turned back to Zelretch. Been feeling a bit restless, figured I would end my little vacation here. And I still have that list you gave me. I was thinking of investigating one of the worlds you left notes on, something there caught my interest. Oh, which one? He asked. Honestly the name escapes me, but you made a note of it having a broken moon. Well, DXD arc is practically wrapped up, got one more interlude next, then it's on to the next world, which should be obvious to some people now. And to assuage some worries, I don't plan on the hero faction becoming some reoccurring villains after this. The next DXD arc is more plot stuff, and he will be meeting the Gremory family in full. This was basically a mini vacation for him and just his toes touching the water. With this, it opens more plot points for other factions to take notice, heaven knowing he will have the true Longinus now, Azazel coming around wanting to poke the sacred gears, those kinds of things. Before I forget, big shout out to Verdon the Crazed Gamer for helping set up the Discord. Edit, almost forgot, I'm sorry for missing yesterday, was too tired to write when I got home. My current plan is to do an extra chapter this weekend. If you want to support me or read 5 chapters ahead, visit mypat.rayon.com/asteriaforone. Chapter 90, Interlude 4. Rias Gremory POV. Mother. I greeted as I entered the house. She gave a warm smile, wrapping me up in a hug. It was nice to see her. Going to the human world for school made it so I would sometimes go days without even visiting mom or dad. Father. I looked towards the men who sold me away. Rias. He replied curtly, not even looking the least upset that I'm still barely speaking to him. Well, I've known about the arranged marriage since I was a child, but recently he's completely stonewalled me from even bringing up any alternatives. I wasn't against marrying someone, but why did it have to be that idiot Riser? He only sees me for either my Gremory name or my body. He couldn't even make a half-assed effort to get to know me before drooling all over my boobs. Even if I didn't want to be here, mostly because of Dad, it was the first time we've all gotten together in weeks, since Takao went missing and everyone started fighting. I walked into the dining room, seeing the maids start setting out dishes and silverware everywhere. Hello, Rias. I turned, recognizing the voice. Brother. I smiled toward Zelretch who strolled in with Grafia right behind him. How are you doing, Rias? Zelretch smiled, opening his arms for a hug. He wasn't wearing his formal Satan clothing, that was a good sign. Good, considering. I embraced him briefly. Grafia. I looked towards my sister-in-law. Hello, Rias. Grafia gave a neutral smile, clearly not in her maid mode. She prioritizes being a queen and maid over being brother's wife. Still though, she never takes off her maid outfit. I was happy to see them, but it just felt so awkward. It was like everyone was forces themselves to keep up appearances. The table was prepared rather quickly, everyone filling in. Where's Milicia's? Father wanted to spend some time with him. Mother responded politely. Oh, he's with grandfather. Rias, we have some news. Dad broke the new silence. The Phoenix family is pushing to move up the marriage date. What? I stood up slamming my hands on the table. I was told I could wait until I'm done with college. Rias, behave. Mother lightly chided. Listen to everything before you get upset. I took a deep breath, settling back down. Mother was actually on my side, not wanting me to be forced into a marriage I didn't want. As I was saying, the Phoenix family was pushing to move up the date. We were talking about it in a few weeks, but after everything that's happened, he glanced towards brother. It's going to be a few months instead, possibly up to half a year. I was promised until after college. No, you were not. Father sternly replied. You were told we would let you continue through your schooling as long as you kept up with all your responsibilities. I have. I'm gone to every gathering you wanted me to, every party and every stupid political dinner. I threw my hands up. You have. He nodded. But that's not everything, is it? Tell me, how's your peerage doing? How's your training coming along? It's been a year, I believe, since the last time you showed off your power. I'm excited to see how much you've grown. He said dryly. I winced at what he was implying. I train every day. I countered. Rias, doing the same pitiful exercises every day does not count as training. He shook his head. Not to mention your peerage. What's wrong with my peerage? Rias, your peerage is a complete mess. It's a reflection of you as a devil, and in essence, a reflection of our family. To call them dysfunctional would be generous. He sighed. And I hear you added another piece, a pawn. How did that turn out? I made a mistake. I shrunk in my seat. He was supposed to have a sacred gear, but he still has a dragon bloodline. A dragon bloodline is impressive. Father agreed. So what are you doing to bring out his full potential? Training. The same training you subject yourself to every day. He raised an eyebrow. He picked up a napkin, wiping his mouth. Rias, I know you don't agree with this marriage, and I have given you ample time to prepare, to fight for yourself, yet you squandered it playing around in the human world. What? I looked at him in shock. Rias, it's obvious you were planning on using a rating game to decide your fate. He rolled his eyes. Do you think I'm stupid? I didn't interfere because if you could get out of this mess yourself, then I would have no qualms about your future partner. Unfortunately, you seem intent on just wasting all your time away and just whining that life isn't fair, even with all the tools available for you to succeed. What tools? You stopped anyone from helping me. I raised my voice. I stopped your brother from using his political power because it would set a very bad precedent. And we both know he would have helped you without a second thought. We both glanced at Zelretch who just gave a small smile and nodded. And tools. Rias, I'm tempted to walk over there and smack you upside the head. He deadpanned. You have nearly unlimited resources available to you in the form of money and manpower. You could have hired tutors, bought weapons, hell you could have found peerage members by just broadcasting your name all over the world. He stood up, slamming his hands on the table this time. But you've done nothing. So you don't get to whine about this marriage, you don't get to prance around and pretend like you're some caged bird. You made your bed, it's time to lay in it. He sat back down. You've been given a set allowance for now on. And any requests will be going through me. My eyes widened as I stared at my father. He didn't even lift his head up to look at me, and I turned towards Mother. Mom. Rias, I love you dearly, but you need to understand that actions have consequences. She calmly stated. You have been too complacent for far too long. But, I'm the heir, wouldn't it look bad if I become some kind of trophy wife or riser of all people? I tried to lean on the family angle. Rias, you will always be taken care of, but you are far from the only one able to shoulder the family. Mother replied. Mil ICAs is just as talented as you when it comes to his power of destruction, who knows how strong he'll be in the future. She explained. Not to mention my other grandson. She shot a look at Zelretch, making him frown. I didn't know what to say, it seems like everything was suddenly falling apart. That reminds me, how is Okita, Zelretch? Mother stared intently at brother. He took a deep breath. He is recovering. Zelretch said evenly. What happened to Uncle Okita? I couldn't help but ask. Recovering? We have a store of phoenix tears for things like this, are they not enough? Okita got in a bit of a scuffle with your nephew. Mother spoke. I turned towards Zelretch, who just stared down at his place, and Grafia, who looked like she no longer wanted to be here. The news is spreading quite fast, though most people don't know who was able to put Okita into the hospital. Even after a few phoenix tears were used, he's still bedridden. Mother continued. I've only been able to get a few pictures so far, but they show a lot of magic being thrown around. Yes, it's hard to miss a goddess delivering the body of one of our most popular devils onto our front door. Grafia spoke for the first time this evening, and it was only to take a jab at brother. I guess they're still fighting. What happened? I asked quietly. The details are a bit vague, but Okita and your nephew fought over in Kyoto, under the supervision of one of the yokai leaders. Apparently Izanami no Makoto was there as well and is quite close to our wayward grandson. She did not take too kindly to Okita being aggressive as he was. Japan's death goddess attacked Okita. I couldn't help but ask in shock. No. Mother shook her head. She merely delivered his body to us. He was beaten in a duel by Wilhelm. Who's Wilhelm? I asked. Ah, that is your nephew, apparently he has a new name. Mother explained. Don't worry, this is the first time I am learning of this as well. She shot another glare at brother. What? I shouted in surprise. How did he beat Okita? Okita is like, one of the strongest in the underworld. I mean, he can't compare to brother and Surtur, but he's still one of the strongest knights even if he isn't at the top. That is quite the mystery, isn't it? How did my grandson beat someone with centuries of experience and power under his belt? Unfortunately, we'll never know because he does not wish to come back. Mother. Zelretch sighed. Are you really going to do this right now? What, do you expect me to stop bringing it up? To ignore the fact that I have a grandson whom I will probably never meet? Mother narrowed her eyes. Is it that he wasn't strong enough for you? That he didn't have any power of destruction? That didn't seem to matter when he promptly handed Okita his ass. She huffed. You told me when you were first sending him away that he would be looked after and lead a normal life, not that he would be shuttled away to a corner in Kuo and forgotten about. Okita held back. Zelretch spat out, ignoring everything else she said. There was no way he would have lost if he was fighting at his best. Oh, then why did he say that Wilhelm held back substantially as well? Mother countered, earning a glare from brother. I did go meet him, you know, just because I am annoyed at you and by extension, him, doesn't mean I don't care for his well-being. She didn't back down from brother's clearly annoyed expression. According to Okita, he was well versed in magic, and had a mastery of swordplay well beyond what his age and experience should have allowed. Your son defeated your knight in single combat, and it's only a matter of time before everyone knows this. So, what exactly is your plan now? What even was your plan then? Grab him, force him back here where he clearly didn't want to be. I would think of something. He muttered. As long as he's back, then things would be fine. Because everything would fit back into your picturesque idea of a life. Strongest devil, with the strongest queen as his wife, a genius son, sitting high up on his throne. What's missing from that picture? You have everything you could want, but here's this little black spot called Wilhelm, and you see it and can't help but try and hide it. Zelretch stood up, the screeching of his chair silenced the room. He took the napkin in his lap and threw it on the table, walking out of the room. Mother just sighed. That stupid son of mine just doubles down with his stubbornness. She shook her head. You tried. Father gently pat her shoulder. I'll go try and stop him from doing anything foolish. Grafia sighed, following after him. How? How did Takao, Wilhelm, get so strong? Okita wasn't the strongest, nor even in the top 20 of the underworld, but he was definitely up there. I've seen him train Kiba a bit, I've watched videos of him fighting, yet, the thought of him losing to someone my age seemed impossible. And now I have to deal with my marriage moving up, what am I going to do? Another interlude to see what's going on in the Gremory family right now. Also kind of sets a timetable for events if they weren't derailed by the MC so far. Never planned on making Surzek some LOL, evil father kind of thing, he did what he did out of some weird logic, but I don't plan on whitewashing that either. Basically, people do stupid things for stupid reasons, even if they aren't malicious in nature. So no plans on redeeming the relationship between the two. And I didn't want to come across as bashing Rias, but the more I looked at it the more I was just like, WTF Rias. Anyways, if you want to read 5 chapters ahead or support me, visit mypat.rayon.com/*forone. Chapter 91, Chapter 86. You know, I feel like a divorced dad whose ex got the kids. I propped my head up with my arm, sitting at the table watching Artoria hold both the true Longinus and Graham. Artoria seemed amused by that, flashing me a smile as she lightly swung both weapons. This demonic sword doesn't like me. She gave it a few more swings. Yeah, it wasn't exactly sapient, but it had its own intelligence. It was more like it was putting up with her as opposed to wanting her to wield it. Almost like it could recognize Excalibur and begrudgingly admitted its inferiority and just stayed quiet in her hands. Honestly, it almost completely ignored the fact that she was a dragon, even though the sword vehemently hated dragons. My Ascalon has more powerful anti-dragon properties due to its nature as a noble phantasm, yet holding it did not bring about nearly the same feeling as this Graham did. But the spear won't stop glowing. I pointed out. She furrowed her brow as she stared intently at the spear, setting the sword down next to her. This spear, it is not a noble phantasm, but I feel uneasy with it in my hand. She ran a finger along the flat of the spear tip. It feels like something is watching me intently, judging each of my actions. And other facets remind me of my own lance. Really? It reminds you of that ridiculous thing. I was surprised by her admission. You know of my lance? She tilted her head. I do, I suppose I am one of the few alive that does, Zelretch being an obvious addition. I sat back in my seat. The pillar that fastens the layers of reality to the world. I waved my hand flippantly. Not even my knights knew of its true nature. She said quietly. Merlin warned me very early on not to overuse its power, comparable to my sword it was, but its nature made it incompatible for mortals to wield over time. The spear, do you like it? I shot her a smile. She looked at me with a little surprise on her face. Are you asking me if I was interested in keeping it? If you liked it, I wouldn't mind giving it to you. A smile crept up on her face as she shook her head. No, it's giving me an uneasy feeling. It would not reject me, but I feel like I would lose something precious if it took it as my weapon. She sat it down next to Graham. But, your intent is very much appreciated. She turned her head away, a small red tint on her cheeks. Besides, it is your spoils of battle. I have already taken Caliban, and I feel uneasy about that decision. Worried about your descendant? I asked. It is a strange feeling. She admitted. I know I am not technically related to him, but I somehow feel responsible for his actions, as deplorable they were, yet he did them for a good reason. She took a seat at the table. I am conflicted, what should I do? Well, he seemed to realize he was in the wrong, that means he isn't beyond saving. I pointed out. And you are not angry he had a hand in. She didn't finish, but I knew she was speaking about Kunu. I am furious. I replied, which wasn't a lie. I would not bat an eye if Yasaka dealt with him. But I'm not unreasonable. He didn't directly involve himself, and my heart isn't made of stone. I can recognize the reasoning for working with Cao Cao. I can't say what I would or wouldn't do for my sister. I don't have one, but I don't know what I would do to save someone I care about. I wish to have words with this Pendragon family at some later point. She stated, her expression hardening. I will happily go with you. I offered. It seems like there are several more reasons to go back to the world now. I sighed. I never intended to get attached there. Artoria got up from her seat, walking over to me before pushing herself in my lap. She looked up at me, rather bashfully. Hello. I couldn't help but laugh as I wrapped my arms around her. She leaned back, meeting me eyes. Is this uncomfortable? No, I was just surprised. Someone is getting more confident. She hummed lightly, I could feel her head against my chest. It's true, I also have things there that occupy my thoughts. Izzy? I asked. Yes, I admit I do not have many people I can call friends, and I did enjoy my time spent with her. Rin was different, with Izanami it felt like I connected with someone on my own. Artoria said quietly. You know, Zelretch probably wouldn't mind shuffling you back and forth when I'm away. I already told her that I would be heading out soon, and she was there when I spoke a little bit about the world I was going to. It would not be inconvenient for the wizard marshal. She looked up at me again. Of course not, he already considered you part of the family, even without us dating. Oh. She looked rather happy at that comment. I see, I suppose I should make preparations then. A small pep in her tone gave away at her excitement. Maybe she's been feeling a bit stifled staying in the clock tower for so long. I felt bad telling Izzy I wouldn't see her for a bit. I sighed. I think it would do her good if someone popped in every now or then. I could tell that Artoria wasn't trying to be overly sexual when she sat on my lap like this, but her shifting her butt over my groin every now and then. Izanami is not the only one either. Artoria spoke. Your bond with Kunu was rather sudden, but it was no less heartwarming to see you so taken with her. I can't help it, she adopted me. I chuckled. And Yasaka? She asked. What about Yasaka? I'm curious on your thoughts of her. She is a good mother, it must be hard to juggle that along with ruling over a large portion of Japan's yokai. I meant as a woman. Oh, really? I have seen the looks you've given her. I was merely curious if there would be another woman in your life or not. I thought about it and I still wasn't quite sure myself. No idea, I doubt I will ever abandon Kunu, so something may happen in the future, but I'm not really on the lookout for more women to add to my growing harem. She finished for me, a slight twitch of amusement on her face. Someone is being bold today. She looked up at me, her face a little flushed as she reached up and pulled my head down into a kiss. It wasn't very deep, but it was much more than a slight peck on the lips. Okay, what's going on with you? I enjoyed the brief moment of intimacy, but she was definitely acting strange. I am perfectly fine. She turned away. Yeah, no. I poked her cheek. As much as I enjoy this closeness, you are acting strange. Spill. It's nothing, just when. Her face turned a much brighter red than before. When we engaged in battle and I fought that Hercules person, I felt some things. Well, I could only imagine what it was like to fight someone calling themselves Hercules after facing the real T. From you. She clarified. From me. I looked at her in confusion until realization dawned on me. I think there was some sort of sympathetic link when her dragon's core roared to life and the boosted gear that was inside my soul. Does that mean I basically blasted her with all my lust for those few moments? Welp, time to go kill myself. She tugged on my sleeve to grab my attention. I was surprised, and perhaps a little unsure of how to process those feelings at the time, but I am happy you feel that way about me. She said quietly. Compared to someone like Yasaka, I was worried that you didn't. She trailed off but didn't finish. Oh, that's why she was feeling emboldened. Awkwardness aside, at least she is happy, I guess. On the flip side, if I felt things like that from someone I was attracted to, it would definitely give me a confidence boost. I ran my hand down her arm until her fingers intertwined with me. I had to leave later, but I would just enjoy these few moments for now. I flipped my hat, setting it neatly on my head, looking around the room. I suppose this is goodbye again. Don't forget to bring back souvenirs. Rin barely gave me a look. Love you too, Rin, and yes, I'll be very careful, thank you for your kind words. I ignored her and turned to Artoria. Take care of yourself, make sure Rin eats at least twice a day, also don't forget to change her dia. Fuck you, Schweinorg. Rin shouted from the other side of the room. I smirked at her and her lips curled up as well. Try not to be too much of a man-war. A Herculean task, but I shall try. Seems like her and Artoria had a chat. Well, I'm glad she isn't making any false assumptions on our relationship then. Be careful, you do not know what dangers are awaiting you. Artoria stepped forward towards me expectantly. Do you have everything you require? Foodstuffs, healing materials, alchemic ingredients, on my OG supplies. I wrapped my arms around her, pulling her in close. I have more than enough. Besides, this world isn't supposed to be very dangerous, all things considered. Do not be overconfident. She lightly chided, she stood up on her tiptoes and placed her lips against mine briefly. Yes, ma'am. I shot her a smile, which she reciprocated. Usually, I'm the one having to make sure he's prepared. Zelretch stepped in. It's good to have someone to keep his head on straight. He gave a gentle smile towards both me and Artoria. Her words ring true, I only know some vague outlines of this world line you are going to, having only glimpsed it in the past by mere chance. Yeah, I read the notes. There are humans there, so I should be able to wing it. Stood up straight as Artoria removed herself. My acting skills are quite good. Anything you want me to grab while I'm out and about? Oh, now that you mention it, I do have a small list with me. He waved his hand and a piece of paper flew right over to me, bundled up into many pages. I looked it over and gave him glare. You are the worst. I deadpanned. He just cackled. Do what you can. He waved me off. Other mundane things as well. I wouldn't mind some soil samples from various places, perhaps some foliage as well. If they have any interesting foods or varieties, I wouldn't mind expanding the garden. I forgot he had his own garden. If I remembered correctly, he traded favors with the blue to adjust the growth rate there, a mild adjustment to the temporal flow, basically a bounded field that accelerates time. Well, I have the coordinates already, but would you mind giving me a lift, old man? I asked. Sure. He smiled, waving his hand, allowing a new portal to open. This should get you relatively close to civilization, though how accurate it is I don't know. Good enough for me. I gave one last look around the room. Off I go. And I jumped in. The split second between the 2 points had me merely blinking as I started falling through the air, smacking into tree branches before I hit the ground. Ow. I whined, face planting into the dirt. 10 out of 10 nice face plant. Well, what do the other judges have to say? I rolled over to stare at a young woman looking at me a few feet away. Hello. She blinked at me. Are you okay? Probably. I stood up, brushing myself off. Did you see a hat anywhere? I saw it fall over. She disappeared in burst of rose petals. Here you go. She happily handed it back to me. Thanks. I brushed it off as well, putting it back on my head. Not the weirdest thing I've seen before. You're pretty fast. I took another look. She was wearing a red cape with a hood, and her hair had some red highlights. Were those natural or not? Curious. She seemed to beam at my praise. It's my semblance. She said excitedly. What about you? What was yours? I saw that bright light suddenly fill the sky. You were like WOAH and fell and then smack hit the ground. She started gesturing with her hands. Was that your semblance? Sure, why not? The fuck is a semblance? That must mean you're a huntsman. She practically squealed. What's a huntsman? I asked in confusion. Some kind of hunter. She tilted her head. Someone who fights Grim, duh. She looked at me weirdly. How do you not know that? I'm from very far away. How far away? Like Mistral. But even Mistral has huntsmen, maybe Atlas, but they're everywhere and there's no way you wouldn't know about them then. I guess you must be from Vacuo. I heard it's all desert over there. Did you come from the desert? Is it really as hot as people say? I heard that there are a lot of Grim that hide under the sands and make it hard to travel. Further away. I said without really thinking about it, getting a better look at the broken moon in the sky. She gasped. Are you an alien? Wait, what? Why would she even reach that conclusion? I mean, it isn't technically wrong, just kind of a weird train of thought to randomly reach. Sure, kid. Oh my gosh. She threw her hands up in excitement. I can't wait to tell Yang and Dad. Uncle Crow too. Rose petals began to fall around her as she practically vibrated in the spot she was standing. Well, some directions to town wouldn't be remiss. She seems fun, probably no older than 15, maybe a little bit younger than that. Awesome. I can show you Patch, and you can meet Dad, he's home right now. I just shrugged. Wasn't like I was going to get a better offer anytime soon. Would give me an opportunity to get some actual information from her about this world. Oh, by the way, I'm Ruby Rose. She turned around waving at me. Oh right, it's Ruby Rose, enunciating her name like I couldn't understand her. Ruby, we've been speaking the same language this whole time. I deadpanned. I'm Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg, it's a pleasure. Here we are, RWBY is a go. Probably going to do another interlude where Artoria goes and hangs out with Izzy, checks up on Arthur and all that. Since more and more characters are becoming permanent parts of the story, interludes will probably start coming more frequently. I'll probably start labeling them in the title from the perspective of the person. Anyways, if you want to read 5 chapters ahead or support me, visit mypat.rayon.com/asteriaforone. Also, we have a Discord, https://discord.gg/n8bdxwwapb. Come hang out, ask me questions or whatever. Chapter 92, Chapter 87. I picked a leaf from a nearby tree, looking at it for a moment before tossing it away. Nothing too spectacular about it, not that I was expecting anything different. It was surprising how many worlds seemingly evolved in such similar ways. I'm pretty sure this tree had a corresponding twin back on Earth somewhere, at least enough on the surface to be unnoticeable of either world's habitants. Even the grass didn't look anything impressive, but I did grab a sample of dirt and added it to a little baggie for later. Oh. Ruby shot in front of me. Are you taking samples back to your mothership for later? She looked at me expectantly. Yup, my Gramps wanted samples from this world. In for a penny, in for a pound. Why you don't need samples of people, right? She shrunk down slightly. I couldn't help but smile at her antics. I wondered if Kuna would be like her in a few years. I'm not here to kidnap anyone. I shook my head with a small laugh as something caught my eyes in the distance. What's that? I pointed over towards a clearing. Ruby's head snapped, eyes squinting. Beowulf. The words barely left her mouth as her form disappeared, leaving behind a small outline of rose petals. What an excitable girl. I muttered, looking where she burst off to. I saw the metal contraption on her back, which I was assuming to be a gun, transform into a very large scythe. Okay then. I just blinked as she swung around a weapon larger than herself. A couple more of these Beowulfs stumbled out of the woods, running at her. She slid under their attacks with ease, using the momentum of her own swings to weave into the bodies of the creatures, easily dismembering them. They fell to the ground, dissolving into nothingness. Curious. I tapped my chin, taking out the notes the old man gave me about this world. Grim, was it? I scratched my head, trying to make sense of what Zelretch wrote. Some kind of malevolent constructs that populate the world and are inclined to seek out and kill people, seemingly completely ignoring animals. Zelretch wasn't sure of their origin, nor of how they exist, so to speak. Something to look into. There were a few drawings to go along with what he wrote. Apparently, they all have these weird bone protrusions all over their body, also each have these bone masks on their faces, otherwise their bodies are almost completely black with weird red markings. All done. Ruby appeared next to me again. You're pretty good. Aha, I'm going to be a huntress. Ruby nodded happily. You have a lot of wasted movements though. I idly commented, writing a couple things in the margin of the notes I was given. What? She looked at me with a little surprise on her face. I could see through her combat style at a glance. You rely too much on being quicker than your opponents, your attacks had a lot of flair, but you had too many openings. If you were to go against an intelligent opponent, someone used to fighting people, you would probably lose as you are. I walked over to a nearby tree and found a good length branch, giving it a few swings. I nodded to myself. Come at me. I ushered her forward. Wait, you want to spar? With a stick? I just smiled, turning around. I filled the stick with my magical energy and swept it against the tree. Her eyes practically bugged out of her head as the large object began to fall out with a clean cut through its trunk. How did you do that? Was that your semblance? She practically shouted. Wait, do aliens have aura? Do they have souls? Wait, is it rude to assume that aliens don't have souls? Am I being accidentally racist? Yang said I need to be careful about that. You can assume it's my semblance. I just nodded, more amused than anything at her ramblings. I honestly wanted to pat her head, but I refrained. So, come, try to attack me. All right, but tell me when your aura gets low. I don't want to hurt you. She pulled her weapon out and it shifted from a gun-like object into a full-on scythe again. Almost lackadaisical with her attention, as if she didn't see me as a threat and this was merely for fun. Well, Miss Huntress, are you going to attack or not? I lazily leveled my stick at her. That got her attention, as she moved quickly at me, petals showing her advanced speed activating. It didn't look like she was taking me seriously as she used a blunt part of her weapon to sweep at me. I stepped forward, raising my stick up and piercing right towards her shoulder. Her entirely attack got stopped, she was lifted off her feet and knocked back several yards. Curious, a red shimmering barrier appeared over her, stopping me from making contact. I actually put more force into it than I intended to test its actual strength. I flipped open the book again, turning to page I recalled. Ah, was this the aura I heard about? She did mention something about that as well. The power of the soul made manifest, or something like that. Seriously, Zelretch's notes are really fucking vague. Kinda feel like he did that on purpose to mess with me. Ow. Ruby stood up rubbing her shoulder. I felt that through my aura. Maybe I should hold back a little bit. Again. Ruby shook herself off, standing back up. I'll get you this time. She took a stance, somewhat better than before, like she was taking this moderately serious. Granted, I didn't know much about wielding a scythe, but her legs were steady, and she had a solid center of gravity. She moved, her side sweeping towards my torso. She used her whole body to spin the large weapon at me. My stick made contact, acting like a wall as it blocked her blade. But she apparently anticipated this and her side shifted slightly, acting more like a glaive. Twisting it around, she used her momentum to continue her assault. I met each of her attacks with the slightest movement. While she danced around me with huge sweeping attacks, I merely flicked my stick to block. The petals around me started to pile up, and I noticed that she was only sprinting in straight lines. It made following her movements even easier, if I couldn't already see them easily from before. She had a good rhythm going, and against one of those grim creatures it would have been a sufficient strategy, alas. Yield. I stepped forward, disrupting her entire movement, placing my stick at the nape of her neck. She blinked, looking down. You're good. She whispered, only Uncle Crow is able to beat me that easily. You're simply not used to fighting other people. I tossed my stick to the side. Yeah. She pouted, refolding her side back into its compacted form and putting it away on her back. But I want to be a huntress. To fight grim and be a hero, I don't need to fight people. She beamed. I really didn't want to kill that innocence she had, so I held my tongue. It seems you can only use your burst of speed in straight lines too. What? No. She looked away awkwardly. What gave it away? You only moved in straight lines with it. I laughed. Keep practicing, you'll be able to overcome that limitation in the future. I smiled. Humph, I keep practicing until I can beat you. She huffed. But that was so cool. She quickly changed her tone. How did you do that? Her attitude was really contagious. I trained with a good teacher. I smiled happily, thinking of Scathatch again. The memories were becoming less and less bitter as time passed, but I still missed her something fierce. I can't wait until I can go to Beacon. Is Beacon a school? I hazarded a guess as we continue on through the forest. Oh, I forgot you aren't from around here, she said with the subtlety of a dragon. Beacon is the best huntsman school in Vale. My dad and Uncle Crow went there, and my mom too. More to mentally file away. There's my home. She hand gestured towards the end of another clearing. It wasn't what I was expecting, but it looked rather homey. A large, log cabin with a few others in the distance. And a bit further away, I could vaguely see something resembling a town with some buildings that peeked over the tree-line. So, as grateful as I am, is it a good idea to lead a stranger to your home like this? I'm supposed to help people. She smiled brightly. And Dad's home, and I'm a huntress in training. I just shrugged, different social norms based on how they developed here. Dad! Ruby shouted. I'm home and I have a guest. It better not be a boy. Another shout came from deeping in the house. Dad! Ruby shouted in indignation as the sound of footsteps could be heard approaching. A tall blonde man walked out of a nearby room. He stared at me for a moment. Where did I put my shovel? I have the strangest feeling I'll be needing to dig a grave. I couldn't help but have my lips curl up. He seems fun. Dad! Stop being mean, I'm not a child. She puffed up. I'm going to tell Uncle Crow. Fine, fine, he held his hands up in surrender. Go get your uncle, he should be sleeping off a hangover, somewhere. Ugh, all right. She pouted. I wanted to show Crow the alien anyways. She disappeared in a burst of petals. Ruby, he turned and shouted in the directions he ran off to. I said no semblance in the house, you're cleaning these up when you get back. He turned back towards me. An alien. He eyed me suspiciously. Is that some kind of pickup line the kids are using these days? Your daughter has an active imagination, so I just played along. I shrugged. That girl. He sighed in exasperation. So, who are you and why shouldn't I be actively looking for my shovel? Oh gods, will this be how I react when my daughter starts dating? I couldn't help but thinking about that and shuddered. Sorry to ruin your fun, I don't have those kind of intentions, besides, she's a bit young for me, I prefer older women. The man let out a laugh. Taiyang Xiaolong. He held out his hand which I shook. Everyone calls me Tai. Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg. I returned the greeting. Your daughter was kind enough to lead me here after I got a bit lost after a semblance mishap. Semblance mishap. He eyed me. I just shrugged, choosing to be vague. She is quite excitable. She gets that from her mom. Tai smiled. So what's this about being an alien? He raised an eyebrow, clearly wanting to know the joke. Lots of colors in the sky, fell down and landed in front of your daughter, ergo alien. I summarized. Tai snorted. She gets into the weirdest situations. He laughed. Well, at least she can handle herself. I pointed out taking a seat as he gestured to a chair. Took care of a handful of Beowulfs with relative ease. A handful. He rubbed his chin. How far away were you? Less than an hour out. Ruby would know better than me. I scratched my head. I'll need to talk to some people. He sighed. We usually keep the grim really thinned on the island. A group of Beowulfs isn't really a huge red flag, but regardless, especially this close to town. He shook his head. So what are you here for? Not many people visit Patch just to visit. Basically it's where us old hunters retire to raise our kids. Well, I was intending to go to Vale, but well. I lied through my teeth, using terms I just learned minutes ago. Semblance mishap. He nodded. How does that work? I thought for a moment, taking my hat off and reached inside, taking out an apple, tossing it to him. Could more or less guess what a semblance was at this point, was just going to pass of my use of space as my semblance for now. No idea if this would work, but it was worth a try. He seemed surprised, staring at the piece of fruit and down back at my hat. Oh, cool. So a lot of people don't know about RWBY. I'll try to add enough exposition when it matters, but the MC is new around here so he'll be learning things as he goes as well. I have another chapter planned for the day, but I was also considering throwing up a character sheet, so don't get annoyed if you see that assuming it's a new chapter. Anyways, if you want to read 5 chapters ahead or support me, visit mypat.rayon.com/asteriaforone. We also have a Discord server if you want to hang out or just ask me questions about W/E, https://discord.gg/n8btxwwapb. Chapter 93, Chapter 88. So Crow picks up a banana, and I know what you're thinking, he's going to do something hilarious with it, right? I nodded along, a small smile on my face as Ty recounts a story with him and his best friend. Maybe throw it at one of the gangsters, maybe toss the banana peel and some weird comedic timing makes one of them slips on it. He raised his eyebrow. Nope. He barely held in a laugh. He stops fighting, right in the middle of the brawl, and starts peeling that banana. I look at him in complete shock, wondering what the hell he's doing. The guys we're fighting stop and stare at him too, wondering what the hell was wrong with this guy. Ty shook his head. Crow just stares the one thug he was fighting with a moment ago, right in the eyes, and shoves the banana all the way down his throat and swallows it. I barely held in my drink as I held my nose so nothing would shoot out, keeping my laughter stifled. Damn it, Ty, I thought you said you weren't going to tell that story anymore. A man nursing a bag of ice walked into the room followed by Ruby. He was different than Ty, a tall and well-built blonde. This dude was a bit slimmer, black hair and red eyes. Story? What story? Ruby popped up. Nothing you need to know, shorty. Crow pulled her cape over her head. I'm not short. She whined, grabbing his hand and trying to push it away. Crow seemed to ignore her as he took a flask out of his pocket, taking a swig then eyeing me. So this is the alien? Yo. I greeted. Sup. He nodded at me, turning back to Ruby. He looks pretty human to me. Crow. Don't be racist. Ruby hurriedly chastised him. Actually, I'm not an alien. I felt like the joke had gone on long enough, I didn't want to use her naivety cruelty. I'm a magician, I waved my hands enthusiastically. Okay, I couldn't resist. Really? Gonna to pull a rabbit out of your hat? Crow snorted. Maybe I will. Was that a thing here too? Uffed, I'd stop drinking for a month if you could do that. My lips curled up and I flipped my hat upside down. I stared right into his eyes as my arm went into my hat, much further than it should have, pulling out Sir Wiggles in all his glory. Silence filled the room. He's so cute. Ruby gushed as I let the rabbit out of my hands and into hers. Huh. Ty just looked surprised as he reached over and stole Crow's flask. Sober for a month, that's gotta suck. Bite me. Crow groaned. Who are you exactly? He looked at me. Just a lost person, your niece. Found and brought to town. I replied. Was actually on my way to Vale and had a little semblance mishap. What's your semblance, some kind of space manipulation? Crow raised an eyebrow. Something like that. I smiled. I knew a chick who could do something like that, but create portals. Crow sat down next to Ty. Sound familiar? I was surprised by his question and noticed Ty tense up slightly. Sorry, no idea. I shrugged, some kind of story there I guess. Long shot anyways. He didn't dwell on it. So what brings you to Vale? If you got so long, you're probably not a native. Yeah, bit of an outsider, just want to visit the big city for some personal projects. Wanted to start a research project on the nature of dust and aura. Was there even a need to hide my intents? Sounds boring. Crow clearly looked disinterested. Well, if I remember right, there should be a bullhead heading over to Vale in the next couple hours. Ty seemed unsure, but I guess the time frame was something to look into. I guess I should head over then, don't want to miss my chance. I stood up. Thank you for your hospitality. I know it was a surprise to have a stranger suddenly drop in like this. Tai let out a small laugh. Don't worry about it, you are hardly the weirdest thing Ruby brought home. He looked at his daughter warmly. Besides, I'm proud of her for helping someone like this, she's going to be a great huntress. I couldn't help but admire the little girl too. She was willing to bring me to her home because she thought I was in need of aid. You have a good daughter, I can only hope mine grows up to be like her. Geez, look at me thinking of Kunu's future. How old is yours? 11. Crow spit out the drink he was sneaking. Damn, they start earlier and earlier now. I rolled my eyes. Not by blood, obviously. Adopted? Tai asked. Well, she adopted me. I let out a small laugh. Regardless, I want to offer a gift as thanks. I only did my duty as a huntress. Ruby chimed in with a bit of pride in her voice, clearly paying attention to our conversation. I'm supposed to help people. Hey now, short stuff, let's see what he's offering, weren't you eyeing that new upgrade for your weapon? Crow chimed in. Crow, stop being a bad influence. Tai sighed, only to see the sparkles in Ruby's eyes and realize it was futile. I couldn't help but laugh. Your weapon has a lot of moving parts, small ones at that, I can only imagine the maintenance costs and time that go into it. Ugh, I know. Ruby huffed, rubbing her face into Sir Wiggles. But it's fun too, you know. Tinkering with my baby, getting her perfect and upgrading her. Wait, you repair it? I looked surprised. Did you make it too? Yup. Her name is Crescent Rose, she's my baby. Ruby beamed with pride. Wow, I can say without a shadow of a doubt, I could not do that. My specialty is not in mechanical engineering, especially with firearms. I thought for a moment, taking out a couple ingots of orichalcum from my ring. These should be useful to you then, think of it as a thank you. Whoa. What are these? I've never seen metal like this before. Ruby eyes them curiously. It's called orichalcum, a very rare metal, it may take some trial and error to smelt them, but they're much more durable than steel, I dare say they won't suffer any damage in combat even if you use your weapon every day for your entire life. Ruby squealed, opting to hug the metal over Sir Wiggles, the latter of whom seemed upset by this betrayal. Well, she's going to disappear into her workshop for a few days now. Tai shook his head as I scooped up Sir Wiggles and put him back inside my little hat where he was resting. Thank you, she really does love tinkering with her weapon. Good deeds deserve a reward. I held out my hand. It was a pleasure meeting you, but I should be on my way. If you're ever in the neighborhood, I'll look you up. I gave him one last goodbye and a nod towards Crow, who was paying more attention to Ruby than me. What a nice family. I wonder if this is the standard or the exception to the people in this world. Well, time to hit the road. I looked out the window of this supposed bullhead, it was basically a plane. Well, as much as the term could fit this vehicle. It had these large propeller wings that allowed for vertical and horizontal takeoff, it was a neat design. I saw out the window as a massive ocean creature pierced through the water below, only to dive back down when it looked up and saw we were too high. That was a grim. A very large grim, and it looked like a type of sea serpent. How interesting, and barely anyone even batted an eye. Just more stuff to look into later. What should I do first? Probably find a library or bookstore of some sorts, don't want to go around asking questions that are supposed to be common sense around here. Kind of want to try the local food as well, but I also don't have any of their currency, lean they called it. I may or may not have illegally boarded the bullhead using magic. Definitely want to find somewhere to buy some of this dust. I've seen it used in almost every commercial aspect of their technological base, and it's just making me all the more interested in how it works. I noticed the lights being powered by that strange material back at Ty's house and some other appliances. Really, it seems like they have all kinds of goodies here that I can acquire. Not to mention his aura everyone has, I don't actually know the exact mechanism on how one goes about acquiring it. But the vague notes Zelretch left indicate it could be a small force multiplier on top of everything I have right now. More power? Sure. On that note, I really need to have a talk with the old man about taking better records. Then again, I know his train of thought at the time was probably that he would be the only one reading it, so they were basically reminders. Perhaps I should look for gifts for my girls as well. Rin did say souvenirs, I really should get something for Kunu. Ha. I miss that little fox already. Good news is that I can pop on over and scoop her up whenever I want, bad news is I would have to explain what I'm actually doing if the time difference is too wonky. My idle musing stopped as I saw the outline of a large city come into view. It was frankly massive, and the huge walls that surrounded it just emphasized that even more. I could see huge guns and fortifications all over the walls, pointing out towards the forest and whatnot. Damn, how much of a problem are these grim that they literally require fortifications of this degree? Honestly, I was a bit giddy to finally arrive. One doesn't explore a completely new world so often, and a hub of activity like this was even more exciting. I ended up falling in love with Skyrim. I wondered if anything like that would pull me here. Welcome to Vale. Please respect your fellow passengers in your boarding and unboarding procedures. An automated voice came over the intercoms. The vehicle touched down a lot smoother than planes I've flown on in the past. I made the idle note to find a design for these bullheads and bring it back with me at some point. Well, that was my K. With a quick spell, I disillusioned myself to quickly disappear without any fanfare. I had a new city to explore. Alright, second chapter that was supposed to be released Sunday, even if it's like 1 in the morning Monday. I took a nap and set my alarm to AM instead of PM, so I was a little late. And just a heads up, I don't plan on this arc taking like 60 plus chapters or anything. This first round in RWBY is basically him killing time until Rin is ready to go to Skyrim. Acquiring a few materials, getting pod and whatnot. Maybe leaving behind a little chaos in his wake, smiley face. And I'm sure there will be no issue with giving Ruby a magical medal. Anyways, if you want to support me or read 5 chapters ahead, visit mypat.rayon.com/asteriaforone. Chapter 94, Chapter 89. It looks good. I'll give you 4,500 lean. 4,500. I rolled my eyes. Why don't you just rob me? 10,000, I countered. I can't make a profit with 10,000, it's gotta be 5,500 at the most. 9,500. 6,000. Look, can we just skip this song and dance and meet at 7,500? I offered. And throw in an old scroll. I thought for a moment, looking around. Also, I'll take a small box of your fire dust. I pointed over to a display with several vials of dust shown off. He mulled that over for a moment. Fine, it's easy lean even if it takes a bit to sell, and you can pick out one of the old scroll models, he grumbled, giving me a stack of money from this world. I pushed a small stack of gold coins his way. Pleasure doing business. I happily accepted the money and walked out of the little pawn shop, new phone in hand. Granted, it wasn't called that here, but that was pretty much what it was. A scroll. I walked past one of those stores that explicitly only sold these items, as well as seeing people walking around with them. It wasn't hard to put 2 and 2 together to realize it's their version of phones. Pretty neat. I'm excited to see how it works. Found this place fast after I left the airport, or whatever they call it here as well. Unfortunately, gold isn't as valuable here as it is in other worlds. While still a precious metal that most would kill over, I would say it only retains about a third of its value compared to Earth. Maybe I would be better off selling some jewels and jewelry. Regardless, I doubt I can keep going around selling gold without attracting attention, probably going to need to find a secondary source of revenue because there are many things I plan on buying and I have to fully explore this place. Walking out the place, I did remember a bookstore I passed about a block down. Tuckson's Book Trade, every book under the sun. I muttered, staring at the sign outside. Sounds like my kind of place. The little bell on the door signaled me walking inside. The owner behind the counter immediately perked up to look at me. Welcome, feel free to browse or ask if you want anything specific. He gave a smile that I couldn't help but notice the sharper teeth. Interesting. Thanks, just browsing for now, but I'll probably ask for a few things later. I gave a polite reply as I made my way into the rows of bookshelves. Oh man, I love this feeling, so many things I simply don't know, and they're all here, available for me. I pulled a random book off the shelf, Ninjas of Love 3. I'm sure you could learn a lot from that book. I rolled my eyes and pulled open a random page, flipping through a few until I stopped and read a quick passage. Wow. I whispered. I mean, he was being sarcastic, but he wasn't wrong. Oh, that is some surprisingly hardcore porn for a book with that name. And how would you know that? I've seen your memories. Touché. Let's just put that away for now. What else? Fiction, fiction, and more fiction. Ah, here we go. Proper handling of dust. Not exactly what I was looking for, but anything is good right now. I began taking a few more books off the shelves here or there, before deciding to put 1 or 2 back. The nature of aura. What semblances mean, a look into our souls. The history of Vale. A few looked a bit dry, but I wanted to know some more about this place. I hefted my stack of books up and brought them up to the counter. Tuckson sat up straight, pushing a book he had opened to the side. Oh. He smiled. Found everything you wanted. More or less. Unless, you got anything more scientific on the nature of dust, aura, semblances, and grim. He blinked for a moment, seemingly mulling over my question. I do have a few things in the back, some textbooks and some other stuff. They don't really sell, so I didn't set them out. Oh, wonderful. I was happily surprised. He stepped away, only to return a moment later with 3 more books to add to my pile. Sorry, most people here are looking for fiction, or the occasional Beacon student wanting to find a textbook secondhand. Huh, when does the next year start? I knew very little about Beacon, figured I should know a thing or two since the topic has come up a couple times now. Time really flies, what month is it now? He looked up, lost in thought for a moment. Should be about 8 months give or take. This current year is wrapping up, most classes are pretty much done, but end-of-year exams and things like that usually take up a bit of time. That's probably why I saw a bunch of kids with weapons walking around. Ah, newcomer. He rubbed his chin. Yeah, Beacon kids aren't a rare sight, and it's pretty easy to pick them out of a crowd. But around this time they all seem to let loose a bit since the school year is practically over. Am I that easy to read? I gave a small smile. Came from outside the city, just a small village. I wanted to test my background, see if I needed to amend it at all. Yeah, that'll do it. He nodded. You got that new guy look about you. He let out a laugh. At least you ain't snapping your head around like a tourist, pickpockets would be all over you. Well, I do have some street smarts. I chuckled. Good, just stay out of the rougher neighborhoods, most human gangs around here won't bother you past maybe taking some lean, but if you find some faunus with a bone to pick. He sighed. How bad are the racial tensions here? I questioned. I didn't really know what was going on between these faunus and humans, but I could take some depressingly accurate guesses off what he said. Outside of Menagerie, probably the best place for faunus, but it's still not great. He frowned. Yeah, I don't really understand it. I shook my head. Got a cute little foxy daughter myself. The hell is Menagerie? That sounds like a place, but the name seems kind of offensive. He blinked a bit of surprise on his face turning into genuine happiness. Really? It's rare for humans and faunus to have children. I just shrugged. Race isn't really a big deal with me, even before I reincarnated and became a half-devil. What do I owe you? I changed the subject. Oh, I almost forgot. He chuckled. Let's see, it should be about 217 lean altogether, let's call it an even 210. 210 it is then, thank you. I happily offered up the money. Please come back if you ever need another book. He replied with a genuine smile on his face. Nice guy. Oh. I stopped before I pushed open the door. Would you perhaps have a good recommendation for somewhere I can sit down and eat with a book in peace? I know several places, any other specific requests? By chance do you know one that would allow a pet to accompany me? Welcome, have you been here before or is it your first time? I was greeted by a woman in, I wouldn't call it a maid's outfit, but it was close. But what stuck out were her rabbit ears on top of her head, completely real as they had a little bounce to them. First time, Tucson recommended me. I replied. He said that pets weren't frowned on. I tried to gauge her reaction. As long as they aren't too big. She said quietly, perhaps looking for said pet. I of course took off my hat, flipped it upside down and let Sir Wiggles pop his head out. That got a small giggle out of the girl. Right this way. She gestured towards an open table. I let Sir Wiggles out, he happily sat at one end of the table, not running around. I'm Velvet, I'll be your waitress. Her voice wasn't very loud, honestly her demeanor in general screamed unconfident. Can I start you off with anything to drink? I hummed as I opened the menu, look at what they had. I'll start off with the Mistralian dark roast coffee, 2 sugars and a squirt of milk. Oh, and one of those strawberry pastries. I looked up at Sir Wiggles. And would it be possible to get a small bowl of water and perhaps some veggies for my companion? She actually perked up with a small smile, looking over at Sir Wiggles. I know that feeling all too well, his fluff is hard to resist. I'll get him something from the back. She replied, scribbling a few things down and walking away. Figured Sir Wiggles deserved a treat. I keep stuff in my hat to occupy him, but it might get cramped every now and then. Really need to see about expanding the space or connecting it to my home, especially for when he gets a lady friend. I took out one of the books, it was the textbook on aura. I started reading, but a lot of the material was a bit streamlines, I could only roll my eyes when they just emphasized the power of the soul. I wanted to know more than that, like how was this power activated? How did they discover a way to actualize their soul in the physical world? I was about to close the book when one line caught my attention. While the act of awakening another person's aura is usually one of intimacy and reserved for friends and family, it can be done by any other person with their aura already awakened. Oh, well, isn't that interesting? Should I find someone to awaken my aura then? I don't even know if I'm compatible with this mystical phenomenon, and apparently someone needs to poke my soul with their aura for it to happen. A curious thought crossed my mind, how did the first person awaken their aura if it needs someone to awaken it for them? Sir, your coffee and pastry, also I have a small plate of lettuce for your pet. Velvet said quietly, holding a couple plates. Thank you. I smiled at her, mentally reminding myself to give her a decent tip. Seems like she needs a win today. I feel like a lot of information is still left out. I closed it for now. Most of the remainder was meant for kids studying it under combat intentions. I could already devise many uses of the nature of aura without a book. With a sigh, I took out the book on dust. It was perhaps an equally curious avenue of research when compared to aura. What exactly was dust? I could tell immediately it was somewhat magical in nature, but I didn't delve into that yet. Hell, I could feel the magical energy from the few small vials of the dust I had just purchased. Nature's wrath is what the book described it as, but all I could think about was that it basically mimicked elemental magecraft corresponding to the element of the dust. Red, fire. Blue, ice. Those were obvious for anyone, but the more I read the more I was intrigued. Gravity dust. It seems this dust branched out from just the basic elements. Curiouser and curiouser, I bet Gramps would love to get his hands on some of this in fact. Please don't move those. I looked up to see Velvet trying to rein in a few guys pulling chairs from all over as they put two tables together so they could all sit down. Why are we even here? They let animals just walk around. He swept his gaze around, eyes landing on me. The other seemed to notice as well. You sir, the policy. Oh hey, there's a rabbit in here too. He cut her off much to the laughter of his friends. They were calling Velvet an animal. Annoying. I slid my foot across the around, pulsing magical energy all into the floor. I targeted a leg on the idiot's chair and overloaded it. A small crashing sound and he rolled on the ground as the chair fell backwards. I despise baseless hate like this. If you hate someone, you hate someone. Why does it have to be because of something beyond their control? It's just the pointlessness of it all that really drive home the annoyance in me. I think these chairs have an upper weight limit. I said idly, but my voice carried. The gentleman who rolled on his ass was a bit heavy-set. I wouldn't call him obese and even say he has quite a bit of muscle, but he definitely spends a lot of his time sitting down with a beer in his hand. Velvet stepped away from the fuming racist. He surprisingly didn't direct his annoyance at the target of his racism, instead looked at me, fuming. You think you're funny? My lips curled up. As funny as you are fat. I wonder if that was a nerve for him. Not particularly witty, but this really didn't deserve my best. You some kind of tourist brat. Don't you know who we are? His other friends stood up, following his lead. We don't like your types around here. Did he really just say that? How cliché. Funny, handsome, fit. I hazarded a guess. By the looks of them pulling weapons out, that is indeed not what they meant. I hope some of them had aura. I wanted to stress test that a bit before getting some of that for myself. Not much to say, just the MC essentially getting his bearings and trying to figure out where to go from there while getting a second-hand dose of that sweet racism so prevalent in RWBY. Mostly to try and find someone to unlock his aura. Anyways, if you want to read 5 chapters ahead or support me, visit mypat.rayon.com/*forone. Chapter 95, Chapter 90. Really, you draw weapons after a little insult? I rolled my eyes. Did I hurt your feelings? I think my sarcasm was obvious enough to even get through to him. You're going to be hurting a lot more in a second. One of his companions sneered, earning an angry look from the apparent leader. I couldn't help but smile at his comment. I eyed their weapons, not so much from a threat analysis standpoint, but just pure curiosity. They did not look like normal weapons, they reminded me of rubies and by extension, quite a few other hunters. Like they can all take on several different forms by shifting mechanisms. I took a sip of my coffee. From laughter. Otherwise I fail to see how I'll be suffering any kind of pain. Tough talk from a brat with a bunny for a pet. Tough talk from an old man that can't see his dick when he looks down. You're dead, he roared, charging at me with his fist reeled back, some kind of sword in his other. The looks around the room told me they expected me to get quite the beating as his fist approached my face. I just shook my head and held out my index finger, stopping the man's fist from moving any further. A small bit of energy shimmered where my finger touched his fist, the signs of this aura surrounding him. He looked at me shocked when his fist wouldn't budge, even his buddies were speechless. There was a moment of hesitation as the hand holding his sword swept up towards me. Getting a better look I could see a revolving mechanism that held bullets and a barrel on the top side of the blade. So slow, well he had a decent amount of strength behind his fist, all things considered. He probably wasn't putting everything into it, but it was still beyond a normal human's means. I knocked his hand holding the sword/gun away with my other hand, and put quite a bit of strength in my fist as it made contact with his face. His aura exploded on impact, cascading in all directions from the point where I should have met his skin. It wasn't red like rubies, it was yellowish. Is it different based on the person? The kinetic force seemed to seep through somewhat as he stumbled backwards, clutching his face, weapon falling to the ground. Not a perfect defense, I noted. But still, a shield that will maintain itself permanently without nearly any conscious effort on the user's part. Sign me the hell up. Even if it only blocked 1% of an attack's damage, that was still something I wanted to get my hands on. Not to mention it clearly has an effect on their physical abilities. I grabbed his hand before he could recover, twisting it as he let out a scream. It seems aura doesn't protect from this kind of damage as I got no reaction, another note to file away. Throws, pins, joint locks, that sort of thing is probably able to get around aura. I yanked up his gun sword with a little bit of telekinesis, getting a firm grip on it. I couldn't help but notice how uneven the weight was distributed. It felt cheap. I shook my head again, stabbing towards his torso, watching as his aura didn't quite distort, but it compensated for the sharp edge and reacted accordingly. Fascinating. Was it a mental calculation on the user's part, or did it react to changes on contact? Perhaps even an unconscious mental change? You idiots, what are you doing? The big lug shouted towards his companions who were broken from their stupor and started coming towards me. Well, this has gone on long enough, I got enough answers to some questions for now. I threw the gun sword at the closest goon, the handle smacking him in the head. Ducking down, I dodged a fist as I uppercut a second in the jaw, elbowing a third in the side of the head and kneeing a fourth in the stomach. They all fell to the ground groaning in pain. Surprisingly, they did not have aura, so they got quite the little beating. What? The big guy looked at the scene in shock. I looked up to see Velvet staring at the whole thing with a mix of surprise and uneasiness. The way she stood, I could tell she had some amount of training, though I didn't care enough to pry. Was she going to step in if I got hurt? I twisted the guy's arm just a little bit more as he outlet a pained shout. What do you want? I want a lot of things. I mused. But I'll settle for some information. Particularly, I want to know where I can find someone who can get things. I know a guy. He quickly answered, catching my meaning. I lowered my head as he whispered the information in my ear. With a hum, I let go of him. He shakily stood back up, taking several steps back. I'm curious what the punishment is for someone with aura to attack someone without. He blinked at me in confusion as realization dawned on his face. Why, you don't have aura? Seemingly not believing me. The corners of my lips curled up. I looked around and was thankful that the place was rather empty at the moment, basically just us and the staff. I saw a couple heads poke out from the employee area, not keen on getting involved. Well, why don't you run them pockets? What? Take out your money, you idiot. I rolled my eyes. Are you robbing me? He seemed surprised by this development. I chose not to answer him, walking up as he awkwardly shuffled for his wallet and snatched it out of his hands. I took out his ID, getting a good look before putting it back and taking out all the lean he had and slamming it on the table. Now, fuck off. All right. He nodded, his goons having recovered at this point. They hastily retreated from the premise. Sir. Velvet quietly tried to grab my attention. Do you want me to call the police? Don't worry about it. I waved her off. It was pretty clearly self-defense, until I robbed him at the end, but whatever. Thank you for the service. I set my own stack of lean on the table, a nice big tip in addition to what the dumbass gave. Take care of yourself, Velvet. I hope she gets some more self-confidence, call it instinct, but she probably could have smacked those idiots around with ease herself. I really dislike that kind of obscene hatred. Grabbing Sir Wiggles, he had finished his plate and was just watching me calmly. Well, I had a lead now. It wasn't that far away, about 7 blocks down, but the area gradually changed to resemble a more night-life kind of vibe. It was still relatively early in the day, so I didn't see anyone out and about beyond just normal matters. The place was rather spacious, only a few sparse people inside as I pushed open the doors, not even a bouncer outside to stop people from coming in. Then again, I doubt the owners would care at this point. If someone wanted to come drink in the middle of the day, more power to them. Well, eyes were on me as I entered, but they turned away after a few good looks. I approached the bar, giving the bartender a once-over. He looked like the description I was given. What can I get you? He lazily put his arms up, giving me a look. I wouldn't mind someone on the lighter side. Got any unique drinks here? I asked. Strawberry sunrise. He grunted, getting the stuff all prepped. While he looked a bit lethargic, his skill was undeniable as he set the drink in front of me. I took a tip and admired the taste. Not bad. I nodded. But I'm here for something else, if you don't mind. Well, no one's gonna be dancing until later tonight. He eyed me warily. So it's going to be like that. I took out 100 lean and pushed it towards him. We do offer some other services. He perked up, pocketing the money. Name's Junior, what can I do for you? I want information. I decided to delve right into it. New to town, wanted to know the rules on getting my aura unlocked. He blinked for a moment, mulling over my question. Technically, it's illegal to offer your services to unlock someone's aura. Honestly, it's a bit like prostitution. If money is exchanged, then it's a no-go, but they can't really moderate consensual acts. Huh, that's a surprising comparison, yet I can believe it. Another question, got anyone who would like to unlock my aura, free of charge? I put up air quotes. I do want other things of questionable legality, but this would be a good start. Junior snorted, a small smile tugging on his face. I'd offer to do it, but I don't got much myself. Last time I unlocked someone's, knocked me on my ass all day and I already have a killer headache. I don't really care who does it. I waved my hand dismissively. He rubbed his hand. Well, I do know a guy, he should be around, got a decent chunk of the stuff himself. I doubt he would pass up the easy lean, but the price is up to him. I just shrugged. As long as it's somewhere around reasonable, I don't mind paying a premium. Junior let out a small chuckle. That attitude will get you far around here. He stepped out from behind the bar. Come on, I'll take you to the back. He snapped his fingers, grabbing the attention of what looked one of his employees and gestured for him to take over. He led me to a door to the side, almost unnoticeable. Oh Junior, who's the kid? A man lazing on a couch tilted his head up giving us a look. A client. He grunted. Kid wants his aura unlocked. And you came to me. The man sat up, adjusting a bowler's hat on his head. He had a strikingly orange color of hair, and surprisingly well dressed. I would do it myself, but the last time I passed out the girls drew dicks on my face. Junior deadpanned. The man snorted, a small smile on his face. I'll do it for 400 lean. Done. I didn't even argue. Well, aren't you in a hurry? The man took a cigar out of his pocket, lighting it up and taking a puff. Kid, meet Roman Torchwick. He likes to introduce himself as a gentleman thief. Junior rolled his eyes. Hey, I'll have you know, I am officially not a thief anymore. Roman adjusted his collar, looking rather insulted. Yeah, how long is that going to last this time? Junior sighed. What's this, the third time you had the courts expunge your records? Fourth, actually. Roman smirked. I am officially a free man. Whatever. Junior didn't comment further. Where's your little psycho? Oh, Neo went to go rob an ice cream shop or something. Roman replied, eyes turning back to me. Now, my well-dressed friend, Junior says you want your aura unlocked. Indeed. I admitted, tilting my head as I examined his own clothes. And if it wouldn't be too much trouble, could I get your tailor's name and address? Oh, you can recognize quality. Roman perked up. It's not my particular style, but I can appreciate the high-grade materials and skill that went into its making. The seams of course stick out the most, they are rather elegant in their weave. Roman paused for a moment, a genuine smile on his face. I like you, kid. No one ever appreciates the effort I go to look this good. Roman stood up. What's your name? Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg. I introduced myself, maybe with a dash of flair on my end. Wilhelm, I believe this is the beginning of a beautiful relationship. MC meets Roman, truly nothing bad can happen from their interactions. On a side note, probably won't be posting on Friday, going to be super busy at work and might be working a 12-hour shift. Anyways, if you want to support me or read 5 chapters ahead, visit mypat.rayon.com/asteriaforone. Chapter 96, Chapter 91. So, kid, you want your aura unlocked. Roman sat back on the couch, relatively relaxed. That's the plan. I shrugged, sitting opposite of him. Usually, I don't really care why, but color me interested. You don't really look the huntsman type, and you're definitely not one of those thugs. I could give some reasons, but honestly, why not? I replied. Well. Roman mulled over a thought. Realistically sure. But it does come with some downsides, not that I would ever give up my aura to get away from them. He tapped his cigar on an ashtray. Prison sentences are heavier for aura users, certain taxes for aura users, but on the flip side more tax write-offs for weapons and stuff. He idly started to go over some random details. Heavier regulation on moving across kingdoms, certain licenses needed for certain jobs, but there is also the ability to carry weapons openly without much fuss. Huh, that's a little interesting actually. I rubbed my chin. A society with a mythical phenomenon interweaved into its foundation. The closest I could think of was Skyrim, and that was very underdeveloped technologically, so it was hard to compare. Must make being a thief harder than, the government coming down on you harder because your aura. Makes it a bit more fun. He smirked. But I'm pretty low on their priority all things considered, especially with the White Fang doing their usual idiocy. He adjusted his legs. Really, just stay away from the SDC, government property, and huntsmen, and at most the police will be on my ass. Oh, and don't kill. He made sure to exemplify that point. Murder escalates into Beacon taking notice. If the general public start getting upset about aura users running rampant, Beacon has a sudden interest in taking you down. Whitefang, SDCD, some more terms I was unfamiliar with. Perhaps I should browse their version of the internet when I have more time. So, what, rob a bank, insurance covers everything, no one really takes a hit except those companies who the public already hates, and no one high up really cares enough to blow the issues up. Pretty much, but being too heavy-handed also starts drawing too much attention. If the politicians start looking bad, then they'll start doing stuff for publicity and whatnot. It's one of the reasons I keep my public persona so flamboyant. The public loves to cheer on a criminal, if you get what I'm saying. I was honestly surprised by how well he thought this out. I'm impressed. Roman let out a small chuckle. Been in the game a long time, kid. I learned a thing or two along the way. He sat himself up straight. Anyways. He clapped his hands. I'm sure you didn't come here to hear my life story. Well, it was entertaining if nothing else. I gave a small smile. But yeah, I am a bit excited to see my aura unlocked. Well, you get what you paid for. He stood up walking towards me. It's going to feel uncomfortable, like someone is poking you in places you didn't know about, but then some weird stuff is going to happen. Weird? How weird? Ever done drugs before? Which drugs? All of them. He laughed, putting his hand on my chest. For it is in aspiration that we achieve immortality. As the words left his mouth, I felt something enter my body. I was careful not to interrupt it or cut connection. The words seemed to die down and silence filled my entire being. My soul, it ignited. The world around me became unimportant as my entire self laid bare. Every part that made me, me. All my flaws and good parts intertwined into the little spark that made my soul, and whatever happened, it burst out into a raging inferno. I saw it. The good, the bad. The ugly, and the beautiful. The parts that weighed heavily on me, and things I thought I had moved on from. All the scars that still persisted, and opposite of them were the pieces that found purpose and affection. All of it was actualized unto the physical world. I almost felt like I could touch the parts of me that were Zelretch, the past life that I regulated to the past. It didn't quite feel so heavy anymore. Everything I had been through before and now, every heartache, every time my heart fluttered. All the pain I felt in the land of shadows, and the happiness I felt when close to those I cherished. The first time I held Meridia close, and the first kiss I shared with Artoria. It all coalesced and enveloped me. I release your soul, and by my hand, set thee free. The whispering of words met my ears, and the world exploded in a kaleidoscope of colors. Shit, kid. I blinked, regaining my composure as my focus came back on the room I was in. I looked towards Roman, who was wobbling back onto his seat. Never seen someone with so much aura before. I stared at my hands, the faintest glimmer of the iridescent colors flowed around them with but thought. That was, wow. Ha ha ha. Roman let out a tired laugh. I heard that adults get hit by it harder than kids, something about seeing yourself as a fully developed person makes it a weird experience, or something, never really cared about the science. I flexed my hands, feeling the newfound power swelling inside me. The comfort and warmness of my actual soul protecting me from harm. What was that chant you used? I regained my thoughts after a moment to ask. Huh? Oh, yeah, I guess you wouldn't know. He rubbed his temples, looking like he had just woken up from drinking all night. It's something kind of personal, I guess, something that needs to resonate with your soul in order to awaken someone else's. Don't really know much about it, but everyone eventually develops their own and they all follow a similar format. Really? Everyone just comes to a similar conclusion on their own. Roman just shrugged. Never cared enough to look into it. More and more stuff to figure out. I feel great. I muttered. What a rush. I remember my first time. Roman let out another chuckle. The high lasts pretty much all day. But you'll get used to it eventually. He let out a sigh. Shit, kid, you did a number on me. It shouldn't have taken me that much aura to unlock yours, it's not a 1-to-1 ratio, you know. I'm not an amateur that would need to brute force it with my entire reserves. Should have only need a spark to ignite yours. He let out a breath. I wonder what factors play into one having a lot of aura. Actually. What does the color of one's aura mean? Who knows? Roman shrugged. Never seen one with multiple colors though, pretty neat. Thanks. I finally said. For doing this for me, I know it isn't the most clean job. I mean, he basically touched my soul with his own. He just snorted. I'm not one of those who think it's this, he held his hands out for emphasis, sacred mumbo-jumbo. Yeah, it's a bit weird, but at the end of a day, it's a job. You paid, I delivered, simple as that. Well, that's an interesting perspective, I guess. He stood up, his legs less shaky, but he used a cane leaning against the side of the couch to support himself. I can't say it hasn't been interesting, kid, but I'm going to pass out in my bed. If you ever want a job, or maybe you're interested in the darker parts of the city, look me up. You looking to recruit with a job? I raised an eyebrow. I can't say the prospect didn't sound interesting. Hey now, I'm a law-abiding citizen. He smirked. But, as strange as it is, I like you. Can't say that about many people. You remind me of young me, so maybe I'm feeling nostalgic. He evened out any creases in his clothing. But I'm actually just relaxing for now, got nothing planned for a couple months at least, need to let some heat die down and all that. So, what, want to train me to be the next Roman Torchwick? Sorry to break this to you, kid, but you'll never become me. He turned his head. But maybe, just maybe, you can have a fraction of my style and skill. Yeah, get out of here, old man. Youngsters these days, TSK. He smirked again, waving his hand. Hope to see you around, kid. He left, leaving me alone. I realize now that Junior bailed a while ago, not that I cared that much. Sweet Christ, this feeling was euphoria. He said it would only last the day or so, but damn, I wish I could feel this more often. That was an interesting experience. I blinked, realizing that I currently had a dragon inside my soul. So, I may have forgotten about you. I feel all the love. He said dryly. You're lucky I was paying attention. I sort of shifted whatever he was doing away from me, because he almost tried to unlock my aura. Tried being the primary word there. Yeah, don't think that would have turned out well for him. No idea if I would even have this aura, as I'm basically only a soul inside this thing. Yeah, I don't think any of us wants to figure out what would happen there. I sighed, staring at the ceiling. Anything new you noticed? My senses are expanded, and I feel less confined than before. Not like I can break out or anything like that, but like my jail cell increased in size. Feels pretty nice actually. Huh, I'm happy you're feeling better then. I said genuinely. Now though, I honestly need to give this a test. Actually, we should probably check the boosted gear too, make sure it's still fine. That is a valid point, but I feel like you just want to come out and play. Yeah. You're not even going to deny it. I chuckled. Well, thankfully this world has lots of things to punch, and I really wanted to investigate these Grimm firsthand anyways. Aura is a go, and get a look at the Grimm next chapter. On a side note, I have a nice new foxy waifu in Genshin. Anyways, if you want to read 5 chapters ahead or support me, visit my pat.rayon.com/*forone. Chapter 97, Chapter 92. You get all sorted. Junior rested his head in his palm as he leaned on the bar, giving me a look when I left the back area. Yeah, Roman is a bit out of commission though. I replied. Junior let out a snort, a small smile on his face. Well, good thing I didn't do it. He sat himself up straighter. Well, I introduced myself before, name's Junior, I know a few things if you got the lean. I thought for a moment, putting some more lean on the table. Know anywhere close by where I can go punch some Grimm without a hassle? Junior looked at me oddly. Well, I guess we all wanted to do that when we got our aura for the first time. He scooped up the money. Word of warning, kid. Don't let the new strength go to your head. Grimm have been killing trained huntsmen for centuries. I didn't know you cared. I flashed him a cheeky smile. I would rather your lean end up in my pocket than some Grimm's stomach. He rolled his eyes. But you got 2 options if you don't want to go venturing out of the city. He pulled out his scroll, widening it to show a map of the kingdom. Over by Beacon, and to the north we got the Forever Fall Forest. Opposite, to the south, we got the Emerald Forest. Both are more or less the same, but the Emerald Forest gets culled more frequently than the Forever Fall, but both are relatively safe compared to the wilds. Why does the Emerald Forest get more attention? Beacon uses it for their entry tests. Throw a bunch of kids in there, fight their way out or something. He waved his hand. They don't technically own it, but most folks who would even consider going there stay away around the time of the year. Beacon, the Huntsman Academy, where they train kids to fight Grimm. Ah. I rubbed my chin. I guess if they're going to train kids to fight monsters, the best test is to in fact, fight said monsters in a contained environment. I nodded my head. Can't really blame them for putting kids through a thing like that when monsters literally beat on their doors. What's up with Forever Fall then? Another place Beacon likes to take their students for training. The tree sap there is really expensive, but not many people are willing to go into Grimm territory to get it. Teachers take a few classes there in their early years, gather a bunch of sap, and sell it to interested buyers to fund some school stuff. Junior explained. Actually, that sounds interesting. The sap, anything particularly noteworthy about it? Very sweet, apparently not that unhealthy either. Something about it makes it better than regular sugar or other comparable things around. Other than that, I don't know much. He scratched his head. Usually always a market for it if you want to grab some jars. He really does know a lot of stuff off the top of his head. Information broker indeed. Alright, thanks for the info. I tossed a bit more lean on the table before leaving. It was surprisingly easy to make it to this Forever Falls forest. The entrance to and from that connected to the city wasn't particularly guarded. Granted, there were huge fuck-off guns on the walls and guards at the gate, but they didn't even bat an eye when I said I want to go in. Guess it's more common than I thought. Beautiful. I muttered as the forest came into view. It was red. Almost unnaturally so. The grass on the ground, the leaves on the trees, all of it was the same red coloring. There was no way in hell this was a natural evolution. Still, it was a breathtaking sight. I contemplated taking Artoria here for a date. A picnic would be absolutely lovely. I don't think Meridia or Scathatch would be interested in that kind of thing. Taking in the surroundings, I eyed a tree with a small nozzle coming out of it, looking primed for sap harvesting. Though, as I got closer, it looked a tad rusted, perhaps worm as well. Well, it seems like this was abandoned some time ago. I jiggled it slightly, and turned the nozzle on with a bit of force to overcome the rusted mechanism. I stared at it intently as finally, a small drop of sap emerged from the faucet. Quickly, I scooped it up with my finger and brought it closer to my eyes for inspection. The bright red color of the sap was surprising, but otherwise it didn't look off-putting. Hesitantly, I licked it. Holy shit. Yeah, that's sweet. It was like I had eaten an entire candy bar in a single drop, but without that bloated feeling. I took out a small jar, putting it under the faucet and giving it a little tap to get the sap flowing a little better. What do you think, waffles or pancakes? Waffles, definitely. Would go better with that little bit of crunch. I can just imagine all the possibilities. I didn't have that much of a sweet tooth, but I definitely enjoyed sweet things. Would go well with some ice cream, maybe even some varieties of cake like cheesecake. Which was odd because sweet on sweet usually detracted from either dish, but this sap was something wonderful. Grab more of it. Don't gotta tell me twice. I took out a few more jars, cutting some small holes into the trees and tried my best to wedge a sort of extractor into it so the sap would drip down into my jars. Basically a piece of metal to direct the flow of the drip. Ooh, need to find some acorns to bring back. In looked around, brushing away the leaves on the ground. Hopefully these trees are something that can be replicated back home. No idea what mechanisms created this kind of tree, but perhaps I can research it when I have more time. I brought out Sir Wiggles, having a bright idea. Think you can grab me more of these? I held out an acorn for him to get a good look. The familiar link between us told me he understood as he bolted off in another direction. I take back what I said about Sir Wiggles. You're such a glutton. Pot, meat kettle. Never said I wasn't. I said with a laugh. Kneeling, I scooped up a soil sample, both around a tree and a bit further away. I labeled them before putting them away in my hat. Look alive, we got company. Yeah, I noticed it too. I grumbled, standing up as a familiar black creature approached me. Though only when it got surprisingly close to me. It doesn't possess the normal feelings of a living being. What did the lass call this, a Beowulf? Yeah, and I only skimmed the book I got. Supposedly a weakling in the grim hierarchy. It kind of looked like a traditional werewolf portrayed in popular media. I watched its lumbering steps as it broke out into a sprint at me. Well, let's test some stuff out. I summoned the boosted gear and immediately noticed a small change. It felt lighter was probably the best word. Not its weight, but its existence wasn't as constrained. It felt like, if I hadn't achieved balance breaker already, it would have been much easier. The thing snarled as it got close, clawed hand swiping at me. I didn't move, my aura flared into a shield as its claw tried to cleave into my flesh. It stopped without any effort on my part, and I just admired the mystical phenomenon up close. With my aura out in full throttle, I flared my circuits. With a nod to myself, I made the mental note that nothing felt out of place there. If anything, they burned less from use than normal. It makes sense, I suppose. Magic circuits are a pseudo-nerve system that extends from the soul. Aura is the manifestation of the soul, and supposedly provides a certain healing factor on activation. It's probably offsetting the pain and burning from using the mystical organ. Was so used to it at this point that this didn't really mean anything. Interesting interaction though. Weird, I kind of felt that. The Grim attacking or the aura in general. The Grim, it was like an echo, but yeah. Odd. I grabbed the thing and slammed it to the ground with enough force to indent the hard surface. Decently sturdy, blunt damage probably not the preferred method of dealing with then. I muttered. It struggled, snarled, or otherwise thrashed under my grip. Intelligence seems lacking, perhaps a sort of pre-programmed instinct. I twisted its arm back slowly, watching it still struggle, but it didn't even change its expression as I pulled it back much further than it should have been able to. Doesn't react to pain, or perhaps it cannot feel pain. Pain is an evolutionary trait for living beings to survive. While I can't say that every living thing across the infinite realities feels pain, it is a dominant trait in every world I know about. Boost. I said quietly as my physical abilities doubled and I ripped the arm off its body. An inky black liquid dropped to the ground, seemingly its blood. Thoughts, Drake. Nothing wrong with the boost, nor anything extraordinary. Seems we're good to go there. I nodded along, inspecting the arm. This thing doesn't have proper bone structure, I mean, it has bones, but they look like an afterthought in its whole design. I threw the arm to the side and picked up the grim again. It tried to bite at me, but my aura blocked any kind of haphazard attack on its part. Yeah, this thing is definitely not alive. The old man was correct in calling it a construct, but that probably didn't do it justice. It is a facsimile of life. Dawnbreaker flew out of my ring, hovering nearby, not reacting. Yeah, no life nor unlife to be found here. Grabbing the sword, I stabbed into its stomach. Magical energy. I muttered. This thing exists from magic. The faint sensation of magical energy wafted from its body. It makes sense, but to have confirmation that magic is prevalent here was something to mull over. The magic's holding it together, they bring together the container to mimic life, organs, bones, that sort of thing. I can only imagine when the corresponding parts like the heart take damage, the magics that make up the creature try to heal or sustain it but are unable and it collapses. It isn't that any of its internals are vital, but it was designed to be a reflection of a true living creature. Fascinating. Who made these things, and for what purpose? I suddenly had the eerie though that whatever created something like this on such a worldwide scale was not a simple being. Yeah, this world isn't as simple as I first thought. Dawnbreaker slammed down into its head, letting it dissipate back into magical energy and drift back to the world. I was lost in thought for a moment before taking out the vial of dust, uncorking it and letting a tiny bit spill out onto my palm. Jesus fucking Christ. I felt a sharp pain in my head at invoking the name of God. The taboo woven into my devil bloodline. What's wrong? You're usually good about not saying his name. I clenched my fist, throwing the bit of dust into the wind. This dust, it's crystallized mana. I fell to the ground, staring up at the sky. I don't understand. Crystallized mana is not a natural phenomenon. Mana, the lifeblood of a world, the most abundant form of magical energy. It pulsates out, spreads and returns to the planet. It is not supposed to clot up and crystallize like this. Something is seriously wrong here. What does it mean? Well, I don't think I've ever walked on a dead planet before. I stared up at the broken moon in the sky, an oddly apt reflection of the world I now found myself on. Just a reminder, I'm not posting tomorrow. MC discovers some stuff about the world which just brings up more questions. Anyways, if you want to read ahead 5 chapter or just support me, visit mypat.rayon.com/astriaforone. Chapter 98, Chapter 93. I looked up at the broken moon, admiring its surprising beauty. I think it was closer to the planet than I was used to, that or much larger than my own back home. You okay? Yeah. I ran hand through my wet hair. I'm good. I found a nice little pond to take a dip in. Put up a bounded field and just wanted to relax. Just surprising. Like knowing people die, then see a dead body for the first time in person. Worlds died. Just like every other living thing in existence, they eventually meet their end. Be it the heat death of the universe they exist in, or their natural time is over. Natural causes, or something kills them. Worlds eventually die. I've known about parallel worlds that get pruned every second of the day while new worlds are then created to fill their place. But I've never walked on a planet that was on its last gasping breath. How much longer does this place have? I mulled the question over. I'd be conservative and say a few thousand years. That's not too bad. When a planet looks at billions of years as a blink of an eye, a couple thousand is absolutely minuscule. I shook my head. Shouldn't it be more noticeable? It depends. I pursed my lips. Don't know what happened here, but the dust is basically like clotting blood. There is still enough mana in the air from the dust sprouting out of the ground everywhere that it's nearly impossible to tell on a first look that anything is wrong. Give it a few more centuries, I'm sure people will start to notice that crops are growing less, forests are starting to decline, deserts expanding, that sort of thing. Then again, many people don't venture out of the kingdoms much from what I've seen. Perhaps that's already happening and they're just oblivious. The population here is much lower than my home presumably, so it probably won't even be an issue for a very long time. It's sad, but it doesn't seem like anything worth dwelling on. While blunt, it's true. Yeah, I'm just processing is all. Not like I'm going to sit here and mourn a world I never knew. I dipped my head under the water. Very clean and refreshing, I had made sure to check it before getting in. And, well, dust is quite the find. It should be sprouting for a few more centuries before it starts to show signs of diminishing in a noticeable capacity. Going to load up on it to bring back home. That was the thought. I stood up, grabbing a towel I had hanging on a tree nearby. Should be good for Rin, and I think Zelretch would be excited for the find. Crystallized mana is something findable back home, but it is extremely rare. Granted, the stuff back home would be much more potent than the stuff here due to the fact that our world is still going strong. Quality versus quantity. Putting my clothes back on, I laid out a bedroll. I didn't really feel like heading back to the city and finding a hotel or something. I would enjoy the clear sky and sleep under the stars tonight. I yawned, opening my eyes up to the morning sun. Still couldn't get over how stunning this area was. Definitely one of my favorite places I've discovered away from home. Going to show off so many pictures when I get back. Oh, that reminds me. I gathered all my stuff and went to check on my little jars of sap. They were practically overflowing as I got to them. Waving my hand, I created a portal that brought me back to a little alley near Junior's club. I know it was early, but I kind of wanted a drink. It's 6 p.m. in some world, right? That's a healthy way to look at it. Drake said dryly. Not like I'm going to kill my liver or anything. Devil biology to the rescue. Walking in the familiar door, some eyes shot towards me, but they seemed slightly less intrusive than before. There were tons of people running around, setting up posters, redecorating, that sort of thing. I sat down at Junior's bar, watching from the corner as he was directing people every which way before coming to me. Didn't think I'd see you for a while, kid. He sat his hands on the counter. Whatcha need? Can I get a drink? I asked. Wouldn't mind another of those strawberry sunrises, maybe a hit of something stronger added. Strawberry sunset then. He nodded. Little more oomph in it. He said idly, fetching all the stuff with practiced ease as I set some money on the counter. You know, we don't usually have people coming in this early for drinks, even if we're open. Just coincidence, I don't usually get started this early even when I do drink. I waved him off. Just had a long day yesterday. Well, you made it back in one piece. He shrugged. Grim give you any trouble? Asking if I saw any abnormal activity. I raised an eyebrow. He smirked slightly. I wouldn't be remiss to hear something like that, but it's not like I got people coming to me for stuff like that. Sorry to disappoint, only saw a few Beowulfs here or there. My fingers wrapped around the glass he set in front of me. Got some sap though, pretty tasty stuff, thanks for the recommendation. I put a small jar on the counter, pushing it towards him. A little thanks. He blinked looking it over. Hey, kid, I appreciate it. He seemed genuinely enthused. What's up with he redecorating? Mistral tournament is coming up. Always draws a crowd. Mistral tournament? I asked. I'm pretty sure Mistral is the name of the kingdom on a continent to the east. He looked at me weirdly. You haven't heard of the Mistral tournament? It's probably the biggest event on Remnant next to the Vital Festival. Ah, Remnant, that was the name of this world, I remember now. From a small village, didn't really hear about the outside that much. Huh. He commented. Well, basically it's Junior. Roman burst out the back room. My boys managed to snag the preliminary odds for the. He paused, staring at both me and Junior. Oh, hey kid. Junior took off his glasses, rubbing his eyes. Roman, why don't you just broadcast to the entire kingdom? Oh, quit your whining, kid won't spill the beans, right kid? Roman pulled up a stool next to me. Betting pool? I asked. Quick on the uptake. Roman smirked. Keep this under wraps and I'll give you some good betting advice. He tipped his hat. But who am I gonna tell? I rolled my eyes. Besides, everyone knows Roman Torchwick is a law-abiding citizen, there's no way he would engage in some illegal betting. Roman let out a small laugh, gesturing for Junior to get him a drink. Well, cat's out of the bag now. He took a sip of his own drink and spun around in his stool, putting his elbows on the counter as he stared at the club. One of my favorite times of the year, so many suckers wanting to get separated from their hard-earned lean. Is this tournament every year? Roman turned to look at me, then at Junior who just shrugged. I was telling the kid about the tournament when you came over. Village boy over here never heard of it before. Well. Roman took his hat off, setting it on the counter. Let Uncle Roman tell you all about this beautiful time of the year. By all means. I gestured for him to continue. Alright, so you got this worldwide tournament hosted in Mistral, and it's got these brackets for age groups, but no one gives a crap about most of them. Most eyes are on the youth division ages 16 to 20. It's considered the place to look for the up-and-comers, where the young huntsmen in training can prove their worth. Where the less connected may get an invitation to attend one of the prestigious academies around the world. Ah, poor kids and those with hopes of grandeur go to compete to maybe grab a higher-up's attention. I hazarded a guess. Got it in one. He nodded. The academies aren't exactly cheap. Most can't afford them if they don't get scholarships or whatnot. Roman added. Anyways, we get the kids in those age groups go and beat the crap out of each other for entertainment. Why that age group though? 16 is generally the earliest one can get accepted into an academy, with 17 being the norm. And the schools don't really take in students past 20 years old, considering it not worth teaching them that late, since most graduate by the time they're 20 or 21 anyways. That made sense. They're looking for the best age to teach kids how to fight. The prize money is pretty nice too. Roman added. Prize money? I perked up. 30,000 lean. Roman nodded. Nice and tidy little bit there, could set someone up for a decade if they were conservative. How's the competition look? I rubbed my chin. There's a favorite, one Piran Nikosta, he waved his hands flippantly. Invincible girl. With an eye roll he took another drink. Well, she's decent for her age, but as green as the grass in the emerald forest. Does she attend an academy? Roman blinked for a moment. Oh right, keep forgetting you're a bumpkin. He laughed. It's frowned upon for kids already in academies to compete. There was a bit of contempt in his words. Miss Invincible Girl already racked up 3 consecutive wins, one more and she sets the new record, one of the reasons this tournament is so popular this year. Huh. I had some thoughts. What are the requirements to enter this tournament? Open to any challengers. Roman eyed me. What? Want to try your luck? He laughed. Hey, I could win. I huffed, taking a drink. Sure, kid. Roman laughed. Do you need some kind of identification to participate? I asked. Just standard stuff, why? Roman asked. I may or may not have entered the kingdom illegally. Well, I never. Roman dramatically placed his hand over his heart. Who would have thought I was consorting with such unsavory elements? Junior just shook his head. Listen, kid, you don't seem like the bad sort, so I'll give you some advice. He leaned forward. The Mistral tournament isn't the place for our kind. It's where the future huntsmen go, those who are paraded around the kingdom as their heroes. He turned around and walked away. I feel like there's a story there. Did I say something wrong? Roman just snorted. Not everyone wakes up one day and wants this life, kid. He lit a cigar, taking a long drag before letting it out. Junior isn't any different. He leaned back in his seat. Most of us had the same dreams these kids did. Seeing these fights broadcast all over the world, all wide-eyed before reality hit us in the face. Us. I eyed him. Roman's light smile faded into something resembling melancholy. Everyone's got a story, kid. Don't go around prying in this place. He pulled over an ashtray, stamping out his cigar. But if you need papers, I'm your guy. Well, regardless, it would be nice to have some kind of identification. What are you charging? I raised an eyebrow, earning a smirk from him. So, I'm not making Remnant a sort of Land of Steel. Yeah, the planet is pretty borked, all things considered, but Land of Steel was much worse than that. Just wanted a way from MC's perspective to explain what's going on with Remnant. Anyways, if you want to read 5 chapters ahead or support me, visit mypat.rayon.com/asteriaforone. Chapter 99, Chapter 94. Roman kind of bailed right after I paid my lien for his services. The skeptical part of me wants to say I was just tricked out of my money, but I also feel like he would be genuinely offended to be associated with such a lowbrow scheme. What an interesting character he is. He just left and gave me an address to check out in a few hours while he deals with all the logistics. I downed my drink and was about to leave when a strong perfume hit my nostrils. Hey there cutie, haven't seen you here before. Melanie, do you have to flirt with every new guy that comes in? Another similar voice flanked me. I turned to see a set of twins take a seat on either side of me, their dress a bit eye-catching, but matching all the same. Ladies. I greeted. Don't be like that, Milsha, he's your type. The one who spoke seemed to be named Melanie. Doesn't mean I'm going to just throw myself at him, you can be such a slut sometimes. The one named Militia rolled her eyes. Can I help either of you? I asked, wondering what they wanted from me. You can buy me a drink. Melanie winked. What are you doing here? Milsha demanded. I just blinked at the sudden comments. I was talking to Junior and Roman, but they had things to take care of, so I was about to leave. Junior just left you alone at his bar. Milsha seemed surprised. I guess. I think I may have said something to offend him. I just shrugged. Junior doesn't get offended, he gets annoyed. Melanie interjected. What did you say to get his panties in a twist? I made a comment about joining the Mistral tournament. Brothers. Melanie rolled her eyes. He can be such a drama queen about that. She got up and walked around to the bar, pulling out a bottle and started pouring herself a drink. Boo-hoo, Daddy wouldn't let me be a huntsman. Melanie. Milsha growled. What? He's not the only one who got fucked over, but he mopes around every year when the tournament comes around. She scowled unrepentantly. Not like it's a big fucking secret. Really, are you gonna do this now? Milsha sighed. What? No one's here yet, I'll get into character when more people start showing up. She downed her drink, turning around and disappearing into the back. Well, that was something. I commented. My sister can be a bitch sometimes. Milsha said with clear annoyance in her voice. She took off her heels, setting them on the counter before rubbing her feet. Had to walk around Vale all damn morning passing out flyers, and that bitch probably dumped them in the trash somewhere to fuck off for the day. Work for Junior then? I asked. What's that like? Well, I didn't have anything to do for the moment, wouldn't mind knowing a bit more about this whole thing. It's money. She shrugged. We basically just play the club scene, get idiot boys to throw around lean after flashing some leg, and if anyone gets too rowdy, we put them down. She put her feet up on another stool. What about you? First time in Vale, Junior and Roman have been helpful. I said idly, fingering my empty glass. Not much of a story there, just got my aura awakened, so that's something I guess. Roman and helpful in the same sentence. She snorted. How many drinks you in? What, is that unusual? I mean, he can be a bit sarcastic and flippant, but otherwise he wasn't really. I didn't know quite the right word, mean. I think I only know 2 people who can put up with Roman, Junior and that midget. He barely goes a single word without insulting someone enough that weapons start coming out. Huh. I just scratched my cheek. He said I reminded him of himself, maybe that's it. I shrugged. Yeah, I can see it. She gave me a once-over. You have that same, I'm better than you, look, but less punchable. Only less. I raised an eyebrow. She shrugged, her lips curling up. I call it like I see it. I couldn't help but laugh. I liked her snark, even if that's practically a compliment compared to Scat Hack's sharp tongue. Well, I like to think I pull of the punchable face look pretty well. I adjusted my hat. 6 out of 10. Well, there goes my self-esteem. You hang around Roman, I doubt you had any to begin with. Ouch, you really just go for the jugular every time. I clutched my heart dramatically. By the way, I'm Wilhelm, don't think I introduced myself. It's part of my charm. She flashed a smile. Milsha. Well, she isn't wrong. I should be heading out, need to find Roman to make my stay here legal. Whatever. She nonchalantly replied. But if you come back later, maybe I'll have time for a dance. Tempting, but I'm spoken for. Ugh, of course you are. She groaned. I wouldn't mind being a friend though. I offered. I did enjoy her personality. Brothers, that's so corny. She rolled her eyes. I just shrugged again. I'm not going to broken up that she didn't want to be friends. Well, see you around. I began to walk away. I didn't say no. She said just loud enough for me to hear. I couldn't help but smile slightly. I had a feeling I would get along with her like a house on fire. I walked a fair distance away towards the industrial district. It was nice to know that each district was so obviously segregated. But the fact that I was only given an address and nothing else made me realize I had no idea where the fuck I was going. Now that I think about it, he probably did that on purpose. Roman seems like the kind of person who likes to fuck with people. Hands up. I blinked, hearing a shout from behind me. I turned around to see a man holding a gun up towards me. My eyes swept the surroundings and no one else was around. He was a bit scraggly, but his clothes weren't unkempt enough for me to assume he's homeless. Are you robbing me? I couldn't help but ask. No, I want to know what shampoo you use. His sarcasm clear in his voice. Of course I am, now, wallet and scroll. Is this karma? Is it because I robbed that guy the other day? Don't wanna. What do you mean, don't wanna? He stared at me incredulously. Empty your pockets or I'll shoot. He shook his gun for emphasis. Nice gun, what kind of bullets it got? Why the hell should I tell you? He seemed more and more confused with my manner of speech. So not dust bullets, and looks like a run-of-the-mill small arm. I nodded. Tell me, why did you think it was a good idea to point a shitty gun like that at someone with aura? He paused, realization dawning on him. Oh. Oh, indeed. I deadpanned. Well, this is awkward. He lowered his hand. Can we pretend this didn't happen? You know, I appreciated the balls on this guy. Tell you what, you help me find this address and I'll walk away without you having to swallow each bullet one by one. I held out my piece of paper. He took the piece of paper happily and stared at it. Why do you need to go to Roman's hideout? He looked up at me blinking. I mean, I've never heard of this place. Wait, are you one of Roman's henchmen? No. Sweet merciful gods. I sighed. Just take me there, I have business with him. Yes, sir. He saluted, and I followed him down a few alleys. It was surprisingly not very far. I probably could have found it if I searched around a little, but whatever. It was pretty nondescript, a warehouse in a sea of warehouses and similar-looking buildings. The idiot led me inside and I was immediately greeted to the familiar sight of a orange-haired thief. Oh, kid, you made it. He was leaning on a table, smoking a cigar. And you found one of my minions. More like he found me. I said dryly. Roman sighed. Red, what did you do? And nothing, sir. I was just. He tried to rob me at gunpoint. I deadpanned, interrupting the now named Red. Roman facepalmed. Just, go back to work. Yes, sir. Red happily took the chance to run away. I hope that isn't the bar for your employees. Roman actually let out a laugh. He had the face of someone counting in their head. 12th time, he's done something like this. Really? And you still keep him around? I was a bit flabbergasted. No, you don't understand. He chuckled before continuing. I'm waiting until it blows up in his face. That guy is the luckiest son of a bitch I've ever met in my life. This wasn't even the dumbest stunt he's pulled, and so far, there isn't even a whisper of his face being flashed around any police station. Seriously. Let me put it like this. He cleared his throat. He tried to rob the deputy headmistress of Beacon. Roman could barely keep a straight face. Never arrested, never even handcuffed before. The authorities don't even know his name. Have you tried using his ridiculous luck to my advantage? Of course. He sighed. Didn't seem to work. No, his luck only kicks in to save himself. Honestly, the only reason I've kept him on is because the betting pool we have going on. Got a lot of lean riding on some turnouts and I want my money. He seemed in a genuine good mood. Anyways, I'm sure you didn't come here to talk about my little minions. You want your papers, right? Well, my money certainly wasn't a donation. Roman smirked, gesturing for me to follow as he led me further in towards another room in the warehouse. We walked in and it was like a completely different building. Cubicles everywhere, printers, their version of computers, people walking around like it was an office. This is where the magic happens. Where all our raiding the veil bureaucracy for our illicit gains occurs. Question. I raised my finger up. Why are you showing me this? Seems a bit stupid. Arrogant. Roman finished my thought. Kid, do you really think anything here can lead back to me? He raised an eyebrow. Worst case, the police come here and shut everything down. Spend a minimum of 6 months filing through everything to get a few simple charges on my minions who would be out on bail and disappearing under new names before anything could happen. I guess I shouldn't have doubted you there, but why are you showing me this? I questioned him again. Seems like a hassle and trusting even if nothing could harm him. It would still cost some money and be a hit if his operation got taken down. All right. He held his hands up. I was wanting to recruit you, thought maybe showing you the business would be enticing, but maybe I played this wrong. Recruit me, really? You hardly know anything about me. Well, when I say recruit, I meant build you into someone I could use. He leaned against a nearby desk. Do you have any idea how hard it is to find useful minions? I have met Red. I deadpanned. That is true. He nodded. But, you got a lot of aura, and you seem like you got a good head on your shoulders. Honestly, that would take you pretty damn far in this city. But you also remind me of a young me, that's priceless right there. I think your priorities are a bit skewed. I sighed. So, what, you want someone else to watch your back? I heard you got a partner or something already. Watch my back. He let out a chuckle. That's a good one, kid. There's only one person I trust with my back, and he's standing right in front of you. What about your partner? I trust the lean I pay her with. He replied. So you have no one then? I don't need anyone else, kid. You'll learn someday, the only person you need to care about is yourself. He shook his head like I was naive. But I had another reason for wanting you here. Well, I'm all ears. I crossed my arms. Okay, so how serious were you about the Mistral tournament? About half serious. I wouldn't mind going for the prize money, why? I'm glad you asked, my young protege. He stood up, swinging his cane, hitting a blackboard that spun around showing lots of numbers and several pictures and dates. Not your protege. Not with that attitude. He didn't seem fazed by my denial. You see, the Mistral tournament uses a certain system to randomize the fights. You hack the system and want to rig the fights, maybe set me up in a position to take advantage of it for some reason. He paused, staring at me. You just have to steal my thunder, don't you? He raised an eyebrow and a smirk rose up on your face. Just what I would expect from my protege. He nodded in approval. Got it in one, kiddo. I just need a face to plaster everywhere, and yours is decent enough. It helps that I like your style too. Because it's similar to his. I'm flattered. I drolled. But isn't there the issue of winning the fights? I'm sure from his perspective I'm a village boy who just got aura. I'm glad you asked. He waved his hand. You see, there are always a set number of buys in the tournament every year, up until the top 18 that is. Isn't that going to draw a ridiculous amount of attention? That is the plan. He said happily. You see, I want you to grab all the attention for one moment. He took out a piece of paper, handing it to me. When all the cameras are on you, I want you to say that then you can forfeit or whatever. I unfolded the piece of paper. Go fuck yourself, Lil Miss Malachite. Roman Torchwick. A smile crept up on Roman's face, it was clear he was stopping himself from bursting out laughing. Let me get this straight, you are hacking one of the most popular sporting events of the year, just so you can tell someone to go fuck off. I asked incredulously. I know. He raised his hands. Not to mention she's the crime boss of Mistral's largest gang. I know the concerns you have, like what happens if you... I'm in. Roman just looked at me in confusion. What? I'm in. I pocketed the piece of paper. She's a very powerful person, someone who would be able to grab you way before you could get out of Mistral, and she isn't someone to be lightly crossed. You are going through so much effort just to tell someone to fuck off, how could I not be a part of this? I said in all honesty. Kid, you really are one of a kind. He let out a deep laugh, more genuine than I've heard before. Seriously, I'll make you my protege, you're perfect. I'd rather be paid. Brothers, damn it, you're perfect. He laughed even harder. All right. I do have plans in place to get you out. I don't leave my people high and dry like some common vagrant. Wait, you only need me to get to the top 16, right? Yeah, literally no work on your part. What if I want to win? Kid, I know you're feeling pumped up from getting your aura. I rolled my eyes. I'll agree to your terms if you don't interfere with my fighting after I say my part for you. He paused, mulling over my words. Whatever, kid. He shook his head. I'm not your babysitter, she won't be able to touch you during the tournament, too many cameras, I guess I'll have my people ready for when you get your ass kicked. I feel like there are a ton more details to work out, but why are you going through all this trouble? Because, fuck her. He replied. Fair. I nodded. But what's the real reason? I raised an eyebrow. The corners of Roman's lips curled up. Now, why would I go and spoil that? So, I'm basically a distraction. I mused. If it makes you feel better, I will very much look forward to your role in this little job. That does make me feel better. Really? No, let's talk about how much I'm getting paid. Oh boy, Roman pulled MC in for a job, this will end well. So, I forgot to say this last chapter regarding the saying God's name thing with him being devil. I totally thought it was a taboo woven into the devil bloodline, not something the heaven system in DXD just kind of bopped devils on the head for invoking God's name. Personally, I like the idea of a curse better, and already planned some stuff out because of that, so. Hand-waving that little tidbit. Anyways, if you want to read 5 chapters ahead or support me, visit mypat.rayon.com/asteriaforone. Also, we have a Discord if you want to come hang out or just ask me questions about the story. https://discord.gg/n8bdxwwapb. Chapter 100, Chapter 95. I woke up with a yawn, the sun just barely peeking in through the curtains. I felt my arm pop as I stretched my arms. With a thought, I brought down all the bounded fields I set around my room out of habit. I rented just a random hotel room for a few days, it wasn't particularly difficult to find somewhere and my new information came in handy. Apparently, hotels and the like have to verify resident status or the equivalent for visitors, which I didn't have before last night. So, good timing I suppose. Besides my hat and clothes, I didn't have any belongings laying about. Pulling my hair back, I got it how I preferred and wrapped it in a piece of cloth that Scathatch gave me, giving it a little tug to make sure it was nice and snug. I stretched a little bit more. I feel kinda stiff. I rolled my head. Probably because you haven't done your morning exercises in several days. I paused, mulling Drake's words over. That's a distinct possibility. I couldn't help but agree. And I don't really want to get in the habit of foregoing them for long periods of time. Even if it was just swinging my sword a few hundred times, it was good to do something. Not anything I would essentially call training, but it kept my body warmed up. Without much more thought, I walked out the door and headed out the hotel. It was right at the center of a large square. People were setting up with carts and such. Fresh produce, or bread that had come almost right out of the oven. Perhaps they were advertising for shops from other parts of the city. I'm curious, why are you going along with that thief's plans? I walked up to a little food cart, taking out about 20 lean. Half dozen, please. I placed it down, grabbing the bag of bagels I was handed. I bit into one, and it was the perfect amount of crunch and softness. Why not? I mumbled between chews, directed towards Drake. Just seems odd. Well, I have a few reasons, beyond just thinking it'll be a fun experience. I finished off my baked delight. First, I want to see Mistral. While I can go there anymore, this is a good excuse. I waved in and out of the crowd. I stopped for a moment, watching a human hand a little treat down to a girl with cat ears on her head. I couldn't help but smile at the scene. So far, I've seen several instances of overt racism, or rather speciesism, here, but that is definitely a welcomed reprieve. I wonder if they just call it racism, since the term evolved so many times over my own history. It's the first term that comes to my mind anyways. Second, the money would be nice. I admitted. I'm not particularly fond of robbing dust or stuff like that from common folks. Find me a dick and I'll gladly alleviate him of his goods, but I'm not going to hurt a decent person. And selling large quantities of gold just seems like more of a hassle than it's worth. That can't be all. I admit those reasons are probably enough to get you moving since you're not really focusing on anything important right now. I need data. I replied. And it was probably my biggest reason. I could probably go find some scum somewhere, some criminals that even I would find distasteful to poke at, but I don't really care to do that right now. I explained. The nature of aura and semblances is really unrefined in most texts I've read so far. How long would it take for me to find something worth noting if this is the norm? I would rather get a good look at aura and by extension, semblances, being used. Where else would there be an opportunity like this? So, go beat up some kids so you can see how they bleed. I know, it excites me too. I snorted at his sarcasm. We still haven't figured out how aura affects you overall, beyond the physical boosts it gives. That's true too. I agreed, moving towards a familiar gate that led towards the Forever Fall forest. But all impressions so far show no negative effects, which isn't surprising considering it's my soul and all. But you can never be too careful with things like this. I guess seeing how the locals have adapted the use of their aura would be a good learning experience. Could probably shave off months of learning if you can glean something worthwhile. And, honestly, I really want to see how this whole plan of Roman's turns out. Really? Seems kind of trite compared to what you normally deal with. Well, not everything can be magical terrorists or legendary figures. Took out my swords, letting them hover in front of my before tapping my hand against my cheek. Which one, you? I gripped Dawnbreaker in my hand and began to swing it in the air. Besides, he interests me. Thought you only like girls. I couldn't help but roll my eyes. He wasn't spouting crap when he said that I reminded him of himself. I do see several similarities between us. It did make me think on several things. A different set of circumstances, a different life led, would I have turned out like him? I took a step forward, swinging my sword overhead, before stepping back. A thief. Alone. I corrected. The way he just dismissed any kind of bond, it really did make me think over some stuff myself. I won't deny that a lot of my actions resulted in those subconscious feelings from when I was still back in my birth world, but to see someone whom I don't quite mirror, but still resemble, turned out like that, it just makes me pause and consider my life. You are being surprisingly introspective and mature. I could hear Drake sigh. I remember when you were still a brat running around like nothing could touch you, getting into all kinds of trouble. Well, things happen, Anne. Oh wait, that was last week. Yup, there it is. I deadpanned, mentally commanding one of my swords to fly off and impale a grim that was getting too close. I shook my head at his antics, a small smile on my face. I also wanted to see the interactions of my aura when in conflict with another aura user, so it just comes back to more data, I guess. This semblance thing sounds interesting. What do you think yours is? From what I understand, it's supposed to be a unique expression of oneself. I put my hand against my chest, letting my aura flow out, appreciating the coloring aurora that spread over me. Honestly, I was wondering if it would awaken my power of destruction. I walked over to a tree, channeling the aura into my hand and striking it within the force of a normal human. The aura sort of vibrated, pulsing out and destroying the trunk, the tree falling over with a loud crack. Reacts to intent, but hard to control. I muttered, making a mental note as I started to trying in control of my aura to get a better idea of how to utilize it. I remember you mentioning something about that before coming here. You feel anything different with that? Maybe. It's hard to tell because it's not purely something connected with my soul, but with my bloodline as well. I mumbled. I said before, it was basically a seed deep inside, unable for me to harness in any meaningful capacity. I paused for a moment choosing my words. Using that same analogy, I think it just now germinated. I feel like I'm just missing something to actualize it, to have it grow into something. Some kind of catalyst, and your aura isn't compatible. I scratched my head, letting go of my sword as it drifted towards the others. Not quite. I think my aura awakening may have done the equivalent of splashing some water on the seed, but otherwise it's not doing much. It was frustrating, I could almost feel it, yet it was still slightly out of my reach. Maybe you need a good fight, get the blood flowing. Drake replied. Remember that big sea serpent we saw coming into the city? I was about to say something snarky but... honestly, that sounds kind of fun. I wonder if I could get information on any big grim near here, because fighting someone in the ocean just sounded like a bad idea with regards to logistics. I wonder if there are any dragon grim. That's a thought. I agreed. We've seen a few now with some pictures in books, they seem to come in all shapes and sizes. Well, some thoughts for later. Roman said to head over to the club before I left last night. Something about going over the final details before I'm supposed to head over to Mistral. I feel like this plan is going to go horribly wrong. Think I should back out? I'm actually kind of invested in it now. Way too curious to see how it all plays out, especially since your role is a distraction. First you were against it, now you're all for it. I could only shake my head with a chuckle. Who needs an angel or a devil on my shoulder when I have you whispering in my ear? I'm not your babysitter, I'm here for the ride. Crashing and burning is still fun on the way down. Your confidence in me is astounding. I said dryly. Well, Roman said his partner should be around this time, guess I'll go meet her then and get a better idea of his so-called job. Non-canon Omake, a secret technique. Fate/Grand Order, Temple of Solomon. My swords flew all around, only to be knocked away with relative ease. The armor around my body receding, returning to the normal form of the gauntlet, the boosted gear. I was breathing heavily at this point, the dozens of boosts I used wearing off all at once and blood was already flowing down my lips. I looked to the side, my companions weren't faring much better. Don't suppose you got any command seals left? I asked. Ritsuka Fujimaru looked at me with sadness. What about you, Miss Eggplant? Mashu turned her head, a melancholic smile on her face as she shook her head. She wasn't in much better shape than I was. Chaldeans. The voice of our opponent boomed over this realm that existed outside of time and space. This workshop owned by the king of magecraft, Solomon. This is the end, this is where your ideals and your fate has brought you. You have fought against the inevitable, it is time to end this farce. The 72 demon pillars of Solomon, the human order correction ritual left behind by the king of magecraft who turned into one of humanity's evils. A beast. Ars Goetia. The demon held out his arms, the orbs, the eyes all over his body turned to face us as they discharged magical energy in the form of lasers. I stood up, grabbing Ascalon. Foolish. Goetia sneered. Do you think I have forgotten about your little tricks, magician? They arced around me, aiming right for Ritsuka. Mashu jumped in the way with her shield, clashing against her noble phantasm, but not all decided to initiate a war of attrition with the young shielder. My banner, protect my brethren. A familiar blonde head of hair stepped forward, armor almost in smithereens and body barely standing. Luminosite Eternel. Jean d'Arc slammed her war banner on the ground, a shining golden banner enveloped all of us, blocking the attack. Jean. Ritsuka called out as the heroic spirit's footing began to wane. Absurd. Goetia bellowed. A heroic spirit who can barely stand wish to stand against me. As the words left him, the pressure intensified, shattering the protections, blowing away the saintess. Join the remainder of humanity's final protectors. He declared, sweeping his arms at the bodies of heroic spirits littering the area. Some dead, some unconscious or simply unable to move, their spiritual bodies unable to cope with the damage sustained. I reached out towards the last master of Chaldea with a grabbing motion, ripping and tearing the space around him. The attacks moved around him in a manner that was impossible. Zigzagging, moving back and forth at different points in time and simple appearing on the wrong side of the battlefield. Blood flowed out of my throat as I fell to the ground. Will. Ritsuka ran to me, catching me from falling down. Once again, you are a thorn in my side, devil. His eyes focusing on me. I stood up laughing, eyes all drawn on me. It seems I must use my final technique. I shakily stood straight. The beast scoffed. You have no hope, no chance for victory. You act as these, humans, foolish perseverance. I glanced to the side, Jean wobbled over, using her banner as a crutch, Mashu quick to support her. If you got something, now's the time, Wilhelm. The voice of Da Vinci from Chaldea sounded through the mystic code Ritsuka wore. Fine. Bring about your last shred of hope, I shall crush it all the same. He held his arms out, welcoming me to make a move. Fine, you asked for this. With the last of my strength, I opened a portal, a connection between two vastly different dimensions. I'm detecting some strange readings, what did you do? Da Vinci seemed erratic as a strange feeling began to fill the area. Goetia, for the first time, seemed hesitant. I turned and looked at the portal. Meridia, help, I'm being bullied. I called out. A strange silence now filled the whole realm. What? Ritsuka voiced out. Seemingly answering his question, the whole place shook. A woman walked out of the iridescent portal, blonde hair and a blue robe that hugged her body in all the right places. A pair of legs I would always recognize. Her very presence demanded attention, and her gaze turned right to me. Wilhelm. Her voice icy. It is our anniversary, you were supposed to be home hours ago. She hissed before finally realizing the state I was in. What happened? A softness now filled her tone. I wanted to be home, but... I held my hand out, pointing towards Gaida. He did it. Her head snapped towards the demon god, who was showing a look of fear for the first time. Finally reach 100 actual chapters, over on Patreon that is, and wanted to just write a fun little omake. Anyways, if you want to read 5 chapters ahead or support me, visit mypat.rayon.com/asteriaforone.